Gotham City, rooftop standoff.
Batman's piercing gaze locked onto Peter and Tony, his expression demanding answers. Who are you, and how did you come into possession of those communications devices? Peter shrugged nonchalantly. Just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
He stroked his chin, feigning deep thought.
As for the comms, well, let's just say they were abandoned on the road of life.
Tony smirked, leaning into the banter.
And I'm your everyday genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, kind of like yourself. He shot Batman a knowing look. A flicker of annoyance crossed Batman's face, but he pushed it aside, focusing on more pressing matters. Ignoring the Dark Knight's glare, Peter turned to Superman, who held Lois close, relief evident in his eyes.
Thanks for saving her, Peter said.
If something had happened to her.
You're welcome, Superman replied, his voice softer. He didn't want to dwell on the what-ifs.
Tony's mask retracted as he gave a casual nod. Yeah, no problem, big guy. Peter gestured toward the Joker, whose grotesquely mangled face twisted into a grin, and Harley, who was groggily regaining consciousness. You might want to deal with these clowns. Superman's gaze darkened as Peter explained, Joker and Harley mixed Scarecrow's toxin with kryptonite to trick you into killing Lois. But don't worry, I've already healed her and purged the toxin. A visible shudder ran through Superman. It wasn't just that Lois had been in danger, he had almost been the one to end her life. Tony added, oh, and the bomb that would have leveled the city?
Defused and relocated. You're welcome.
Joker's laughter echoed through the rooftop.
Ha ha ha.
The sound grated on everyone's nerves, but Superman's eyes glowed red, his anger boiling over. His hands clenched into fists, his breath coming in heavy exhales. He was seconds away from unleashing his heat vision. Before he could act, Batman stepped forward, placing a firm hand on Superman's shoulder. You're better than this. Green Lantern backed him up.
Yeah, man.
Don't do something you'll regret forever. Superman's eyes slowly dimmed back to their usual blue, and the tension in his body eased. He glanced down at Lois, asleep in his arms. Her peaceful expression anchored him. But before the situation could settle, Wonder Woman's voice cut through the air, sharp as her blade.
Why are you defending them? She demanded.
How many chances have they had? How many lives have been lost because of Batman's mercy? They escape, kill, and then go back to Arkham, only for the cycle to repeat. Their crimes don't just stain their hands anymore, they stain ours. Silence fell over the group. Joker chuckled, relishing the tension.
Come on, do it, he jeered. End my life. End our lives. Or should I escape again?
The next massacre will be on your hands.
Millions will die.
Harley, giggling, chimed in, yeah, snuff me bats. Batman's voice was resolute. We're not killers. But even as he reaffirmed his stance, he couldn't ignore the lingering question in his mind.
Why, Joker?
Why do this? This was never about Superman. It was always about you and me. Joker's bloodshot eyes twinkled with mischief. Because bats, I'm tired of losing. I wanted to play on easy mode for once, so I took a little vacation in Metropolis. Then, with a malicious grin, he turned to Peter. And I would have gotten away with it too, if it weren't for this guy and his spider fetish. Superman's voice was strained with barely contained fury.
You tried to ruin my life. Kill my wife.
Destroy my city. You know millions of people live here, right? Joker nodded gleefully.
Oh, absolutely. And what would you have become?
A god deluding himself into thinking he was a man? What happens when everything you love is gone, by your own hands? Now that's a joke. Batman, jaw clenched, grabbed Joker and restrained him. We're not killers. We never have been, and we won't start now. He moved to secure Harley, but before he could take a step, Wonder Woman blocked his path. A moment later, Superman stepped beside her, his expression steeled.
Don't do this, Batman warned.
It sounded more like pleading. Flash and Green Lantern flanked Batman, while Wonder Woman and Superman remained unyielding on the other side. The air grew thick with tension. Peter and Tony exchanged a glance before Peter broke the silence. Do you think they have some kind of shared autism in this universe, Tony? Like a collective moral compass that prevents them from killing? And if they do, they immediately become evil.
Tony stroked his chin. It would explain a lot. I mean, how has the government not executed Joker? He's slaughtered thousands. Why isn't he on death row? A ripple of unease passed through the heroes. Peter nodded.
Maybe this universe just operates on black and white morality. Batman's eyes narrowed at that word, universe.
The realization struck him immediately. They weren't from here. Every League member came to the same conclusion at once. Tony turned to Peter. You killed the Penguin. Has this universe affected you? Do you feel evil? Batman's expression shifted from stern to enraged. You did what? Joker howled with laughter. Finally. That waddling idiot was really starting to annoy me. Peter ignored him, answering Batman coolly. I don't feel evil. I saved lives, including Robin and Batgirl. Maybe you should be thanking me. Joker smirked. Yeah, Bats. Thank him. Such a kind and giving soul. Batman set down Joker and Harley, his glare locked onto Peter. You're under arrest for murder. Peter chuckled, the sound unsettling. Flash, confused, asked, What's so funny? Peter grinned. You want to arrest me for killing someone who was actively trying to kill me? And let's not forget, you're not a cop, Mr. Wayne. Joker and Harley's eyes widened at that. Bruce Wayne. Joker gasped, then groaned dramatically. You ruined it. The mystery. The thrill. Now it's just a rich guy in a bat suit. Boring. Harley, grinning slyly, fluttered her lashes at Batman. Why don't you take me back to your mansion, Brucey Pooh? Just the two of us. Joker feigned scandal. Down, girl. He turned to Batman. Sorry, Brucey. She just can't resist a billionaire. Harley leaned closer, whispering huskily, I wanna have your baby, Brucey. Batman recoiled in visible disgust. Peter smirked. So, Bruce, what now? Joker and Harley are gonna spread your name. Your anonymity's shot. Tony crossed his arms. Maybe you should just take care of them permanently. Silence. Wonder Woman was ready to kill. Superman wavered. Batman and his allies stood firm. Peter sighed. Let me help get this started. A gun materialized in his hand. Before anyone could react. Bang! The shot rang out. Harley's head snapped back as a bullet struck her right between the eyes. Blood and brain matter splattered across the rooftop. Joker's face was painted red. Harley staggered. Mr. J? Then she collapsed. Dead. Gotham City, the rooftop standoff continues. The rooftop was deathly silent. Even the ever-manic Joker momentarily froze, his wild eyes locked onto Harley's lifeless body. Time seemed to stand still as the reality of her abrupt demise settled over everyone present. And then, as if a switch had been flipped, the Joker erupted into uncontrollable laughter. His deranged cackles echoed across the Gotham skyline, a twisted symphony of madness. The sound grated on everyone's nerves, its meaning unclear. Was it amusement? Grief? Or simply another layer of his insanity? Peter barely spared the clown a thought. He had long since stopped questioning the emotions of psychopaths. He had seen Joker's atrocities in comics, movies, and shows, and none of this was surprising. As far as Peter was concerned, Joker had lost nothing of value. Batman, however, stood unmoving, his gaze heavy on Harley's corpse. A deep frown settled on his face. He had spent years trying to rehabilitate Harley Quinn, believing she still had a chance for redemption. Once, she had been Dr. Harleen Quinzel, a brilliant psychiatrist, before Joker twisted her mind beyond recognition. And now, in one swift moment, that hope was erased. Breaking the silence, Peter turned to Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, and Green Lantern. This universe is odd, he mused. But in many ways, it's not so different from ours. We have our own league of superheroes, just like your Justice League. The difference is, we don't let monsters run free to kill and kill again. A murmur of uncertainty passed through the heroes as Peter's words settled in. Tony, ever the blunt one, smirked. Put simply, we're not a bunch of spandex-wearing cowards afraid to put down rabid dogs. Wonder Woman's brow arched. Are you calling us cowards? Peter shrugged, unapologetic. Isn't it cowardly to keep letting the same villains escape and murder innocent people over and over again? His words were sharp, challenging their long-held beliefs. Wonder Woman's gaze hardened. She had always believed in justice, but mercy had its limits. Let me put it this way, Peter continued. In my world, I met a woman named Jessica Jones. I tried to recruit her into our Justice League. But she was terrified, living in hiding, all because of one man. The heroes listened intently. This man could control minds. He used Jessica as his personal puppet. Forced her to do unspeakable things. Enslaved her. Abused her. Made her kill for his amusement. When I found him, I didn't hesitate, neither did she. We put him down permanently. And guess what? Jessica finally got to live her life without fear. The weight of his words pressed down on them. Even Batman said nothing. Peter's gaze locked onto the Dark Knight. Tell me, Bruce. Should I have let Kilgrave live? Should I have let him escape whatever flimsy prison the system put him in so he could enslave more women? Would that have made me a better man like you? Batman's fists clenched. His voice, though firm, lacked its usual conviction. We're not executioners. We don't get to play judge and jury. Peter smirked. You already do. You just pretend otherwise. His words hung in the air, but he didn't let them linger. Not every villain deserves death, he admitted, casting a glance at Superman. Some can change. I've seen it firsthand. The Abomination, once one of our greatest enemies, became an ally. A friend. Then his tone darkened. But people like the Joker? They throw away their right to life the moment they take it from others without remorse. They exploit your mercy, putting countless lives at risk. How many more people need to die before you learn? The heroes were split. Wonder Woman's fists were clenched at her sides, her rage simmering. Superman stood frozen, torn between principle and painful reality. The rest of the League backed Batman, unwilling to cross that moral line. Batman straightened, his voice final. We're not killers. The rooftop was thick with unspoken challenges. Peter exhaled, raising his gun and aiming at Joker's head. So, what's it going to be? You want to handle this yourselves, or should I do it for you? Superman hesitated. The Joker had tried to ruin his life, kill his wife, his unborn child, and level an entire city. Lois' safety depended on Joker never getting another chance. Before he could answer, Batman moved. A batarang sliced through the air, aimed at Peter's gun. But Peter caught it effortlessly, twirling it between his fingers with a smirk. Batman turned to Flash. Take Joker and run. In a flash of lightning, Joker was gone, his laughter trailing behind him as Flash vanished into the night. Peter sighed, slipping the batarang into his suit. Nice souvenir. Should we go after him? Wonder Woman asked, eyes still burning with fury. Superman clenched his jaw, looking down at Lois sleeping peacefully in his arms. He made his choice. We'll deal with him later. Right now, Lois comes first. But Batman wasn't done. Fueled by anger, he lunged at Peter, throwing a punch with pinpoint precision. Peter, however, didn't budge. His enhanced reflexes allowed him to dodge effortlessly. Every strike Batman attempted was countered, blocked, or avoided with minimal effort. All right, enough of this. Peter casually backhanded Batman, sending him flying across the rooftop. Green Lantern instinctively formed a cushion, catching the Dark Knight before impact. Lantern's ring glowed as he prepared to engage, but before the situation could escalate further, Superman stepped between them, raising a commanding hand. Enough. His voice carried authority. This isn't the time for fighting. We need to talk. Meet me at the Watchtower. The Justice League has some decisions to make. Peter smirked, knowing he had forced them into self-reflection. Good luck with that. He turned to leave, but Tony groaned, Wait, we're leaving already? Superman's voice stopped them. Wait. Come to the Watchtower. Your insight could help. Batman immediately interjected. Clark, that's not a good idea. Superman ignored him, locking eyes with Peter. Will you come? Peter shrugged. Fine. But first, food. We haven't eaten since arriving in this universe. Tony perked up. Yeah, let's get some burgers first. Then we'll talk about morality and the fate of criminals.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The Watchtower, an awe-inspiring space station that served as the Justice League's base of operations, orbited silently above the Earth. Its massive structure gleamed in the cosmic backdrop, an emblem of strength and unity. The exterior of the Watchtower was adorned with the iconic emblem of the League, a beacon for hope and justice. Inside, on one of the top floors, Superman gently laid his beloved Lois on the spacious bed of his private room. He had brought her to the Watchtower, not as a hero, but as a husband and soon-to-be father. The need to protect her and their unborn child had become his paramount concern. He gazed at her with affection, the weight of responsibility heavy on his broad shoulders. As he ensured Lois was comfortable and safe, Batman stood stoically in the doorway, his scowl more pronounced than ever. The tension between the two iconic figures was palpable, a reflection of the current divide among the Justice League. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Peter and Tony sat at a table, savoring their burgers. Batman managed to separate them from Superman, hoping to talk some sense into him before the League meeting started. Superman, without turning away from Lois, softly inquired, "Did you call everyone?" Batman replied curtly, "Yes, I called for a full-scale League meeting." Clark nodded, "And will Flash be joining us? Or is he too busy hiding the Joker from me?" Bruce shook his head. "No, and he's not hiding the Joker from you. I know you won't kill him, you're better than that. You may be contemplating his death, but you haven't come to a decision yet," he said, and he wasn't wrong. "I'm hiding him from Diana and our guests. Diana's attitude is troubling, but our guests are another story entirely. We can't let them corrupt and destroy everything that we've built." Clark's eyes remained fixed on Lois, their love a source of solace and concern. He acknowledged Bruce's point with a nod. "I understand that you're opposed to killing, but you should at least keep an open mind. Because what we're doing now isn't working, you have to see that, right? I didn't truly notice it until today." Bruce's resolve hardened. "It may not be perfect, but the way we do things is the right way." Clark shook his head. "And that's where we disagree. Hopefully, having more voices might help us reach some sort of understanding." Bruce couldn't argue with that, but he also couldn't shake his fundamental beliefs. He finally spoke his mind. "I'll be honest, Clark. I'm conflicted about all of this. I've always followed a strict code against killing, and I know it's a slippery slope, but so is murdering every criminal that P** sees us off. We aren't gods, nor are we the government. We can't just go around acting like judge, jury, and executioner." Clark nodded, his mind racing with all sorts of ideas. "You're right, we aren't gods. But we could easily be the government if we wanted to. It would take less than a day for me to take over this entire planet, and less than an hour if I had the League's backing." Bruce's eyes go wide in shock. "You can't be serious." Clark, still focused on Lois, took a deep breath before turning to Bruce. "You know, Bruce, I don't blame you for not killing the Joker. I know you're just a man trying to do your best in an impossible world, like me and every other League member. But I do blame the system, the government. Our guests were right when they said the Joker should have been sentenced to death by now. After all, how many thousands of people has he killed?" Bruce but clenched his fists and answered. 79,698. He kept count of every single murder. Clark froze for a moment, not realizing that it was actually that much. And that's all that's been linked to him. "I wonder how many murders we don't know about." The room went quiet for a moment. "Bruce, I think I'm starting to realize just how corrupt and ineffective our justice system is." Batman's shoulders slumped as he let out a tired sigh. "Yes, but that doesn't mean we have to dash," he began to argue, but just then, Wonder Woman appeared behind him at the end of the hall, her presence commanding attention. "The League members have arrived and are waiting for us to start the meeting," she informed them. Clark nodded, his talk with Bruce only seemed to strengthen his resolve. "Bruce, Diana, go ahead of me," he instructed. "I'll pick up our guests from the cafeteria." "I don't think non-League members should be dash." Bruce tried to protest, but Diana firmly took his arm, guiding him away, leaving Clark to prepare for the difficult discussions that awaited. In the meeting room in the Watchtower, every chair was occupied by members of the Justice League. The room buzzed with anticipation and curiosity as they waited for Superman to arrive, accompanied by the unfamiliar faces of Peter and Tony. When the trio entered, it was evident that everyone was curious about the newcomers, their identities shrouded in mystery. Superman led Peter and Tony to empty seats and offered them a respectful nod before taking his own place. He motioned to Batman, indicating that it was time to provide a briefing. Shazam couldn't contain his curiosity and blurted out, "Where's Flash?" Batman assured the group, "We'll get to that, but there are more pressing matters to discuss." He proceeded to explain the recent events, the Joker's sinister plan to deceive Superman into committing an unthinkable act, and his plot to destroy Metropolis. As the story unfolded, the League members listened in rapt attention. Batman continued, begrudgingly emphasizing how Peter and Tony had thwarted the Joker's scheme. The new guests earned nods of respect and acknowledgement from the gathered heroes. Green Arrow raised an eyebrow and inquired, "So, did you call us here just to give us a mission report? Sounds like a waste of time." "No," Superman interjected, silencing the room. "Today's events have opened my eyes to a bigger problem, a problem I want to discuss with the League. I need your perspectives." Aquaman questioned, "What problem are you referring to?" Wonder Woman, her voice resolute, declared, "The problem is criminals like the Joker. No matter how many times we arrest him, he escapes, repeats his crimes, and innocent people pay the price, often with their lives or the lives of their loved ones." Tension filled the room as her words hung heavily in the air. Shazam posed the inevitable question, "What are we supposed to do about it? Isn't our job to catch the criminals and let the government handle the rest?" Superman affirmed Shazam's point and then added, "Yes, but I want to change that. The way we operate needs to change before more people get hurt or, worse, killed because of our negligence and leniency." Black Adam spoke up, his voice a mix of interest and curiosity. "Do you mean what I think you mean, Superman? Are you suggesting we kill people?" Superman paused for a moment, his gaze unwavering, before nodding. "If it's necessary, yes. If killing people like the Joker, who have killed over 70,000 innocent people, will stop others from sharing the same fate, then yes." The room erupted into a debate, with some heroes supporting Superman's stance and others vehemently opposing it. Seeing an opportunity, Peter pulled out his phone and connected to a large screen in the room, projecting images of atrocities occurring across the globe, from war crimes to small-scale holocausts and prison camps. The League members watched in grim silence, their faces reflecting a mixture of distress and helplessness. Batman scowled and inquired, "How did you manage to hack into our systems?" Peter, with a smirk, admitted, "It was fairly easy. After all, your tech is about 20 or 30 years behind ours." Tony added, "Don't be too hard on yourselves. We're arguably the best hackers you'll ever meet. There's no system we can't break into." Turning back to the League, Peter began to explain, "You see, these atrocities can easily be prevented, but they're hindered by the League's self-imposed limitations. What's stopping you from putting an end to war on this planet? If no one has weapons, then how can they fight? And even then, if they keep fighting with their bare hands, then simply arrest them or scare them into peace." Tony chimed in, adding, "Where we're from, we faced similar issues. However, once we formed the Avengers, all wars came to an end. All countries knew the Avengers would hold them accountable for their actions, so everyone became much more open to peaceful outcomes." Peter's gaze swept across the room, and he confessed, "I have to be honest and say that this won't solve everything. Even our world still has problems, but it's far less severe than the world I see before me now." Superman regained the spotlight, his tone earnest. "Why must we let these atrocities pass? Why can't we help? Why can't we at least try to save everyone? Why are we holding back when we could assist so many people? And most of all, why do people like the Joker deserve to live?" Just as the impact of his words resonated across the room, the screen suddenly changed and displayed a groggy-looking Flash through a video call. His suit was torn and he seemed to be bleeding from his head. With a grim expression, Flash delivered the unsettling news to the League: the Joker escaped. Peter couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation, and the cycle continues. Flash's words echoed through the meeting room, and the atmosphere shifted palpably. Peter watched as Superman's face contorted with a mix of anger and frustration. The sudden shift in mood did not go unnoticed by anyone in the room. Even the groggy and battered Flash noticed Superman's anger. Batman frowned and ordered, "Explain." With visible reluctance, Flash began recounting the ordeal. He had brought the Joker to Green Arrow's secure underground base, cleverly lined with lead to avoid Superman's X-ray vision. His intentions were to keep the Joker isolated. But, after leaving for a few minutes to grab some food, Flash had returned to find Joker passed out. But he soon learned that he was only playing dead and unleashed a treacherous green spray hidden within a flower on his chest when Flash got close to check on him. Thankfully, he had managed to dodge the spray, but his respite was short-lived. An unexpected visitor, Eobard Thawne, or better known as Reverse Flash, had appeared, likely trailing Flash after his quick food run. Reverse Flash's ambush had caught Flash off guard, and he had been swiftly beaten before Thawne took Joker and vanished on a burst of speed. Flash let out a grunt in frustration. "I tried to follow, but as you can see, he kinda kicked my A*S on his way out." Superman's frustration grew as Flash continued. It was clear that if Batman hadn't insisted on taking Joker away, this wouldn't have happened. Flash admitted, "I have no idea what Thawne and Joker are plotting, but it can't be anything good." Wonder Woman, however, wasted no time in pointing fingers. She glared at both Batman and Flash as she rose from her seat. "This is your fault. If you didn't take him away, then this wouldn't have happened. We could have taken him to the Watchtower or even executed him, as we were discussing." Before Batman could come to his and Flash's defense, Superman intervened. He acknowledged Wonder Woman's frustration but argued, "I feel the same as Diana, but they couldn't have foreseen Joker's rescue by Thawne. But, this does serve as undeniable proof of the point I've been trying to make. No matter how many times we apprehend dangerous criminals like the Joker, they always find a way to escape. Innocent lives will inevitably be lost because of our reluctance to take drastic action, even as a way to protect the greater good." The room fell silent, and uneasy contemplation hung heavy in the air. Some heroes nodded in agreement with Superman's viewpoint, while others remained quietly disapproving, none more so than Batman. They knew that it was challenging to argue against the harsh reality presented by Joker's escape. Doing so would only leave them on the losing side of this argument. Before the tension could escalate further, the doors to the meeting room swung open, and in walked Lois Lane. Her appearance drew the collective attention of everyone present. Although her body seemed to have healed thanks to Peter's assistance, her clothes were disheveled and torn from her encounter with the Joker and Harley. Instantly, Superman's previously tense demeanor melted away as a warm, loving smile graced his face. Without hesitation, he reached out and enveloped Lois in a protective embrace. She had been through a horrible ordeal and needed comfort. Tears welled up in Lois's eyes as she cried into Clark's chest. "Jimmy's dead." She began to speak, her voice quivering with grief. "We were investigating the docs together, and then the Joker, he just appeared and shot Jimmy in the head. He died right in front of me and I couldn't do anything. I just stood there and watched as he. Superman held Lois tightly, his own eyes betraying a deep sadness. I know. I found him while I was looking for you." Jimmy had been more than just their colleague. He had been a close friend to both of them, but more than that, he was Clark's best friend. And sadly, after everything that's happened, Clark wasn't able to mourn Jimmy's death. He measly found his body and immediately went searching for Lois. As Lois wept in Clark's embrace, she suddenly thought of something and clutched her stomach, a silent cry for her unborn child's safety. Although her pregnancy didn't show yet, the concern for her baby's well-being was evident in her eyes as she looked up at Clark. Noticing this, Clark reassured her with a gentle tone, "I've checked 100 times since I found you, Lois. The baby is perfectly fine." Lois's distress began to subside as she took comfort in her husband's embrace. The room watched in solemn silence as this intimate scene played out. It was a clear picture of the innocent lives caught in the crossfire, lives like Jimmy's and families like Superman's, that suffered due to their reluctance to take more decisive action against criminals like the Joker. Done with staying quiet, Peter's voice cut through the tense atmosphere in the meeting room, capturing everyone's attention. Even Clark and Lois, who had been lost in their poignant, grief-filled reunion just moments before, turned to listen. Peter's tone was composed yet firm as he addressed the room. "With the Joker's escape, we have a pressing problem. We should act swiftly to find him and ensure the safety of both Batman and Superman's loved ones." Aquaman raised a skeptical brow and asked, "Why should we be concerned about that?" Before Peter could explain, Batman, who had been sitting in silence, abruptly jumped out of his seat and dashed out of the room, leaving everyone shocked by his sudden departure. Batman might not have many loved ones, but he did have Robin, Batgirl, and Alfred, all of whom could be considered easy targets for Thawne and the Joker. As Batman exited, Clark's eyes widened with realization, and he muttered, "My parents." He released his hold on Lois and, without a moment's hesitation, launched himself out of the room, leaving her behind and following after Batman. Peter didn't waste a moment and quickly explained the situation to those who remained. "As many of you might have guessed by now, Joker knows both Batman and Superman's true identities," he emphasized, "which means anyone connected to them is at risk." The room was left in a state of alarm, the gravity of the situation hanging heavily over them. Superman wasn't so hard to figure out, as he doesn't wear a mask, not to mention his very trusting attitude towards fellow League members, but Batman was startling. Only very few select members know who he really is. Soon, Wonder Woman stepped forward to take charge. Her voice was authoritative as she ordered, "While Batman and Superman are busy securing their friends and family, we must initiate a search for the Joker and Thawne immediately." Hawkman, with a furrowed brow, posed a question that was on everyone else's mind. "What should we do when we find them? Should we capture or kill them, considering what you and Superman have suggested here today?" Taking a moment to think, Wonder Woman responded, "For now, we will focus on capturing them. Their fates will be decided later, but we must not let them evade us any longer. Innocent lives are on the line." As the room began to empty, and members of the Justice League prepared to fan out in search of the dangerous duo, Flash raised his voice, seeking guidance. "What about me? What should I do?" Wonder Woman, with a hint of concern in her voice, instructed, "Return to the Watchtower for a thorough checkup. Flash, you don't look too good." Flash smirked, blood dripping down his lip. "Ah, I didn't know you cared so much about me." Diana sneered in annoyance. "I don't." She refused instantly as she marched out of the room. "I just don't want you interfering in this more than you already have. You can pretend all you want, but I know you love me." Flash yelled at her as she walked off, and once she was gone he ended the call. As the last ones remaining, Peter and Tony looked between one another. "Should we get back to fixing the ship?" Peter asked. "Fine." Tony begrudgingly agreed. "But we can't leave too early. I want to see what they decide to do. This is so much better than reading a comic or watching a movie." "Sure, besides it shouldn't take too long to fix the ship." Peter shrugged as he waved his hand and opened a portal. In the shadows of the night, Eobard Thawne brought the Joker to a concealed base hidden deep within a labyrinthine network of underground tunnels beneath Gotham City. As they traversed the tunnels and entered a dimly lit chamber, the Joker, surprisingly, found himself among some familiar-looking colleagues. The room was filled with all sorts of notorious criminals. From Poison Ivy and Bane to Bizarro and Brainiac, each of them were big names in his line of work. Joker's arrival did not go unnoticed, and the mix of wicked smiles and annoyed scowls of his fellow villains hinted at the divide in the room. "I still disagree with recruiting this clown. He can't be trusted." Poison Ivy was the first to speak. "It's already been decided by a majority vote. Just let it go." Sat at the forefront of the group, Lex Luthor waved off Ivy's concerns before turning back to the new arrivals, smiling welcomingly. "Thawne, I see you've found our friend." Joker frowned for a moment but soon enough his trademark smile returned. "I don't remember us being so friendly, Lexi." Lex shrugged as if it didn't matter. "Well, things change. And we've brought you here to offer you a chance to join us," he declared, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. "What's this? Are you putting together some sort of boy band?" Joker's manic laughter filled the room before his eyes landed on the females in the room. "If this is a boy band, then I refuse to join with these girls around. You know they have cooties, right? It's a deadly disease. My poor Harley couldn't withstand it for long." As the women in the room rolled their eyes in annoyance, unaware of Harley's death, Lex finally got to the point. "No, not a boy band. I would say that we're more of an antithesis of the Justice League." Joker raised a brow, finding that to be a very interesting idea. "Tell me more." Since the Joker's escape, the Justice League had been on high alert. Their patrols had intensified, blanketing the world with their presence. News channels buzzed with reports of Justice League sightings, but the public remained in the dark about the real reason behind these activities. All they knew was that something grave was afoot, given the League's unprecedented mobilization. Back in the Watchtower, Batman and Superman returned with their loved ones. For Superman, that meant bringing his elderly parents, Jonathan and Martha Kent, to the space station. He had decided it was best to keep them away from Kent Farm for the time being. It was an unusual sight for the elderly couple as they were teleported, via the boom tube, up to a space station filled with all sorts of high-tech marvels that they didn't come close to understanding. Jonathan Kent scratched his head, his eyes wide as he marveled at the advanced surroundings. Son, is this the Watchtower you've told us about? What's going on here? Why the rush to get us out of the house? Superman exchanged a knowing glance with Lois, who was waiting for their arrival. Yes, Mom, Dad, this is the Watchtower, a safe place for now. He then motioned to Lois. And as you already know, this is Lois. We'll explain everything shortly. As they showed Jonathan and Martha around and explained why they were brought to the Watchtower, Clark and Lois noticed a sense of bewilderment on the elderly couple's faces. However, as the couple shared their concerns about the situation, Clark and Lois decided to reveal a piece of joyful news to smooth things over. Mom, Dad, there's something important we wanted to tell you, Clark began, a warm smile on his face. Lois and I are going to have a baby. The revelation had an instantaneous and miraculous effect. Jonathan and Martha's concerns about everything they've learned simply melted away. Tears of joy welled up in Martha's eyes as she pulled Lois into a heartfelt embrace. Oh, that's wonderful, dear. Jonathan clapped Clark on the back, his eyes glistening with pride. You're going to make a great father, son. I know it. In that moment, the worries of the outside world faded away as the Kents celebrated a new member of their family. It was a brief respite from the turmoil they had found themselves embroiled in. Meanwhile, in another part of the Watchtower, Batman was handling his own delicate situation. He had brought his most important people as well. Robin, Batgirl, and even Alfred, whom he had coerced into donning one of his old batsuits to help hide his identity, which made the poor old man look like some sort of elderly trick or treater on Halloween. The reason for the suit was simple: Alfred's identity is forever linked to Bruce Wayne. And although Bruce's identity may be compromised, that doesn't mean he would throw away all precautions. As he settled them into their temporary quarters, Robin and Batgirl couldn't help but voice their discontent. We don't need protection, Robin argued. We've handled ourselves pretty well so far. Batgirl chimed in, crossing her arms. Yeah, we're not helpless, you know. Well, you could have fooled me. Batman looked at both of his protégés with a heavy dose of skepticism. Did I or did I not just pick you two up from a GPD prison cell? That's not our fault. Batgirl exclaimed in protest. Robin nodded his head. Yeah, it was that *shoal who knocked us out after stealing our comms. Excuses. Bruce shook his head. The fact that you were arrested is no one's fault but your own. And because of that, I'll be increasing both of your training schedules. What? Both sidekicks exclaimed in dread. You heard me. Bruce raised an annoyed brow. Besides, you're both extremely lucky that it was Commissioner Gordon who found you, or else the whole world would know exactly who Robin and Batgirl truly are. Robin sighed in defeat. Fine, we messed up, but do we have to stay here? Yeah, can't we at least stay with you? Batgirl asks, filled with hope. We can handle the Joker, you know that. No, Batman answers simply. This goes beyond the Joker. Alfred, ever the loyal butler, nodded in agreement. Master Bruce may not say it very nicely, but he is correct. We should stay here until this business is dealt with. After their protests had subsided, Batman left them to settle in with Alfred keeping a close eye. As he walked the corridors of the Watchtower, Bruce couldn't help but feel the weight of the world pressing down on him. Not only was the Joker was still out there, but he also had to fight the growing murderous sentiments rising in his own organization. Just then, he turned a corner and almost collided with Superman. Both heroes seemed drained, their shoulders slumped as they stood face to face. Superman broke the silence. Bruce, any trouble on your end? Batman shook his head, a brief moment of camaraderie amid the tension. No issues. Just ensuring everyone is safe. How about your? A faint smile touched Superman's lips. My parents are fine. They're a bit confused about everything, but the news about the baby lifted their spirits. Just as the two of them were about to delve into their ongoing debate about the kill or not kill policy regarding criminals, an alarm blared through the Watchtower, cutting their conversation short. Both heroes immediately made their way to the Situation Room, where emergency calls and situation reports were received and assessed. As they entered the room, Batman swiftly took a seat at the computer terminal and noticed the activated emergency beacon signals for Hawkman and Hawkgirl. Instantly, Bruce got to word and pulled up the CCTV cameras, which displayed a dimly lit street, and both heroes were visible, but the Hawk couple's condition sent shivers down their spine. On the screen, Hawkman and Hawkgirl lay in a puddle of their own blood, battered and broken. Their faces contorted in pain, and it was evident that they were in dire need of assistance. The feed showed them in a condition close to death, breathing shallow breaths as blood quickly drained from their bodies. And not a single perpetrator was in sight. Flashback. Moments earlier, high above a bustling city, Hawkman and Hawkgirl soared through the night sky. The couple was on patrol, their keen eyes scanning for any signs of the Joker, as well as the accomplice that broke him out of Flash's custody. The Justice League was on high alert, and the winged duo had taken to the skies in search of the notorious criminal. Their wings flapped gracefully as they glided through the cool night air. The anticipation weighed heavy on them, knowing that the Joker was a cunning adversary, but their determination to bring him to justice spurred them on. I've got a bad feeling about tonight, Hawkgirl confessed, her golden mace clutched tightly in her hand. It's just too quiet. Hawkman nodded absent-mindedly as his gaze scanned the city below, the feathers on his wings rustling. Just stay alert and we'll be fine. As they continued their patrol, their sharp eyes picked up a hint of movement down on the darkened streets. It was a familiar figure, clad in a purple suit with a bright green hair. The Joker had appeared, his malevolent grin visible from even this height. There he is, Hawkman exclaimed, his voice determined. Let's take him down. They dove swiftly, aiming to corner the Joker before he could escape. But as they descended, the Joker led them further into the dimly lit streets, a sinister laugh echoing around them. The narrow alleyways swallowed them, and their descent landed them in a concealed courtyard, surrounded by tall buildings. It was a trap, and the Joker had lured them right into it. From the shadows emerged a figure, massive and imposing. Bizarro, the reverse version of Superman, stood there, his pale, chalky skin and unnatural features contrasting sharply with the night. His crimson eyes locked onto Hawkman and Hawkgirl. Joker brought friends. Bizarro grumbled, his voice distorted and twisted. Me fight you now. Hawkman and Hawkgirl shared a quick, concerned glance before they surged into action. Hawkman lunged at Bizarro first, his mace swinging through the air with the intent to strike a powerful blow. Bizarro, however, moved with astonishing speed. He dodged Hawkman's attack effortlessly, then retaliated with a crushing punch to Hawkman's midsection, sending him hurtling backward into a brick wall. The impact left cracks in the wall, and Hawkman slumped to the ground, groaning in pain. Hawkgirl, undeterred by her partner's plight, lunged at Bizarro, her mace whirling around her like a deadly weapon. She aimed for his head, hoping to disorient him. But Bizarro was ready. With his superhuman reflexes, he caught her mace in midair with one hand and yanked it from her grasp. His other hand snaked out, gripping her by the throat and hoisting her into the air. Hawkgirl struggled, her wings flapping frantically, but Bizarro's strength was overwhelming. He grinned sadistically, reveling in her futile resistance. You weak, he sneered. Hawkman, having recovered from the wall collision, lunged at Bizarro again, his wings spread wide. But Bizarro was too fast, shifting his grip on Hawkgirl and using her as a shield. Hawkman's attack struck his partner instead, sending her sprawling to the ground, dazed and bleeding. The fight was completely one-sided, a brutal display of Bizarro's power. Hawkman and Hawkgirl tried their best, but they were outmatched in every way. Bizarro battered them relentlessly, his blows striking with bone-crushing force. They were left battered and bloody, on the verge of death, their wings tattered and broken. As Bizarro continued his assault, the Joker watched with sadistic glee, reveling in the first of many hits he had orchestrated on behalf of his new club. It was a nightmarish encounter, a brutal reminder that even the mightiest of heroes could be brought to their knees with the right weapon. Flashback end. Batman and Superman arrived at the grim scene too late. The perpetrators were already gone, leaving behind the bloodied forms of Hawkman and Hawkgirl in the middle of the street. Rushing to check them over, Batman soon came to a startling and soul-crushing realization. They're dead. Superman knelt by their side, his eyes filled with sorrow and regret. His superhearing confirmed what his friend had already told him. There was no heartbeat, no breath. They had bled out from their wounds, their lives extinguished. We're too late. Clark muttered in regret. Batman stood silently, his fists clenched, feeling the heavy weight of their loss. Did the Joker do this? He wondered, regretting his past actions more and more. As they beat themselves up for being too slow to intervene, their comm devices buzzed with urgency. A chorus of emergency beacons were going off, each signal representing a fellow member of the Justice League in distress. Instantly, the realization struck Batman like a bolt of lightning. The League is under attack, he declared, his eyes wide in shock. Whilst Peter and Tony worked on repairing their ship, the earpieces they stole from Batman's minions suddenly started going off like crazy. What the hell is going on? Tony asked as he turned off his blowtorch. Peter sighed and tossed his screwdriver aside. No idea, but it's probably not good. The shrill sound of alarms blared through the Watchtower, each pulsating ring echoing the urgency of the situation. Batman's voice cut through the chaos as he issued the distress call, summoning every available League member to the heart of their headquarters. The League is under attack. All available members report immediately to the Watchtower for emergency assignment. Peter and Tony heard his call through their stolen comms. Instantly, they glanced at each other, tension thick in the air. Fixing the ship had been a dull and monotonous task, but this was an entirely different matter. Tony's eager eyes pleaded with Peter, the desire to be part of the action clearly etched across his face. Peter sighed, knowing that there was no way Tony would be content sitting this one out. He waved his hand, creating a shimmering portal right beside them. All right, let's go see what's happening. With an excited grin, Tony stepped through the portal, followed closely by Peter. The portal snapped shut behind them, leaving the spaceship repairs momentarily abandoned. As they emerged in the Watchtower, they were met with a flurry of activity. League members were pouring in from every corner, each having used the boom tube, the teleportation system designed to get them to the Watchtower in record time. There was an air of tension that hung heavy in the room, especially because some of their fellow heroes were absent. Batman, ever vigilant, eyed Peter and Tony with his usual stoic expression. He might not have liked them, but the situation demanded their cooperation, and he wasn't about to kick out potential allies in the fight against this unforeseen threat. With everyone assembled, Batman approached a control panel and, with a swift motion, activated a massive screen that dominated one wall of the room. The screen lit up with a grim display, showing the status of various League members who were currently under attack. Superman's eyes narrowed as he watched the screen, a mixture of anger and concern etching his features. The Joker, a man responsible for countless atrocities, stood alongside Bizarro, an entity that had brought him nothing but grief over the years. They were engaged in a brutal battle with Cyborg, who appeared to be on the losing end of the confrontation. As he witnessed the chaotic scene, Superman's grip on the armrest of his chair tightened. Bizarro was a longtime nemesis of his, but the Joker was a much more important target now. His attempts to harm his family and the death of his friend, Jimmy Olsen, had left deep scars on Superman's heart. This was not just another mission, it was personal. Batman's gravelly voice cut through the room, drawing the attention of every hero present. "We are facing a coordinated attack from some of our most notable enemies," he declared, his jaw set with determination. "Each of you should be prepared for combat. We will be using the boom tube to transport you to the locations of your respective teammates." Batman and Superman failed to mention anything about the deaths of the Hawk couple, which was most likely due to the fact that they were running low on time. If they didn't move quickly, then others would no doubt succumb to the same fate. As the room buzzed with energy and tension, Tony raised his hand, capturing the attention of those present. "We're here to help. Send us wherever you need us." Superman, his expression softening, nodded in approval. "Thank you both. Your assistance will be greatly appreciated." Without wasting another moment, Batman operated the control panel once more. The room vibrated with power as the boom tube activated. One by one, League members disappeared with a flash of light, ready to confront the threats that had befallen their comrades. Peter and Tony shared a brief look before disappearing as well. As everyone left, including Batman and Superman, the Watchtower fell into a calm silence, contrasting heavily with the chaos taking place on the planet below. Emerging from the boom tube, Peter found himself hovering above a bustling city, his keen senses immediately focusing on the turmoil across from him. High above the city, two figures, clad in green and yellow, clashed in the skies, locked in a vicious battle that threatened to tear the city apart. The first figure was none other than Green Lantern, a hero Peter had met before. However, the state he was in now was a stark contrast to the confident and formidable hero Peter remembered. Green Lantern's suit was tattered and torn, blood trickled down from a split lip, and numerous cuts marred his body. He was struggling against a powerful adversary, clearly fighting a losing battle. The source of his suffering was unmistakable, a sinister and imposing figure that radiated an ominous yellow light. Sinestro, the arch-nemesis of Green Lantern, was a sight to behold. His yellow power ring glowed with malevolent energy, casting an eerie illumination over his villainous visage. His skin was a sickly pale yellow, and his piercing blue eyes exuded a sense of cold and calculating menace. Insert picture of Sinestro here. Peter knew a bit about Sinestro and his yellow power ring, which was fueled by fear rather than the willpower that empowered Green Lantern's green ring. However, Peter was an exception to the rule. He didn't fear most people, and Sinestro was no exception. After fighting Dormammu and meeting beings like the Great Weaver, it's hard to be scared of most people. As the battle raged on, Sinestro, with a wicked grin, sent Green Lantern hurtling toward the ground. He summoned a lance of yellow energy, poised to impale the hero. It was a critical moment, and Peter decided it was time to intervene. With a burst of supernatural speed, Peter appeared beside Sinestro, delivering a swift and powerful Spartan kick to the villain's ribs. Caught off guard, Sinestro spat a mouthful of blood as he was sent hurtling across the city, crashing into a nearby building with a deafening impact. "Hey, you good?" Peter turned to check on Green Lantern, only to find him unconscious from the brutal battle. The extent of his injuries left Peter bewildered, unable to fathom how Sinestro had managed to gain the upper hand so brutally. With a shrug, Peter opened a portal beneath Green Lantern, whisking him away to the medical bay inside the Watchtower. He only hoped someone would be there to tend to the fallen hero. Meh, whatever, he'll live either way. As Green Lantern vanished, Sinestro emerged from the rubble, seething with anger and a desire for vengeance. He had no knowledge of who Peter was, but he was ready to destroy the interloper who had dared to challenge him. "You, me." Peter faced Sinestro, jokingly looking over his shoulder to see who his opponent was talking to. "Yes, you." Sinestro seemed more than **SSED off at Peter's antics, but he soon realized that Green Lantern was gone. "Where are you hiding that weak-willed lantern?" Shrugging, Peter began pointing in all sorts of direction. "There? No, maybe over her? Huh? Not there either. Maybe in there." This only seemed to anger Sinestro even more as he bore down on Peter while bloodthirsty radiating from his harsh glare. Enough of this. Without another word, Sinestro launched himself at his new enemy, utilizing his yellow power ring along the way to create constructs in the form of deadly weapons, each designed to brutally tear his enemies apart. But Peter's unique combination of powers made him a challenging opponent. His extreme agility and reflexes allowed him to evade Sinestro's attacks with grace and ease. With a burst of phoenix flame, Peter soared through the air, his fiery silhouette illuminating the sky. He launched tendrils of flame at Sinestro, who responded by creating an energy shield to protect himself. It held for a few seconds but ultimately crumbled under the flames of destruction, which could burn away anything. Sinestro's eyes widened in alarm as his shield was eaten away. Not letting up, Peter waved his hand and summoned a spell circle, which in turn launched eldritch-powered bolts of lightning at Sinestro, who was forced to constantly adapt his defenses, running from every attack that came his way. As the battle raged on, Peter's relentless attacks began to wear down Sinestro. The combination of his agility, phoenix flames, and mystic arts gave him the upper hand. Sinestro struggled to keep up, his energy constructs faltering as they clashed with Peter's relentless onslaught. Finally, as Sinestro was preoccupied with dodging a ball of phoenix flames, Peter seized the moment. All right, I think this has gone on long enough. After all, I have to go and find the Joker. In a burst of eldritch energy, Peter summoned a gleaming spear of pure energy, poised to deliver the final blow. He drove it through Sinestro's heart, impaling the villain with a surge of eldritch power. Sinestro's defiant scowl turned to shock as his chest was pierced through. With a shuddering gasp, Sinestro's life drained away, and he fell to the ground, his yellow power ring flickering and fading. Don't mind if I do. Peter reached down, plucking the ring from Sinestro's lifeless hand and pocketing it as his spoil of war. As the battle ended, the city below breathed a collective sigh of relief. Sinestro had been vanquished, and the threat had been eliminated. Peter stood victorious, hearing the sounds of an entire city thanking him and cheering from below. He had been ruthless in the way he dealt with Sinestro, yet the people didn't seem to care a single bit. Maybe not everyone in this universe is a pacifistic idiot. Now, with Sinestro defeated and Green Lantern safely in the Watchtower, Peter could finally go and check in Superman, who was no doubt fighting Bizarro and the Joker right now. I wonder if he'll kill them. Tony should be able to handle himself, so I'll just check on Clark and the Joker. Opening a portal to the location where he had seen the Joker and Bizarro fighting Cyborg earlier, Peter stepped through and found a scene that he had pretty much expected to walk in on. In the futuristic city of Metropolis, Cyborg lay unconscious in a pile of rubble, his robotic body in pieces, though he was still alive. Across from him, Peter could see both Superman and Bizarro locked in a fierce battle high above the city. They were joined by Lex Luthor, who wore a high-tech suit that enhanced his powers enough to fight alongside Bizarro against Superman. He wasn't here earlier. Peter presumed that he had been waiting for Superman to take the bait and come after the Joker, who had recently attempted to kill Lois and his unborn child. And Lex's plan seemed to work perfectly, as Superman had come running as soon as he spotted the Joker. Speaking of the Joker, the green-haired clown stood atop a building, laughing maniacally while watching Lex and Bizarro double-team Superman. Their every punch and collision sent shockwaves throughout the city below. What's the matter, Supes? The Joker taunted, his grin as wide as ever. Isn't this just the perfect moment for a picture? Maybe we should call that friend of yours, what was his name again? Timmy? Tommy? He taunted with a manic smile. It doesn't matter what his name was. He's dead either way. Shut up. Superman seethed with rage, his eyes burning with fury as he struggled to focus on the opponents in front of him. The Joker's taunts had hit a nerve, especially when he mentioned Jimmy Olsen, Superman's best friend, whom the Joker had cruelly murdered just days earlier. Man, the Joker is as ruthless as ever. Before making his presence known, Peter decided to assist Cyborg. He waved his hand and opened a portal beneath the fallen hero, safely depositing him inside the Watchtower's medical bay just like Green Lantern. With that done, Peter was just about to capture the Joker before helping Superman, but before he could move, a green light filled the night sky, and he could hear the sound of Superman grunting in pain. Looking up, Peter saw a compartment on Lex's suit open, revealing a fist-sized piece of kryptonite. It immediately began to sap Superman's powers and inflict excruciating pain upon him. Ugh. Enjoying a little piece of home, Superman. Lex taunted, floating confidently in the air. You know, I always love to see you powerless. It's quite entertaining, really, when a god feels what it's like to be an ordinary man. Peter watched as Lex, with a malicious grin, grasped the kryptonite and slapped it onto Superman's chest. Seconds later, a metal belt shot out from the suit, locking the kryptonite in place around Superman's chest. Before Peter could react, Lex gave a casual swipe of his hand, sending Superman crashing to the ground at the Joker's feet. The Joker burst into laughter, relishing the opportunity to beat down the fallen hero with a hail of stomping kicks. Superman, despite being powerless due to the kryptonite strapped to his chest, began to rise to his feet. His extensive training with Batman and Wonder Woman had honed his combat skills, allowing him to fight as a regular man. He looked Joker up and down with a bloodthirsty glare. Oh, that smoldering stare of yours is almost as good as the Bat's. Joker practically moaned in pleasure. He was enjoying this entire situation more than anyone else present. Just as Lex and Bizarro descended to finish off the weakened Superman, Peter jumped into action, blocking their path. Lex froze, his eyes fixed cautiously on Peter, but Bizarro, driven by brute force, barreled forward. Where do you think you're going? Seeing Bizarro charging, Peter effortlessly backhanded the brute, sending him tumbling back towards Lex, who casually moved out of the way. Ultimately, Bizarro crashed into a nearby building, causing a spectacular, bone-shattering impact. Peter took a moment to assess the situation. Superman was holding his own against the Joker, and Peter couldn't help but notice the burning rage in Superman's eyes. He knew that Superman desired nothing more than to end the Joker's life, and Peter was willing to let him have that opportunity. However, to ensure Superman had the chance to deliver the justice he sought, Peter needed to keep Lex and Bizarro occupied. With a smirk under his mask, Peter waved the two villains over, eager to take on more of DC's notorious villains. I wonder how many I can kill before we leave. Seeing Peter appear and finally give him the opportunity to vent his frustration against the Joker, Superman smirked happily. Even as Joker punched him across the face, he couldn't help but smile. It's just you and me now, hehe. This is just how I dreamt it would be. Joker seemed to enjoy the outcome as well. Superman, weakened by the kryptonite strapped to his chest, all alone for him to play with. A/N, that sounds oddly sexual. But for Superman, this was a death match, a brutal confrontation born of vengeance, for the Joker had not only threatened Lois and his unborn child but had also taken the life of his dear friend, Jimmy Olsen. As the battle commenced, the Joker couldn't help but cackle with glee. He danced around Superman, his manic laughter filling the air. He wore a malicious grin, his green hair fluttering in the breeze. Superman, despite his weakened state, was determined to bring this twisted nightmare to an end. He lunged at the Joker, fists clenched, but the kryptonite's presence weighed heavily on him. The Joker deftly sidestepped the punch, delivering a powerful kick to Superman's side. The Man of Steel stumbled back, gritting his teeth against the pain. But he couldn't afford to show weakness, the Joker would exploit it without hesitation. He advanced again, quicker this time, aiming to grab the clown and end this fight as quickly as possible. But the Joker was slippery, ducking and weaving, delivering a jab to Superman's jaw, causing him to stagger. It was clear that this fight would not be easy. If only this rock wasn't strapped to my chest, I would have pulverized him by now. With his honed speed and reflexes, the Joker evaded every punch Superman threw, taunting him as he danced around. Come on, Supes. You can do better than that? Even Batman can beat me black and blue and his superpower is being rich and broody. What's your excuse? Superman fought through the pain, determined to avenge his friend's death. He swung with his good arm, and this time, his fist connected, sending the Joker sprawling. The clown's laughter faltered for just a moment as he crashed into a nearby wall. But the Joker was far from done. He sprang back to his feet, delivering a savage knee to Superman's abdomen. The Kryptonian hero winced in agony, his breath escaping in a painful gasp. Superman's eyes blazed with determination as he grabbed the Joker by the collar, lifting him off the ground. But the Joker wasn't one to go down easily. He drove his elbow into Superman's chin, forcing him to release his grip. With a wild grin, the Joker produced a hidden knife, which fell into his hand from his sleeve, slashing at Superman. The blade cut through his costume, drawing a thin line of blood, but the pain only fueled Superman's resolve. He tackled the Joker to the ground, wrestling for control of the weapon. Their struggle continued, a brutal back and forth. The Joker's laughter mixed with Superman's grunts of effort as they fought for dominance. The knife danced between them, a deadly instrument of their clash. In the midst of the chaos, the Joker's taunts continued. You know, it was so easy to get under your skin. Lois, your child, Metropolis, your poor friend, Jimmy. I mean, the punchline didn't end as I'd hoped, but it was still funny, right? Superman's vision blurred, not just from the kryptonite but from the seething anger within him. He wanted nothing more than to end this madness, to put an end to the Joker's chaos once and for all. With one final surge of strength, Superman managed to wrest the knife from the Joker's grasp. In a swift motion, he tried to stab the Joker in the head, but the knife ended up stabbed into the ground beside the Joker's head instead. Giving up on the knife, Superman's hands closed around the Joker's throat, his fingers tightening. The laughter that had echoed through the night continued alongside a desperate gasp for air. Do it, kill me, haha. The Joker's egged him on as his eyes widened at the fact that he really might die. This was a death match, and Superman was willing to deliver the ultimate justice. With a primal roar, Superman tightened his grip and snapped the Joker's neck, watching as the light left the clown's eyes. Though the smile on Joker's face never disappeared, the city fell into a somber silence as Superman, still weakened by the kryptonite, rose to his feet. His eyes were a mix of sorrow, relief, and the weight of his actions. He had avenged Jimmy, protected Lois and his unborn child, and put an end to the Joker's madness for good. I did it. But before he could think on it for much longer, a loud bang filled the air as both Bizarro and Lex Luthor came crashing down from the sky above, colliding with the adjacent building. Minutes before the Joker's death, Peter stood firm, blocking the path of Lex Luthor and Bizarro. His stance was confident, a subtle smirk beneath his mask. Lex Luthor eyed Peter cautiously, his high-tech suit glistening in the city's dimly lit streets. You pack quite the punch, don't you? He asked as Bizarro fumed beside him, upset at being B***tch slapped into a building only moments ago. I'm Lex Luthor, and who might you be? Just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Peter answered with the usual line. Before Lex could continue the conversation, Bizarro, his brutish form still recovering from the impact with the building, growled with rage. His monstrous fists clenched, and his eyes locked onto Peter. Bizarro crush puny spider. Peter couldn't help but chuckle. You know, I've already killed 3 villains since I've arrived in this universe, and I'm trying to get my kill count even higher. So why don't we do what the guy with a few missing chromosomes wants and skip the talking, huh? With lightning speed, Peter disappeared and then reappeared beside Bizarro, slapping him for a second time, knowing full well that it would enrage the big idiot even further. While Bizarro launched backwards for a second time, Peter didn't waste a single second and lunged at Lex, who activated his suit's defenses just in time. A shimmering force field erupted around him, deflecting Peter's initial strike. Lex grinned, his confidence unwavering. Impressive, but it's not going to be that easy. Peter wasn't discouraged. He unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, each one faster and more precise than the last. And surprisingly, Lex's suit held up against the assault, but it was clear that Peter was pushing the limits of its defensive capabilities. Just as Lex's shields were about to break, Bizarro charged toward Peter with a roar. His fists were like wrecking balls, but Peter's agility gave him the upper hand. He dodged, weaved, and countered with precise strikes that left Bizarro reeling. Is that all you've got? Peter taunted as he somersaulted over Bizarro, landing a powerful kick to the back of the brute's head. Bizarro stumbled forward, crashing into a nearby car with a deafening impact. Peter returned his attention to Lex, who was waiting for his force field to recharge. With a grin, Peter intensified his assault. You know, I'm actually impressed by this tech of yours. It's too bad that it's about to take a serious beating. Lex grunted in frustration, realizing that his suit's defenses were shattered and gone. In a last-ditch effort before Peter could land the next punch, he fired energy beams from his palms, forcing Peter to leap out of the way. The beams collided with a building, causing it to crumble in a shower of debris. As Peter avoided the blast, Bizarro returned to the fight, his fury unabated. He launched a massive punch at Peter, who managed to evade it at the last second. The shockwave from Bizarro's punch shattered the ground beneath them. So close, yet so far. Peter taunted, striking Bizarro's exposed neck with a well-aimed punch. The brute staggered, disoriented. You might need some brain exercises to help you come up with a better plan than just screaming and rushing forward. Lex, realizing they were losing ground, tried to retreat and leave behind his lesser-brained partner, but Peter wasn't about to let either of them go. He webbed Lex's legs and yanked, slamming the bald genius into the street below. Now, where do you think you're going? We only just met and you're trying to leave. Before Peter could finish dealing with Lex, Bizarro regained his footing. He roared in frustration, his fists crackling with energy. With a mighty leap, he launched himself at Peter, who was still focused on Lex. The impact sent Peter crashing into the side of a building, causing a shower of bricks and dust. All right, big guy, you got me that time. I'll give you that, Peter grunted, as he stood UPSMD dusted himself off. Bizarro raised his massive fists for a finishing blow. But just as he was about to strike, Peter tapped into his mastery of mystic arts. He conjured a portal, causing Bizarro's fists to pass harmlessly through it. The behemoth stumbled forward, disoriented. As Bizarro struggled to regain his balance, Peter emerged from another portal behind him. With a powerful punch, he sent Bizarro flying through the air. The brute crashed through several buildings, leaving destruction in his wake. Turning back to Lex, Peter found the billionaire still sprawled out on the ground, trapped by his webbing. Now, Lex, where were we again? Peter said with a grin. He was confident that Lex wouldn't be causing trouble anytime soon. But just as Peter was about to interrogate Lex further, Bizarro returned to the battle, his eyes filled with fury. Bizarro not done yet. Peter sighed. Guess I'll have to finish you first. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a handful of phoenix flames, which he tossed at Bizarro. And Bizarro, being the nearly indestructible idiot that he is, didn't even bother dodging. Well, rest in peace, I guess. In an instant, the flames engulfed Bizarro, who howled in agony as he burned, his roars turning into pained screams as he began to flail in the air. I think this makes 4 DC villains now, Peter commented as he watched Bizarro's agonizing demise. The flames consumed the brute until there was nothing left but ashes, which blew away in the wind. With Bizarro defeated, Peter returned to Lex, who was now trembling with fear. So, you ready to die? Because I'm serious about my kill count. Lex froze up in fright. He wasn't used to such ruthlessness from the good guys. After all, his arch-enemy is Superman, who may be a godlike alien, but at the end of the day he's always gone easy on his enemies. If Superman were to come after you, then the most you had to worry about was a few bumps and bruised, not to mention the trip to jail. Death was never a possibility until today. Peter extended his hand, lifting Lex into the air with a single thought. Well, this has been fun, but I have other bad guys to kill and a whole Justice League to change, so let's make this quick, shall we? Walking over with a casual gait, he opened his hand and conjured a sharp axe. With a swift, fluid motion, Peter decapitated Lex Luthor. His head rolled on the ground, and his body fell lifeless. That makes 5. With Lex's demise, the battle was over. Peter stood amid the destruction, his body a bit sore from the hit he took from Bizarro, but victorious nonetheless. As he gazed at the carnage around him, Peter couldn't help but look towards a nearby building, where he found Superman watching him. Scanning the area beside him, he smirked as he witnessed the dead body of Joker, the clown's neck snapped sideways. I'm surprised he had the balls to actually do it. Peter thought, his eyes locked onto the lifeless body of the Joker. Nearby, the headless form of Lex Luthor lay still. The streets were a scene of chaos and destruction, and there was a somber air lingering in the aftermath. Landing beside Superman, Peter nodded his head in approval. Good work, he said as he walked over and ripped the kryptonite off of Clark's chest, storing it in his necklace alongside his other stones. I'll keep that for my collection. Thanks. Superman looked at Peter, a mixture of admiration and uncertainty in his eyes. Where did you put it? Peter lied, his voice calm and resolute. I destroyed it. It's a cleaning spell that just vanished things. Don't worry, it's gone for good. Superman seemed to calm, believing Peter completely. Thank you. That stuff is like poison to me. You have no idea how much of a hassle it is dealing with it. As the two heroes conversed, Peter conjured another phoenix flame, tossing it onto the Joker's body. He watched as the flames began to slowly consume the clown. Superman raised an eyebrow, clearly disapproving of the act. Burning the body, it feels disrespectful to the dead. Peter didn't waver. In our line of work, it's the safest option for guys like him. You never know what they're capable of, or who's willing to help them. They always seem to find a way back, like cockroaches. Burning the body ensures they can't return, or at least cuts down the possibility that they will. Superman pondered this for a moment, the weight of Peter's words sinking in. He realized the truth in what Peter was saying, even if it went against his principles. I may not like it, but I can't deny your logic. We can't risk the Joker returning. Just as the flames consumed the Joker's remains, a dark figure silently descended from the shadows of the nearby building. Batman, his stoic expression hidden beneath the cowl, surveyed the scene with a disapproving eye. He noticed Lex Luthor's headless corpse as well as the illuminated Joker, and it was clear he wasn't pleased. So, you made your choice, huh? Batman eyed Superman in disappointment, his words striking directly into his friend's soul. He had come to inform them that the threat against the Justice League had been taken care of, but that was instantly forgotten after seeing the dead bodies. Yeah, Superman replied weakly. Although he believed that Joker's death was for the best, he still didn't take pleasure in doing it, nor did he like his friend's disappointed stare. Peter turned to face Batman, ignoring his judgmental glare. I know you don't agree with their deaths, and that's a dumb yet respectable position to hold, but have you ever considered that you could be wrong? I mean, I kill scumbags in my universe all the time and the world hasn't come to an end. It's still the same as it was before, just safer and more peaceful for people to live in. Batman didn't respond, his eyes never leaving Superman. Superman spoke, trying to ease the tension. Bruce, I'm sorry if I didn't live up to your expectations, but I truthfully believe that this was for the greater good. And I hope you will see that one day. Batman shook his head, his expression remaining stern. I doubt I ever will, he said as he turned around and stepped off of the building, disappearing into the night. The sun had risen on a new day, casting a gentle light on a world forever changed by the previous night's battle. The threat to the Justice League had been vanquished, but not without its sacrifices. In the wake of the battle, the League gathered to pay their respects to two fallen comrades, Hawkman and Hawkgirl. Although they knew that the two of them would be reborn sooner or later, as they were cursed to repeat their lives together, it still didn't make losing them in this life any less hard. After all, who knew when they would return? It could be 20 or even 200 years before they reincarnate again. Amid the somber atmosphere, the funeral took place in a secluded garden at the Justice League's headquarters on Earth. The tranquil setting provided a stark contrast to the previous night's chaos. The fallen heroes lay side by side, their lifeless forms shrouded in the American flag. The League members, including Peter and Tony, who were invited by Superman, stood in solemn formation. The Flash, with tears glistening in his eyes, stepped up to speak. They were always there to help us, even when it meant putting themselves in harm's way. Their courage knew no bounds. They flew high, and they'll forever be remembered as the bravest of us all. Wonder Woman, a symbol of strength and grace, added her voice to the tribute. Hawkman and Hawkgirl were true warriors, defenders of the innocent, and champions of peace. We will carry on their mission, for the world still needs heroes like them. Superman, the Man of Steel, stepped forward, his voice filled with a deep sense of loss. Hawkman and Hawkgirl were more than our teammates. They were our friends, our family. Their unwavering dedication to justice was an inspiration to us all. Their wings may be stilled, but their legacy soars on. He kept it short and sweet before stepping back. Batman, his stoic demeanor unyielding, stepped forward next. In the face of danger, they never faltered for even a second. They fought for a world where justice prevails, like the rest of us. Their deaths were a terrible tragedy, just as any other. He paused for a moment to look around the crowd, his gaze landing heavily on Superman. Because life is precious, no matter who that life might belong to. Tony rolled his eyes as he leaned over to whisper in Peter's ear. Did this mother-f***er just use a funeral speech to lecture us? Peter nodded his head, noticing the annoyed look on Superman's face. Yeah, he did. As the eulogies came to an end, the heroes of the Justice League lowered Hawkman and Hawkgirl into the ground. Each member placed a white rose on their graves, a symbol of remembrance and respect. The fallen heroes would rest in peace, their duty fulfilled. The funeral served as a stark reminder of the sacrifices heroes make to protect their world. It was a day of mourning, but also a day of recommitment to the cause of justice, a cause that wasn't so clear anymore. The League stood together physically, but ideologically, they couldn't be more divided. With the meeting that took place before all of yesterday's chaos, as well as the fact that Superman killing the Joker was common knowledge among the League, two parties were beginning to form. On one side, you have those that would follow after Batman's example. People like Flash, Green Lantern, and Aquaman, who believe that killing, in any form, is an inexcusable and evil act. On the other side, you have those that would follow after Superman's example. People like Wonder Woman, Cyborg, and Black Adam, who don't mind killing as long as it's for the good of others. Especially Black Adam, who has always been more of an anti-hero than anything else. Soon enough, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the garden as the heroes took their leave. In the face of recent controversies, they found strength in their own group. Batman's sympathizers seemed to gravitate toward each other, and the same could be said for Superman's side as well. Watching this happen in real time, Peter and Tony shared a concerned glance. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Peter asked. Justice League Civil War. Tony guessed. Yeah, that sounds about right. In the heart of the Justice League headquarters, a solemn meeting room had been prepared. Superman, the iconic leader of the League, sat at the head of the long, polished table, his countenance one of gravity and determination. He spoke first, his voice carrying the weight of his resolve. My friends, we have come to a crossroads. The events of recent days have shown us that the world we protect is not as black and white as we once believed. Around the table, the members of Superman's faction, including Wonder Woman, Cyborg, Black Adam, and many others nodded in agreement. Their stance was clear, they were willing to consider lethal force if it meant protecting the innocent. Superman continued, we cannot ignore the fact that there are threats in this world that cannot be contained without extreme measures. The Joker is a glaring example of this. How many lives have been lost or forever scarred because we chose to show mercy time and time again? Wonder Woman, her expression determined, added, agreed, the world is not forgiving, nor is it merciful. If we continue to allow those who embrace chaos and cruelty to roam freely, we fail in our duty to safeguard the innocent. Cyborg chimed in, we should establish clear regulations for when the use of lethal force is justified. It must be a last resort, of course, but we should have the option. Black Adam, who had always walked the line between hero and villain, grunted his agreement. I've never been a fan of the League's idiotic way of doing things, so I'm just glad to see that all of you are finally waking up to reality. Some people are just better off dead. End of story. As the meeting progressed, the mood grew more optimistic. The members of this faction envisioned a future where they could be more effective protectors, unburdened by the limitations of a strict no-kill policy. Superman looked at his assembled comrades with a sense of hope. The future of the Justice League rests in our hands. We must work together to draft a code of conduct that reflects our new vision and, in doing so, reaffirm our commitment to the cause of justice. The discussion continued late into the night, as the heroes began to outline the regulations that would define their path forward. While the meeting was filled with optimism and unity, they knew that the road ahead would not be easy. The Justice League stood on the precipice of a significant transformation, one that would shape the future of heroism in their world. As the meeting concluded, Superman stood and offered a final thought. We will face opposition and challenges, but together, we can forge a better world. Our mission remains unchanged, to protect the innocent, no matter the cost. With newfound purpose, the members of Superman's faction left the meeting room, ready to embark on a journey that would redefine the very essence of heroism. Just as Superman and his faction were holding a meeting, Batman's faction held one of their own as well. The heroes had paid their respects to the fallen, and swiftly come together to discuss the recent developments. Batman, the Dark Knight, sat at the head of a dimly lit conference table, his expression as stoic as ever. The room was filled with the loyal members of Batman's faction, the Flash, Green Lantern, Aquaman, and several others who shared his unwavering belief in the sanctity of life, even in the face of the darkest evils. The Flash, his trademark red suit looking somber, broke the silence. We all know where this is headed. Half the League wants to follow Superman's example, and it's going to tear us apart. Green Lantern, his emerald ring glowing faintly, nodded in agreement. It's not just about ideology anymore. It's about what kind of world we want to leave behind. Aquaman, with his commanding presence, spoke with a sense of urgency. I've seen enough bloodshed in the oceans to last a lifetime. I won't stand by while our League descends into this chaos. Batman leaned forward, his cape pooling around him like a shroud. We need to address this issue head-on. We can't let our differences divide us further. Especially when we have people like Wonder Woman and our guests, who are whispering nonsense into Superman's ear 24/7. The heroes exchanged troubled glances, fully aware of the stakes. They believed that Wonder Woman, Peter, and Tony were corrupting Superman, pushing him down a path they couldn't condone. The memory of the Joker's death at Superman's hands still bothered them, a grim reminder of the shifting moral compass within their ranks. The Flash sighed deeply. But how do we convince Superman and his followers to see things our way? They truly believe that their way is for the greater good. Batman's voice was laced with frustration. We need to find a way to reach him, to make him understand that there are lines we should never cross. Killing can't be our solution. Green Lantern offered a suggestion. Maybe we should initiate a discussion, an open dialogue with Superman's faction. Try to find some common ground. Aquaman frowned, crossing his arms. I've known Superman for years. He's not one to easily change his mind. Maybe that would work if he hadn't already killed someone, but that ship's already sailed. Worst case scenario, he might see our efforts as a threat to his newfound ideals. Best case scenario, we push him further and further into his beliefs. As the heroes pondered their next steps, the room grew heavy with doubt and apprehension. They all understood that if this conflict couldn't be resolved through words, it might come to blows. A civil war among the Justice League was a dire prospect, one they hoped to avoid. The Flash tapped his fingers on the table thoughtfully. We have to prepare for the worst, just in case. We can't let our world fall under a tyrannical Justice League. Batman nodded, his jaw set in determination. Agreed, we'll do whatever it takes to protect the world from those who would become tyrants, no matter who they may be. With that, the meeting came to a solemn conclusion, leaving a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. The Justice League had been a symbol of hope and unity, but the fracture within their ranks threatened to change everything. As they departed, Batman's faction couldn't help but wonder if their ideals would be enough to save their world from the chaos that loomed on the horizon. Days after the solemn funeral, while Batman's and Superman's factions were engaged in secret discussions, Peter and Tony found themselves in their temporary base in Gotham, tinkering with their ship. The dimly lit workshop was filled with the hum of technology and the scent of metal and grease. Peter, his hands deftly working on the last screw on the control panel, couldn't help but break the silence. Tony, we've fixed the ship, and we've seen enough drama here to last a lifetime. It's time for me to go back to MJ, Lily, and the rest of my family. I've been away for too long as it is. Tony, who was hunched over a holographic display, remained absorbed in his work. I get it, I really do. But look at what's happening here. Superman and Batman are on the brink of a full-blown war, and we've got a front row seat. Do you really want to miss out on this? Peter sighed, leaning back in his chair. Tony, I've got a kid to get back to. MJ's been holding down the fort while I've been gallivanting around the multiverse. And to top it all off, we might be adopting another kid. I got sh*t to do. Tony finally turned to face Peter, his expression serious. Pete, I know family's important, but you and I both know how unique this situation is. We've got a ringside view of history in the making. Think about it. Justice League Civil War. It's like something straight out of a comic book. Peter couldn't help but smile at Tony's enthusiasm. You've got a point, Tony. It's tempting, and I'm curious to see how this all pans out. But I can't stay here forever. I'll stay a bit longer, just to satisfy your craving for drama, but then it's back to reality for us. After all, let's not forget that Pepper is probably waiting for you as well. Tony grinned, clapping Peter on the back. That's the spirit. Besides, we can do some good here. We've got connections, skills, and knowledge. Maybe we can help mediate this whole mess and prevent it from getting too bad. Peter nodded, realizing that Tony was right. They had a unique position in this world, and their presence could make a difference. Okay, Tony, we'll stay for a while longer. I won't lie, I do want to try and convince Batman that, sometimes, killing is the right thing to do. But we can't let this drag on forever. My family is waiting, and I've got a ton of other responsibilities as well. With a renewed sense of purpose, Peter and Tony continued their work on the ship, making sure it was fully operational. As they did, they couldn't help but wonder what the future held for the Justice League and the world they found themselves visiting. Meanwhile, in the time that Peter and Tony spent to fix up their ship, Superman and his faction had not remained idle. They had been hard at work drafting new regulations for the League, or at least their side of the League. These regulations were controversial, allowing members to use lethal force under specific circumstances, something that had been strictly prohibited in the past. They believed it was a necessary evolution to better protect the world. Additionally, Superman and his followers had begun involving themselves in international conflicts, something that the Justice League had previously avoided. The world had grown more complex, and they felt that they needed to take a more active role in resolving global issues. One such scenario unfolded in a war-torn South American country ruled by a ruthless dictator. The citizens had been living under his oppressive regime for years, and they were practically hostages in their own land. As Superman and his faction descended upon the crisis-ridden nation, they were met with fear, hope, and uncertainty from the citizens. The dictator, known as General Vasquez, had a stronghold in the heart of the capital city. He had hoarded wealth while his people suffered, and he was not above using brutal force to maintain his grip on power. Superman and Wonder Woman landed in the city, their presence a beacon of hope for the oppressed. The citizens watched from the shadows, afraid to openly support the heroes, but their hearts swelled with the possibility of freedom. General Vasquez's soldiers were heavily armed and fortified. They had orders to shoot on sight, and they defended their dictator with fanatical loyalty. As the Justice League members approached the stronghold, the soldiers opened fire. Superman, his blue and red costume shining in the sun, moved with incredible speed, deflecting bullets with his body and sending shockwaves through the air that disarmed the soldiers. Wonder Woman, wielding her lasso of truth, bounded through the air, capturing enemies and compelling them to surrender. Their combined prowess allowed them to bulldoze past all security measures with ease, leaving General Vasquez and his men shocked and confused. After seeing the state of the civilian population, it was hard for their of them to show restraint as they unleashed the full extent of their immense power on Vasquez's army. In a matter of minutes, the stronghold was taken. General Vasquez, bloodied and defeated, was brought before the League. The citizens emerged from hiding, their tears of joy flowing as they witnessed the end of their oppressor's reign. Superman, his voice carrying authority, spoke to the people with Vasquez kneeling in defeat before them. You have been oppressed for far too long. But that ends today. You're free to rebuild your government however you wish, but I do recommend democracy. He motions toward the raided dictator. And of course, he will face the consequences of his actions. You have my word. With the dictator, his ministers, and high-level soldiers in tow, the Justice League made a solemn journey to the United Nations headquarters. They delivered General Vasquez to face international justice for his crimes against humanity. The citizens of the war-torn country, now free from tyranny, watched as the dictator was carried away in chains. As they departed the UN after dropping the prisoners off, Wonder Woman addressed the crowd, her voice resonating with hope. As you have seen, the Justice League is committed to protecting not only the innocent but also the oppressed. Although we've strayed away from international conflicts in the past, that isn't the case anymore. We are here to make a difference, no matter if it's a person, group, corporation, or even a country. We will stand up for those that cannot do so for themselves. The UN workers and diplomats, who seemed wary but hopeful, cheered for the Justice League. They hadn't expected the League to take a more proactive stance in addressing global issues, and they were conflicted on how to feel about it. On one hand, they celebrated the fact that people like Vasquez wouldn't be able to thrive unimpeded anymore. But on the other hand, they didn't want the Justice League to overstep their bounds and insert themselves into their nation's business. While everyone was trying to decide whether they liked this new Justice League, General Vasquez would be thrown into a cell before facing trial for his crimes, thanks to the intervention of Superman and his faction. The world was changing, and the Justice League's involvement in international conflicts was having a profound impact. As Peter and Tony observed these events unfold in live television, they decided to head to the League and enjoy the drama from close up. After all, they had nothing else to do now that their ship was fixed. Hours after delivering General Vasquez to the United Nations, Superman convened a meeting with his faction. The atmosphere in the Justice League headquarters was somber, reflecting the weight of the discussions that lay ahead. Peter and Tony, out of both interest and their unique perspective, attended the meeting to offer their experience and knowledge. Superman, his expression grave, began the discussion. I know that we've come up with the guidelines for lethal force while in the field, but now we need to address the issue of when and how we should consider the death penalty out of the field. We all know that some individuals, like the Joker, have committed unspeakable crimes and shown no remorse. They pose a perpetual threat to innocent lives, even while in prison. Peter nodded in agreement. The Joker is a prime example of someone who shouldn't have been given more chances. But you need a clear criteria on what type of person deserves the death penalty. Tony added, you should consider the scale of their crimes, the number of lives they've taken or ruined, and whether they've been given opportunities for redemption before. You should also factor in the level of threat they still pose. Superman nodded, absorbing the input. We should establish a threshold of heinous offenses and stipulations that need to be met before considering the death penalty. We can't take this decision lightly. It's a matter of balancing justice and the protection of innocent lives. Cyborg spoke up. I think I have our first recommendation, he says as he taps a few buttons and brings up a live video from the prison. Brainiac has been responsible for mass destruction and countless deaths. It's clear that some villains simply can't be contained or rehabilitated, and he is sat at the top of that list. No matter what we decide, he'll probably make the cut. The heroes engaged in a lengthy, thought-provoking discussion, debating the criteria for their own personal death penalty. They agreed that it should be reserved for villains who had committed a substantial number of murders, engaged in acts of terrorism, or posed a clear and ongoing threat to humanity. In the end, they drafted a list of villains that are already in custody, who would qualify for the death penalty. Names like Eobard Thawne, the Reverse Flash, who had wreaked havoc through time itself, and Brainiac, who has destroyed entire worlds, were included. These individuals had shown time and again that they couldn't be rehabilitated and that their continued existence posed a grave danger. Superman concluded the meeting with a sense of resolution. Our goal is to protect the innocent, and we'll do what's necessary to achieve that. The death penalty is a last resort for the truly irredeemable, but it's a tool we need to have at our disposal to safeguard the innocent. The Justice League had taken a significant step in defining their stance on the death penalty for the most heinous of villains. The list of those who would be brought to the ultimate justice had been set. As the meeting adjourned, many heroes left with a shared sense of purpose, leaving behind Wonder Woman, Superman, Peter, and Tony. Peter curiously glanced between Superman and Wonder Woman. So, who's going to execute the people on that list? In the dimly lit meeting room of the Justice League headquarters, the weight of their decision hung heavy in the air. Superman and Wonder Woman exchanged a long, silent look, understanding the gravity of the task they were about to undertake. Superman turned to Wonder Woman, his voice steady but filled with determination. Diana, you don't have to do this. I'll take care of it. She shook her head, her eyes reflecting the same resolve. No, we'll do it together. After a moment, they both nodded in unison, volunteering themselves for the daunting role of executioners. Peter spoke up, hoping to continue his kill streak. I'll tag along as well. There's over 40 names on that list, so more hands will expedite the process. Tony echoed his sentiments, realizing the urgency. Yeah, and we better get moving before someone blabs to Bruce. The decision had been made, and they couldn't afford to delay. The four of them united, ready to carry out the grim task ahead. The villains on the list, each locked securely in their cells, were all located only a few floors below in the maximum security wing of the Justice League's headquarters. Many of them were just recently captured during the orchestrated attack on the League. The heroes moved together, their steps echoing ominously in the sterile, dimly lit corridors of the prison. As they approached the first cell, a wave of tension washed over them. The man inside, the notorious Eobard Thawne, the Reverse Flash, known for his malicious manipulation of time, stood defiantly behind the reinforced bars. He glared at the four of them, a sneer curling his lips. Peter stepped forward, his voice rather casual for the situation. Thawne, sadly for you, it's time to face the consequences of your actions. Thawne gave him a confused look. After all, the Justice League has never done anything like this before. Seeing his confusion, Peter stated it plainly. You've been sentenced to death. Thawne's eyes darted from one hero to another, realization sinking in. With a bitter smile, he muttered, do your worst. Without hesitation, Wonder Woman used her lasso of truth to immobilize Thawne, and Clark, his eyes glowing in red light, administered a quick, painless end to the villain by decapitating him with his laser eyes. Thawne's eyes widened in shock as his head toppled off of his body, never truly expecting the heroes he knew so well to execute him. As the group moved to the next cell, Peter managed to discreetly swipe a tiny bit of Thawne's blood before tossing a wisp of phoenix flames at the body. I wonder if I can get the speed force with this. He wondered as the body quickly turned to ash. The procession continued, cell by cell, as the heroes went down the list. Some villains, aware of their imminent fate, begged for mercy, their pleas falling on deaf ears. Others remained defiant, vowing vengeance even as their lives were extinguished. As the minutes turned into hours, and the list dwindled, the atmosphere grew increasingly bloody. Everyone, each with their unique abilities, played their part in the grim task. In order to spare Clark the entire responsibility, each person took turns killing off the irredeemable villains. Superman didn't enjoy this at all, but he knew that it had to be done. Wonder Woman wasn't as pure as him, and seemed to take a small bit of pleasure in the deaths of these villains, who over the years have caused her and her comrades so much trouble and heartache. On the other hand, Peter and Tony were very used to killing scumbags at this point. As long as the F***ers deserved it, then they wouldn't cry over their deaths. In fact, they enjoyed the killing about as much as Wonder Woman did. At last, they reached the final cell on the list. It contained Brainiac, a ruthless artificial intelligence responsible for the destruction of countless civilizations and worlds. Unlike the others, Brainiac was not defiant or remorseful. Instead, it regarded them with an eerie calmness. Superman stepped forward, determination etched on his face. Brainiac, you've caused immeasurable suffering. It ends today. With a nod from Superman, Tony activated a new feature on his armor from Kang's tech, designed to disable nearby tech. As the malevolent AI's lights flickered and its metallic form slumped, Peter completed the task like he did with all of the others, tossing a small ball of phoenix flames inside. The group watched in silence as the last name on their list was burned to ash before their eyes. Soon enough, the heroes exited the prison. Superman trailed behind them, his steps heavy with the weight of their actions. They had carried out a grim duty, sparing the world from the potential resurgence of these villains, but it had come at a high cost. Only a few hours later, in the dimly lit confines of the Batcave, Bruce Wayne's keen eyes were glued to the multiple screens displaying live security footage from the Justice League headquarters. Batman was well known for his unwavering dedication to justice and his staunch opposition to killing, so seeing what he saw now certainly brought his blood to a boil. His jaw clenched, and his gloved hands tightened into fists as the shocking events unfolded before him. As he was returning from his usual nightly patrol of Gotham, a member of Batman's faction had alerted him to a disturbing development in the prison. Many of the captured villains had vanished from their cells, leaving nothing behind but scorch marks and ash. The member's voice, tinged with disbelief, had relayed the news to Batman. It was a report that chilled the Dark Knight to his core. Rushing to his Batcave, Bruce hastily pulled up the security footage from the prison, his expression darkening with each passing moment. His once trusted ally, Superman, along with Wonder Woman, and their multiverse-traveling guests, were seen on the screens, executing the defenseless prisoners, one after another. The heroes showed no mercy, and Peter incinerated the lifeless bodies as they moved on to the next victim. Batman watched in disbelief and horror, his gloved hands tightly clenching his chair's armrests. The heroes, who were supposed to be the beacon of hope and morality, had committed an act he considered unforgivable. He had always been firm in his belief that taking a life, regardless of the circumstances, was an evil act. Now, the actions of those he once held in high regard shattered his faith. Clark. Diana. What happened to you? He couldn't help but ask himself. As the killing spree reached its gruesome conclusion, with a body count of 47 defenseless prisoners, Batman refused to sit still any longer. He just couldn't. He stormed out of his seat, his voice firm but tinged with anger as he spoke to his allies over their secure communication channel. Listen up, everyone. Batman's voice resonated with steely resolve. I need everyone suited up and at the Justice League headquarters within the hour. We're finally making our move. He calls out as he pulls out a handheld device and taps the touch screen a few times. I've just sent a video to all of you. Watch it and prepare yourselves for the battle to come. Because it won't be easy. His faction, filled with heroes who had shared his principles and values, listened in shock and disbelief as they received the video footage of the prison executions. Their responses ranged from anger to disbelief, mirroring Batman's own emotions. Flash's voice crackled over the comms. That can't be real. Is that really Superman? It can't be, right? Green Lantern spoke in agreement. Yeah, are we sure that's Superman? Batman grunted in response. It's him all right. Martian Manhunter added, this goes against everything the Justice League stands for. It's a betrayal of our core values. As the heroes digested the shocking information, Batman prepared to confront Superman and the others. He knew that it would be a confrontation of epic proportions, pitting friend against friend, and testing the very foundations of the Justice League. With a deep breath, Batman declared, we can't let this stand. I need each of you ready for action. We're going to confront them and demand an explanation for this atrocity. Get to the rendezvous point, and be prepared for anything. It's about time we put a stop to this madness. Relaxing in the Justice League headquarters, Peter and Tony lounged in the dimly lit media room, the silence between them broken only by the soft hum of the A/C. Tony's patience wore thin, a growling reminder from his stomach that he hadn't eaten in hours. He shot a disgruntled glance at the wall clock. "Come on, Peter," Tony complained, the frustration evident in his voice. "We've been waiting here forever, and nothing's happening. I'm starving. Can we just grab a bite to eat?" Peter, however, had a thoughtful expression on his face. He turned to Tony with a knowing look, and his response was laced with significance. "Tony, have you thought about what happens when Batman finds out about what we did?" Tony's eyes widened in realization as the gravity of their actions sank in. "You mean Justice League Civil War?" Peter nodded in agreement. "That's exactly what I mean. We've just set the stage for a major conflict among them, which will no doubt be interesting to watch. Are you sure you still want to leave? We might miss the good parts." Tony shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. "You know, you have a knack for situations like this. I'll stay. After all, who would want to miss out on the show?" Peter grinned, his thoughts mirroring Tony's. As they settled back into their chairs, they knew that the peaceful calm they currently enjoyed was merely the eye of the storm that was to come. In a secluded meeting room, Superman, Wonder Woman, and the other members of their faction gathered to discuss their approach to handling Batman's impending arrival. It was a somber and grave conversation as they grappled with the weight of their actions. They weren't stupid. They knew that Batman would quickly learn about what they did in the prison cells. Killing so many criminals, irredeemable or not, will no doubt *SS off Batman. And they knew he wouldn't sit still. A nervous silence filled the room as everyone contemplated the chaos to come. Superman, with a furrowed brow, was the first to break the silence. "Batman will undoubtedly confront us about the executions. Our actions, while necessary in our eyes, go against everything he stands for. How do we handle this, and how do we convince him that it was the right choice?" Wonder Woman, her eyes reflecting the same turmoil, chimed in. "We need to make it clear that they were beyond redemption, that they were a threat not just to us but to the world. The likes of Brainiac, Thawne, and others like them have caused untold suffering. It was our duty to ensure they could never harm anyone again." Cyborg, his metallic features revealing a sense of unease, added, "But we also need to consider how we can prevent an all-out conflict with Batman and his side of the League. We can't afford to be divided, especially now, when we're trying to shape the new order of the League." Superman nodded in agreement, recognizing the need for unity. "Yeah, we should try to reason with them. Batman's a strategist, and we should try to present a strong case for our actions. Convince him that this was the only option." As their conversation continued, the tension in the room remained high, but they hoped to resolve the coming conflict with words alone. They knew that their once united league was at risk of splitting, and the consequences of that division could be dire. Meanwhile, as Superman and his faction were hoping to solve things peacefully, Peter perked up in his seat, catching Tony's attention. "They're here." Hopping to his feet, Peter walked to the lobby of the Justice League, followed by Tony, who already activated his suit. Outside the floor-to ceiling windows, Peter let out a whistle as he watched a small army of heroes standing outside. "Hey, did he copy my suit?" Tony asked, eyeing the man at the front of the army forming outside. Batman, in a mechanical Iron Man-like suit, led his faction to the Justice League headquarters. His eyes glowed in a green light, which matched the sleek outlines on his suit. He came for a fight and seemed to bring along the kryptonite as well. Peter shrugged as he and Tony casually stepped outside. "It does look a lot like your armor, doesn't it? Though I doubt he has any of your tech." Tony glared at Batman unhappily. "Jarvis, when did he scan my armor?" Jarvis replies, "I apologize, sir, but there's no record of any scans." As Tony was trying to figure out how Batman reverse-engineered a template of his armor, the doors behind them opened once again, revealing Superman and a long trail of League members. As the two sides stood across from one another with Peter and Tony at the center, Superman's eyes landed on Batman and widened as he caught sight of the armor he was wearing, realizing the presence of kryptonite. It was a calculated move, a clear indication that Batman was ready to take extreme measures to make his point. Superman began, his voice laced with regret and determination. "I know what you all have seen, and I understand how it looks. But we need you to understand the reasons behind our actions. These were not decisions taken lightly. Each of those criminals we executed posed a clear and present danger to the world, a danger that we couldn't allow to persist." Batman, on the opposite side, his mechanical suit a constant reminder of the impending battle, remained stoic. His voice was cold as he responded. "You slaughtered those people in their cells like animals. Actions like these can never be justified. We stand for justice, not vengeance. You took the law into your own hands, and you executed prisoners without a trial. This goes against everything we stand for." Superman attempted to plead with his longtime friend, his voice tinged with desperation. "I had to make a difficult decision for the greater good. I hope you can understand that. I didn't want to put the world at risk by keeping those individuals alive. Their powers and ambitions were a threat we couldn't ignore." Wonder Woman, who had long shared Superman's view but had never voiced it, stepped forward to support him. "I, too, felt that these villains had exhausted every chance at redemption, and would no doubt escape their imprisonment at some point. We're not evil, Batman. We're just trying to protect the world." Black Adam, a formidable figure in his own right, nodded in agreement. "We must look at the bigger picture. Some threats cannot be held at bay with mercy alone. We had to take action to prevent further suffering. Flash, unable to contain his anger any longer, interjected, his voice charged with accusations. This isn't the league I joined. Before these two, he pointed to Peter and Tony, showed up, we never even thought about killing anyone. They've corrupted our values, and it's time we got back on the right path. Peter and Tony, caught in the middle of this intense standoff, attempted to mediate. Peter's voice was earnest as he spoke. We understand your concerns, Flash, but not every situation can be resolved without making difficult choices. The world is not black and white. Sometimes, there is no other way to protect innocent lives but to kill those that would threaten them. Tony chimed in as well. We've seen firsthand the devastation these villains can cause. Sometimes, it's not about corruption but about adapting to the changing times. They're just doing what's best, and we're offering some guidance based on experience. Despite the attempts at resolution, it was clear that both sides were entrenched in their positions. Batman remained unwavering, his hatred of murder in any form clear. This can't stand. What you've done is murder, and I can't make exceptions, not even for friends and colleagues. I have no choice but to place you under arrest. The room grew even tenser, and the threat of imminent conflict loomed. It was a moment none of them had ever anticipated, a fractured league, divided by ideals and actions that seemed irreconcilable. He knows he isn't a police officer, right? Tony whispered to Peter. Peter nodded. Yeah, I told him that already, but I don't think that he cares. Wonder Woman turned to Batman, her eyes filled with sorrow. Please reconsider what you're about to do. We can't allow our differences to destroy everything we've built. We're supposed to be a team. But Batman's response was resolute. I'll do whatever it takes to uphold the principles we stand for, he says as he turns to Superman. The same principles that you once stood for as well. Instantly after those words left his lips, the atmosphere crackled with tension as the two factions faced off, their once united alliance now fractured beyond repair. A mere spark would ignite the powder keg of conflict. Superman and his faction, their actions justified in their eyes, were prepared to stand their ground, even if it meant clashing with their fellow League members. Batman, resolute in his commitment to justice, stood firm, prepared to arrest his friends for the murders they had committed. And with a powerful rush of air, the clash began. Cyborg, surrounded by the hum of his mechanical body, was immediately attacked by Aquaman, the Sea King's trident clashing against Cyborg's integrated weapons. The air echoed with the sounds of metallic strikes as the two collided. Wonder Woman, her lasso in hand, clashed with Green Lantern, their fighting styles a stark contrast. The green constructs formed by the power ring met Wonder Woman's agile, sword-wielding techniques. Sparks flew as they exchanged blows, each determined to prove their point. Flash, his speed a blur of crimson, darted across the battlefield, taking on both Peter Parker and Tony Stark. He delivered lightning-fast strikes, creating afterimages that left his opponents disoriented. Peter's spider sense tingled as he barely evaded each assault, while Tony's armor provided him with some much-needed protection. Black Adam, radiating electric energy, faced off against the formidable Martian Manhunter. Their powers clashed, as Black Adam's might and Martian Manhunter's many abilities created a mesmerizing and destructive battle. Superman and Batman, the leaders of their respective factions, locked eyes from their original positions. Their unwavering gazes were filled with sorrow and determination. Their clash, a confrontation between two pillars of the League, was inevitable. As the TIE sides fought with all their might, the area became a battleground. Debris and sparks filled the air as powers collided, and technology clashed with ancient weapons. The very foundations of the headquarters trembled under the strain of the conflict. Each member of the League was a titan in their own right, and the battle was a mesmerizing display of their abilities. It was a testament to the power of the strongest organization in the world. And as the clash unfolded, Superman looked to Batman, a sad frown on his face. We don't have to do this. We can stop the fighting before it gets out of hand and solve this peacefully. Batman looks at him for a moment, contemplating his offer before shaking his head side to side. No, I think we've done more than enough talking. It's time for action. The tension in the battlefield, which was once the entrance of the Justice League's planetary headquarters, was palpable as the world's most powerful heroes clashed, like gods descended to Earth. In the midst of the chaos, Peter found himself facing off against the Scarlet Speedster, the Flash. Tony, go find your own punching bag, Peter said, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. I call dibs and on this one. Tony Stark hesitated for a moment, sizing up the situation. The Flash, his red suit a blur of motion, had already accelerated toward them, intent on preventing Tony from leaving. But Peter had a trick up his sleeve. He flicked his wrist, casting a swift spell that removed the friction from the floor beneath the Flash. In an instant, the speedster's footing gave way, and he slipped uncontrollably across the polished surface, slamming headfirst into the nearest wall with breakneck speed. The impact was a resounding crash, and for a moment, the Flash was left dazed and disoriented. Haha, what an idiot. Tony couldn't help but laugh at the Flash's misfortune, a smirk playing on his lips as he made his escape to engage another member of the opposing faction. Peter turned his attention back to his downed opponent, a wicked grin stretching across his face. Flash, you really need to watch your step, Peter quipped, his tone laced with mockery. This is no ordinary fight, and you can't simply rush in mindlessly, like I'm sure you've grown used to doing over the years. The Flash, shaking off the dizziness from his collision with the wall, shot a glare in Peter's direction. You won't get away with that cheap trick, and you certainly won't get away with corrupting my friends and turning us against each other. And what are you going to do about it? Peter chuckled, weaving strands of eldritch energy between his fingertips. You're quick, I'll give you that. Bit speed isn't everything, my friend. Watch and learn. He smirked and disappeared, teleporting directly behind Flash and smacking him upside the head. Wah! Flash muttered in confusion as he was hit, launching across the battlefield. I didn't see him move. Quickly recovering from the surprisingly fast attack, the speedster darted around the area, his movements almost too swift for the human eye to follow. Peter, on the other hand, exhibited a remarkable combination of perception and agility. Flash delivered a flurry of rapid punches, his fists a blur as he aimed for Peter. With his enhanced spider senses, Peter effortlessly dodged the lightning-fast strikes, narrowly avoiding the speedster's blows with the assistance of his short-ranged teleportation spell. Appearing beside Flash, Peter retaliated by launching a web line, which coiled around the Flash's legs, tripping him up for a moment. What is that? Flash asked as he recoiled at the foreign body fluid, which was now glued to his legs. However, the speedster quickly vibrated his molecules, phasing through the webbing and regaining his footing. Nice try, but you'll have to do better than whatever that was, the Flash taunted, his confidence unwavering. Peter's response was a mischievous grin as he activated another spell, which he had been sneakily preparing since the beginning of the fight. Okay, then try this. Suddenly, arcane symbols glowed beneath the Flash's feet, and instantly, the frictionless surface reappeared, sending the speedster sliding once more. This time, however, he didn't just slide off into a wall, but instead, ran in place like a treadmill, trapped in the same spot no matter how much he struggled to get free. This reminds me of that meme with the guy who's trying not to fall on the ice, Peter said, feigning innocence. You know what I'm talking about, right? With no other choice, Flash was forced to allow himself to fall, so that he might be able to slide out of the trap he's found himself in, but once again he didn't get very far. Crunch. Crunch. Slurp. Breaking from his struggling situation, Flash looked up to find Peter sat down in a couch, which wasn't there before, whilst eating snacks. Don't mind me. Peter waves at him dismissively. I'll wait until you're ready, so just take your time. I know it's hard for you to use your brain, so it may take a while before we can continue our fight, but I've got food and a show to watch in the meantime, so don't worry. Instantly, an infuriated look appeared on Flash's face as he vibrates his body once again. Phasing through the floor by a single inch, he was able to bypass the spell and leap out of the area, landing on the friction-filled ground once again. So you do have a brain, incredible. Peter muttered as he stood from his seat and clapped his hands in applause. Infuriated by Peter's condescending and sarcastic words, Flash rushed at him, a mad glint in his eyes. But infuriatingly enough, Flash was always a millisecond too late before Peter would simply disappear, dodging his speedy attacks with relative ease. The battle raged on, a dynamic exchange of blows, dodges, and spells. Peter's mastery of the mystic arts allowed him to teleport at short range and even create portals, making it difficult for the Flash to predict his movements. Meanwhile, every time the Flash failed in his attacks, Peter would punish him with a quick punch, slap, or kick that left the poor speedster with a torn costume and minor cuts and bruises all over his body. And soon enough, after using his opponent like a living punching bag, Peter cast a binding spell, restraining the Flash with mystical chains. The speedster struggled against the ethereal restraints, but Peter's control over his magic was absolute. Give it up, Peter declared, his voice firm. You won't be able to escape. The Flash, panting and bloodied, tried to vibrate his molecules once again, but soon realized the futility of his situation. He finally relented, his voice strained. Fine, you win. Kill me already. Is that what you think of me? That I'm some mindless killer who slaughters everyone that I meet? Peter asked with a scoff as he released the mystic chains, allowing the Flash to stand once more. What? Flash mutters in confusion as he picks himself up off the floor. Peter gazed at the speedster with a mixture of triumph and sympathy. I don't want to kill you, Flash. I just want you to understand that sometimes, the world isn't as black and white as we'd like it to be. Some threats are beyond redemption, and we have a duty to protect innocent lives, even if it means taking the lives of others. Flash looked down at the ground, unsure how to feel about all of this. Come on, you can't tell me that you didn't feel the least bit relieved knowing that people like the Joker or Reverse Flash were dead. Peter asks incredulously. I mean, Gotham literally held a parade and named Joker's death date a citywide holiday. How can you not see the logic and good in ridding the world of its most heinous criminals? Flash remained silent for a moment, but after a few seconds of thought, he spoke. I admit, when I heard Thawne was gone, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. I thought, no one will ever have to suffer because of him again, but Peter raised a questioning eyebrow, interrupting before he could add anything else. Then why are you on Batman's side? It seems like you agree with us. Just because I was relieved doesn't mean I agree with their deaths. Flash said weakly, as if he were internally conflicted. So you like that they're gone but don't like what was needed to be done in order to make that happen? Peter asked in annoyance. I guess. Flash answered. You're really an idiot, you know that. Peter stated matter-of-factly. You remind me of animal lovers, who would argue all day long for the lives of cows or other farm animals, whilst still regularly enjoying meat from their local grocery store. You're a hypocrite who doesn't have the balls to do what they know is right. Flash winced at his every word. Peter continued. Just like they should either shut up and enjoy the food, or cut it out of their diet for good, you should either shut up and do what needs to be done, or hang up that suit and retire. I. Flash stuttered in self-doubt before turning into a blur and disappearing into the distance. Peter watched his opponent leave the battle, wondering whether he should chase after him. But ultimately, he decided to give the speedster some space to think. Maybe he'll change his mind. Moments earlier, amidst the chaos and discord, the moment everyone had feared had finally arrived. Superman and Batman, the pillars of the Justice League, faced each other with a heavy burden of responsibility and regret. The front yard of their once united headquarters bore the scars of the confrontation between heroes, each determined to defend their principles to the end. Superman, his blue and red costume still pristine despite the turmoil around him, floated just above the ground, his expression a mix of sorrow and determination. He knew that this would happen, yet he still hoped that words alone would be able to solve everything. On the other side, Batman, his mechanical suit gleaming with the unmistakable green glow of kryptonite, stood resolute. He couldn't turn a blind eye to Superman's behavior any longer. Seeing that Superman wasn't making the first move, Batman decided to be the one to kick things off. With a burst of inhuman speed, he lunged forward, his every move enhanced by the suit, which covered his entire body. The whole battlefield was a chaotic storm of clashes and powers, heroes, and villains locked in a fierce struggle. At the epicenter of it all, two titans faced off, each with their own convictions and strengths pushing them towards conflict. Superman, his eyes burning with a mix of betrayal and annoyance, floated a few feet above the ground, cape billowing behind him. His chiseled muscles were barely contained by his iconic blue and red suit, a symbol of hope that had inspired many. Yet, in this moment, hope seemed to be in short supply. Opposite him, Batman, encased in a formidable mechanical suit, gazed at Superman with steely resolve. The suit's metallic surface gleamed in the flickering light of the ongoing battle, alongside the faint green glow of kryptonite. Superman broke the silence, his voice laced with disappointment. "Bruce, I never thought you'd stoop this low to use kryptonite against me." Batman's response was curt, "You left me no choice, Clark." With a burst of inhuman speed, Batman lunged forward, closing the gap between them in the blink of an eye. The first punch was a blur, the mechanical suit amplifying Batman's strength, and it collided with Superman's jaw, sending him staggering backward. Superman shook off the impact and retaliated with a powerful heat vision beam. The searing energy scorched the ground as Batman deftly dodged, jets on his suit roaring to life. He maneuvered through the sky, firing a volley of missiles that exploded around Superman, momentarily blinding him. As the smoke cleared, Superman charged forward, fists clenched. His punches landed with earth-shattering force, creating shockwaves that rattled the battlefield. Batman's suit absorbed much of the damage, but he felt the impact in his bones. "Is this the only way, Bruce?" Superman asked, his superhuman speed allowing him to land blows faster than the eye could follow. "To fight your friends and comrades to prove your point." Batman parried a strike and countered with a precision blow to Superman's midsection, his fist pulsing in a green light. Superman gasped, a searing pain ripping through him. Ugh! The weakened Kryptonian spit out a mouthful of blood as his ribs cracked, buckling under Batman's assault. "I'll do what I must to protect the world, even from you," Batman growled, his voice distorted by the metallic helmet of his suit. Superman's frustration was evident as he unleashed a devastating heat vision blast, forcing Batman to activate an energy shield that shimmered to life in front of him. The intense heat caused the shield to crack and sizzle, but it held. Their battle continued, each move a calculated dance of power and strategy. Batman's suit enhanced his physical abilities, giving him the strength to hold his own against the Kryptonian powerhouse. Meanwhile, the kryptonite in his suit served as a constant reminder to Superman of his vulnerability. "Is this what it's come to, Clark?" Batman asked, grunting as he landed a punishing blow to Superman's face, splitting his lip. "Your godlike powers brought you adoration, but they also brought fear. Fear that one day, you'd turn against us all, which is why I created this suit. Though I hoped I'd never need to actually use it." Superman retaliated with a super-speed flurry of punches, his frustration mounting. "You think I'm the enemy? You, the man who came here in a suit made specifically to kill me? You, who allowed the Joker to slaughter so many people, over and over again?" he said accusingly. "Why can't you just see that you're wrong?" Blood trickled from Batman's mouth as he ducked and weaved to avoid the blows. "Sometimes, Clark, even heroes have to make the hard choices. Do you think I didn't want to kill the Joker? I would have loved to snap his neck and watch the life leave his eyes, just like you did, but life is precious, no matter who it belongs to." Their battle raged on, the whole league, including its leaders, waging war on one another. Batman's suit was battered, and Superman's invulnerability was useless thanks to the presence of kryptonite. Blood, cuts, and bruises adorned their bodies, evidence of the brutal confrontation. Superman's frustration grew with every punch he threw, his godlike powers momentarily usurped by the brilliant strategy of a mortal in a suit of armor. Batman's combat skills and unwavering resolve allowed him to hold his ground. As their brutal contest carried on, they closed the distance one another, and in a final, desperate lunge, Batman delivered a crushing blow to Superman's chest with the kryptonite-infused gauntlet. The Kryptonian gasped as the painful energy surged through him, sapping his strength. A guttural cry escaped Superman's lips, and he stumbled backward, his hands clutching his chest where the green glow of kryptonite persisted. The strength slowly drained from his body, and he fell to one knee, weakened and vulnerable. It was a moment of triumph for Batman, who stood over his fallen friend, the kryptonite gauntlet still radiating with its ominous glow. He was unyielding in his determination, undeterred by the betrayed look Superman was giving him, awaiting his death. Don't worry, I'm not like you. You'll have your day in court just like everybody else. I'm not a murderer. Superman looked into his eyes and scoffed. And I'm not a criminal. At least by my standards. Your standards don't matter. Just as Batman prepared to deliver the final blow, a voice rang out from above. Yo! Peter appeared overhead, his presence completely unexpected. He executed a swift kick, knocking Batman off balance and sending him crashing into the closest building, which exploded upon impact, sending debris flying everywhere. Superman, weakened from the kryptonite exposure, which has seeped into his many injuries, slowly pulled himself up into a seated position. His eyes met Peter's, and there was a sense of gratitude in his gaze. Thank you. Crouching down beside the fallen hero, Peter asked with genuine concern, Are you okay? He asked, noticing the precious blood that dripped from Superman's wounds. Don't mind if I do. Superman nodded, his voice strained. I'll be fine. In that moment, as Peter bent down to check over the battered Kryptonian, he discreetly collected a few drops of Superman's blood and stashed them in a hidden compartment in his suit. No one saw him, and the exchange looked completely normal. Peter smirked. With Sinestro's ring as well as Reverse Flash and Superman's blood, I would say this accidental trip was definitely worth my time. Although Peter wasn't sure whether the Speed Force could be transferred through blood, he was 100% sure that Superman's many powers would be. After all, every Kryptonian has the potential to be like Superman. All they need is the right sun to make it happen. As for the Speed Force, Peter was hopeful, but he wasn't confident. From what he knows, the Speed Force is a cosmic energy field and force based around velocity and movement, and one of the 7 forces of the universe. It is the representation of reality in motion, being the very cosmic force that pushes space and time forward. It grants all speedsters their power, which means he may not be able to take the ability without consent. Not to mention the fact that I don't even know if the Speed Force exists outside of the DC multiverse. Though technically, Wanda's brother, Pietro, could count as a speedster, so there is a possibility. Maybe I can use some of Pietro's blood if it doesn't work. Either way, Peter was more excited about getting Superman's powers than anything else, especially due to the fact that kryptonite doesn't exist in his universe. A Superman with no weaknesses is a scary thing to imagine. He thought, the smirk never leaving his face. It's going to be so awesome. As the dust from his impact settled, a disheveled figure emerged from the rubble of the headquarters building. Batman, battered and bruised, struggled to his feet, his mechanical suit showing signs of extensive damage. He glared at the interruption that had halted their confrontation. Peter, he growled, his voice laced with irritation. This was between Clark and me. You had no right to interfere. Peter, standing confidently, raised an eyebrow and smirked. No right? Bruce, you brought kryptonite to a fist fight with Superman. You're lucky I stepped in before things got even messy. Batman's frustration boiled over as he lunged at Peter, his movements fueled by anger and desperation. His gauntlet, charged with kryptonite, was ready to strike. But sadly for him, kryptonite has zero effect on him. After all, Peter wasn't a Kryptonian. At least not yet. With ease, Peter leaned away from Batman's attack, a taunting chuckle escaping his lips. You really think that's going to work, Bruce? You're out of your league here. Before Batman could react, Peter backhanded him across the face, sending him tumbling through the air. The Dark Knight crashed into the ground with a resounding thud, his suit's systems flickering as it struggled to maintain functionality. Superman, still recovering from his battle and the effects of the kryptonite, watched the whole battlefield with a mixture of sadness and resolve. He knew he had done what was necessary to eliminate dangerous threats, but seeing his former allies fight like mortal enemies weighed heavily on his conscience. The League's battles continued around him, heroes clashing and powers colliding. It was a stark reminder of how much had changed, how alliances had shifted, and how trust had eroded. With a sense of resolution, Peter declared, I think this has gone on long enough. Superman, surprised by Peter's words, watched as the agile hero disappeared in a blur of speed. The battlefield was a chaotic maelstrom of power, and Peter launched right into it without an ounce of fear or hesitance. He moved with unparalleled grace, a fusion of spider-like agility and skills honed through years of practice. Heroes clashed, but in the midst of the turmoil, they were unaware of one crucial detail. Peter was coming to put an end to this, and they wouldn't stand a chance. The first to notice his arrival, Aquaman, who raced towards him at lightning speed, trident aimed to deliver a devastating blow. Peter's senses, sharpened by his spider powers, allowed him to track every millisecond of the Sea King's movement. In a seamless dance of combat, Peter countered with a web line, entangling Aquaman's weapon and halting his momentum. You're far too slow, Fishman. Peter taunted as he sent an electric pulse through the webbing, electrocuting and temporarily disorienting the Fish King. Before he could react, Peter unleashed a barrage of webs that immobilized him completely before pulling him closer and delivered a punch to the back of his head. Oh, that looked like it hurt. Peter muttered as he watched Aquaman impact the ground, falling unconscious immediately. Have a nice nap, okay. Next, Peter turned his attention to Wonder Woman, who was currently fighting off 5 separate opponents. Black Canary, Robin, Batgirl, etc. Appearing behind the 5 weaker League members and associates, Peter made quick work of them before eyeing his real opponent. "What are you doing?" she asks, confused by the way Peter was looking at her. After all, they were on the same side. At least, she thought they were. Peter shrugged, his lips quirking into a bloodthirsty smirk. "I decided to put an end to the fighting, but I thought it would be more fun if I beat everyone, don't you agree?" Raising an eyebrow, Diana stepped forward with her lasso in hand. "This really isn't the time for this, but I doubt you'll change your mind." "Nah, I won't, sorry." Peter spoke uncaringly. "I see." Wonder Woman dashed forward, her movements fluid, and her sword gleaming in the chaos. She lashed out, aiming to ensnare Peter with her truth-compelling weapon. Peter reacted with an acrobatic flip, narrowly avoiding the lasso's reach. He used a burst of webbing to disarm her, sending the sword spiraling through the air before he swiftly webbed her arms together, creating the perfect opening. "I'm in a bit of a rush, so I'll end this quickly," Peter excused himself as he appeared beside her, knocking her out with a spiraling kick, a smirk on his lips. "Maybe we can have a longer spar later," he offered as she collapsed to the ground, falling unconscious. Just as Peter was about to go looking for his next victim, a green glowing figure shot towards him, a hateful look in his eyes. "Oh, hello there, Mr. Lantern." Peter greeted as he took a step to the side, narrowly dodging the green torpedo. Green Lantern, undeterred by his near miss, summoned a colossal, glowing construct of a giant fist, aiming to crush Peter. The construct descended with immense force, but Peter's senses alerted him to the imminent threat. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a binding spell that immobilized the construct. "Nice try," Peter said, casually avoiding the incoming construct and charging forward. He punched through the emerald energy, his fist making contact with his opponent's jaw, sending the Green Lantern sprawling backward, falling to the ground below. Without wasting any more time, Peter opened a small fist-sized portal and stuck his hand through, plucking the ring from the lantern's finger. Green Lantern's eyes widen in shock as his powers disappear, realizing that his ring is gone. "Night-night," Peter says as he walks over and kicks Green Lantern in the head, sending him straight to bed. Meanwhile, Superman and Batman stood side by side, their eyes locked on the unfolding battle before them. Their allies, members of the Justice League, were being beaten like children, laying bound or incapacitated, all thanks to Peter, the man who had suddenly and unexpectedly entered their lives, turning their world upside down. Superman, his body still weak from the effects of kryptonite, watched in amazement as Peter moved with astonishing grace and power. The casual way he dispatched their allies sent shockwaves of realization through the Man of Steel. For the first time in a long time, he felt vulnerable and outmatched. "I never realized he had this much power," Superman muttered, his voice tinged with amazement and relief. "If he were an enemy, we'd all be in trouble." Batman, his armored suit in tatters, his body battered and broken, shared the sentiment but couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. "He is a threat, Clark. Look at what he's doing. He's taken down the League like they're nothing." Superman's eyes returned to the ongoing battle, where Peter had now turned his attention to Beast Boy, who had transformed into a massive dinosaur, attempting to overpower Peter with his shape-shifting abilities. Superman turned his gaze toward Batman, his eyes filled with a mix of doubt and understanding. "Bruce, he hasn't killed any of them. He's incapacitating them, ending the fight, not their lives. There's a difference." Batman's expression grew more severe. "He's a wild card. We don't know his true intentions or what he's capable of. We can't afford to underestimate him. After all, he's already managed to corrupt your ideals and split the League into what it is now." "He hasn't corrupted anything, nor has he split the League," Superman insisted, his tone firm. "All he did was help open my eyes to the truth. We weren't doing things the right way. It may have felt right because we never bloodied our hands, but it wasn't. People continued to die and lives were constantly being ruined for senseless reasons." Batman's scowl deepened. He wanted to refute Superman's logic, but it was growing harder and harder to find the right words to get his point across. Not to mention the fact that a small part of him agreed with Superman, though he would never admit it. As the battle raged on, Peter subduing Beast Boy with a combination of portals and pure strength, Batman and Superman couldn't help but be awestruck by the man's abilities. They had fought countless battles and faced formidable foes, but Peter was something else entirely. The realization that Peter was far more than they had initially assumed had dawned upon them. He wasn't just a man with spider-like powers, he had many other bewildering abilities up his sleeve as well, and his combat skills were unparalleled. He was a force to be reckoned with, and he had the potential to reshape the dynamics of their world. Peter moved through the battlefield. He noticed that most of the League has been dealt with already, but as he went to clean up the few remaining stragglers, a green-skinned man phased through the floor and appeared in his path. Martian Manhunter, one of the most formidable members of the Justice League. "I don't know what your plans are, but it stops now," he stated as he glared at Peter. Instantly, a hint of caution crept into Peter's mind. Jayons, a powerful shape-shifting telepath, possessed an arsenal of abilities that made him a genuine threat. If I had to rank the League by power, Martian Manhunter would stand at the top of that list. Peter surmised as he returned the Martian's stare, shrugging his shoulders. "I don't have any plans. Right now, I'm just having a bit of fun." Jayon didn't seem to believe a word out of Peter's mouth. Their gazes locked, a silent acknowledgement that this battle wouldn't be avoidable. Peter didn't give Jayon a moment to initiate and launched himself forward, winding back his fist. As Jayon attempted to turn himself intangible to dodge the strike, Peter's hand was instantly coated with swirling eldritch energy. With a swift and fluid motion, Peter struck at Jayon's phasing form, utterly surprising and confusing his opponent. The Martian's phase was met with resistance, his body unable to pass through Peter's charged hand. It was a split-second miscalculation, and Peter's fist landed squarely on Jayon's chest, a shockwave of energy bursting from the point of impact. The Martian manhunter was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby building, creating a shower of rubble and dust. Peter didn't let up, leaping after his foe. "Nice try, Jayon, but your intangibility won't work on me," he taunted, webbing launching from his wrists to restrain Jayon's form. Peter then unleashed an electrified pulse that coursed through the webbing, shocking Jayon's system. In a last-ditch effort, Jayon did his best to resist the electricity running through his body as he stared at Peter and tried to attack him using telepathy, hoping to put his enemy to sleep. Peter's eyes widen in surprise as he feels a sudden poke at his mental shields, but thankfully it wasn't nearly strong enough to break through. "That's rude, you know," he says as he delivered a swift kick to the Martian's head. As Jayon slumped to the ground, barely conscious, Peter leaned in, a smirk on his lips. "Guess this is the end of the line for you, Jayon. But don't worry, you'll wake up eventually." Blood trickled from a gash on Jayon's forehead as Peter left him bound and unconscious. With a quick flick of his wrist, he stealthily collected a bit of the Martian's blood, stashing it away for later use. "This whole trip has been either helping the League see reason and logic, or collecting new superpowers for myself. Maybe I should take some more trips like this in the future." Now, with Jayon out of the way, Peter turned his attention to the remaining stragglers. He quickly put down the remaining League members, leaving only him, Tony, Batman, and Superman. Batman and Superman, though battered and bruised, watched in awe as Peter subdued the last of their comrades. Peter's gaze swept the battlefield, which was now serene and calm without a single conflict, his eyes shifting to Batman and Superman. "I think it's time we all come to an understanding." Once the Civil War was put to an end, Peter, Tony, Batman, and Superman took a moment to assess the battlefield. Many heroes lay injured, and some were unconscious, but not a single one was killed. Of course, Peter wouldn't let them suffer for long. "Give me a minute," Peter told them as he waved his hands, drawing a large spell circle in the air. Eyes widening in alarm, Batman reaches for his belt, ready to stop Peter from whatever magic he was about to cast, but thankfully, Tony was there, rest a hand on his shoulder. "Relax," Tony says as he gestures to the runes on the spell. "I've studied a bit of magic, and although it's nowhere near as in-depth as Peter, I know that's a healing spell he's cooking up." And before Batman's skeptical and paranoid eyes, Peter's spell was finished before shooting off to every injured League member. One by one, the spell tended to their wounds, stabilizing their conditions on a matter of seconds. But not only that, Peter managed to speed up the healing process significantly. Injuries that would have taken weeks or months to heal would be gone by the end of the day. "Thanks again, Peter." Superman felt even more grateful than he already was as he watched Peter heal his fallen comrades. Peter paused briefly from his work to meet Superman's gaze. "It's no problem. After all, I can't just leave them suffering, can I?" Batman scowled in annoyance. Although he felt thankful as well, he would never admit it. As Peter continued healing, the rest of the group joined him in assisting the injured League members. The four of them worked together to mend their wounds and ensure everyone was stable. Once the injured were taken care of, Peter turned his attention to those that started this whole altercation. Batman suddenly got a bad feeling as Peter surveyed the area before his gaze landed directly in him. "What are you?" Without a word, Peter quickly webbed and Batman as well as his immobilized followers, ready to lock them up in the League's prison. Batman, who was too exhausted to fight back at the moment, couldn't help but protest. "What do you think you're doing?" Superman, conflicted, stepped in. "Yeah, what's this all about? They started all of this, so they need to be locked up. Otherwise who knows when they'll come back and start another fight, spouting nonsense about right and wrong." Peter answered. Batman glared in anger, his body tightly wrapped in web. "You can't do this. We aren't criminals." Superman frowned in contemplation. "I don't know, Peter. Maybe we should just let them go." Peter shook his head before explaining. "I'm not saying this is permanent, but it's necessary for now. We need to figure out what to do next, how to address this situation." "Address the situation?" Superman asked in confusion. "Yes," Peter nodded. "Like, what is the League now? Are you two splitting up? Can there be a compromise? If not, then who gets to keep being the Justice League and who has to go? And most of all, will there be more conflicts like this afterwards?" Batman tried to argue his way out, "and we can talk about that without locking half the League up like common criminals." Peter sighed, looking at Batman with a hint of sadness. "Look, Bruce, I know you have good intentions, but you're a hard-headed man. I've seen it, and so has Clark. Giving you freedom now will only create more problems in the future." Superman, still uncertain, considered Batman's plea but eventually nodded in agreement with Peter. "We'll lock them up for now, but it won't be for long, and we need to come up with a plan moving forward." "Clark!" Batman exclaimed, betrayal written all over his face. "I'm sorry, Bruce. But it's only temporary, I promise." Superman looked away as Peter webbed Batman's mouth shut before opening a portal below him, depositing him safely into a prison cell. After Batman and his followers were placed in their own prison cells, which were then enchanted to thwart any escapes, Peter found Superman sitting in an empty meeting room, contemplating the events that have occurred with a serious look in his face. "Where's Tony?" Superman looks up, noticing Peter's arrival. "He said he was getting some food." "Are they all locked up?" Peter nods as he takes a seat. "Yeah, how's the rest of the league?" "Still unconscious. But they'll be fine thanks to that spell of yours," he says as he leans forward, resting his elbows on the table. Instantly, the room fell into silence as neither side said another word. Soon enough, Superman couldn't contain the turmoil within him any longer. He stared at the table, his voice laced with frustration as he finally broke the silence. "Is this the end, Peter? Is the League supposed to just split up now, with Batman and his side going their way and us going ours?" Peter remained silent, allowing Superman to vent his feelings and thoughts. It was clear that the Man of Steel was carrying a heavy burden, and he needed to express it. Superman continued, his voice tinged with a sense of defeat. "I never thought it would come to this, to a point where we're divided like this. I wanted to make a difference, to change the League for the better, to stop heinous, irredeemable criminals. But now, I'm responsible for this splintering, and I can't help but feel like maybe we should have taken things slower." Superman's words were a torrent of frustration and self-doubt. He had been torn between his ideals and the grim reality of the situation they were in. They just had a civil war in the front lawn of the Justice League headquarters, and now half the League was imprisoned. What was he supposed to do now? Peter finally spoke, his voice calm and reassuring. "Clark, you had good intentions, and in my opinion, you did the right thing. You want to make the world a better place, and I still believe that's possible. Maybe this division is a necessary step in the process of change. It's not the end, but a new beginning. Who knows, maybe you guys can learn from this, find common ground, and build a better League." Superman looked up, meeting Peter's gaze. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he considered Peter's words. "But how? There won't be any common ground with Batman. You said it yourself, he's a hard-headed man. He won't listen. And if he won't listen, then neither will the rest of them." Suddenly, as Superman finished speaking, a red blur zipped by them before taking a seat at the table. "I'll listen, Flash," Superman muttered in confusion. "How?" Peter smiled. "He ran away after I beat his A*S. Peter explained why he wasn't in a cell like the rest of Batman's followers. "Did you change your mind, Speedy?" Flash scoffed at Peter's taunting. "First of all, you didn't kick my A*S. Peter cut in. "Yes, I did. And second, yeah, I did change my mind," Flash said, shocking Superman as he turned to look Peter in the eyes. "You were right. I'm a hypocrite. I was relieved and happy when you guys killed Joker and the rest of them, but I couldn't admit it. We've been playing this game of catch and release for so long that I just couldn't see anything else working." "What changed your mind?" Superman asked. Flash sighed as he leaned back in his chair. "After I ran off Peter cut in again. "This is after I kicked your A*S, right?" Flash did his best to ignore Peter. "After I ran off, I just kept running out of frustration." Flashback, A/N, LOL. Flash, back. "God, I'm so cringe." After getting his A*S kicked earlier, Flash ran off, scared of Peter as well as the logic and reason that came along with his beating. As he ran away, he found himself just sprinting around the planet until he was forced to stop and take a breath, exhausted. Looking around, he found himself in the heart of Gotham City, outside a small preschool. As he stood out of sight, Flash noticed a group of parents gathered outside, engaged in animated conversations while waiting for their children to emerge from the school. Barry couldn't help but overhear their discussions, a simple eavesdropping that would change his perspective forever. The parents were engrossed in a topic that left Barry utterly stunned. They were openly discussing the recent demise of the Joker at the hands of Superman. The conversation flowed with an unexpected candor. "I can't believe it," one mother said, her voice filled with relief. "Ever since Superman dealt with the Joker, I feel like we can finally breathe easy in this city. I was actually considering moving away, but now I'm not so sure. Moving is expensive, you know." Her words struck Barry like a bolt of lightning. It was a startling revelation. These people, ordinary citizens of Gotham, were expressing gratitude for the Joker's death, a sentiment that he'd never expected to hear. A father chimed in, his tone equally candid. "Yeah, I mean, it's about time someone did it. I don't know why Batman didn't do this years ago. We've been living in fear for too long." Barry listened as the parents shared their stories of living in constant dread, afraid of ever catching the Joker's attention. It was a situation he had never truly comprehended before, the daily anxiety that the ordinary citizens of Gotham faced. The realization washed over him like a tidal wave. It was undeniable that the Joker had brought unfathomable pain and fear to this city, and even though Barry had initially been hesitant to endorse killing, the conversations of these parents highlighted the very real impact that a decisive action had on their lives. The transformation in Barry's perspective was profound. He now understood that there were situations where drastic measures might be necessary to protect innocent lives. With this newfound perspective, Barry Allen, the Flash, made a decision. He needed to acknowledge that sometimes, the world wasn't just black and white, and that his unwavering stance against killing might not always be the right path either. Flashback end. "So, you finally pulled your head out of your A*S. Peter joked as Flash finished his story. Flash rolled his eyes. "Yeah, I guess so." Superman seemed happy, though it didn't last long. This still doesn't solve our problem. Flash may have changed his mind, but that doesn't mean the rest will. And, especially, not Batman. No, but it's a start. Peter smirked as he leaned back into his chair. And I think I have just the idea to help hurry along the rest of the league as well. In the dimly lit meeting room, a flicker of an idea burned in Peter's eyes as he leaned forward, his gaze shifting between Superman and the Flash. The weight of the situation hung heavy in the air, but Peter had a plan, and he was eager to share it. Here's what I'm thinking, Peter began, his voice steady and confident. We need a way to make Batman and his followers truly understand why you guys have taken this drastic step toward executing certain criminals. It's not just about making them agree, it's about making them realize the senselessness of your previous methods. Superman and the Flash exchanged curious glances, their attention fully captured by Peter's proposal. I suggest we compile all the recorded crimes that would have a significant impact on them, Peter continued. These could be anything from phone recordings and security footage, to news broadcasts and military recordings, all depicting the chaos caused by the criminals they've apprehended or the situations they feel the League shouldn't be policing. The crimes, the suffering of innocent people, the destruction, we'll gather it all. Superman's brow furrowed as he considered Peter's idea. Basically, you want to show them the error of their ways. Like the cycle of catch and escape and what happens when we tell ourselves that we can't get involved with wars. Exactly, Peter confirmed. And I'm sure we can find some juicy war footage for them to watch as well. As for the rest, we don't just have to use just any crime footage. We'll focus on the notorious ones, the likes of the Joker, Lex Luthor, and others. We'll put together a comprehensive hours-long documentary of their crimes and the devastation they've wrought on innocent lives. As Peter spoke, his eyes lit up once again, bright with a new idea. And afterward, you can use the documentary to help persuade the world to see things our way. After all, not everyone will agree with the new and improved League's actions. Sooner or later, the League will stop a large country from doing something unforgivable, and that certainly won't sit well. Superman seemed to agree. I'm sure there's already meetings taking place, discussing our capture of that South American dictator. The Flash nodded slowly. Yeah, there was, and Batman was a part of them, but we can worry about that later. Superman raised a brow at that, but decided that ignore it for now. Back to our current situation, I agree with this plan of yours. If we can help them see the sheer senselessness of what we've been doing, maybe they'll understand why we decided to take more extreme measures. Peter nodded. That's precisely my goal. We'll make them watch every single recording, confront the real consequences of the rules they're trying so hard to protect. Superman leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this approach could provide the perspective that might bridge the gap between Batman and himself. But will they agree to this? Superman questioned. It's not going to be easy to convince Batman and the others to sit down and watch these recordings. They haven't exactly shown a willingness to compromise. Peter acknowledged the challenge with a nod. You're right, it won't be easy. But we can simply make watching the video the stipulation for their release. After all, who wouldn't be willing to watch a movie if it meant getting out of prison? Superman couldn't help but agree. That could work. The Flash chimed in, showing his support for the plan. I think it's worth a shot. If we can get through to them, it's a step toward uniting the League again. Superman, despite his earlier doubts, felt a renewed sense of hope. All right, let's give it a try. If this can help us move forward, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Peter smirked, hoping that his plan would work. Great. Tony and I will get to work on collecting the recordings and setting up the presentation. It shouldn't take too long since we have Jarvis to do most of the work for us, so they shouldn't be prisoner for much longer. Maybe a day. Who's Jarvis? Flash asked. Jarvis is. The next day arrived, and the large meeting room was set for the awaited gathering. Peter and Tony had been working tirelessly with the invaluable assistance of Jarvis, who had single-handedly scoured databases, swept the internet for relevant videos, and seamlessly edited them into a comprehensive documentary. The footage they had assembled showcased the full extent of the chaos caused by the villains that Batman and his followers had apprehended and subsequently released, as well as the wars and other atrocities that have been allowed to take place under the League's nose for more than a decade. As Batman and his half of the League were led into the room, they exchanged wary glances. They hadn't been informed about the purpose of this meeting, only that they were to attend. Their restraints, which seemed to be magical in nature, kept them and their powers under control for the time being. Superman, flanked by Peter, Tony, the Flash, and Wonder Woman stood at the front of the room. Batman's stern expression remained unchanged, and his voice was laced with skepticism as he asked, "What is this about, Clark?" Superman stepped forward, his gaze unwavering. "We've organized this meeting to provide you with an opportunity to understand why we've chosen the path we've taken. It's important that you grasp the full implications of our previous methods." Green Lantern, who had been locked up alongside Batman and the rest, chimed in, his tone defiant. "This is absurd. We shouldn't be imprisoned in the first place." Superman sighed, understanding their frustration. "And you will be released after you finish watching the video. But first, we need you all to understand the consequences of your actions and why we've resorted to a more strict approach." The room was filled with murmurs of disagreement and frustration. The Flash, who had once stood on their side, stepped forward, joining Superman and Peter. "I used to think like you guys, too. But then I realized that our old methods were causing more harm than good." Batman's stern demeanor remained unwavering as he crossed his arms. "What's the catch? It can't be this simple. Superman met Batman's gaze, his expression solemn. There's no catch. The only condition is that you must watch the entire presentation without looking away or interrupting. Green Lantern, still defiant, raised an eyebrow. And if we refuse? Superman's voice was firm. Then you'll remain in confinement until you decide to watch it. We're not seeking to punish you, but we need you to understand the gravity of the situation. Martian Manhunter, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. This is insane. We've been doing the right thing. You won't change my mind if that, no matter how many videos you have. Flash shook his head. It might have felt like the right thing, but was it the right thing for innocent people? Or is it just the right thing for us? To give us a villain to fight, or make us feel good because we did the right thing? No, the right thing would have been to protect the innocent and put a permanent stop to people like the Joker, who had the entire city of Gotham afraid to go outside their homes, for fear that they might catch his eye. As soon as Flash finished speaking, the room was filled with shouts as everyone tried to counter his opinion. Finally, with everyone agreeable and seated, albeit begrudgingly, Superman took a deep breath and pressed a button on a small remote. In response, the largest screen in the room lit up, casting a glow on the restrained League members. The documentary began, and the room fell into silence as the graphic depictions of crime and chaos unfolded before them. The documentary was meticulously designed to convey the brutality and senselessness of the crimes committed by the villains they had captured and subsequently released. It was a painstaking montage of raw, unfiltered reality. The scenes depicted were a grim reflection of the darkness that had been allowed to fester, causing untold suffering and chaos. Mass murder. Villains, like the Joker, have been almost constantly responsible for mass killings or terrorist acts. The League members were forced to watch the heart-wrenching aftermath of bombings, mass shootings, and large-scale destruction, which took countless lives. The images of grieving families and broken communities left a haunting impact. Kidnapping and torture. Cases of innocent people being kidnapped, tortured, and traumatized appear alongside the occasional video. Scenes of victims in captivity, recorded by their own captors. Their eyes filled with terror, sent a shiver down the spines of the restrained League members. It was a harsh reminder of the cruelty that had been enabled by their previous actions. Serial killings. The overwhelming number of serial killers among villains was shocking to say the least. Almost every villain could be called a serial killer. The faces of their victims and their chilling stories added to the growing weight of despair in the room. Psychological manipulation. Some of the most disgusting criminals manipulate and exploit vulnerable individuals, like Harley Quinn, who was once a normal psychiatrist before the Joker took an interest in her. Stories of survivors haunted by their experiences served as a stark reminder of the villain's capacity for manipulation and cruelty. Arson. Fiery destruction caused by acts of arson, committed by criminals like Firefly, resulting in the loss of property and lives. Burned homes, businesses, and lives torn apart by flames were distressing images for the League members to witness. Drug trafficking. The devastating impact of drug trafficking on communities and individuals. Criminals like Two-Face, the Joker, and the Penguin made most of their money through dealing drugs. The toll it took on families and the victims of addiction painted a bleak picture of the consequences of the villain's actions. Human trafficking. Next, detailed stories of human trafficking, particularly the exploitation of children and women, unfolded before everyone's eyes. The horrors of human trafficking were laid bare, forcing the restrained League to confront the painful reality of their past decisions. Corruption. All around the world, criminals have infiltrated and corrupted institutions, eroding trust in law and order. Stories of justice perverted by corruption left a sense of bitterness and disillusionment. Escapes from prison. One of the main subjects that the video emphasized was the repeated escapes from prison, showing just how broken the justice system really is. The compilation of jailbreaks, eluding capture, and returning to a life of crime was a stark reminder of the inefficacy of their previous methods. War crimes, and countries committing atrocities. This may have been the hardest portion of the video to watch. The lack of care the League had shown toward the international community and its problems was staggering. The portrayal of war-torn regions, war crimes, and countries committing atrocities, like slavery, genocide, and much more, left a bitter taste in the mouths of the restrained League members. As the presentation progressed, the restrained League members found it increasingly difficult to watch. Their initial resistance slowly gave way to a profound realization of the flaws in their way of doing things. Shock, sadness, disgust, anguish, and guilt manifested in their expressions. It was a painful journey of self-discovery and understanding. The room remained silent, save for the haunting sounds and narratives of the documentary. For the first time, Batman and his followers began to question their previous methods and their roles in enabling these atrocities. The notion that Superman might be right had crept into their minds, and the weight of that realization pressed heavily upon them. The dimly lit meeting room held a heavy silence as the screen dimmed, and the lights came back on. Both sides of the League sat in stunned silence, their faces etched with horror and conflict. Each of them had witnessed the graphic depictions of crime, chaos, and suffering caused by the very villains they had once apprehended and subsequently allowed to be released. The weight of their previous methods and the consequences of their actions now bore down on them. Batman maintained his usual scowl, but inside, he too grappled with the grim reality the documentary had unveiled. Though he remained quiet, neither confirming nor denying any change of heart. Taking a deep breath, Peter, the man who had masterfully orchestrated this eye-opening presentation, snapped his fingers, deactivating the magical restraints that had kept Batman and his followers captive. They made good on their agreement to watch the entire video without interruption, so now they were free. Superman stepped forward, his expression solemn. "I want to apologize for subjecting you all to such atrocities," he began. "But it was necessary to make you realize the harsh truth of the world and the roles we've played in it. We had to show you why we've chosen this new path." Wonder Woman added, her voice filled with empathy, "We're not seeking to punish you, but to open your eyes to the suffering that we've allowed to continue. We believed we were doing the right thing, but it's time for a change." The League members who had once staunchly supported Batman's no-killing policy now found themselves wrestling with the grim reality they had witnessed. It was a transformative moment, and their expressions slowly shifted from shock to understanding. Green Lantern was the first to break the silence. "I never realized the extent of the devastation caused by our methods," he admitted, his voice laced with regret. "We were too focused on the rules and ideals, and we failed to see the bigger picture." Aquaman reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Flash was right," he said, his voice tinged with regret. "It felt like we were doing the right thing, but was it truly the right thing for innocent people in that video? If we had just killed certain criminals, then none of that would have happened." One by one, the released League members began to voice their agreement, recognizing the need for change. The room's atmosphere shifted from resistance to a shared understanding of the necessity of more extreme measures against unforgivable criminals. Peter smirked, happy his plan seemed to be working. "What about you, Bats?" he asked, eyeing Bruce curiously. Instantly, everyone turned their attention to Batman, the one who had always been the unwavering proponent of the no-killing policy. All eyes were on him, wondering how he felt about this revelation and if he too would change his stance. The silence grew increasingly uncomfortable, broken only by the faint hum of the room's ventilation. Peter's question hung in the air, challenging Batman to reveal his stance on the matter. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Batman spoke, his voice as resolute as ever. "I understand the need for change. I've seen the devastation and suffering caused by our methods, and it's a burden that I'll continue to carry." He paused, his gaze unwavering. "But I still believe that killing is not the answer." Peter couldn't help but exclaim, exasperation in his voice, "Ugh. Come on already? You've seen the evidence. You've seen what allowing these criminals to continue living does to innocent people. Your ideals have merit, but it's not working. You've seen that it doesn't prevent more suffering, it perpetuates it." Superman, standing by Peter's side, sighed and offered a wry smile, having expected this from Batman. He respected the Dark Knight's unwavering dedication to his ideals, even if it was starting to tax his patience. Others in the room, those who had once been staunch advocates of Batman's ideals, chimed in with their own perspectives. They pleaded with Batman to reconsider, to adapt to the changing world and the new insights the documentary had provided. Aquaman added, "Batman, your ideals have their place, but in a world where our actions have led to unimaginable suffering, we have to make a difficult choice. We can't allow these atrocities to continue." Green Lantern spoke up as well. "It's not about becoming murderers, it's about putting an end to the suffering that these villains have caused for far too long. It's about saving lives and preventing more pain and loss." However, Batman remained steadfast in his beliefs. He couldn't abandon his principles, no matter how compelling the evidence against them. His determination to preserve the sanctity of life was unwavering, even in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Frustration simmered in the room as those present tried in vain to sway Batman's stance. Everyone was ready and willing to follow Superman's new way, except for him. Finally, seemingly weary of the persistent attempts to change his mind, Batman rose from his seat. The room fell into a stunned silence as he declared, "If the League is so lost that you'd all turn to murderer to solve your problems, then I have no place here anymore." The shock that rippled through the room was palpable. No one had expected Batman, the stoic leader of the League, to quit. The consequences of his decision hung heavy in the air as he strode toward the exit, each step carrying a weight that echoed like a drum. But just as he reached the door, Peter couldn't let him leave without one more attempt to reach the Dark Knight. He snapped his fingers, which caused the door to slam shut in Batman's face, locking him inside. Batman turned back around, looking P***SED off. "Open the door, now," he ordered, a threateningly tilt to his voice. "Not just yet." Peter shook his head before speaking up. "What if I show you that our way works? Would you be willing to change your mind?" Batman turned his glare to Peter, his gaze questioning. "What do you mean, show me that it works? How?" Ignoring Batman's question for a moment, Peter turned to Superman and asked, "Can we end this meeting and talk in private? It's a delicate matter, and I think it's best discussed away from prying ears." There were a few murmurs of protest from the remaining League members, who were eager to hear Peter's plan, but Superman nodded and instructed everyone to leave. "We'll hold another meeting soon to outline the new rules for the League. But for now, please give us some privacy." As the League members left the room, the heavy doors closed behind them, leaving only Peter, Superman, Batman, and Tony. The atmosphere in the room shifted, and Peter finally revealed his plan. Peter met Batman's gaze calmly. "I mean, I can take you to a universe where they've adopted a similar approach, where they don't hesitate to deal with these kinds of criminals. You'll see for yourself that it works, especially in the long run, which I'm sure is your main concern." Batman's skepticism remained evident, but he couldn't help but be intrigued. "And how do you plan to do that?" Tony smirked knowingly. We have a ship that can travel the multiverse. How else do you think we got here? Peter looking directly at Batman. I can take you to my universe where we've been following a similar approach to the one Superman has been proposing. There, you'll see firsthand how it's worked for us, how it's made a difference. Batman remained skeptical, his arms crossed. And why would I agree to this? Peter smirked as he spoke, because sometimes seeing is believing, Batman. You're not one to take things at face value, and I respect that. I think if you see the results with your own eyes, you might consider a new perspective. Superman, who had been quietly observing the exchange, couldn't contain his excitement. I think it's a great idea, Peter. I'd like to come along too, if you don't mind. After all, traveling to another universe is an opportunity that I'd regret missing out on. Tony chimed in enthusiastically. I can't wait to show you guys how much better the Avengers are compared to the Justice League. He just wanted to show off, and so did Peter. Peter shrugged. Well, that's just obvious. Batman sighed, his reluctance evident, but he couldn't deny that the idea intrigued him. Fine, I'll go. But I'm not promising to change my stance. I just want to see this for myself. Peter nodded, satisfied with Batman's agreement. That's all I'm asking for, he says as he waves his hand, opening a portal to his and Tony's temporary base in Gotham. After you. Superman raised a brow. We're leaving now. Yeah, we might as well get this done before he changes his mind. Peter says as they step through the portal one by one, finding a normal-looking room with a tall metallic cylinder sat in the middle. Is this your ship? Batman asks, surprised by how small it was. After all, it's about the size of a small closet or a public phone box. Yup. Peter smirked as he approached the ship. It stood a bit taller than he was, unassuming in appearance. He glanced over his shoulder at the others, his eyes twinkling with anticipation. Time for my favorite part, he announced, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Superman and Batman exchanged puzzled glances, not sure what Peter was getting at. Tony, however, rolled his eyes, already familiar with the routine. He knew that Peter thrived on moments like these. You never get tired of this, do you? Peter chuckled and turned his attention back to the cylinder. With a flourish, he opened the door, revealing the interior of the ship. It was incredibly vast, a sprawling expanse of advanced technology and sleek design, a stark contrast to the exterior's humble appearance. Superman's eyes widened in astonishment, and he couldn't help but utter the words that always seemed to make Peter's day. It's bigger on the inside. Peter couldn't help but laugh at Superman's comment, his excitement bubbling over. Ah, you said it? I love that part. He flashed a grin at Tony, who was unimpressed. Seriously, when is that joke going to get old? Tony asked, though he couldn't deny the wonder of the technology he and Peter possessed. Peter just shrugged, still grinning. Never. With everyone on board, Peter set about starting up the ship's systems. Without explaining anything to his guests, he started up the ship, which soon phased in and out of this universe before finally disappearing altogether. It was a sensation that could make one's stomach churn if they weren't used to it. Seconds later, the ship reappeared on top of the Avengers Tower, with the New York City skyline stretching out below. Peter opened the doors, ushering the shocked Superman and Batman into his and Tony's universe with a wide grin. Welcome to our world, he said, gesturing to the cityscape. Now, let's show you what we're all about. After making sure that their ship was securely stashed away in Tony's lab and locked it up with an array of technological and magical security measures, Peter and Tony set out to show Batman and Superman around the Avengers Tower. The advanced architecture and technology that permeated the building were enough to leave both of their guests in awe. Based on their calculations, the Avengers seemed to be around 20 or 30 years ahead of them when it comes to tech. As they walked through the tower's sleek corridors, Peter turned to both Superman and Batman. Okay, before we begin, I ask that you keep my name to yourselves, he says as he pulls on his mask. My identity is a heavily kept secret that only a few people know, so let's keep it that way, alright? Of course, Peter didn't plan on bringing them here when he revealed his face and name back in their universe, so he didn't think that he'd have to worry about it. Batman sneered. I would never reveal someone else's identity. Breaching someone else's privacy like that would be a horrible thing to do, don't you think? He looked Peter square in the eyes, sarcasm clear in his voice. Peter looked at him, clearly apologetic. Yeah, that might have been a little messed up, sorry about that? Batman raised a brow. Only a little. Peter relented. Okay, it was very messed up. I shouldn't have revealed your identity like that. Once that awkward moment came to an end, Peter began to explain the origins of the Avengers and the way they handled things in their world. The Avengers is similar to your Justice League. It was founded by me, Tony, and a few other individuals, Peter began, a sense of pride in his voice. We came together to protect the Earth from a wide range of threats, both foreign and domestic. Superman and Batman listened attentively as Peter described their mission. We've faced everything from alien invasions, sent by a mad titan who sought to cull half of the universe's population, to hidden civilizations right here on our planet, similar to Atlantis in your world. Batman raised a brow, his curiosity piqued. What kind of civilization is hidden on this Earth? Peter grinned, sharing the secrets of his universe. Well, in our world, there are hidden societies with incredible technological advancements, such as Wakanda, home to the Black Panther. They have advanced technology and resources beyond most nations. As they continued to explore the tower, Peter elaborated on the way the Avengers operated. In our world, the Avengers have a public persona, led by our heroes, like Iron Man. He gestured toward Tony, who acknowledged with a nod, and Spider-Man. He pointed at his own spider-themed suit. We also have other heroes like Captain America, who's the director of the Avengers and leads the public side of the team. Batman couldn't help but raise an incredulous eyebrow. Captain America? That seems like a rather simple hero name. Peter chuckled at Batman's reaction. Well, when you think about it, aren't you named after a flying rat? It's all a matter of perspective, he quipped, and even Superman couldn't help but laugh. Peter continued to provide insight into the way the Avengers' public persona operated. The public side of the Avengers are taught public relations and never kill in the public eye, unless it's in self-defense or in the defense of others. All lethal action is reserved for the more secretive side of our operations. Batman remained attentive, intrigued by the duality of their approach. Tell me more about this secretive side. Peter obliged, revealing another layer of the Avengers. Behind the public face of the Avengers are two separate divisions for covert operations, Nightingale and S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a covert spying agency that works to protect the world from the shadows. They handle anything from espionage to assassinations if necessary. It's led by Nick Fury, one of the other founding members. Peter continues. And as for Nightingale, it's what remains of a disbanded league of female assassins called Widows, led by the most famous Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. They handle more discreet and morally complex missions, usually in tandem with S.H.I.E.L.D. As Peter finished explaining a brief overview of the Avengers' operations, Batman took a moment to digest the information. He couldn't help but question, you've outlined an organized system, but how does this convince me that your way is better? You talk about not killing in the public eye and these covert divisions, but it all seems to be under your control. How can I be sure that you don't misuse your power, and that your system truly keeps innocent lives safe? Peter nodded, understanding Batman's skepticism. I get it, you're cautious, and that's a good thing. First, I want to clarify that the Avengers aren't a nation. We don't control any land or people. However, we do serve as a significant global influence. We have the most powerful individuals on Earth, or even the universe, among our ranks. Every nation wants to stay on our good side, which helps keep them in check. Tony interjected, to be fair, it wasn't always like that. When we first emerged, there was a learning period. Nations and leaders tested our limits, trying to figure out what the Avengers would tolerate. But we stopped wars, prevented atrocities, and used diplomacy to talk things out. It didn't take long for nations to realize the benefits of cooperation over conflict. Superman was curious and hopeful, considering the potential of this approach. So, you're saying that eventually, nations came together and found a way to live in peace? Tony nodded. Exactly. We still face challenges, but when nations see the alternative, they tend to opt for peace. So, we're not here to enforce a specific agenda, but we've created an environment where nations are incentivized to do the right thing. Peter chimed in again, adding another layer to their argument. Crime has fallen dramatically too. By eliminating certain individuals who would undoubtedly cause trouble in the future, we've made significant progress. In fact, major cities around the world now have such incredibly low crime rates that it's gotten to the point where most police officers are basically decorations, who hand out the occasional ticket and other small offenses. Despite the compelling explanations, Batman's skepticism remained evident. He had been unwavering in his beliefs for so long that it wasn't easy to sway him now. However, Peter wasn't about to give up. He sighed and finally stated, I understand that you might be skeptical, Batman, but seeing is believing. If you truly want to understand our approach and its impact, I encourage you to investigate for yourself. Go out into this world, talk to people, and see the results firsthand. You'll find that actions sometimes speak louder than words. Batman considered Peter's words for a moment, his face shrouded in contemplation. He wasn't ready to admit any change of heart just yet, but he also couldn't deny the logic in Peter's argument. Perhaps a practical examination of this alternate world was necessary to truly understand the merits of their methods. Without another word, Batman turned and headed toward the elevator, prepared to take Peter's advice and investigate this world further. He couldn't let go of his skepticism, but he was willing to explore a reality that challenged his beliefs. As Batman made his way to the elevator, Superman, who had been listening to the conversation intently, called out, "Wait up." His desire to explore this world was clear to see. "Hey, Clark." Peter called out, stopping Superman as he stood in the elevator's doorframe. Superman turned back just in time to catch a sleek Stark brand smartphone and a wad of cash. "Call if you need anything. I already put our numbers in the contacts list," Peter says as he gestures to Superman and Batman's costumes. "And feel free to use the money for some normal clothes and any food that you'll need." "Thank you," Superman said gratefully as he stepped into the elevator alongside Batman, leaving both Peter and Tony behind. As they leave, Peter turns to Tony. "Have Jarvis keep an eye on them." Tony nodded. "You hear that?" he called out. "Yes, sir." Jarvis's voice filled the hall. "I'll keep an eye on our guests." As Jarvis finished speaking, unbeknownst to anyone, a panel in the tower's rooftop opened up and a swarm of Tony drones came pouring out. They would keep an eye on Batman and Superman from a distance, especially in places without CCTV. "Are you sure we shouldn't have had them change? After all, Batman and Superman are pretty well known." Tony asks worriedly. Peter shrugged uncaringly. "I doubt anyone will believe that they're actually comic book characters. Well, that's unless Superman starts flying or shooting lasers for his eyes. And even then, people will probably just think he's a metahuman who's copying a fictional character. Tony nodded before bringing up another point. But what if they find a comic shop or look themselves up? Well, then they get to have an existential crisis, I guess. Peter didn't really care. It was too much work to try and hide it. If they get into any trouble, let me know. Waving his hand and opened a portal, Peter's living room appearing before them. I'm headed home for now. Alright, I should probably go see Pepper as well. Tony waves goodbye and walks off as Peter steps through the portal, which snaps shut behind him. Peter returned to his home, the familiar surroundings of his living room comforting to him after a long travel. As he stepped through the portal, he couldn't help but let out a contented sigh, glad to be back in his own world again. However, as he closed the portal behind him, he noticed something unusual. The sounds of laughter and chatter reached his ears, coming from the direction of the kitchen. Curious, Peter walked over to the kitchen door and peeked inside, finding a surprising scene. His kitchen was bustling with activity. Around the dining table, there were about 10 children, including his daughter Lily, who was at the center of the gathering. America Chavez, who was currently living with them, was also among the kids, engaged in the fun and laughter. Peter froze for a moment, caught off guard as one of the kids, a particularly energetic one, suddenly ran in his direction. In a swift move, Peter leaped up, sticking to the ceiling, where he remained concealed from their view. From his upside-down vantage point, Peter observed as the child looked around, clearly confused as he could have sworn that someone was there a minute ago. The kid shrugged it off and rejoined their friends, running off to play in another part of the house. Patiently, Peter waited until he was certain that the children were sufficiently distracted before creating a portal right beneath him. Detaching from the ceiling, he landed on his feet in his bedroom, the portal closing behind him with a soft whooshing sound. Taking a deep breath, Peter peeled off his mask and tossed it aside. He couldn't help but smile at the close call with the kids in the kitchen. I didn't know Lily had so many friends. Just as he was about to relax and reflect on the events of the day, the bathroom door, which was connected to his bedroom, creaked open. His fiancée, MJ, stepped out, completely naked, her entire body still damp from a shower. She looked surprised to see Peter standing in the room, and for a moment, they simply stared at each other. It had been almost 2 months since Peter had left to deal with whoever was hunting America down, and MJ had been worried for his safety. However, the initial shock quickly transformed into a wide smile as she realized that Peter had returned unharmed. Ignoring her nakedness, she rushed toward him, her embrace warm, inviting, and wet. But you wouldn't hear him complaining. Hello, beautiful. Peter wrapped his arms around her, allowing them to wander. After all, it's been 2 months since they've seen each other. Did you miss me? MJ looked up, pecking him on the lips. Always. After their loving reunion, Peter and MJ shared a tender moment. The joy of being back together after his absence was undeniable. However, as they held each other close, Peter's heightened senses began to tingle, and he sensed something was amiss. Before he could react, MJ suddenly withdrew from their embrace and wound her hand back, delivering a resounding slap across Peter's face. It was a sharp, stinging slap, and her expression held a mix of happiness and frustration. She was upset that he had been away for so long, leaving her worried and alone. Peter could have easily dodged the slap with his spider-like reflexes or even stopped it altogether, but he chose not to. He knew that he deserved it. He had put MJ through a lot with his frequent disappearances and the danger that always seemed to follow him. He took the slap without complaint, understanding that it was her way of expressing her feelings, a mixture of relief and pent-up frustration. After all, he had a lot of explaining to do about where he had been and the circumstances of his prolonged absence. Once the sting of the slap began to fade, Peter looked at MJ with sincere eyes. I'm sorry, he said, not just for being gone but for all the times he had to leave her behind. He knew it wasn't easy, but he hoped she could understand the reasons behind his actions. MJ's anger seemed to ebb as well, replaced by understanding and concern. She sighed and touched his cheek gently. You have a lot of explaining to do, Peter Parker, she said, her voice soft and filled with affection. Peter nodded, knowing he had a lot to catch her up on. But for now, they held each other close, sharing a deep sense of relief and love, regardless of the challenges they faced. As Peter reconnected with MJ and the rest of his family, Superman and Batman exited the Avengers Tower, stepping out onto the bustling streets of New York City. They still wore their superhero costumes, their striking appearances drew the attention of the people around them. As they walked through the city, anyone who passed them couldn't help but glance in their direction. Some smiles of appreciation crossed the faces of onlookers, while others couldn't resist a sense of awe, assuming that the two towering figures were merely dedicated cosplayers. Superman and Batman exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why the pedestrians were paying such close attention. They were well aware that their superhero costumes made them stand out, but it felt as though these people recognized them, and that was more than a little perplexing. Why does it feel like we're famous? Superman questioned, his brow furrowed. Everyone's looking at us and smiling. It's making my skin crawl. Batman, too, was bewildered by the attention. I don't know, but it's like they know who we are, but that's impossible. We're in a different universe. And it only got weirder as they continued. Soon enough, people began to comment on their cosplay, appreciating their dedication to accuracy, while a small minority of passerbys laughed at them, calling them comic nerds as they walked off. Superman couldn't help but chuckle despite the confusion. I thought wearing our suits wouldn't matter, but it seems our costumes are even more conspicuous here than they are in our universe. Batman kept his gaze focused ahead, the gears in his mind turning. There must be a logical explanation for this. Perhaps the people in this universe are simply more social than others? Though I still haven't figured out what a cosplay is. Superman was just as confused. Maybe we should use the money Peter gave us and buy some normal clothes. Batman nodded in agreement. That's probably a good idea. As they strolled through the city, looking for a clothing store, they encountered a large building with colorful banners and posters featuring a familiar group of heroes. Batman and Superman froze, recognizing their own images among the depictions of the Justice League and other unknown characters. What in the world is this place? Batman muttered, his eyes locked on the signs and banners. Superman scanned the surroundings, his super hearing picking up the excited chatter of people nearby. I think this is some kind of event center. Look at all those people entering the building. Indeed, they had stumbled upon Comic-Con, a massive convention for fans of comics, movies, and pop culture. To their astonishment, they saw cosplayers in elaborate costumes, many of them dressed as characters from their own universe. The crowd was a vibrant mix of enthusiasts who were deeply passionate about the world of comics. Batman's analytical mind quickly connected the dots. It's all starting to make sense. Peter and Tony knew so much about us because they're from a universe where we're just fictional characters. Superman nodded in agreement. This must be why people recognized us and thought we were cosplayers, whatever that means. We're not just famous, we're iconic characters in their world. They shared a moment of realization and confusion, coming to terms with the fact that they were considered fictional characters in this universe. It was a revelation that challenged their understanding of reality. Let's go inside and see what we can find out, Batman suggested, his curiosity piqued. Maybe we can learn more about this world's perspective on the Justice League. Superman agreed, and together, they entered the convention center. Their costumes were so impressive that the security didn't even bother asking for their pass, and merely stepped aside, thinking that they must have some sort of special access. Inside the vast, colorful world of fan art, merchandise, cosplay, panels, and unhygienic fans, Batman and Superman marveled at the vibrant display of fan art, merchandise, and the enthusiastic crowd. Their costumes, while clearly not the product of cosplay, gained the attention of many attendees who believed them to be dedicated fans. As they strolled through the event, a rather large and muscular teenager wearing a costume similar to Superman's rushed over, eyes wide with excitement. He was dressed as a makeshift version of the Man of Steel, with a homemade cape and a symbol drawn with marker on a t-shirt. His enthusiasm was infectious. Whoa, your Superman cosplay is amazing, the teenager exclaimed, looking at Superman with awe. And Batman, your costume is so intricate. You guys are nailing it. Batman and Superman shared a bewildered glance, unsure of how to respond. They didn't know that their real counterparts were fictional characters in this universe. To them, it seemed like Ned was merely complimenting their cosplay. Thanks, Superman said, his voice warm, masking his bewilderment at seeing a grown man dressed as a *TTY version of him. Your costume is pretty cool too. The teen beamed at the praise. Thanks. I'm Ned, by the way. You guys want to explore the con together? DC fans gotta stick together, right? There's so much to see here. Batman and Superman, still trying to grasp the situation, introduced themselves as Bruce and Clark, which Ned seemed to get a kick out of. Ultimately, they found themselves nodding in agreement with Ned, figuring that exploring the convention with him might be a way to learn more about this world's perspective on the Justice League. Mind showing us around, Ned? Superman asked with a friendly smile. Sure thing. Ned replied enthusiastically. I'll give you guys the grand tour. I was here yesterday as well, so I know where everything is. As they explored the convention with Ned, Batman and Superman found themselves overwhelmed by the depth of knowledge that fans of their universe possessed. They discovered things they had never known, such as the existence of the Presence, the ultimate creator and source of all things, often referred to as God. Batman didn't know how to feel about the existence of God. If he's real, then why doesn't he do something about all of the suffering in our world? After all, it would be as easy as snapping his fingers for God to remake the world. The multiverse and alternate DC universes fascinated them, and they were surprised to learn about fanfictions and alternate interpretations of their own stories. Though they were shocked, appalled, and disgusted to find some erotic fan art of themselves, which made both heroes instinctively step away from one another. Ned expertly ignored the dubious artwork as he eagerly explained all sort of lore and concepts to them, sharing his own passion for the DC universe. Superman couldn't help but comment, "This is incredible." As their journey continued, Batman, with a thoughtful expression, finally broached the subject that had been on his mind. Ned, I'm curious about something. The Justice League adheres to a strict no-killing rule. How do you feel about that? Superman nods. Yeah, Bruce and I have been arguing over this for a while now. I think they should just dispose of the more heinous criminals, while he thinks they should never take a life, no matter who it belongs to. Ned paused, considering his response carefully. Well, in a perfect, idealized world like cartoons and comics, that rule makes sense. But when you bring the Justice League into a real-world setting, it can be extremely challenging. The no-killing rule could potentially hamper the League's ability to keep people safe, especially when dealing with ruthless villains. Superman and Batman exchanged meaningful glances, silently acknowledging the tension between their different approaches. Ned continued, I've read a lot of fanfictions and discussions on forums, and I think most DC fans share this perspective. While the moral idea of not taking a life is admirable, the practicality of it in a world filled with superpowered threats who show no mercy can be quite different. Batman fell into silence, his thoughts heavy. Superman's eyes met his, conveying a sense of understanding and an unspoken I told you so. Ned, unaware of the complex dynamic between the heroes, grinned and said, but that's just my opinion. There's all sorts of online debates about this stuff, he said, his mood suddenly turning a bit somber. I'll just wish my friend Peter was here. He'd love your costumes. We usually go to Comic-Con together, but he's been busy lately. Batman and Superman turned to one another, wondering whether they were thinking of the same Peter. You mean, Peter Parker? Far across the deepest reaches of the universe, Thanos, the Mad Titan, finally returned to full health after the poison that almost took his life. He stood in his sanctum, the gleaming Mind Stone embedded inside the long spear in his grasp. The events of his previous encounter with Spider-Man still burned in his memory, and he was determined to exact revenge. In the dimly lit chamber, Ebony Maw, the loyal servant of Thanos, approached his father and master. His eyes, adorned with a haunting glow, reflected the intense light emanating from the Mind Stone. My lord, you are fully healed and more powerful than ever, Maw acknowledged with a low, subservient tone. How may I serve you? Thanos turned to his trusted servant, the corners of his lips curling into a sinister smile. It is time. Ebony Maw inclined his head, understanding the gravity of the situation. What are your orders, my lord? Thanos raised his spear, the Mind Stone pulsating ominously. Prepare what remains of the Black Order and our armies. It is time to depart for Earth. We must retrieve the planet's Infinity Stones and ensure that Spider-Man pays for what he's done. The dark promise of revenge hung heavy in the air as Thanos and Ebony Maw prepared to embark on a journey to Earth, where the destiny of the universe would be decided. The Mad Titan's unquenchable thirst for vengeance would be sated, one way or another. Peter, having recently reunited with his family and explained the crazy events of the past 2 months, was finally home with his loved ones. He sat on the couch, taking a moment to savor the feeling of normalcy and peace, as MJ nestled close to him. Their daughter, Lily, and America Chavez, their prospective adoptive daughter, were huddled together on the opposite couch, engrossed in their smartphones. Only May, Grace, and the Ancient One were missing since they were still at work, and wouldn't be home for a few more hours. As the house finally turned quiet, thanks to the parents who picked up Lily's school friends, Peter leaned closer to MJ and spoke in hushed tones. Have you talked to America about, what we decided before I left? MJ's eyes met Peter's, and she nodded slightly, understanding the gravity of the situation. I wanted to wait for you to be here when we told her, she replied softly. I think it's the right time now. With a nod of agreement, Peter nudged MJ gently, prompting her to call America over. America. The young girl looked up from her phone curiously as MJ beckoned her to sit across from them on the edge of the coffee table. America settled in front of Peter and MJ, still uncertain about the situation. She had been living at the Parker residence for the past 2 months, and really started to love having a home for the first time in a long time. Instantly, her imagination ran wild with worry, believing they might ask her to leave, fearing that she might have overstayed her welcome. MJ began, her voice gentle and reassuring. America, you've been living with us for a while now. You've become part of our family, and we've grown to care about you very much. However, before she could continue, America interrupted, her eyes filling with tears. I knew it. You want me to leave, don't you? I was waiting for this to happen. Tears welled up in her eyes as she hastily wiped them away, preparing herself for the difficult moment when she'd have to pack her bags and say goodbye to the only family she had ever known since she lost her first one. Peter couldn't help but chuckle softly, seeing America's misunderstanding. America, you've got it all wrong, he said with a warm smile. We're not asking you to leave. We want to ask you something else. MJ leaned forward and gently pulled America in her embrace. Peter and I have been thinking about this for a while now. We're wondering if you would like to be part of our family officially. We want to adopt you, America. America was struck by this sudden revelation, her emotions running high. She had always been afraid that growing close to them would mean losing them someday. Now, the fear of being left behind began to melt away, but new doubts arose. Would getting adopted mean betraying her real parents, who might still be out there, lost in the multiverse? MJ recognized the turmoil in America's eyes and gave her a comforting squeeze. America, we don't want to take away your right to find your real parents. If you ever discover where they are or want to reunite with them, we'll support you all the way. But for now, we want to be here for you, like any family should. You're just a child, and you deserve a stable home. Lily, unable to contain her excitement, chimed in, I'd love to have a sister. She hopped up out of the couch, vibrating either excitement. Say yes, America. Oh okay. America muttered lowly, accepting their offer. Tears glistened in America's eyes once again, but this time, they were tears of happiness and relief. She was overcome with emotion, unable to put her gratitude into words. Peter reached out and placed an arm around MJ's shoulder, sandwiching America between them. Lily, thrilled to have a new sister, leaped onto Peter's lap, adding to the joyous family embrace. As the Parker family enjoyed a loving moment on the couch, the front door of their home swung open abruptly, revealing a surprising trio. Walking through the entrance was none other than Ned, clad in his makeshift Superman costume, and Batman and Superman, now dressed in normal clothes. Their superhero suits were neatly packed in backpacks, which they wore on their backs. Ned's eyes widened as he stepped inside, his homemade cape flapping dramatically. "Peter, you're back," he exclaimed with pure excitement. His eyes darted around the room and took in the heartwarming scene. He soon realized he might have walked in on a family moment and hesitated. "Oh, did I interrupt something?" Peter chuckled and waved it off, recognizing the longing in his best friend's eyes. "It's okay, Ned. We were just having a moment. Come here." He got up from the couch and approached Ned, giving his friend a warm hug. "I've missed you, buddy. How have you been?" Ned reciprocated the hug with enthusiasm, patting Peter on the back. "I've been fine, but I've got a lot to tell you." He finally noticed the presence of two unfamiliar individuals in the room. "Oh, right. This is Clark and Bruce. They said that they might know you, so I brought them along." Clark and Bruce exchanged nods of greeting. Clark offered a polite smile while Bruce, ever the stoic one, kept a neutral expression. They weren't sure how much they could reveal about their true identities, not to mention Peter's. All they knew was that Ned was unaware of the complexity of the situation. "I have to admit, I didn't expect to see you two so soon." Peter was certainly surprised. "How did you guys meet Ned?" Clark cleared his throat, considering his words carefully. "We actually met at Comic-Con," he explained, eliciting a smirk from Peter, who realized that they must have found out about their fictional counterparts. Ned's been a great friend. Ned, always curious, turned to Peter, his eyes filled with questions. "Peter, how do you know Clark and Bruce?" Peter smirked mischievously. "Who doesn't know Batman and Superman?" Ned just looks at Peter oddly, clearly confused. MJ rose from the couch, followed by Lily and America, who was no longer crying but had rather a curious look in her eyes. They stared at the two newcomers, shocked to see Batman and Superman standing before them in the flesh. Ned looked at Lily and America, then at Batman and Superman, and started grinning. "Guys, what's going on? Why does it feel like I'm missing something here?" Lily and America, fully aware that they were in the presence of the actual Batman and Superman, couldn't contain their excitement. Their faces lit up as they practically bounced on their feet. "Wow, you're really Batman and Superman," Lily exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with wonder. "Have you seen your movies yet?" America added, "How many bad guys have you caught? Did you meet the Joker? He's so cool. Is the Batcave as cool as it looks in the comics?" Batman and Superman were unsure how to handle this, and wanted to answer their questions, but they froze upon hearing America call the Joker cool. "Listen here, the Joker is not cool. He's a murderous psychopath." They immediately started lecturing the girls. Ned watched in confusion, unsure if the conclusion that he was coming to was the correct one. They can't be the real Batman and Superman, can they? Then, turning to Peter, Ned couldn't help but ask, "Peter, what's the hell's going on?" Peter smirked, knowing Ned is going to freak out. "They're real, Ned. I had some business in another universe, so I had to use that multiverse traveling ship I was telling you about. As you can see, somehow, I ended up in the DC universe, and brought back a couple tag-alongs for a field trip." Ned's eyes widened, his confusion morphed into excitement, which then turned into shock as he fainted, collapsing onto the floor, his mind unable to process the incredible revelation. Everyone looked down at the unconscious Ned, feeling sorry for him since they knew Peter could have broke it to him more gently. Peter, on the other hand, couldn't contain his laughter as he fell back into the couch, holding his stomach. "Ha ha ha, is he going to be all right?" Superman asked worriedly, pointing down at Ned. MJ shook her head. "He'll be fine. He's actually an Avenger, like us. His body is enhanced by the super soldier serum. He's far more durable than you realize." Superman raised a brow. "Super soldier serum? Like us?" Batman asked curiously. "I'll explain in a moment," she says as she turns to Peter. "This is your fault, so either wake him up or go put him in one of the guest rooms." "Sure." Peter nodded as he stood up, controlling his laughter as he grew Ned over his shoulder. "Be right back." As he leaves, MJ changes her clothes with a thought, switching straight to her silk suit. "I'm Silk and this dash." Lily happily follows her mother's lead and switches to her own suit. "And I'm Spider-Girl." America watches them change, a jealous look on her face. "Hey, can I get a cool hero costume too?" Superman stared at the spider-themed family, shocked that even the child was a superhero. Meanwhile, Batman wasn't so shocked. After all, he's had some fairly young sidekicks over the years. Back at the tower, Tony Stark finally returned home to his waiting girlfriend, Pepper Potts. Entering the spacious, luxurious penthouse they shared, he was immediately slapped in the face by an angry woman. Pepper looked up, worry and frustration written all over her face. "Do you know how long you've been gone?" Tony pulled Pepper into a hug, surprising the angry woman. "Sorry, we kind of got stranded after the ship malfunctioned. I missed you though." Tony's demeanor seemed a bit different, carrying a hint of something more profound, which threw her for a loop. He pulled away and took her hand, his eyes searching hers. "Pepper, there's something I want to talk to you about," he began, and Pepper sensed an unusual tension in his voice. "It might come as a shock, but hear me out." Pepper nodded, her concern growing. "Of course, Tony. You can talk to me about anything. What's on your mind?" Tony took a deep breath and locked eyes with Pepper, his face earnest. "I've been thinking about having a child." Pepper's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew Tony had been against the idea of having children for a long time. It was a decision they had discussed many times, and Tony had always seemed firm in his stance. I know, Tony continued, sensing Pepper's shock. But hear me out. I visited another universe recently, one where we had a daughter named Morgan. And it didn't look so bad. In fact, it was kind of nice. Pepper's mind was spinning as she tried to process this revelation. Her earlier anger was completely forgotten. Why you want to have a baby, now? Tony nodded, a hint of vulnerability in his eyes. It made me realize that I don't want to be outdone or left behind. Even Spider-Man's got a kid and he's like half my age. Maybe we should have one too. I don't want to miss out on something amazing because of my past reservations. Pepper took a moment to collect her thoughts, knowing how significant this change of heart was for Tony. Tony, this is a huge decision. I don't know what to say. Tony's gaze was unwavering as he spoke with sincerity. I know it's a lot to take in, but I've thought about this, Pepper. I want you to have my baby. He suddenly pulls her back into his arms, his hands roaming her body. With a soft smile, Pepper spoke lowly into Tony's chest. I wouldn't mind. Her voice trailed off towards the end. Tony smirked. I'm sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you. Pepper sighed as she looked up into Tony's eyes. I said, I wouldn't mind having your baby. As she spoke, her whole face turned a bright red. Tony laughed as Pepper buried her head into his chest once again, happy to have shared his innermost thoughts with her. But most of all, he was relieved that his plan to redirect his girlfriend's anger actually worked. After all, who can be mad when talking about starting a family together? Batman had always believed in his strict code of justice, adhering to a path of order and discipline in his mission to rid Gotham City of crime. He had become a symbol of fear to criminals, a relentless force against corruption, and a guardian of the night. Yet recently, his unwavering beliefs were beginning to crumble more and more. As he spent a couple days observing and investigating the new world around him, Bruce couldn't help but be both impressed and shocked. Peter's claims about the state of his world were substantiated with evidence he couldn't ignore. The crime rate was abysmally low, leaving only the truly deranged and desperate to even bother trying anymore. And even then, criminals were almost always thwarted by some sort of hero, vigilante, or otherwise. And, most surprisingly, the world was at peace. What struck Batman the most was how prosperous this world had become. It was the complete opposite of the grim and crime-ridden Gotham he was used to. Is this even possible back home? He wondered. Even things like global warming were being taken seriously, the oceans were undergoing a mass cleaning, and governments were uniting to fight world hunger, poverty, homelessness, and other societal problems. It was a world on the path to healing and prosperity. As Batman studied the proof before his eyes, his ironclad beliefs began to unravel. He questioned himself, how could he have been so wrong for so long? His single-minded pursuit of justice through intimidation and fear had only perpetuated a never-ending cycle of violence and chaos in Gotham. And now, he was faced with irrefutable evidence that there was a better way. Muttering to himself, Batman couldn't help but voice his internal turmoil. How could I be so wrong all this time? How could I have failed so miserably? But that wasn't all. Not only did Batman investigate the good that the Avengers had done, but he also dug into the darker aspects of their methods. He has found tons of evidence of problematic individuals vanishing left and right. He noticed the suspicious disappearances and all sorts of other activities that surprisingly couldn't be linked back to the Avengers. It's definitely them though, Batman muttered as he put everything together, connecting all of the seen and unseen dots. However, as he scrutinized their approach more deeply, he found himself compelled to admire their way of doing things. It was swift and efficient. The removal of irredeemable threats, while unorthodox, led to a safer world for all, just as Peter said it would. In this new universe, Batman was confronted with a reality that challenged his core principles. He realized that his relentless pursuit of a certain type of justice and inability to kill had blinded him to the possibility of a better world through unity, cooperation, and ruthless, yet hidden, action. As he continued to observe and reflect on the mountain of proof before him, Bruce couldn't escape the realization that change was not only possible but essential for the greater good. For once, Batman decided that he was wrong and was willing to embrace a new way of fighting for justice, one that aligned with the lessons he had learned in this astonishing universe. He would join Superman in changing the League, and hopefully, this change would be for the greater good. Although investigating the world around him helped come to this decision, Batman also found all sorts of forums online, debating the same argument that he and Superman had been going through recently. And he would be lying if he said they weren't helpful in his decision-making. I have to thank Ned for sending me these links, Bruce thought as he leaned back in his computer chair. But one wiki page that he found managed to put the fear of God into him. What the hell is the Batman who laughs? On that day as he read through that horror-filled wiki page, Bruce swore to himself that he would do anything and everything he could to stop that from happening to him. Thankfully, the Joker was dead so it wasn't likely to happen, right? As Batman grappled with the profound shift in his beliefs, as well as the horrors of a laughing Jokerish version of himself, he found himself at a crossroads, facing the most challenging question of his life. Was he ready to take a life? It was a question that had haunted him for years, a question he had avoided confronting throughout his crime-fighting career. Unfortunately, joining Superman in changing the League as well as his approach to crime-fighting meant embracing a world that required ruthless action, and it seemed impossible to even consider. Unable to come to a definitive answer, Batman left the apartment he was provided in the Avengers Tower to clear his head. Bruce just needed to escape the confines of his thoughts for a while. Walking through the hallways, his mind whirling with uncertainty, Bruce stumbled upon a balcony. He stepped outside and leaned against the railing, gazing down at the brightly lit city below. The sky was clear, and the city's bustle seemed so distant from his chaotic thoughts. As he stood there, lost in thought, a voice suddenly spoke over his shoulder, breaking the silence, "A penny for your thoughts." Startled, Bruce whipped his body around, shocked that someone had managed to sneak up on him, a feat he had become an expert at. His eyes met those of a man leaning against the wall across from him. "Nick Fury. Who are you?" Bruce asked, his instincts and unease on high alert. Nick Fury regarded Bruce with a cool, assessing look. "Nick Fury. I've never seen you around here before. You a new recruit?" Bruce shook his head. "No, I'm just visiting. Spider-Man gave me and a friend an apartment to stay in." Suddenly, Fury's temperament changed as a cold smile graced his face. "That little sh*T is back, huh?" Fury was happy to hear that Peter was back, but it wasn't for any sort of loving reason. No, Fury thirsted for revenge. For 2 months he was forced to do all of Peter's paperwork, while the man himself was nowhere to found. Yeah. Bruce nodded, confused by the mix of hostility and glee he felt from Fury. Fury filed away his revenge for later as he eyed Bruce. "So, what's got you so troubled?" Bruce found himself hesitant to share his internal struggles, but he couldn't help but respond with another question, a heavy one that weighed on his conscience. "Have you ever killed someone before? What does it feel like? Is it hard?" Fury raised a brow, understanding the gravity of the conversation. This sh*T got real fast. Fury sighed, knowing that this was a topic that couldn't be taken lightly. "Killing," he began, his voice tinged with experience, "is easier than you might realize, especially when it comes to normal people. A few pokes of a knife, a bullet to the heart, the brain, or other vital areas, and most people die quite quickly, without much fanfare. And once you've crossed that line, the initial sickening feeling that accompanies it slowly dissipates. It becomes easier with every kill." Bruce absorbed Fury's words, understanding that they held a truth he had avoided acknowledging. The concept of taking a life was harrowing, but Fury's words painted a stark reality that was hard to ignore. However, Bruce was not convinced, and his brow furrowed as he replied, "I understand what you're saying, but I don't know if I could ever do it. Even with the knowledge that it might be necessary, I can't see myself killing or being a part of killing. I'm just not built that way." Fury nodded, respecting Bruce's resolve, yet also recognizing that his perspective was a deeply ingrained one. Killing was a moral crossroads that not everyone could navigate. For some, it's not an easy thing to stomach. It's not for everyone, and it takes a special kind of resolve to make that initial choice. Some people just don't have it. A bit less conflicted than before, Bruce thanked Fury for the conversation, realizing that even though he had decided to join Superman in taking another path, he didn't know if he could take the crucial step on that path, which was taking a life. With those thoughts swirling in his mind, he turned to leave the balcony and make his way back to his room. Fury watched him go, understanding that the encounter had been a crucial one for the mysterious man. But once he was gone, thoughts of revenge swiftly took hold. "I need to prepare all of Peter's work for him." A dark smile spread across Fury's lips as he concocted a plan to throw all of his work onto his future son-in-law. After all, it's been a while since he visited his granddaughter. As Fury was about to turn and head off with thoughts of revenge brewing in his mind, a sudden and deafening alarm pierced through the quiet building. The blaring sirens and flashing lights surprised him and jolted Bruce, who barely made it more than 20 steps away, to return with a confused look on his face. Bruce rushed back to Fury, concern etching his features. He asked urgently, "What's going on?" Fury's stern expression mirrored Bruce's worry, and he quickly tried to access information. "I don't know. Let me check." He reached for a device on his belt. But before he could, a calm and digitized voice resonated through the area, and Bruce and Fury both turned their attention to it. It was Jarvis. "Mr. Fury, Mr. Wayne, I have detected an incoming fleet of ships entering the solar system," Jarvis stated matter-of-factly. The news sent a chill down both of their spines. It was not just some random incident, it was a threat of planetary magnitude. Simultaneously, all across the globe, Avengers members' phones began to sound, alerting them to the impending danger. The messages contained the same dire warning: an alien fleet was approaching Earth. Back in Queens, New York, Peter stirred from his sleep beside MJ, who groaned in annoyance and buried her head in the pillows, disoriented by the blaring alert from his phone. "Mother f***er." He cursed under his breath, and quickly checked the message from Jarvis. He clicked his tongue in annoyance as he read about the incoming alien fleet. They couldn't have waited until the morning. In a large hall in the Avengers Tower, an atmosphere of urgency filled the air. The Avengers had assembled, all dressed in their gear, ready for action. The alarms had called them to attention, and they had gathered to discuss the impending threat. Peter, in his Spider-Man suit, rubbed the back of his head and stifled a yawn as he entered the room. His arrival drew the attention of those present. Captain America, Black Widow, Brunhilde, and other Avengers members turned to face him. Across from him, Batman and Superman, also suited up, acknowledged his presence. Superman spoke first, his deep voice resonating with determination. "We're here to help. We'll fight alongside the Avengers." Batman nodded in agreement. "Agreed." he says as he eyes Peter for a moment. We've dealt with our fair share of alien invasions over the years, and it's never pretty. Peter appreciated their support. Thanks, we appreciate the help. As the conversation continued, Natasha stepped forward and informed Peter, Fury, and the rest of the council are waiting for you in the council chambers. Peter nodded and made his way past the many Avengers and entered the double doors leading to the council chambers. Inside the chamber, Peter found a formidable assembly. Tony Stark, Nick Fury, Magneto, Professor X, and T'Chaka, the former king of Wakanda, were all present. Fury greeted Peter with a wicked grin, his eyes filled with a sense of vindictive amusement, before leaning in and stating, "Finally, the great Spider-Man graces us with his presence." He claps his hands, his voice laced with sarcasm. Peter, feeling a chill run down his spine, realized that Fury must have been saddled with his paperwork whilst he was gone. After all, the rest of them would never voluntarily choose to do more work. He must have some revenge planned. Peter wasted no time and immediately changed the subject. So, what do we know about this alien fleet? Tapping the table, Tony projected a holographic image that displayed countless red dots approaching Earth. He explained, "We've got around 1,000 ships coming our way, all following a flagship. The flagship is about 10 times the size of the rest. Our cameras can't get a clear image yet, but they're getting closer." Silence fell over the room as everyone took in the gravity of the situation, staring blankly at the holographic map, each red dot representing a massive alien warship headed their way. Breaking the silence, Peter spoke up, his tone remarkably calm considering the impending threat. "We have a couple of options here. We can wait and prepare to use the network of Kree, Nova, and Chitauri ships that surround the planet to help defend us when they get closer. However, that means allowing the fleet to approach Earth, which is risky." Peter continued. "Or, we can get everyone ready for battle now, and I can go investigate to see if the fleet is hostile. If it is, I can open portals to each ship and let the Avengers board and attack before the fleet gets anywhere near us or the planet's inhabitants." The council and Peter's allies considered the options carefully. Some even threw out some other ideas, but after some deliberation, they reached a consensus. Fury spoke decisively, "We can't afford to wait." He turns to Peter. "Go investigate and confirm if the fleet is hostile. If it is, then we'll use the portal strategy." With a quick nod, Peter prepared to head out, though he couldn't help but wonder, who the hell would fly a fleet of warships into our solar system? He had a good idea of who it might be, but he had to be sure before saying anything. Before heading out to infiltrate the oncoming alien fleet, Peter considered his options. With the blood samples from the Flash, Superman, and Martian Manhunter, he could potentially use this opportunity to test out their powers. All he would have to do is assimilate them and he would have their powers. It was tempting, but he realized the risks involved. Peter knew that if he suddenly displayed new abilities, like laser eyes or super speed, then both Superman and Batman, who were still in his universe, would grow suspicious. They would question the source of these newfound powers, and he just didn't want to deal with that. Reluctantly, Peter decided to postpone assimilating the blood samples. It was a wise choice to avoid any stern looks from Batman or betrayed looks from Superman. With that idea shelved, he waited until the Avengers were prepared since it wouldn't take him long to investigate the fleet. When the moment was right, he used a quick spell to turn himself invisible and make his presence undetectable. Then, he opened a portal and stepped onto the flagship of the approaching alien fleet. It didn't take him long to recognize the architecture of the ship. It was Chitauri. He had commandeered quite a few of these ships during the last Chitauri invasion. Peter's mind raced as he considered the purpose of this fleet. Was it an organized attack to seek avenge the death of Thanos, or had the Mad Titan somehow survived the poison he had administered to him? It seemed unlikely that anyone could endure the deadliest poison in existence, but there was always the possibility. As Peter stealthily explored the ship, expertly avoiding any and all patrols that came his way, he arrived at the main deck and stopped dead in his tracks. There, staring out into the cold expanse of space, stood Thanos, the Mad Titan, holding a familiar spear. It was unmistakably the weapon that contained the Mind Stone, Loki's spear from the first Avengers movie. "My precious," Peter thought as he eyed the spear which most contained the last of the Infinity Stones. Retrieving it would complete his collection. Ignoring his growing greed for a moment, Peter couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and awe at the sight of Thanos. If this was indeed the same Mad Titan who had fallen victim to his poison and somehow survived, then it was a testament to Thanos's incredible resilience and strength. Peter was truly impressed. Just as Peter contemplated his next move and whether he should reveal himself, Thanos's voice resonated through the chamber, asking, "Are you just going to stand there and hide all day?" Startled, Peter watched as Thanos turned around and gazed directly at him, as if he wasn't invisible. He was well aware that Thanos was no ordinary adversary, but this ability to perceive him went beyond what Peter had anticipated. With a sigh of resignation, Peter deactivated the spell that kept him hidden and revealed himself to the Mad Titan. Instantly, Thanos's eyes tuned bloodshot, and he tightened his grip on the spear. The man who had tricked him and poisoned him was finally here, and he could feel his blood begin to boil at the mere sight of him. Spider-Man. Thanos spat Peter's name as if it left a bad taste in his mouth. "Finally, we meet again. Yo." Waving a casual hello to the Mad Titan. "I'm not going to lie. I thought you were dead." He eyed Thanos up and down. "You look like you lost some weight. Have you been sick or something?" While maintaining a smile beneath his mask, Peter discreetly opened portals to every other ship within the surrounding fleet. These portals connected directly to the Avengers Tower, where every Avenger was eagerly waiting, including Batman and Superman. As the portals materialized before the Avengers and their newfound allies, it was evident that a well-organized plan had already been established. Each member of the Avengers was assigned to specific teams and knew their roles in the impending conflict. Batman and Superman had their designated portal as well, which they swiftly rushed through. Peter decided to pair them as a two-man team, given their unique abilities and experience. It was an ideal combination of raw power and tactical genius. The portal led Batman and Superman onto one of the alien ships, appearing in the middle of a vast, dimly lit hangar. The chamber was filled with a multitude of smaller Chitauri vessels, while thousands of Chitauri soldiers went about their duties. They were all going about their business until the sudden appearance of two new arrivals in the center of the hangar drew their attention. An eerie silence fell upon the chamber as every Chitauri soldier turned their heads to face Batman and Superman, their cold, bug eyes scrutinizing the unexpected intruders. A few moments passed as the tension in the room grew, creating a palpable feeling of anticipation. Then, without warning, the Chitauri warriors took action. With uncanny precision and in eerie unison, they charged toward the two intruders. It was as if their hive mind had instantly recognized the threat and responded with a ruthless determination to eliminate it. Superman and Batman, side by side, prepared for the onslaught. With a confident nod, they exchanged a brief wordless understanding of their roles. Superman, with his incredible strength and speed, would serve as the frontline powerhouse, drawing the enemy's attention and providing cover for Batman, whose strategic brilliance would allow him to exploit the Chitauri's weaknesses. The battle erupted in a blur of superhuman speed and tactical precision. Superman flew directly into the charging Chitauri ranks, creating shockwaves with each powerful punch and sending his foes flying. He zipped between opponents, a crimson and blue blur of speed, unleashing his heat vision in focused bursts to bisect those who dared to stand in his way. At the same time, Batman weaved between the Chitauri warriors, using Superman as a distraction. As he moved through the ranks of the Chitauri, he made sure to toss a single explosive batarang from his utility belt onto every single ship in the hangar, which detonated as he got a good distance away, shaking the ship as the hangar filled with smoke. Superman, despite being vastly outnumbered, handled the Chitauri with ease. He was an unstoppable force, and his mere presence was a beacon of hope for those around him. However, Batman's analytical mind ensured that they fought with the utmost efficiency and minimal collateral damage. The conflict was fierce and unrelenting, but with Superman and Batman working in tandem, the Chitauri's numerical advantage seemed irrelevant. As they battled wave after wave of soldiers, it became apparent that the Chitauri didn't stand a chance. As the portals materialized before the Avengers and their newfound allies, the chamber in the Avengers Tower buzzed with anticipation. Every member of the Avengers had been assigned to specific teams, their roles carefully considered to maximize their effectiveness in the battle ahead. Captain America, standing tall and resolute, led the charge. His vibranium shield was a shining beacon of hope for his team as he, Peggy Carter, and Bucky Barnes stepped through their portal, leading to one of the many ships in the oncoming alien fleet. Their combined skills, agility, and combat prowess made them a formidable trio. Brunhilde, accompanied by her Valkyrie sisters, embarked into dozens of portals, leaping headfirst into battle for the first time since their resurrection. Their combination of mystical power and divine might made them a force to be reckoned with. Similar to the Valkyrie, Black Widow led the Man-Widows of Nightingale through a portal, each of them armed with the best laser pistols and rifles that the Avengers had. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, Falcon, and other low-level Avengers poured through another portal. Peter and the rest of the council decided to bunch all of the rather weak Avengers into one team, where they can combine their meager skills into a formidable force. Ant-Man and the Wasp, utilizing their unique size-changing abilities, slipped into the alien ships undetected, seeking strategic opportunities to disrupt the enemy's operations from within. Peter didn't bother calling Hank and Janet since they were a bit old to be fighting off alien invasions. But most of all, he just didn't want to force the newly divorced pair to see each other. After all, the divorce is still pretty fresh. After rescuing Janet from the quantum realm and returning home, Hank had some time to really think about the fact that Janet found love again and moved on without him, which then resulted in the two separating. Hank didn't really blame her, as he'd always loved Janet, but he just couldn't bring himself to be with her anymore, which saddened both of them, including their daughter, Hope. But thankfully, Hope was a 34-year-old woman, so she didn't take it too hard. And from what Peter has heard, the two are still amicable, but he just didn't want to deal with any drama. Yeah, no thanks, Peter thought at the time. With every portal, a distinct and powerful group entered the fray. The plan was orchestrated with precision, ensuring that each team was ready and able to succeed in their mission. As the Avengers emerged from their portals onto different ships within the fleet, they faced the same eerie silence and the cold, unfeeling eyes of the Chitauri. A moment of tense anticipation filled the air, mirroring the situation Batman and Superman had confronted. Then, chaos erupted. The Avengers leaped into action, each group engaging the Chitauri forces with their distinct style and abilities. Captain America's shield was a blur of red, white, and blue as he deflected energy blasts and battered the Chitauri warriors. Black Widow moved with grace and precision, striking with her batons while acrobatically dodging attacks. Brunhilde, armed with her Asgardian sword, radiated strength and confidence as she challenged the alien foes. As each team battled fiercely, the Cheetori's numerical advantage meant little in the face of the Avengers' unwavering determination and combined might. The elements of surprise and teamwork worked to their advantage, creating a rapidly escalating chaos on board the alien vessels. Back on the flagship, the confrontation between Spider-Man and Thanos crackled with tension. They stood on the expansive deck of the Chitauri flagship, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. Spider-Man couldn't help but compare the Mad Titan's appearance to when they first met. Peter smirked under his mask. Damn, that poison must have really done a number on you, huh? Once a hulking and imposing figure, Thanos now appeared noticeably different, having suffered the consequences of a severe poisoning that left him bedridden for an extended period. His once bulging, titan-like muscles had shrunk, leaving his frame significantly diminished. The pronounced contours of his imposing physique had faded, replaced by a more lean and shrunken appearance. Despite his regained health, Thanos bore the unmistakable signs of a body weakened by prolonged inactivity and sickness, his once intimidating presence reduced to a shadow of its former self. Thanos angrily gripped the Mind Stone-empowered spear, its intricate engravings shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "And whose fault do you think that is?" he asked in contempt. Each movement he made was both deliberate and graceful, ready to finally get his vengeance. With a taunting grin hidden beneath his mask, Peter's voice was laced with playful mockery. "Would that be little old me?" he asked, pointing directly at himself. "But you know, for a guy who's supposed to be dead, you look pretty good." Thanos responded with an amused chuckle, his deep voice resonating through the chamber. "Ah, Spider-Man, always the jester, aren't you?" As they spoke, both parties began circling each other, probing for weaknesses, testing the waters. Their movements created a captivating spectacle. Being the first to act, Peter kicked off the ground, closing the distance between them with blinding speed. His reflexes were honed to perfection, a result of his arduous training throughout the years. Appearing before the Mad Titan, Peter sent a Spartan kick to his chest. "Since you're too afraid, I'll make the first move." Thanos, eye twitching from the annoying comment, met Peter's attack with grace. His superhuman agility allowed him to dodge, though only by a hair's breadth. As they clashed, Peter's superhuman strength and combat skills became evident. His punches and kicks landed with the force of a speeding freight train, and he demonstrated a deep understanding of martial arts. On the other hand, Thanos' superhuman strength was formidable, allowing him to hold his own against Peter's onslaught. Their blows collided with tremendous force, causing shockwaves that reverberated throughout the flagship. The impact of each punch sent tremors through the ship's structure. Peter's movements were fluid and unpredictable, his body morphing and twisting like an acrobat. He harnessed his arachnid agility to evade Thanos' strikes while taunting him. "Is that all you've got, big guy? Oh, wait, maybe it should be little guy now." Thanos responded with an annoyed grunt, yet his resolve was unshaken. "Just give up, Spider. I promise to repair your planet as long as you surrender now," he says as he sent Peter a murderous look. "Otherwise, I'll slaughter everyone you love alongside your entire planet, and I'll make you watch as I do it." Peter jokingly shivered, feigning fear. "Oh, no, I'm so scared. Somebody save me from this anorexic titan." Thanos merely shook in his head. "Just remember, you choose this yourself." Their battle escalated as Peter's strength surged. The fiery phoenix flames flickered around him, burning with intensity. The air shimmered with heat as he unleashed devastating energy blasts, searing through the deck plating and sending fiery waves toward Thanos. The Mad Titan deftly dodged the fiery attacks, his superhuman reflexes enabling him to weave between the torrent of flames. Yet, a grin tugged at the corner of his lips, betraying his amusement. After all, it's not every day that he fights a worthy battle. With a blinding burst of speed, Peter lunged at Thanos, his fists covered in phoenix flames. He swung at the Mad Titan with a series of powerful blows, driving him back. The deck trembled under their incredible clash of strength. Thanos staggered but quickly recovered, demonstrating his superhuman durability. His flesh bore no burns from the flames, and his healing factor rapidly mended any wounds. Spider-Man continued his relentless assault, channeling his immense power and taunting Thanos. "I hate to say this, but I think you might actually be weaker than the last time we met." "Shut up," Thanos exclaimed, which caused Peter to smirk, knowing that he struck a chord that time. As the battle raged on, the Mad Titan found himself on the defensive. The Chitauri flagship quaked under the intensity of their struggle. "I don't think I'll need to use any of my Infinity Stone," Peter mused, almost disappointed by how weak Thanos had become. Pressed his advantage, Peter forced Thanos to defend himself against a barrage of punishing blows. Yet, Thanos' resolve remained unbroken. With a defiant roar, he unleashed a shockwave of energy, sending Peter hurtling backward. The ship's deck crumbled beneath the impact, and a gaping chasm formed between the two adversaries. Spinning in the air, Peter landed on his feet and brushed off his suit. "Huh, I didn't expect that." Thanos stood across from him, breathing heavily as he tried to catch his breath. "I can't lose," he thought as he gripped his spear tightly, drawing upon the Mind Stone's power. But before the battle could resume, their attention was diverted by the bright light of explosions that lit up the chamber from outside. Surprised, they turned to witness a grim spectacle through the windows. One by one, the fleet of Chitauri warships was being torn apart by the Avengers' coordinated attack. Explosions blossomed like deadly flowers across the void of space. The flagship shuddered as one of its closer companion vessels was consumed by fire. Thanos watched with a mixture of anger and disbelief as his fleet crumbled under the Avengers' assault. The sight of his meticulously planned invasion unraveling infuriated him. With a final, lingering glance at Spider-Man, Thanos growled, "This isn't over, Spider-Man." He gripped his spear, which glowed in a bright light that enveloped his entire body. Thanos, holding the glowing spear, summoned the power of the stone within. With a determined glare, he raised the spear high in the air, and the Mind Stone began to pulse with an eerie, electric light. An aura of malevolence surrounded him as he prepared to unleash his most potent attack. "It's over," Thanos exclaimed, a mad glint in his eyes. The Mad Titan targeted Peter's mind, attempting to break through the layers of mental fortifications that shielded his thoughts. The Mind Stone's energy surged and sought to penetrate Peter's consciousness. Thanos channeled the stone's power to exploit Peter's psyche, with the intention of turning him into a vegetable. Peter felt the alien influence on his mind, a cold, invasive presence attempting to infiltrate his thoughts. The Mind Stone's power began to bypass his mental defenses, sending sharp shivers down his spine. However, just as the Mind Stone's attack threatened to gain a foothold in Peter's consciousness, it abruptly halted. An invisible barrier, impermeable and unfathomably strong, repelled the invasive energy. Thanos, his expression shifting from confidence to bewilderment, was stunned by the unexpected turn of events. He had assumed that his Mind Stone could pierce through Peter's mental defenses. The realization that his attack had been thwarted left him momentarily disoriented. The reason for this unexplained setback was fairly simple. The presence of the Reality Stone within Peter's body reacted to the intrusion of the Mind Stone's power, creating an inherent defense against any other Infinity Stone. F***ck, that was close. Peter let out a relieved breath. Note to self, update my mental shields when I get back. Without wasting a moment, Peter seized the opportunity presented by Thanos' momentary confusion. He kicked off the ground and instantly materialized before the Mad Titan, his superior speed and agility allowing him to strike first. A swift and powerful punch found its mark on Thanos' midsection. The impact sent the Mad Titan flying backward, and he crashed through the ship's metallic walls. The vessel quaked as his massive form collided with the structure, causing it to tremble under the devastating force of Peter's blow. The once terrifying presence of Thanos had been reduced to a battered and disoriented figure, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Peter didn't give him a chance to recover either. He was relentless, capitalizing on his newfound advantage. Peter darted toward the fallen Mad Titan, his every movement an elegant dance of precision and raw power. The battle that followed was a one-sided onslaught, with Peter landing a flurry of devastating blows. Each punch and kick that Peter delivered was powered by his enhanced strength, further fueled by the fiery energy of the Phoenix. Thanos' superhuman durability wavered under the unrelenting assault, and his healing factor struggled to mend the mounting wounds. Thanos desperately tried to defend himself, but he was overwhelmed by the astonishing power gap between him and Peter. His attempts to strike back were futile, as Peter's reflexes were far beyond his diminished capabilities. The sound of flesh striking flesh reverberated through the flagship, a constant barrage of punishing blows that seemed unending, leaving Thanos bloody and disfigured. With each strike, Peter taunted his opponent. "You thought you could conquer my planet? Pathetic. You can't even conquer me." The Mad Titan's powers, once dreaded across the universe, had been reduced to mere memories of his former glory. He could do nothing to prevent the relentless onslaught, and his mind swirled with frustration, pain, and disbelief. As Peter's relentless assault continued, pushing Thanos to the brink of death, each strike sent shockwaves through the flagship, its structure quaking with the ferocity of their clash. Blood trickled down from Thanos' face, and his body bore the marks of Peter's devastating blows. Peter's taunts and jests punctuated the sound of blows landing on the Mad Titan. "Hey, are you awake?" Peter asked as he noticed the Mad Titan's eyes begin to fall shut. "If you're just going to sleep, then I might as well finish this up." With an annoyed sigh, Peter gathered his strength, preparing to deliver the final blow to the weakened and battered Thanos. The fiery energy of the Phoenix flared around him, ready to burn Thanos to ash. He lunged at Thanos, his clenched fist charged with incredible power, ready to end the battle. The impact would be the culmination of their struggle, a victorious moment for Peter, and a defeat for the once dreaded Mad Titan. But just as Peter's blow was about to land, a sudden force, telekinetic in nature, pushed him away from Thanos. He suddenly felt his spider sense tingle and was immediately sent hurtling through the air, his body accelerating and spinning uncontrollably. The force was powerful, and it took him a moment to regain his bearings. In the chaos of the moment, Ebony Maw, Thanos' trusted follower and servant, had rushed to save his father and lord. As Peter recoiled from the telekinetic assault, Maw knelt beside Thanos, his robes swirling around him. The injured Mad Titan groggily watched with a mix of gratitude and fear as Maw assessed his condition. He had been thoroughly defeated, and his strength had waned. On the other side of the room, Peter gained control of himself and flipped, landing gracefully on his feet. Seeing the man who interrupted their fight, he waved his hand and conjured a portal which opened up behind Maw, swiftly closed the distance between them. In an instant, the dark-clad servant found himself with no time to react. Thanos desperately attempted to warn him, his voice strained, but the warning came too late. Behind why? Before Maw could even react, Peter's hand mercilessly pierced through Maw's back, his fingers tightly seizing the heart that throbbed within. Ugh! Maw's agonizing scream pierced the air, a tortured cry that resonated through the chamber, filling it with torment. Blood cascaded from his mouth as he coughed and sputtered. My apologies, father. His life force steadily drained away, and his body convulsed as the tight grasp of death overtook him. Thanos watched in grim silence as his devoted servant breathed his last, his body collapsing beside him. The chamber bore witness to the demise of Ebony Maw, who had followed Thanos' every command until the end. A true child of the Mad Titan. As Maw's lifeless body lay still, Peter turned to face the weakened and wounded Mad Titan. The fiery energy of the Phoenix still coursed through his veins as he stood with a hint of triumph. "Is that the last of them?" Peter asked, his voice filled with a mixture of curiosity and mischievousness. "Was that the last of your children?" Peter distinctly remembers killing some of them on the day he poisoned Thanos, but he didn't care to remember their names. Not to mention the fact that his two favored daughters are under his protection as well. Thanos, breathing heavily, bloodied from his battle with Peter, he met the gaze of the victorious hero. The Mad Titan's expression was one of defeat, his once indomitable spirit now crushed by the weight of his losses. With a defeated sigh, he nodded. "Yes, you've taken everything from me." His words were tinged with resignation, and his eyes held a trace of melancholy. "You know, I haven't taken everything from you, yet," Peter remarked, his voice laced with confident amusement. With a purposeful stride, he approached the spear that Thanos had dropped during their battle. The Mind Stone embedded within the weapon gleamed with an eerie, electric light. Peter extended his hand, and picked up the spear, admiring it for a moment before plucking the Mind Stone from the center of the blade. The stone radiated with its inherent cosmic power, pulsing between Peter's two fingers. "Now I've taken everything," Peter declared, holding the Mind Stone aloft for a brief moment before securing it within the protective confines of his storage necklace. With the Mind Stone in his possession, Peter's powers and control over the elements of the universe were supreme. He now held every single Infinity Stone. "I finally collected all of them," Peter thought as he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment surge through his body. As Peter stood there, having secured the Mind Stone and possessing all 6 Infinity Stones, his thoughts turned towards Thanos. The Mad Titan, bloodied and battered, remained seated, his arrogance shattered and his once lofty goals reduced to ashes. "You thought that wiping out half the universe was the solution to overpopulation and scarcity, right?" Peter asked, his voice tinged with a mixture of pity and amusement. "You know, you're f***ing brain dead." Thanos ignored the petty insult, confused as to why he's not dead yet. With a wry smile, Peter produced 6 ornate rings, each designed to hold their own stone. These rings were the culmination of his and the dwarves' hard work. With deliberate precision, he slipped them onto his fingers. One by one, Peter conjured each Infinity Stone, placing them into the corresponding ring. The Power Stone, Space Stone, Reality Stone, Time Stone, Soul Stone, and Mind Stone found their designated positions. Thanos couldn't believe his eyes. As the stones settled into their new homes, the rings began to emanate a soft, harmonious glow, synchronizing with the power of the Infinity Stones. The energy that swirled around Peter was both magnificent and terrifying, a force of nature that transcended the limits of reality. "Here goes nothing." Peter pressed his thumb and middle finger together, hoping that he didn't explode. With a snap of his fingers, Peter activated the power of the Infinity Stones. But his intention was far different from the genocidal purpose Thanos had envisioned. Instead, Peter harnessed the limitless power of the stones for a more compassionate and constructive fix. The Infinity Stones glowed brilliantly as the universe was reshaped before their eyes. Millions of uninhabited planets, barren and desolate, began to transform. Lush vegetation sprouted, fertile lands emerged, and life-giving oceans appeared where once there was only desolation. These planets became welcoming, idyllic havens, capable of sustaining life and flourishing. They were no longer the lifeless husks of the cosmos, but fertile worlds, ripe with potential and opportunity. Peter turned his attention to Thanos, who watched the transformation in awe and disbelief. The Mad Titan's eyes widened as he comprehended the scale of what he was witnessing. His dream of culling half the universe's population now seemed small and inconsequential in comparison. "See," Peter said, his voice laced with a mixture of admonishment and empathy. "You could have used the power of the stones to make the universe better, to create a future where everyone can thrive. Instead, you wanted to kill everyone." With a sweep of his hand, Peter revealed more of the transformed planets to Thanos, emphasizing the scope of the opportunity that had been wasted. "Millions of worlds, each one a sanctuary for those who suffer, for those who struggle. You could have made life better for everyone, but you chose a path of suffering and death," Peter continued, his words resonating with conviction. "You had the power to bring hope to the universe, but you squandered it. A/N, you were the chosen one, Anakin." The Mad Titan, his earlier resolve and arrogance reduced to nothing, could only watch in silence as the universe he had sought to reshape into his own image was transformed by Peter's benevolent use of the Infinity Stones. His dreams of conquest and power crumbled as he came face to face with the realization of his own short-sightedness. As a final, dramatic statement, he raised the spear high in the air, and the phoenix flames that enveloped him swirled around the weapon, intensifying their fiery glow. With a single-handed swing, he brought the empowered spear down with incredible force, severing Thanos' head from his body. The gleaming blade cut through flesh and bone, creating a clean and decisive separation. The Mad Titan's head rolled away from his lifeless body, and his eyes held a permanent expression of defeat. In an instant, the flames spread over the severed head, and Thanos' remains ignited into a pyre of blazing phoenix flames. Peter watched, his eyes locked on the fiery spectacle. The flames consumed Thanos' body, leaving only ashes that scattered along the ship's floor. With the blaze of phoenix flames casting an ethereal glow across the ship, Peter stood amidst the aftermath of the cosmic confrontation. Thanos, once a looming threat, now reduced to ashes scattered across the metallic floor, served as a somber testament to the end of an era. Exhaustion settled into Peter's limbs, and he slowly collapsed onto his backside, taking a few measured breaths. The physical exertion of battling Thanos had been manageable, thanks to the enhanced abilities. However, the true toll came from the application of the Infinity Stones on such a grand scale. As Peter caught his breath, he contemplated the immense power he had wielded to transform countless barren wasteland planets into thriving paradises. The scope of the endeavor had drained him far more than the physical combat. The phoenix flames around him flickered, their intensity reflecting the ebb and flow of Peter's own energy. That was a bit more taxing than I anticipated, Peter muttered to himself, his words punctuated by a sigh of weariness. The sheer magnitude of altering the destinies of millions of planets had taken its toll on him, leaving a sense of fatigue that lingered beneath the surface. Maybe I should have done 100,000 planets at a time instead of doing them all at once. With a self-reflective gaze, Peter acknowledged that using the Infinity Stones for grand, universe-altering acts required a considerable investment of his own energy. It was a revelation that resonated through the core of his being. While the stones granted godlike abilities, there were limits to what even someone like him could achieve without suffering consequences. I guess using these stones on a large scale is a bit like running a marathon, Peter mused, his tired eyes focused on the distant remnants of the phoenix-infused flames. You can do it, but it's not something you want to do every day. The exhaustion in his bones served as a clear reminder that wielding such immense power came with risks. He concluded that, moving forward, he needed to exercise caution, not pushing the boundaries of what his body could handle. After all, even Thanos severely hurt himself when he snapped away half of the universe's population in the movies. The potential consequences of using more of the stone's power than he could handle loomed in Peter's mind, a danger that he was keen on avoiding. Well, it's not like I plan on altering the universe on such a grand scale again, so I doubt I'll ever need to worry about it. Peter shrugged uncaringly. Although he was technically limiting his use of the stones, the limiter was only placed on anything above simultaneously terraforming millions and millions of planets throughout the universe. It wouldn't hinder him one bit. A/N, just to be clear, this is not me nerfing Peter or the stones. I hate when authors do that, so I won't ever do it. As Peter reflected on this, he suddenly wondered, is there anything else, other than overpopulation, that needs to be fixed? But after some thought, he decided not to change the universe any more than necessary. On one hand, Peter could use the stones to turn the universe into a paradise free from all troubles, but on the other hand, doing that would make the universe immensely boring and mundane. Meh, I just gave the universe millions of paradise planets, so I'd say that's enough. At least for now. I can always decide to do more later, Peter mused. Although he likes helping others, as many heroes do, it just wasn't his job to fix every little inconvenience or mishap that takes place in the infinite cosmos of his universe. Seated on the ship's floor, Peter admired the rings that adorned his fingers. Crafted with precision by the dwarves of Nidavellir and assembled through his own efforts, these rings had proven to be the key to unlocking the true potential of the Infinity Stones, similar to Thanos' gauntlet, which will now never be made in this universe. The dwarves did an amazing job, Peter thought, acknowledging the craftsmanship that had ensured the rings functioned flawlessly, even after a task as monumental as reshaping the universe. The rings, still shimmering with residual cosmic energy, clung to Peter's fingers. Despite the monumental task they had just performed, they remained intact, a testament to their durability and the quality of their construction. Peter felt a surge of gratitude for the dwarves and a sense of accomplishment for successfully wielding the Infinity Stones to bring about positive change. Maybe I should give the dwarves a gift, Peter thought as he snapped his fingers. In the heart of Nidavellir, the dwarves diligently toiled in their forges, the rhythmic clangs of hammers on anvils echoing through the immense cavern. For generations, this realm had been their sanctum, with Nidavellir, the neutron star they had harnessed, at the core of their existence. The giant ring encircling the star housed their homes and workshops, and the celestial body itself served as the most potent forge in the universe. Amidst the chorus of forging, the dwarves paused, their attention drawn to the grand windows overlooking the heart of Nidavellir, the neutron star. As they gazed in awe, a collective gasp escaped their lips. The neutron star, their source of power and inspiration, began to surge with an unprecedented intensity, its luminosity growing more vibrant and its heat escalating beyond any measure they had known. Eitri, the revered king of the dwarves, his eyes wide with a mixture of astonishment and trepidation, joined his kin at the windows. The once stable neutron star pulsated with newfound vigor, its flames dancing with an intensity that both fascinated and terrified the dwarves. What the F***ck? Eitri muttered in shock. As seconds passed like an eternity, the neutron star continued to burn with an otherworldly fervor. Gripped by the fear of impending catastrophe, the dwarves watched the star pulse and expand in their direction. But suddenly, just as they thought the star would swallow them whole, the surge ceased, and the neutron star began to recede, returning to its usual size. A collective sigh of relief swept through Nidavellir as the star settled into a new equilibrium. The once blue hues of the star transformed into a brilliant gold, casting a warm glow across the forges and workshops. Eitri whispered in awe, What happened to it? While the dwarves marveled at the altered star, they remained oblivious to the true architect of this cosmic transformation. Unbeknownst to them, Peter, having wielded the Infinity Stones, had extended his benevolence to Nidavellir. The neutron star, the very lifeblood of their craftsmanship, had undergone a metamorphosis at his hands. The upgrade to the neutron star brought forth a multitude of possibilities for the dwarves. Anything forged within its radiant embrace would now possess an unparalleled quality and potency, surpassing anything the dwarves had ever achieved before. After Peter snapped his fingers, channeling the power of the Infinity Stones to gift the dwarves of Nidavellir with an upgraded neutron star, he watched the surprised looks on the dwarves' face with a smile. The warm hues of the golden star reflected the dumb expressions they were currently making. As Peter stopped watching the dwarves, a voice, gentle yet powerful, resonated over his shoulder, catching him off guard. Peter, with a start, spun around to find himself face to face with a figure that was extremely familiar. It was as if the essence of Stan Lee had materialized before him, wearing a knowing smile. Instantly, realization dawned on Peter, this was no ordinary being. It was the one above all, the supreme deity of the Marvel multiverse. That's a very nice thing you've done for the dwarves, and the rest of the universe as well, the figure said, the voice carrying a sense of cosmic wisdom. Peter, still processing the sudden appearance, stammered a surprised greeting, hello there, sir. The figure chuckled softly. No need to be alarmed, Peter. I'm here because it's been a while since someone collected all of the Infinity Stones in this universe. Hopping to his feet, Peter struggled to find the right words, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe. Okay, sir. Although Peter has seen the one above all a few times, he never had a conversation with him. Every time they met, he would be in some sort of disguise and swiftly disappear before he could say anything. The one above all smiled kindly, reassuring Peter. No need for formalities. Just call me Stan, if you will. I'm here because I'm happily surprised that, for once, the Infinity Stones have fallen into the hands of a good guy. You know, not many Spider-Men have collected the stones. People like you are exceedingly rare. You should be proud. Thank you. Peter smiled, his hand raising to scratch the back of his head awkwardly. After all, it's not every day that an all-powerful god of the Marvel multiverse compliments you. You're welcome. The one above all smiled kindly as he checked his watch. Oh, it seems I have an appointment to get to. Sorry to take up your time like this. Peter shook his head. No, it's fine. After all, it's not every day I get to meet a god. The one above all waved Peter's words off uncaringly. Like I said, just treat me normally, he says as he began to fade away. It was nice to officially meet you, Peter. I hope to see more of your incredible feats. They've certainly been entertaining thus far. As the godly Stan Lee disappeared, Peter couldn't help but raise a brow at the revelation that the one above all had been watching him. It was as if his life had become some cosmic movie or TV show. The thought both amused and unnerved him, realizing that his actions were under the observation of the supreme deity. Just as Peter was processing this encounter, Superman came flying in, his blue eyes filled with curiosity. Hey, Peter, who were you just talking to? Peter, still grappling with the surreal encounter, shook his head in disbelief. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, with Thanos and his army defeated, and Stan Lee gone, Peter and the Avengers shifted their focus to the aftermath of the war. The bug-like remnants of Chitauri invaders lay scattered across the many destroyed ships, their lifeless bodies serving as grim reminders of the conflict that had unfolded. In the wake of victory, the Avengers commenced the arduous task of cleaning up the debris and disposing of the fallen foes. After taking everything back to Earth, Peter used his flames to burn the many bodies as everyone else assisted in gathering the dead bugs, each member contributing their unique abilities to streamline the cleanup process. Meanwhile, Iron Man and a few others scanned and cataloged salvageable technology from the enemy fleet. The remains of Thanos' fleet, scattered like broken toys, presented a treasure trove of potential resources. The Avengers decided to salvage what they could. Luckily, the intact vessels, numbering around 50, were deemed salvageable. Tony marked them down as candidates for retrofitting. After all, these warships would make a good addition to the Avengers' growing fleet, especially Thanos' warship, which was damaged from their battle but still usable. As Peter and the Avengers diligently worked on the cleanup process, sorting through the remnants of the Chitauri forces and gathering salvageable technology, Superman and Batman found a moment to discuss matters of principle. Away from the clatter of debris and the hum of machinery, they stood side by side, admiring the Avengers' work. Batman spoke, his voice low and hesitant. Clark. Superman turned to Batman with a serious expression. What's the matter? Batman, ever stoic behind his cowl, looked toward his fellow League member. He had been dreading this conversation ever since he changed his mind. I never thought I'd say this, but I've come to agree with your new views, Batman admitted, his gravelly voice carrying a reluctant admission. I've seen the evidence, analyzed the data, and considered the peaceful state of this world. Killing certain criminals for the greater good makes sense. Superman, visibly surprised by Batman's sudden admission, raised an eyebrow. I never thought I'd hear you say that. Why the change of heart? Batman sighed, a rare display of vulnerability. It's not easy for me to admit when I'm wrong. I was against killing for a long time, but the evidence is here. This world is much more peaceful when the worst criminals are permanently dealt with. I never thought I'd agree with you on this. Superman nodded in understanding, acknowledging the difficulty of such a concession. It's not about being right or wrong, Bruce. It's about doing what's best for the world we've sworn to protect. However, Batman's admission came with a caveat. While I agree with the new direction, I'm not sure I could ever kill someone myself. It goes against everything I've believed in for so long. Superman raised a questioning brow. Bruce, during the invasion, you killed at least a few hundred Chitauri. You blew them up, chopped them to bits, and even snapped a few necks. Does killing only count for you when they're humanoid people? Batman hesitated for a moment before realizing the weight of Superman's words. His eyes widened as the realization struck him. Batman started, his voice faltering. I didn't think about it that way. I always told myself that they weren't human. But, they were alive and all of them were sentient. Superman's gaze remained steady, prompting Batman to confront the reality he had avoided. The words of Nick Fury, spoken during their earlier discussion in the tower, echoed in Batman's mind. Killing is far easier than you think it is. Fury was right. Killing was so easy that Bruce didn't even realize that he's done it countless times already. For a man that prided himself on pacifism, Batman found it hard to wrestle with the fact that his kill count was far higher than most serial killers. Batman, for the first time, grappled with the acknowledgement that he had taken lives, not of human criminals but of extraterrestrial invaders. Even in his world, he's killed more alien invaders than he could count. The ethical dilemma unfolded before him, and he couldn't escape the truth of his actions. I killed them. Bruce repeated inwardly as his hands began to shake. It's all right, Bruce. As the weight of this revelation settled on Batman's shoulders, Superman rests a supportive hand on his friend's shoulder. We all have to confront the consequences of our actions. But it's what we do moving forward that defines us. And whether you decide to continue killing or not, I'll still support you. A few days had passed since the confrontation with Thanos and his army. The Avengers, alongside Peter, worked tirelessly to clean up the aftermath of the war, restoring everything to as it was. Now, with the remnants of Chitauri invaders disposed of or repurposed and Thanos dead and gone, Superman and Batman prepared to return to their own universe. With Batman officially changing his mind, the reason for their stay had been accomplished. Although Bruce was still conflicted on his past killings, as well as the prospect of future killings, he didn't let it keep him down for long. In preparation for their departure, Bruce didn't waste a single second. He bought a bunch of high-storage hard drives and proceeded to download everything related to the DC universe, his universe. From comics and wikis to movies and TV shows, nothing was left behind. With the opportunity in front of him, how could Bruce not take all that he could? He even managed to swipe some tech from the invasion and bought some Stark tech that was advanced enough to catch his attention. The night before their departure, Peter called Batman into his office in the Avengers Tower. He had been monitoring the Dark Knight's activities and couldn't help but feel impressed with his determination to take everything he could back with him. Bruce, Peter began as Batman walked in. I wanted to talk to you before you head back home. Batman acknowledged Peter with a nod, taking a seat across from him. What's this about? Peter took a moment before speaking, choosing his words carefully. I know that revealing your identity to the Joker was rather rude, even if he's already dead. As a way of saying sorry, I wanted to offer you something before you leave. Batman, ever vigilant, raised an eyebrow. Offer me what exactly? Peter smirked excitedly. I want to offer you a chance to become a super soldier, like Captain America. I've always thought a Batman with superpowers, even minor ones, would be a force to be reckoned with. Batman, known for his skepticism, eyed Peter cautiously. And what's the catch? No catch, Peter replied with an earnest shake of his head. Consider it an apology and a way to make sure you're better equipped. We may have had our differences, but we're both heroes at heart. Before Batman could give his answer, Peter continued. It's completely safe, by the way. Many Avengers have gone through the procedure without any complications. After a moment of contemplation, Batman nodded. All right, let's see what you've got. Peter led Batman to a heavily secured part of the tower, and into a room filled with an array of high-tech equipment. A giant metal pod, gleaming in the soft light, stood as the centerpiece of the room. Peter explained the procedure and the enhancements it would provide, emphasizing its potential benefits. Batman cautiously entered the pod as Peter assisted in strapping him in. Once everything was in place, Peter closed the pod, attaching vials containing a specialized serum to the exterior. He looked at Batman through a small window on the pod and asked, "Ready for this?" With a resolute nod, Batman braced himself, knowing that the procedure was a significant step into the unknown. Peter, holding a lever in his hand, spoke again, "Here we go." Before flipping the switch, energy surged into the pod, and the vials emptied their contents into Batman's body. The room echoed with screams of pain, a consequence of the transformative process. Peter, accustomed to the procedure, maintained his focus, allowing the enhancement to take its course. As the energy subsided and the pod opened, Batman emerged, revealing a visibly transformed physique. His frame, now more muscular and defined, bore the marks of the enhancement process. Batman, albeit exhausted, examined his own arms, flexing them with a hint of satisfaction. "Is it done?" Batman inquired, feeling a newfound power course through his body. Peter nodded. "You're now enhanced. Welcome to the club, Bruce. This should give you an edge you've never experienced before. Consider it a gift from one hero to another." Batman, though not one to express gratitude openly, offered a nod of acknowledgement. The weight of the enhanced capabilities settled on him, and as he left the room, a new chapter unfolded for the Dark Knight, armed with newfound strength in his quest to safeguard Gotham and the rest of his world. The next day arrived, and Peter and Tony's multiverse ship appeared back in the familiar universe of Superman and Batman. The heroes gathered at the entrance of the ship, ready to bid farewell to their interdimensional allies. Superman, clad in his iconic suit, exchanged heartfelt goodbyes with Peter. "Thanks for everything, Peter. I appreciate your help more than you know." Peter grinned, giving Superman a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Anytime, Supes. Take care of that world of yours. The next time I visit, I expect to see a totally different universe." As Superman rushed off to reunite with his family, Batman approached Peter, his cape billowing in the breeze. The two heroes stood, facing each other with a sense of mutual respect. "Peter," Batman acknowledged, his deep voice carrying gratitude. "I appreciate the enhancements. They might come in handy." Peter shrugged casually. "No problem. Just doing my part to make the world a better place, even if it's not my world." As Batman nodded his thanks, Peter's expression turned contemplative. "Hey, before you go, I've got one last piece of advice for you." Batman arched an eyebrow, signaling Peter to continue. "I've always thought it would be cool if you took over the League of Assassins," Peter suggested with a mischievous grin. "You know, turn them into a group of heroes, like yourself. Now that you're a super soldier, it would be easier than ever to dethrone Ra's al Ghul." Batman, ever stoic, took a moment to mull over the suggestion. The idea of leading an organization known for its lethal methods towards a more noble cause had its merits, though the ethical complications weren't lost on him. Tony, wiggling his eyebrows suggestively, chimed in, "And it helps that Ra's al Ghul's daughters are both hot. And at least one of them usually has the hots for Batman in the comics." Batman rolled his eyes at Tony, but couldn't help a subtle smirk. "I'll consider it." As Batman was about to leave, Peter tossed a small, sleek phone to him. "Take this. It connects to a group chat. Just in case of emergencies or if you ever want to catch up on superhero gossip across the multiverse." Batman inspected the phone for a moment before pocketing it. "Thanks," he said, acknowledging the practicality of staying connected. With his hands free, Peter tossed him a second phone. "And give this one to Clark. I wouldn't want him to feel left out." Batman, a man of few words, nodded appreciatively before walking away. The doors of the multiverse ship closed behind him. And as the ship vanished into the fabric of reality, Peter and Tony disappeared alongside it, both planning to return one day to see how the League and their world changes. The night after Peter dropped Batman and Superman back into their universe, he found himself drifting into a deep and peaceful sleep beside his beautiful fiancée, MJ. As he slumbered, the tranquility of the night took an unexpected turn. Suddenly, Peter's consciousness transitioned to an expansive, white void, a space that seemed to exist outside the confines of the waking world. In this ethereal space, Peter looked around, perplexed by the surreal nature of his surroundings. The emptiness was overwhelming, and as he sought to make sense of it, he suddenly beheld a towering, fiery bird, the Phoenix Force. Recognition dawned on Peter, recalling their previous encounters when he aided in saving Jean Grey from the destructive path the Phoenix had been treading. Facing the immense cosmic entity, Peter couldn't help but feel a mixture of awe and curiosity. "What brings you here?" he inquired, knowing that the Phoenix rarely manifested without a purpose. The Phoenix, its fiery form pulsating with cosmic energy, regarded Peter with an otherworldly intensity. "You and I have unfinished business." It resonated, its voice echoing within the void. Peter raised an eyebrow, his spider sense tingling with anticipation. "Unfinished business? Is this about the deal we made? Didn't you say that I could do it in my own time?" The Phoenix, in its majestic yet enigmatic way, began to unveil the nature of their cosmic pact. "Indeed, our arrangement was one of balance, a symbiosis. I allowed you to keep living after stealing the power of the Phoenix, and in return, you were to aid in the destruction of barren planets across the universe. The ashes of those worlds would serve as the fertile ground for new life, reborn through my cosmic flame." Peter, thoughtful, nodded as he recalled the terms of their deal. "I remember. So what's this about?" he asked in annoyance, ready to get back to sleep. "I have to get up and work on some adoption papers in the morning, so can we make this quick?" The Phoenix eyed Peter, holding back the urge to burn him into dust. "Things have changed. You found a different way to complete our deal. You've turned millions of desolate planets into flourishing paradises, and in doing so, you inadvertently fulfilled our agreement in a rather unexpected manner." "Oh, that makes sense." Peter nods his head. "So, is our business finished?" The Phoenix let out an uncharacteristic sigh. "Yes, our business is concluded. Although your actions align more with the preservation of life than its destruction, the outcome is still the same. So, we good?" Peter looked around, his tired eyes searching for the exit. Why was he so respectful to him, but with me he's like this? The Phoenix thought, its ethereal flames pulsating with a sense of annoyance. "Yes, Peter, we are. Your actions have brought balance in its own way. The cosmic scales are tipped in favor of creation, and I find satisfaction in the life that now thrives across the cosmos. The cycle continues, and you have played your part." Peter turned around in a circle, looking for a way out. "Glad to hear that. So which way leads back to my bed?" The Phoenix rolled its eyes as its flames flared, blinding Peter as it encompassed the entire space. "Goodbye, Peter. Hey, wait a minute. As the fire of the Phoenix encompassed him, Peter felt a sense of closure before returning back to his bedroom, where he found MJ cuddled up next to him, sleeping with her head on his chest. Did she have to scare me like that? Peter thought as he wrapped his arms around his fiancée and drifted off to sleep once again. Months after Batman and Superman returned to their universe and the peculiar encounter with the Phoenix, Peter's life settled into a familiar rhythm. The adrenaline-fueled escapades with interdimensional heroes and cosmic entities gave way to the everyday challenges of being a normal person. One significant change in Peter's life involved the official adoption of America Chavez, the dimension-hopping little girl. Now proudly carrying the name America Chavez Parker, she became a full-fledged member of the Parker family. However, since she wasn't from this world, she didn't have any papers, which were needed for the adoption. Peter, seasoned in the art of forging identities at this point, took charge of securing America's place in this world. Birth certificates, social security numbers, and a trail of paperwork were orchestrated seamlessly, ensuring America's newfound identity was recognized by the institutions of this reality. She adapted swiftly to her new life, and the Parker household gained another occupant. While Peter was busy sorting out legal matters, life outside his immediate concerns kept moving as well. A surprising turn of events graced the lives of those closest to him. Tony Stark, the genius billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, found himself facing an unexpected role: fatherhood. Pepper, his longtime companion, revealed that she was pregnant, a revelation that reverberated through the Avengers community. A couple months into Pepper's pregnancy, the news brought a unique mix of joy and astonishment to every Avenger. Tony, known for his man WH** ring and hatred of children, suddenly had a baby on the way, and yet, he embraced the prospect of becoming a father with anticipation. The impending arrival of a Stark heir became a topic of discussion among the Avengers, marking a different kind of adventure for the eccentric genius. Meanwhile, in the heart of New York City, Peter and MJ embarked on another monumental journey, the planning of their wedding. The process, driven by MJ's meticulous attention to detail, Aunt May's maternal guidance, and the support of MJ's mother, Grace, unfolded with its fair share of laughter and occasional stress. Peter, being the easygoing groom that he is, offered his ideas when prompted but willingly let the women in his life steer the ship. The bridal gowns, floral arrangements, and venue selections became the focal points of discussion during family gatherings and late-night planning sessions. Aunt May, having been through the joys and challenges of Peter's superhero life, was determined to make this wedding a memorable celebration. In the midst of mundane yet meaningful tasks, Peter couldn't help but reflect on the journey that led him to this point. From interdimensional adventures to facing cosmic entities, his life was a tapestry woven with threads of the extraordinary. Yet, in the quiet moments of planning a wedding and preparing paperwork for adoption, the ordinary part of his life became the harder part. Soon enough, the day of Peter and MJ's wedding finally arrived, and New York City embraced the occasion with clear skies and a gentle breeze. The chosen venue, a picturesque garden adorned with vibrant flowers and elegant decorations, set the stage for a celebration that would mark the union of two extraordinary lives. As the ceremony drew near, Peter, clad in a classic black suit, nervously awaited his bride at the altar. Beside him, Tony and Ned stood in their own suits, each of them chosen to be Peter's best man. He didn't want to exclude either of them, so he made them both his best man, which seemed to work as neither had any complaints. The subtle hum of excitement resonated through the air, mingling with the soft whispers of family and friends who gathered for this special day. Aunt May, beaming with pride, sat in the front row close to Peter, offering words of encouragement as she observed the guests arriving. Stepping out of a private room, MJ, dressed in a breathtaking white gown that flowed gracefully around her, found her father, Nick Fury, waiting for her. The stern and formidable Avengers councilman softened as he looked at his daughter, conveying the depth of his emotions on this significant day. "You look beautiful." "Thanks." MJ smiled nervously, anxiety pulsing through her entire body. Fury, dressed in a tailored suit, offered MJ his arm as they prepared to walk down the aisle. "Are you sure you want to marry him?" MJ rolled her eyes. "Yes, Dad. Why else would we be here if I didn't want to marry him?" She sighed in annoyance. After all, this is the 5th time he's asked her this today. Besides, you like Peter. "I know you do." Fury held his tongue, refusing to confirm or deny anything. "That B***starred is lucky I can't kill him." The ceremonial music filled the air as the flower girl, Lily, walked out in her dress, throwing flower petals as she made her way down the aisle, where she took a seat beside Aunt May and America. Seconds later, MJ and Fury stepped into the garden, and the assembled guests turned their attention toward the father-daughter duo. The sight of MJ in her wedding gown left Peter breathless, a moment of pure beauty that he would forever cherish. As MJ approached the altar, Fury's gaze shifted between his daughter and Peter. A stern scowl adorned his face, a silent warning to the man who dared to claim his daughter's heart. Peter, under the watchful eye of Fury, smirked as he took MJ's hand. The unspoken tension hung in the air as Fury reluctantly handed over his daughter to the man she chose. As Fury hesitantly walked over to his seat, Peter turned to MJ and whispered, "Is it just me, or did he reach for his gun for a second?" MJ gave a small laugh. "Maybe, but I made sure he was unarmed before he came," she revealed, eliciting a raised brow from Peter. "Trust me, you don't want to know how many weapons he tried to smuggle inside." The ceremony unfolded with poignant vows exchanged between Peter and MJ, their promises echoing through the garden. The officiant conducted the ceremony with a mix of solemnity and warmth. The couple's connection radiated, casting a spell that enveloped everyone present. The exchanging of rings, a symbol of their commitment, marked a profound moment in the ceremony. Peter, with a mixture of joy and relief, slipped the ring onto MJ's finger, sealing their union. The gathered guests, a mix of family, friends, and a few carefully selected allies, witnessed the culmination of a love story that transcended all others. As the officiant pronounced them husband and wife, Peter and MJ shared a passionate kiss, sealing their vows with an unspoken promise of a long future together. The garden erupted in cheers and applause, the joyous sound echoing through the air. Aunt May, teary-eyed and proud, clapped alongside the gathered guests, celebrating the union of two souls destined for each other. After the ceremony, as the newlyweds mingled with their guests, Fury approached Peter with a glare that could pierce through walls. Reluctantly, he extended a hand to the man who now held his daughter's heart. The tension between them, a complex blend of protectiveness and acceptance, lingered in the air. "Take care of her," Fury grumbled, his gaze unwavering. The "or else" was unspoken but certainly implied. Peter shook Fury's hand with a firm grip. "I promise, sir. I'll do everything in my power to make her happy." He would usually use this opportunity to mess with Fury, but just this once, Peter decided to be respectful. Fury's glare softened slightly, a subtle acknowledgement of the sincerity in Peter's words. "See that you do," he replied, before turning away to join the celebration. Later that night, Peter and MJ lay entwined in their marital bed. With a contented sigh, Peter broke the silence. "So, my beautiful wife, how do you feel about having our honeymoon in another universe?" MJ's eyes sparkled with immediate interest, the notion sparking excitement within her. The morning sun bathed the room in a soft glow as Peter sat on the bed, his gaze fixed on MJ as she enthusiastically packed a suitcase for their honeymoon. The air buzzed with the excitement of new beginnings and adventures, yet Peter couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity about the destinations MJ seemed so eager to explore. "So, where are we going for our honeymoon?" Peter asked, a playful smile on his face. MJ, holding a pile of clothes, looked up and grinned. "Oh, just a few universes here and there. I've been thinking about all the places we could visit now that I know fictional worlds actually exist." Peter raised an eyebrow, a mix of surprise and amusement coloring his expression. "Fictional worlds? Really? You're not thinking about a nice beach or a romantic getaway?" MJ chuckled, tossing a pair of jeans into the suitcase. "Beaches are overrated, Peter. I want our honeymoon to be memorable, full of excitement and maybe a bit of danger." Peter's smirk widened with curiosity. "Danger? MJ, we just got married. Are you sure about this? Most newlywed couples just go on a normal vacation, where they **ck like rabbits." MJ looked at him with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Trust me, it's going to be the honeymoon of a lifetime. Picture this, we could visit Hogwarts, explore Oz, survive a zombie apocalypse, fight pirates, race with Lightning McQueen, or even face off against monsters in Arendelle. Doesn't that sound more appealing than a traditional honeymoon?" she says matter-of-factly. "Besides, we already **ck like rabbits, so there's no reason that we can't just do it in a more interesting place." Peter blinked, processing the whirlwind of destinations MJ had just listed. "Wait, how many places do you want to go to? We have 2 children now, right? We can't just spend a year traveling the multiverse. Also, don't get your hopes up. I've only mapped a small portion of the multiverse, so we'll have to find a good universe." MJ enthusiasm deflated slightly. Oh, in all of her fantasizing, she forgot about all of the responsibilities that they both have. Peter sighed, feeling bad for crushing her hopes. "Relax, I'll find you at least one of the universes that you want to visit, and we can enjoy ourselves for 3 months. But after that, we need to come back or else Lily and America might cry." MJ smiled at the mention of her daughters, realizing that she would miss them just as much as they would miss her. "Okay, I just don't want our honeymoon to be normal and bland. I want it to be a story we can tell for the rest of our lives." Peter scratched his head, a bemused smile forming. "Sure, I was hoping for a lazy, romantic, paradise escape, but I'm down for an adventure as well." MJ paused, walking over seductively before bending her body to plant a kiss on her husband's lips. "Paradise is overrated. I want our honeymoon to be unique." Peter sighed, realizing that MJ had a point. "Okay, but a zombie apocalypse? Really?" MJ smirked as she shrugged her shoulders. "Well, it's not like zombies will be able to do anything to us. I doubt they could even bite or scratch through our skin." Peter shook his head in disbelief, a mixture of amusement and fondness in his eyes. "You're one of a kind, MJ. All right, let's do it. Honeymoon across the multiverse it is." MJ grinned, squealing as she rushed over to seal her suitcase. "That's the spirit. Get ready for the honeymoon of a lifetime." As they left the room, suitcase in tow, Peter couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Maybe a normal honeymoon wasn't what they needed. After all, they weren't a normal couple. Peter and MJ descended the stairs, hand in hand, ready to embark on their multiverse-spanning honeymoon. At the foot of the staircase, their 2 daughters, Lily and America, awaited with a mix of excitement and sadness in their eyes. Lily clutched a handmade card, her artistic expression evident in the colorful drawings on the cover. "Mom, Dad, I made this for you." Her voice wavered, and she held back tears. America, standing beside her sister, gazed up at Peter and MJ. "You promise you'll come back, right?" Peter crouched down, enveloping Lily and America in a warm hug. We promise, girls. This is just a little adventure for Mom and me. We'll be back before you know it. MJ knelt beside Peter, wiping away a tear from Lily's cheek. And we'll bring you back some cool stuff from another universe. How about that? Lily's eyes lit up at the prospect of presents. Really? Absolutely. MJ grinned. Now, you two be good for Grandma May and Grandma Grace. We'll be back, and we'll have so many stories to tell you. Aunt May and Grace, who stood nearby, exchanged comforting glances with the departing couple. Aunt May spoke up, her voice warm and reassuring. Don't worry about a thing. We'll take good care of the kids, and they'll have a blast with us. Grace nodded in agreement as she eyed the teary-eyed children. And your parents will be back before you know it. Meanwhile, Tony Stark leaned against the TARDIS-looking multiverse ship, arms crossed. So, you're really leaving me behind on this one, huh? His tone was a mix of mock disappointment and a small bit of real disappointment. Peter chuckled, patting Tony on the shoulder. Sorry, Tony, but we both know Pepper would kill you if you skipped the birth of your kid. And even if you weren't having a baby, this is our honeymoon. I'd rather not have a third wheel ruining it. Tony sighed, a theatrical expression of defeat. Fine, but I get to come on the next trip. I refuse to be left behind twice in a row. Peter grinned. Sure, why not? Pepper, visibly pregnant, stood off to the side, a gentle smile on her face. You two go and have the time of your lives. We'll be right here when you get back. Since Tony attended Peter and MJ's wedding, they knew that it was time to tell Pepper about their identities. After all, she was having Tony's baby and they would probably get married at some point, so it was about time that they told her. Although she was surprised by Peter's age, just like Tony, in the end, she took the news well. Now, she keeps hinting at MJ, prodding her to get pregnant so that her child can have a friend. Even now, she was wiggling her eyebrows at MJ, wordlessly telling her to get knocked up on her honeymoon. Seeing this, MJ rolled her eyes, unwilling to get pregnant so young in her life. After all, she was already a mother of 2 children. As Peter and MJ approached the ship, Lily and America hugged them tightly, a mix of joy and sadness in the air. Aunt May and Grace stood beside Tony and Pepper, offering reassuring smiles. With a final wave, Peter and MJ stepped into the multiverse ship, the door closing behind them. The ship's engine hummed to life, and the exterior began to shimmer as it prepared to traverse the boundaries between realities. Inside, Peter set a random course on the control panel before turned to MJ, a grin on his face. Ready? MJ smirked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Absolutely. And with that, the multiverse ship vanished from the Parker residence, leaving behind an air of excitement, a hint of melancholy, and the promise of extraordinary adventures in the vast expanse of alternate realities. The multiverse ship materialized in a new universe, and MJ rushed out eagerly, finding herself stepping out of a familiar blue phone box. The ship had disguised itself, blending into the surroundings. As she emerged, the bustling cityscape came into focus, revealing a chaotic scene. The street was crowded with panicked people running and screaming. Fires blazed, stores were looted, and the night was alive with the groans of what appeared to be zombies. MJ couldn't contain her excitement. She had gotten what she wished for, a zombie apocalypse. Peter stepped out beside her, closing the ship's doors with a wry smile. Well, you asked for danger, and here we are. A zombie apocalypse. Hope you're happy. MJ grinned, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Ecstatic, actually. This is exactly what I wanted, she said as she watched a guy get his eaten by a horde of zombies. Though I do feel bad for everyone in this world. Maybe we should help them. As they stood on the sidewalk, surveying the chaotic scene, Peter's sharp eyes caught sight of a man frantically rushing through the crowd, carrying a young girl in his arms. The man's face seemed familiar, and a moment later, recognition dawned on Peter. He nudged MJ and pointed discreetly. Look over there. I think I know who they are. Following his gaze, MJ spotted the man rushing into an alleyway, attempting to evade a couple of zombies that were hot on his tail. The little girl in his arms seemed scared but unharmed. Peter's eyes widened as he realized the truth. That's Joel and that girl is Sarah, right? Peter whispered as MJ's eyes widened in shock. Congrats, my love, it's your favorite video game, The Last of Us. Insert picture of Joel from The Last of Us. Insert picture of Sarah from The Last of Us. /N, The Last of Us is also a good TV show. You guys should watch it if you haven't already. Excitement surged through MJ as she stepped into the zombie-infested universe, but it quickly gave way to a somber realization. This was the world of The Last of Us, and she knew the tragic fate awaiting Joel's daughter, Sarah. Without a word, she rushed across the chaotic street, determined to change the tragic scene that made her cry while playing the game. Peter, understanding the gravity of the situation, locked up the multiverse ship before following at a leisurely pace. Confident in MJ's ability to change the story, he gracefully maneuvered through the zombie-infested street, casually slapping away any undead threats that dared to approach him. At the other end of the dimly lit alley, MJ caught up with Joel and Sarah just as a Fedra soldier aimed his rifle at them. Joel desperately pleaded, "We're not sick," trying to explain that they weren't infected, while Sarah cried in his arms. In that critical moment, the soldier pulled the trigger, the sound echoing through the alley. But before the bullet could find its mark, MJ, with swift determination, rushed forward and pulled Joel and Sarah out of the line of fire, saving their lives. The soldier's shot missed, hitting the cold, concrete wall. Suddenly, before the soldier could even think of firing again, Peter appeared beside him, his expression cold and resolute. Without hesitation, he snapped the soldier's neck, rendering him motionless. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground, and Peter turned to his wife, who stood beside a confused, vigilant, and thankful father and daughter. "Yo," Peter waved casually, but before anyone could reply, the sound of a gun cocking filled the air. "Step an inch closer to my family and you're dead," a voice called out from behind, causing everyone to turn his way. Insert picture of Tommy from The Last of Us. "Tommy? No. Tommy? No." As Joel's desperate voice echoed through the air, calling for his brother Tommy to stop, Peter's reflexes kicked in. In an instant, he rushed towards Tommy faster than he could comprehend, snatching the hunting rifle out of his hands. Without hesitation, Peter buried the butt end of the rifle into Tommy's stomach, leaving him crumpled on the ground, holding his stomach in pain. Sarah screamed, "Uncle Tommy," while Joel rushed over to check on his injured brother, leaving his daughter Sarah beside MJ, unable to walk due to an ankle injury. MJ crouched down, offering a reassuring smile to Sarah. "Don't worry, sweetie. We're here to help." Meanwhile, Peter assured Joel, "He's fine. Just learned a little lesson about pointing guns at people without reason." As he spoke, he tossed Tommy's gun to MJ, who caught it with ease before resting it on her shoulder. While Joel tended to his brother, Peter walked over to the lifeless Fedra soldier's body and started looting. He took the assault rifle, pistol, ammo, and other supplies he deemed useful. As he did, MJ approached. "Why are you looting this guy? It's not like we need guns," she asks in a hushed whisper. Peter smirked. "A zombie apocalypse wouldn't be fun if we relied too heavily on our powers. Let's hide our abilities and rough it a bit. It'll be a lot more fun that way." MJ considered his words and nodded in agreement. In the end, she was just satisfied that Sarah didn't share the same fate as in the game, a moment that always brought tears to MJ's eyes. Peter went on to explain that they could still use their powers when needed or when they got bored enough, but without them, they would get the full apocalyptic experience. Of course, it's not like they conceal their bodily enhancements, nor would they if they could, so even if they don't use their magic, webs, and other powers, they still have a huge upper hand. Peter summed it up in one sentence. "It'll be like playing a game at max level from the start with the ability to use cheats later on if we're bored." MJ smiled, excited for whatever comes next. "What should we do now?" Before he could answer, Joel, now standing with Tommy, who was still holding his aching stomach whilst glaring at Peter, approached the newlywed couple. "Thank you for saving us." Joel sent MJ a thankful look before giving Peter an apologetic one. "And I'm sorry about my brother. Please don't blame him. He was just trying to protect us." Peter shrugged. "It was no problem." MJ nodded alongside her husband. "Yeah, and I'm just glad I could help." As they spoke, Joel and Tommy couldn't help but eye the guns in Peter and MJ's hands, growing wary of the mysterious couple. They might have saved them, but they didn't know these people. Hoping for the best, Joel picked up Sarah, cradling her in his arms since her ankle prevented her from walking. "We'll just be on our way." Tommy couldn't help but exclaim. "What? What about my hunting rifle?" Although Joel agreed with his brother, he didn't want to get shot, so forget about that. "You're lucky they didn't shoot you." As they were arguing, Peter aimed his newly acquired pistol in their direction before firing 3 times in rapid succession. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. Joel's eyes widened as he kicked Tommy aside and shielded Sarah with his body, but after a few seconds, he realized the bullet didn't hit them. Craning his head upward, he saw a group of 3 zombies collapse to the ground about 2 yards away, each with a single bullet in their forehead. Peter, smirking, holstered his new pistol. "You're welcome, again," he quipped, the tension dissipating as they collectively realized that they'd just been saved for a second time. MJ put on a reassuring smile. "You don't have to rush off. We can dash." As MJ began to speak, her words were cut short by the sight of more zombies. Instantly, her and everyone else realized that they were drawn to the gunshots and yelling. In the distance, they could see a horde pouring through the town's alleyways, headed directly toward them. Dozens turned into possibly hundreds of undead, a relentless wave of rotting flesh and fungus, each step echoing an ominous threat. Acting quickly, Peter pulled out his pistol once again. He would save the assault rifle for later, keeping it strapped to his back for the time being. Opening fire, each bullet was like a homing missile, always finding its mark on a zombie's head. The shots rang out over and over, marked by the sound of bodies crumbling to the ground. "Follow me, and stay close." Peter took charge, leading them toward a large brick building with barred windows at the back. The bricks, a seemingly sturdy barrier, and the metal bars provided an added layer of protection. The unknown structure loomed, offering an uncertain sanctuary in the midst of the approaching undead. Amid the chaos, Joel and Tommy exchanged a wary glance. They didn't know Peter and MJ, yet they had saved them twice now. Reluctantly, they decided to put some trust in this mysterious couple and did as Peter ordered. Reaching the back of the building with a zombie horde hot on their tail, MJ discovered a metal fire exit door, seemingly the only way in. However, it appeared to open only from the inside, lacking any handle on the exterior. Peering over her shoulder to make sure no one else could see, MJ, with a surge of strength, dug her fingers into the metal door and pulled it open, breaking the lock as it flung wide. Waving everyone inside, MJ strategically positioned her body to hide the bent and broken part of the door. As Peter, being the last to enter, slipped inside, he quickly pressed a kiss on MJ's lips. Meanwhile, Joel and Tommy, aware of the approaching horde, yelled for them to close the door. "What are you doing? Close the **ing door." Seeing this, Sarah shared the same thoughts as her father and uncle, but she couldn't help but blush and turn her head away from the unexpected display of affection. Closing the door behind them, MJ subtly used a bit of magic to fix it, ensuring it would stay closed and secure. The repair was discreet, invisible to everyone except Peter. In the relative safety of the building's interior, the group caught their breath. The moans, shuffles, and banging of the zombie horde echoed outside, a reminder of the peril they narrowly escaped. Joel, catching his breath, eyed Peter and MJ with a mix of gratitude and wariness. "You two, you've got some skills." Peter, holstering his pistol, offered a casual grin. "I'm Peter, by the way," he says as he gestures to the side. "And this is my wife, MJ." Joel nodded. "I'm Joel and this is my daughter, Sarah, and my idiot brother, Tommy." Tommy ignored his brother's words as he eyed the inside of the building, finding nothing but a clean, empty hallway. "Where are we? What is this place?" MJ, glancing around the dimly lit interior, responded, "Your guess is as good as ours. We're not actually from around here." Joel, though still cautious, acknowledged their predicament. "Fair enough. You saved us 3 times already, so I guess we can trust you. We'll stick together for now, but we need to figure out a plan. We can't stay here forever." Peter nodded in agreement, agreed. "We'll need supplies, a vehicle, and a plan to get out of town. Let's make sure this place is sealed and see if there's anything useful laying around. Then we can discuss our next move." As Peter finished speaking, Tommy's eyes lingered on the gun in MJ's hand. Hesitantly, he spoke up, "Hey, can I have my rifle back? It was mine to begin with." MJ shrugged nonchalantly, tossing the gun back to him. Simultaneously, she reached over to Peter's back, deftly pulling the assault rifle off and claiming it as her own. "This one's better anyway," she remarked, glancing at Peter with a mischievous grin. Peter clicked his tongue in mock irritation. "Not cool," Peter complained. "That was my loot." MJ chuckled, giving a playful wink. "Consider it a wife tax. What's yours is now mine, babe." Joel and Tommy exchanged sympathetic glances, having experienced similar dynamics in their own lives. Sarah, however, laughed and looked at MJ holding her new rifle with admiration, as if she were the coolest person she'd ever seen. With the weapons distributed, the group split up. Joel carried Sarah, following Tommy in one direction, while Peter ventured in another. Peter gestured for MJ to follow Joel and Tommy. "I know you want to make sure Sarah's safe," he said, understanding her protective instincts. Walking through the halls and rooms of the building, Peter realized that it was a police station, explaining the bars on the windows. It seemed empty, as if the staff had either left town or the station was closed when chaos erupted. Even the jail cells were empty, which was probably normal for a small town like this. Speaking of the town, Peter was finally able to see where they were. A plaque on the wall displayed Wimberley, Texas. Texas? I guess we won't have to worry about finding guns and ammo, Peter thought. Reaching the front entrance, Peter noticed it filled with zombies who had broken through the glass doors. However, the lobby was sealed away from the rest of the building, thanks to sturdy metal doors and bulletproof glass separating it from the receptionist's desk. The design likely aimed to prevent any potential danger from reaching the police on duty, ensuring the doors were locked and there was no other way for zombies or others to breach from the lobby to the rest of the building. Peter went to find MJ, but suddenly, he heard multiple gasps with his enhanced hearing. Walking over at a normal pace, as he knows MJ is there to protect them, Peter found everyone standing outside a locked armory door. Through the small window, they could see an impressive array of police equipment. Everything from assault rifles, stun grenades, riot shields, shotguns, bulletproof vests, and tons of ammo. Peter whistles, realizing they had stumbled upon a treasure trove of supplies. "I guess we found the first part of our supplies." After attempting to open the armory door and realizing it was securely locked without a key in sight, Peter decided they should continue exploring the police station before attempting to breach it again. The group split up once more, scouring rooms and hallways for any useful supplies or information that could aid their survival. As everyone met back up after clearing the entire building, the absence of any living person inside and the secure nature of the structure offered a brief moment of relief for Joel, Sarah, and Tommy. They gathered in a large room filled with desks, taking a collective breath as they took a seat. The adrenaline that had sustained them through the immediate danger now dissipated, leaving them shocked by the harsh reality of the apocalyptic scenario they found themselves in. Joel, attempting to make sense of their situation, voiced the questions swirling in their minds. How did this happen? Why are these people turning against each other? Anxiety and fear resonated in his voice. Tommy chimed in, "I told you, they're infected." "Infected with what?" Joel asks in exasperation. "Because this ain't just some cold or flu. They're out there hunting people. It's that fungus on them, I think," Tommy said thoughtfully. "It's like it's controlling them or something." Sarah, wide-eyed and visibly shaken, started checking herself for any signs of infection, her hands trembling. Joel and Tommy were so caught up in their own conversation that they didn't notice. Seeing this, Peter spoke up. "Hey, take it easy. You're scaring the kid." Instantly, Joel and Tommy turned to Sarah, who looked to be on the verge of hyperventilating. Peter rests a hand on her head, ruffling her hair. "Relax, you aren't infected. If any of us were infected, we'd probably know by now. Sarah shot him a skeptical look. How do you know? Peter hesitated for a moment, choosing his words carefully. I saw someone turn in the street earlier. They got swarmed by the infected and killed. Seconds after, the fungus started growing all over them and then they joined the rest of the infected. It seems to be a pretty quick and noticeable change, though dying might just speed it up, but I'm not 100% sure yet. Of course, Peter knew exactly how all of this worked as he played the game and watched the show. The infection spreads through direct contact with an infected, via a bite, or indirectly via airborne fungal spores released by a corpse. These spores can quickly infect an individual, making breathing difficult and movement sluggish within only minutes of exposure in spore-dense areas. He even knew how all of this started. In the show, the spores spread rapidly to humans through an infected food supply delivered from South America, which is what spread the infection to such a broad area. Although it originated in one place, the spores were transported in trucks, ships, etc. until it spread all over the world. Even places that didn't get a food shipment would be infected soon enough. After all, people travel all the time and the likelihood of an infected person being on board is high. Of course, he couldn't just say that. At least not until he can pretend to look into it or something. Peter continued. Trust me, you're all fine for now. Just don't let any of the infected touch you and stay away from any sort of fungus, or else things might get complicated. Because that seems to be the way it spreads. Okay. Sarah nodded her head, calmer now that she knows how to avoid turning. Joel walked over and sent Peter a thankful look before kneeling beside his daughter and pulling her into his arms. It's all right, we won't let anything happen to you. I promise. Tommy nodded in agreement. Yeah, your daddy and I will take care of you, don't worry. He says before turning to Peter and the rest of the adults. We need to figure out what's going on, and find a safe place to go. We can't just stay here forever. As they shared their concerns, MJ, taking a more proactive approach, scoured the room and discovered a medical kit. Walking over to Sarah, she approached with the intention of wrapping up her ankle. Joel, instinctively protective of his daughter, stepped in her way, holding his hand out. Hold on, I can do it. MJ met his gaze with a raised eyebrow, holding up the medical kit. Do you know first aid? She asked as his shoulders slumped. That's what I thought. Trust me, we need to make sure she's okay. I'm not here to harm anyone. Joel hesitated but eventually stepped aside, reluctantly allowing MJ to tend to Sarah's injured ankle. Hello, again. MJ greeted as she bent down to check over her ankle before expertly applying a bandage while simultaneously casting a bit of healing magic. Hi. Sarah smiled but winced as MJ wrapped her up. Ow. Sorry about that? MJ looked apologetic as she finished up. It doesn't seem broken, so it's probably just a sprain or a pulled muscle, which means you'll be walking again in no time. The subtle magic worked beneath the surface, accelerating the healing process. It wouldn't be more than a couple of hours before Sarah would be able to walk again. With Sarah all patched up, Peter took a seat at a desk with a computer. Curiosity and urgency mingled in his expression as he asked, anyone know if the internet is still working? He glanced around, looking for confirmation. MJ, sitting beside Sarah, replied, there's only one way to find out. As Peter booted up the computer, Tommy and Joel came up behind him, their interest piqued. MJ engaged Sarah in conversation, aiming to keep her distracted so that she could fully calm down. As the computer turned on, the trio of men watched with anticipation. However, their excitement soon turned into frustration as the screen prompted for a password. Joel and Tommy exchanged annoyed glances, realizing they didn't have the information needed to unlock it. Peter, undeterred, started typing at a remarkable speed, fingers dancing across the keys. Seconds later, the computer yielded, unlocking to reveal its home screen. Joel and Tommy were stunned, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. How did you do that? Joel asked, suspicion lacing his words. Are you some kind of hacker? Peter, nonchalantly shrugging, responded, I'm just good with computers. With the computer unlocked, Peter navigated to the browser, checking if the internet was still functional. To his surprise, it was. Taking a moment to revel in the triumph of technological continuity, he began his research. His first search led him to a multitude of news articles detailing the infection. The fungus, originating in South America, contaminated the food supply and spread rapidly, blah blah blah. It explained everything Peter already knew, and the vivid descriptions of the infection's effects painted a grim picture. Joel and Tommy, reading over Peter's shoulder, absorbed the gravity of the situation. The news articles depicted a world in chaos, with major cities like New York being hit the hardest due to their densely packed populations. Moving on, Peter found a list of food products infected with the fungus, mainly flour and wheat-based items. This information was crucial for their future survival. Well, maybe not Peter and MJ since they have spells that protect them, but it's still important info for everyone else. Peter noted down what to avoid and handed the paper to Joel. Make sure to memorize and avoid those foods, unless you want to start growing fungus like everyone else. Done with the immediate concerns, Peter turned to the group. Is there anything else I should search for before the internet goes down? He gazed at them, awaiting their input. MJ had a good suggestion. Download or print some survival guides and information that might help us in the future. Things like how to make medicine, concrete, steel, furnaces, factories, cars, clothes, guns, and anything that could be useful in the long run. Peter smirked, acknowledging her foresight. Smart thinking. We might need these things sooner than we think. Well, technically, Peter and MJ probably won't need it, as they wouldn't be here that long, but the information would certainly prove helpful for Joel, Tommy, Sarah, and anyone else they pick up along the way. Joel and Tommy watched in awe as Peter's fingers moved rapidly across the keyboard, coding with precision. Lines of code filled the screen before he finally leaned back and tapped enter. The screen transformed, rapidly cycling through websites, automatically downloading vast amounts of information. Curiosity tugging at him, Joel asked, "What did you just do?" Peter stood up as he explained, "I wrote a program that instructs the computer to search for and download specific information. Now, we'll have everything we need on this computer's hard drive." Sarah spoke up. "What happens if the power goes out?" Peter shrugged. "Then we find a generator. Gas or solar power would still work." As the data downloaded, Joel and Tommy exchanged glances, realizing the immense value of what Peter had just accomplished. With the world plunging into chaos, having a repository of essential knowledge could be their key to not just survival, but possibly rebuilding some semblance of civilization. "All right, you guys should get some sleep," Peter says as he checks the clock on the wall. "It's late and we have a busy day of looting planned for tomorrow." Tommy raises a suspicious eyebrow. "And what are you going to do?" Although Peter hasn't shown any reason not to be trusted, he and Joel were still a bit wary. Peter smirked. "I'm going to work on getting that armory door open." Unable to fully trust Peter yet, Tommy decided to join him in the effort to break into the armory. They left Joel, Sarah, and MJ in the large room where makeshift beds were being created from rearranged couches and fire-retardant blankets. As Joel and MJ worked on creating a semblance of comfort, the weight of exhaustion weighed heavily on Joel's shoulders. He felt a mixture of vigilance and weariness, knowing that anything could happen. As the makeshift beds took shape, Joel couldn't help but cast an occasional glance in MJ's direction. Despite her seemingly helpful actions, a shadow of doubt lingered in his mind. However, fatigue soon took its toll, and Joel succumbed to the physical and emotional exhaustion that accompanied the chaotic events of the day. He worked a double shift today and still didn't get a wink of sleep, and on top of that, today was his birthday. Worst birthday ever, Joel thought as he drifted off to sleep. Sarah, ever perceptive, noticed her father finally succumbing to sleep. She gently pulled a nearby blanket over him, tucking him in with a tenderness that showed just how much she cared. In a soft voice, she whispered, "Happy birthday, Daddy." MJ observed this heartwarming moment with a warm smile on her face. Witnessing the bond between Joel and Sarah, she realized the impact she had made. Sarah wouldn't be here now without her intervention, and in that simple act of tucking Joel in, she found a sense of reward and purpose for her actions. The next morning, the group awoke to the aroma of makeshift breakfast in the police station's break room. Joel, Tommy, and Sarah, who was now walking fine thanks to MJ's magical healing, followed the smell and found Peter and MJ concocting a meal from what appeared to be leftovers from the station's fridge with the help of a microwave and a toaster oven. "Good morning," Peter greeted them with a wry smile. "Hope you're ready for a gourmet police station breakfast." Tommy chuckled. "I've had worse. At least it ain't an MRE." As they sat down to eat, MJ joked dryly, "Who needs a 5-star restaurant when you have a toaster oven and a microwave?" This may be the hardest part of Peter and MJ's little apocalypse honeymoon, the lack of tasty food. But thankfully, they weren't normal survivors. They could cheat wherever they felt like it. So while everyone slept, Peter sneakily portaled over some usable food and stashed it in the station's fridge for their breakfast. He even got some bottled water since he doesn't know if the town's water supply has been infected yet. Shrugging his shoulders, Peter added, "Be thankful the power's still on. Without it, we'd be enjoying some very cold and probably expired meals." As everyone sat around and ate, they began to realize that in their situation, simple joys like a warm meal were to be cherished. Joel, despite his reservations about Peter and MJ, which were swiftly diminishing as time went on, found himself appreciating the help and company. After all, they'd be in a much worse situation without Peter and MJ. That was a cold hard fact, which he couldn't refute. After the meal, Peter cleared his throat, drawing attention. "So, last night, Tommy and I found the key to the armory and moved all the weapons to the cars that we'll taking. Of course, they didn't find the key. There's no way that the police would just leave it lying around for anyone to find. Instead, Peter had to work a bit of magic whilst also fooling Tommy, who refused to trust Peter with the guns whilst his family was sleeping. Of course, he and MJ were gaining Tommy and Joel's trust little by little, so it would be long before they were considered trusted friends." Joel raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident in his expression. "Cars? What cars?" Peter grinned. "Follow us." The group trailed Peter and Tommy through the dimly lit hallways until they reached the underground garage. The cavernous space housed a tiny fleet of police vehicles. Peter pointed to 2 police SUVs, already loaded with the supplies from the armory. "We'll be taking these. More space for weapons, and we'll need even more room for the supplies we'll be gathering today." Joel surveyed the cars and the provisions with a nod of approval. "All right, what's the next move?" All eyes turned to Peter as he seemed to have taken a leadership role within the group. Reaching into his pocket, he produced a map of the town he had found in the station and spread it across the hood of one of the SUVs. Pointing to a nearby location, he explained, "This is the closest supermarket, and our next objective. We'll gather non-perishable items like canned goods, dried fruits, nuts, and bottled water. Energy bars and snacks too, for quick food on the go and the occasional craving. But remember the list I gave you. We want to avoid anything infected. The group nodded in understanding, aware of the importance of securing food without falling prey to the deadly infection. The mission was clear, and Peter's practical approach reassured them. Raising her hand, as if she were at school, Sarah spoke. How are we going to avoid the infected? I mean, the whole town is probably full of them by now. We don't. Peter answered matter-of-factly, surprising everyone. It's literally impossible to avoid running into them. We can do our best to take a less populated route, but in the end, we'll be fighting our way in and out of everywhere we go. As Peter's words settled in, everyone realized that this wouldn't be as easy as your average grocery shopping. It would be more akin to a military extraction than anything else. Seeing everyone's mood turn somber, Peter smirked as he quickly opened the trunk on one of the cars, revealing all sorts of weaponry and ammunition. Thankfully, we have enough firepower to go to war, so we should be fine. MJ smirked alongside him. God bless America. Tommy couldn't help but smile as well. No, God bless the great state of Texas. As the mood turned much lighter than before, Peter began detailing his plan so there wouldn't be any confusion later on. After a quick planning session, everyone gathered their belongings and hopped into their respective cars. Peter and MJ took one SUV, armed and ready, while Joel, Tommy, and Sarah occupied the other. Before opening the garage doors, Peter communicated over the police radio, "You guys ready? Over." Tommy replied, "Yeah, ready to go." Peter paused for a moment before taking again. "What was that? I didn't quite hear you." "You have to say over, over." MJ couldn't help but roll her eyes at her husband's behavior, whilst in the other car, Sarah was chuckling in the back seat. Even Joel snorted in amusement. Sighing in annoyance, Tommy replied, "We're ready, over." Smirking smugly, Peter answered back, "I hear you loud and clear." Rolling out, over. Since everyone was ready, Peter tapped a remote in the car, causing the garage door to open. The convoy of SUVs rolled out into the desolate town, the doors closing behind them, enclosing their once safe haven. Driving through the town revealed a scene of devastation, abandoned cars, burning stores, pools of blood, and an eerie absence of dead bodies. The silence was shattered by the distant sound of their vehicles, and soon, the answer to the missing bodies became apparent. Following the convoy's noise, a group of fungus-riddled zombies emerged, chasing the SUVs. They were slow compared to the cars but numerous. Tommy, over the radio, asked Peter if he should start firing. Peter's swift response echoed, "Are you dumb? Just ignore them. Unless you want to draw the whole town to us, over." As the convoy navigated through the town, the trailing pack of zombies grew, a grotesque parade accompanying them towards their destination, the supermarket. Arriving at the supermarket, the group found the parking lot littered with cars, a testament to the numerous attempts by others to secure supplies. The radio crackled with Peter's voice, "Well, looks like a popular spot. Everyone, be on guard. We're not the first ones here, though it doesn't look like anyone survived," MJ remarked as she eyed the many infected wandering the area. As they parked their SUVs at the front of the supermarket, trunks wide open for easy loading, Peter barked orders. "MJ, Tommy, you're on shopping duty. Joel and I will cover you from out here. Let's make this quick and efficient. The longer we stay here, the more infected will swarm the area." Exiting the vehicles, the group faced a swarm of infected approaching from the supermarket's entrance and parking lot. Without hesitation, Peter, MJ, Tommy, and Joel opened fire, the booming gunfire echoing through the once bustling parking lot. After cleaning the entrance, MJ and Tommy rushed inside to clear the rest of the building before starting their shopping spree. Inside the supermarket, MJ and Tommy navigated the aisles, methodically clearing out infected before collecting supplies. Back outside, as Peter and Joel continued their assault on the undead, who were drawn by the loud gunfire, Sarah, still in the car, peered out and asked, "What should I be doing?" Joel, concentrating on eliminating threats, replied, "Stay in the car, Sarah. We've got this." Undeterred, Sarah protested, "I can help. I don't want to just sit here," she says as she eyed one of the many guns in the car. "I can shoot with you dash." "No," Joel exclaimed as he continued to fire. "Stay in the dash." Before Joel could continue, Peter interjected, "I agree that she shouldn't be using a gun, at least not yet. But she could load the cars when MJ and Tommy bring the supplies. If it's okay with you, of course." Joel hesitated, glancing at Sarah. "Fine, but you follow orders, understood? If I say get in the car, you get in the car. No arguments, no delays." Sarah agreed, a determined look in her eyes. As they spoke, the sound of gunfire intensified, drawing more and more infected towards them. As the horde closed in, Peter and Joel continued their defensive onslaught. Peter's precise shots seemed to find their marks effortlessly, providing cover for Joel, who was less accurate but no less determined. The onslaught of zombies proved relentless, but the group's firepower prevailed. Finally, MJ and Tommy emerged from the supermarket with carts loaded with food and water. They left the carts for Sarah to load into the cars and swiftly returned inside for more. The process repeated until the SUVs were overflowing with supplies, even utilizing the rooftops alongside some duct tape to take even more. /N, duct tape is an apocalypse necessity. With their shopping spree complete, the group hastily returned to their vehicles. The once desolate parking lot now lay strewn with the remains of the undead. Driving over the sidewalk to avoid the gruesome obstacle course, they left the now silent supermarket behind. As they drove away from the once bustling town, the weight of their success mingled with the somber reality of the world outside. "Oh my God!" Sarah yelled as she dug through the supplies in the back seat. "What?" Joel asked, alarmed. "They got chocolate," she exclaimed as she pulled out big boxes full of candy bars. Rolling his eyes, Joel picked up the radio. "Hey, where are we going now?" he asked as he closely followed Peter and MJ's SUV. Seconds later, Peter replied, "North." After all, the outbreak originated in South America, so it wouldn't be good to remain so close to the source. In the rearview mirror, the town shrank, and the group pressed on, their makeshift convoy laden with the spoils of a perilous, yet successful, grocery run. Driving for the entire day, the group's convoy pressed on, the sun sinking on the horizon. The highway stretched ahead, mostly devoid of the living. Occasional cars passed by, uninterested in stopping or interacting. Abandoned vehicles dotted the roadside, and sporadic zombies wandered aimlessly. The majority of the infected seemed concentrated in populated areas, sparing the highways from the full onslaught. As they drove, they were lucky enough to stumble upon small storage trailers, hitched to abandoned cars in the road. Instantly, an idea struck Peter, and they hitched these trailers to the back of their SUVs, expanding their capacity for supplies. Throughout the day, they made stops at rest areas to loot convenience stores and refuel. Although they had to clear these places of zombies first, the encounters were a far cry from the urban chaos they left behind. On top of the normal supplies, they also scavenged fuel containers, filling them to the brim for later use. While gas was currently easy to come by with the power still on, Peter foresaw challenges in securing it in the future, at least for normal people without superpowers and magic. Over the radio, they debated whether to clear the next rest stop and spend the night there or rotate drivers and continue, allowing everyone else to rest while on the move. As they deliberated, Peter's keen eyes caught a distant car, following at a discreet distance with its headlights off. He even recognized it as one of the few cars they passed earlier in the day. "Joel," Peter radioed, his tone alert. "Keep an eye out for a car behind us. I think we've got a follower." The occupants of Joel's car peered back, squinting in the fading light, struggling to confirm Peter's suspicion. "I don't see anything," Joel responded. "They're there, and they're keeping their distance," Peter insisted. An uneasy tension settled over the group as the possibility of being targeted for their ample supplies hung in the air. As they continued down the highway, Peter mulled over their options. "Next rest stop, we'll pull in for the night and see what they do. Stay vigilant." Joel and Tommy exchanged unsure glances, but they trusted Peter's instincts. "All right," Joel replied as he turned to Tommy. "Make sure the guns are loaded." Pulling into the next rest stop, they prepared for the night. The group systematically cleared the area of zombies while keeping a watchful eye on the road for the mysterious follower. However, as time passed, the anticipated car failed to arrive. Concern etched across their faces, they realized the potential danger. Peter, deep in thought, proposed, "They might be waiting for us to settle in. Let's give them what they want." Setting up for their guests to arrive and positioning themselves strategically, the group turned off all of the lights and waited to see who would show up. Only Sarah was hidden in the back room of the nearby convenience store alongside MJ, who offered to sit with her so she wouldn't do anything stupid. The night grew darker, and the rest stop, once a mundane place for travelers, now held an air of tension and uncertainty. As the night enveloped the rest stop in darkness, Peter perched comfortably on the branch of a nearby tree, his gaze fixed on the forest surrounding them. The anticipation hung in the air like a heavy fog, and the tension was palpable as the group waited for the enemy to arrive. After what felt like an eternity, a solitary figure emerged from the shadows, moving with stealthy grace through the dense foliage. The silhouette approached cautiously, eyes fixated on the parked cars beside the gas pumps. For a moment, Peter questioned his senses, unsure if this was a trick of the night. Taking a closer look, Peter's enhanced vision pierced through the darkness, and he recognized the figure. What the hell is Micon doing here? Insert picture of Micon from The Walking Dead. The familiarity of her presence added a new layer to the universe that he thought he was in. It seemed the world they found themselves in was a combined universe, blending together The Last of Us and The Walking Dead. As Micon surveyed the parked cars, her hungry eyes betrayed a desperate need for the supplies within. Peter contemplated the best course of action, recognizing the delicate balance between survival and compassion in this harsh new world. After watching for almost 20 minutes, Micon finally stepped out of the bushes and creeped over to the cars. But she wouldn't get too far before, suddenly, the rest stop's lights flickered to life, casting an abrupt spotlight on the scene. Bang! A single gunshot echoed from the roof of the convenience store, the bullet ricocheting off the ground in front of Micon's feet, halting her approach. Startled and exposed, Micon attempted to retreat into the forest, but Peter descended from the tree, landing gracefully in front of her, blocking her escape route. "Yo," Peter called out, waving nonchalantly, though he knew words might not be the solution. Micon remained silent, her eyes conveying a mixture of caution and determination. Her hand rested on the katana strapped to her back. Without hesitation, Micon lunged at Peter, her sword slicing through the air. Peter, however, effortlessly sidestepped the attack, expertly maneuvering his body. He extended a leg, tripping Micon as she tried to run past him, causing her and her sword to fall to the ground. Casually, Peter picked up the fallen katana, admiring its craftsmanship. "Nice sword," he remarked, breaking the silence. Where did you get it? Mikon, still silent, reached behind her back and produced a pistol. But before she could aim it at Peter, he swung the katana with precision, slicing the gun cleanly in half. Mikon stared at the ruined firearm, a mix of shock, awe, and fear etched across her face. Realizing that her options were dwindling, Mikon attempted to flee, but Peter appeared beside her in an instant. With a swift tap on her neck, he rendered her unconscious, allowing her body to gently slump to the ground. As Peter stood over the subdued Mikon, he contemplated the unexpected turn of events. This world was a crossover and he had to tell MJ, who would certainly be just as shocked as he was. After taking care of their intruder, Peter, Joel, and Tommy waited a bit longer to see if anyone else would show up, but no one ever came. She must be alone, Peter thought as he searched Mikon's body, confiscating all of her weapons. Tossing Mikon's unconscious body over his shoulder, Peter made his way toward the convenience store where they planned to spend the night. As he approached, Joel and Tommy emerged from their hiding spots, eyeing Peter and their captive with a mix of curiosity and concern. What should we do with her? Joel asked, glancing at Mikon. Peter, still carrying Mikon, shrugged nonchalantly. Let's wait until she wakes up and explains herself first. Seemed like she was after our supplies more than anything else. Might be more to the story. Joel exchanged a skeptical look with Tommy. The idea of keeping someone who had been stalking them around raised red flags. Joel was the first to speak. Maybe we should just leave her behind and go? We don't have to kill her, but keeping her with us seems dangerous. Tommy nodded alongside him. Yeah, but I'm fine with killing her as well. After all, she can't try to rob us again if she's dead. They voiced their concerns, wary of the potential danger she might pose, especially to Sarah. Peter brushed off their worries, knowing that he could easily protect them. Though this did highlight a future problem. Maybe I should magically vet everyone that joins our group from now on. Peter wondered. After all, betrayals aren't a rare thing in an apocalyptic setting, so it might be smart to make sure the people they take in are trustable, upright individuals. Especially now that he knows this is a crossover universe. Look, we need answers before we make any decisions, Peter explained, glancing between Joel and Tommy. I'm not saying we trust her, especially after she just tried to rob us, but questioning her might give us a better picture. She might even know some information that we don't. Joel weighed the options, considering the potential risks. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed, albeit with a condition. Keep her away from Sarah. Agreed, Peter responded, as he walked toward the entrance of the convenience store. Inside the store, he gently placed Mikon down on a sleeping bag, securing her hands and feet with zip ties to be safe. As Joel and Tommy went to check on Sarah, MJ walked out from the back, freezing in her tracks at the sight of Mikon. Is that who I think it is? MJ asked, turning to Peter, who nodded in confirmation. The one and only Mikon, Peter replied, echoing MJ's realization. This world seems to be a combination between The Last of Us and The Walking Dead. Congratulations, you got a 2-for-1 deal this time around. What do we do now? MJ inquired, both excited and concerned. Should we try to recruit her? Peter shrugged, admitting his limited knowledge of Mikon. I know she's a badass with a katana, but beyond that, not much else. The Walking Dead was good show at first, but after a while it kind of went to sh*t. MJ paused, recalling bits of Mikon's story from The Walking Dead. She had a family during the outbreak, but they died later on. Other than that, I don't know much either. I think her husband had some sort of drug problem. Peter nodded, acknowledging the probable motivation behind Mikon's actions. She's probably trying to steal supplies for her family while her husband's at home getting high. Let's wake her up and find out. Caution in the air, they decided to offer Mikon a chance, to see if they could extend their survivor camp. Peter warned MJ, just try not to get your hopes up, okay? For all we know, Mikon could be evil in this universe. The multiverse is unpredictable that way. Although he didn't think that was the case here, he still wanted to warn her for future reference. Waking Mikon with a tap on the head, Peter utilized a small bit of magic. She gasped, scrambling backward in a defensive posture. Her eyes darted around, searching for her sword, which was nowhere in sight. Hello, again, Peter greeted, while MJ offered a friendly nod. As soon as Mikon flinched away from them, MJ stepped forward, trying to calm her. Hey, we're not going to hurt you. Just take it easy, MJ said in a reassuring tone. Mikon's eyes flickered open, initially met with confusion and disorientation. She tried to move, only to realize that she was tied up. She shot a glare at Peter, her voice cutting through the tension. If you're not going to hurt me, why the hell am I tied up? Peter, rolling his eyes, retorted, really? You attacked us when you got caught trying to steal our supplies. Would you prefer we give free rein to someone who just tried to rob us? Mikon looked down, a mix of shame and annoyance etched across her face. The reality of her actions sank in as the weight of her unsuccessful theft hung in the air. As the conversation unfolded, Peter took the lead in questioning Mikon. Let's start with the basics. Why were you trying to rob us? Are you alone, or do you have others with you? Have you done this before? And the million-dollar question, have you killed any innocent people lately? Mikon hesitated for a moment, her eyes darting between Peter and MJ. Look, I needed supplies. I'm alone. I've done what I had to do to survive, but I've never killed anybody before, besides the infected, that is. If you let me go, I promise to leave and never bother you again. You have my word. Peter, skeptical but wanting to verify her claims, decided to employ a bit of telepathy. He delved into Mikon's mind, probing for sincerity and potential hidden intentions. It was a delicate dance, respecting her privacy while ensuring the safety of the group. As he sifted through her thoughts, he picked up on a sense of desperation, a struggle for survival in the harsh post-apocalyptic world. Apologies echoed in her mind, mingling with images of loss and the fight to protect loved ones. Mikon grew up in Arkansas, which was different from her TV show counterpart. She came from a middle-class family, where she grew up with a keen interest in both modern art and literature. At some point later in her life, Mikon entered into a relationship with her boyfriend Mike. They went on to have a son named Andre, whom Mikon affectionately nicknamed Peanut. The three lived together as a family and presumably enjoyed a privileged and lavish lifestyle. Mikon also came to befriend Mike's closest friend Terry. At the onset of the outbreak, Mikon found a katana upon which she began to hone her survival skills to perfection as a result of encountering and killing the infected. Sometime later Mikon, Mike, Terry, and Andre journeyed to a refugee camp where they settled. Quickly, several members abandoned the camp due to events worsening. Mikon chose to remain there despite this, which often resulted in several arguments between her and her boyfriend, who has been acting weirder and weirder lately. Was MJ right? Is he doing drugs behind her back? Peter wondered as he continued reading her mind. And finally, earlier today, she decided to go out and gather some supplies for her family, mainly her son, who is a toddler, since no one in their camp wanted to go out anymore. After all, everyone who left for supplies never came back, making them scared to leave the safety of their hiding place, even if it meant starving to death. And then she saw us driving by with supplies duct taped to the roof and decided to steal one of our cars. Peter summarized as he finished invading her mind. All while her useless boyfriend hides away from the world back in their camp. Satisfied that Mikon wasn't an immediate threat and empathizing with her plight, Peter withdrew from her mind. All right, although you didn't say much, I don't think you're lying. He motioned to MJ to untie Mikon. I can give two options, and luckily for you, neither include you dying today. We can either give you enough food for one person and send you on your way, or you can try to join our group. Though you'll have to earn some trust first, and that's easier said than done. Peter offered as MJ cut her hands and feet free. Mikon's eyes widened, not expecting to get such an offer from the people that she just tried to rob. If she were in their position, she would have either tied them up and left them in the middle of the woods, or killed them. Peter continued. We're giving you a chance here, so what do you want to do? Mikon, rubbing her wrists after being freed, reluctantly shaking her head. Thank you for your offer, but I'll just take the food and be on my way. Although she could tell that Peter and his group seemed friendly and reliable, based on their offer and the copious amount of supplies, she had a family to take care of. And she couldn't risk the life of her loved ones, especially her son, for a chance that might lead to a worse situation than they were already in. Fair enough, Peter shrugged whilst MJ frowned. After all, she wanted to recruit Mikon into their group. Leaving Mikon to MJ, who kept a watchful eye on her, whilst trying to change her mind, Peter packed a bag with enough food and supplies for one person, true to his promise. As he packed, Joel, emerging from the convenience store, looked at Peter with a raised eyebrow. What are we doing about our guest? Peter, continuing to pack the bag, replied, she's leaving. I'm giving her some supplies to help her out. Joel, not entirely thrilled about giving away supplies, especially to someone who had just tried to rob them, nodded reluctantly. He was just glad that she was leaving. After all, he didn't have the luxury of trusting strangers, not while he had a daughter to protect. Of course, his skepticism and wariness were traits that would serve him well in this new post-apocalyptic world. As the first light of dawn began to pierce the darkness outside, the group drove Mikon back to her car, where they handed her the bag of supplies and her katana. The tension lingered in the air as they exchanged curt goodbyes. As Mikon watched their two-car convoy drive away, a conflicted expression painted her face. She yearned for the security and resources that Peter's group seemed to possess, but her hard-earned instincts cautioned against trusting too easily in this unforgiving world. Alone in the driver's seat of her car, Mikon opened the bag they had given her. The contents went beyond mere sustenance. Alongside the food, she found a pistol, some ammo, a portable police radio, and a note. The note, signed by Peter, read, "Be safe and contact us if you change your mind." It included a radio frequency for communication. Mikon couldn't help but smile, realizing the missed opportunity to join a group that seemed genuine in their offer of assistance. Regret gnawed at her, but the practicalities of survival took precedence. Her family awaited her return, and she needed to bring back whatever supplies she could scavenge. As the convoy disappeared from view, Mikon revved the engine, making her way back to her camp with a mix of gratitude and uncertainty. The radio and supplies provided a lifeline, a connection to a group she might never see again. Driving back to her camp, the bag of supplies nestled beside her, Mikon couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. The thought of surprising her son, Andre, with some tasty food and a few treats, including candy, lifted her spirits. Peter's unexpected generosity showed in the assortment of items he had provided. The camp, situated in a secluded camping grounds nestled within the woods, seemed peaceful as Mikon approached. However, the smile on her face began to fade as the distant sounds of gunfire reached her ears. A gnawing fear gripped her heart, urging her to hurry back to her loved ones. As she neared the camp, the initial shock gave way to chaos. Dozens of zombies roamed freely, their groans blending with the sporadic gunfire. Panic settled over the camp, and Mikon's instincts kicked in. She slammed her foot on the gas pedal, rushing toward the heart of the unfolding nightmare. Upon arrival, the scene was a chaotic picture of horror. Dozens of zombies overran the camp, and even more lurked in the shadows of the surrounding trees. Mikon wasted no time. Grabbing her katana and a pistol, she leaped out of her car, determined to cut through the undead and reach her family. Screaming for Andre and her boyfriend Mike, Mikon carved a path through the infected. Blood spattered her clothes as she dispatched one after another. The air echoed with the sounds of desperate survivors and the gruesome demise of those unlucky enough to be caught. Approaching her tent, dread pooled in Mikon's stomach. What she found was beyond comprehension. Mike and his friend Terry sat in foldable chairs, needles in their arms, completely oblivious to the zombies currently feasting on them. Their blissful, zoned-out faces stared vacantly into the sky, lost in their drug-induced haze. Instantly, Mikon realized the heartbreaking truth. Mike had neglected his responsibility to protect their child, succumbing to a drug addiction alongside his idiot friend. Shocked and infuriated, she dispatched the infected around the tent, completely ignoring the two junkies. Fueled by a mix of anger and grief, Mikon's focus shifted to her son. Panic set in as she frantically searched the tent, calling out Andre's name. For a moment, she feared the worst until, finally, the muffled cries of a child reached her ears. Opening a luggage chest that usually held their belongings, Mikon found her 3-year-old son, Andre, crying and hugging her shirt. Peering upwards in fear, little Andre's eyes widened in relief. "Mommy, Peanut." Relief washing over her, Mikon pulled him into her arms, whispering soothing words to calm him down. Knowing they had to leave, Mikon, without bothering to grab anything besides Andre's favorite stuffed dinosaur, wrapped a blanket around him, tying her son in place on her body. The reality of the situation hit her, and tears streaked down her face as she killed zombies on her way to the car. With Andre safely in her arms, she drove away from the nightmare that had become their once peaceful camp. Although she felt bad for leaving the father of her child behind, Mikon knew that Mike was infected and would turn soon enough. She wasn't willing to risk her son's life for a dead man who couldn't even do his job properly. As the engine roared, Mikon glanced at the radio Peter had given her, contemplating whether to contact the group that had offered her a chance earlier. The weight of the decision hung in the air as she drove into the uncertain future, her son now sleeping soundly in her arms. Little did she know that her encounter with Peter changed the grim fate of her son. Thanks to the supplies he had given her, Mikon was able to return to the camp sooner than she originally would have, allowing her to make it in time to save her little Peanut. A few hours had passed since Mikon parted ways with Peter's group. MJ, sitting sulking in the car beside Peter as he drove, couldn't shake the disappointment from her expression. She had hoped to recruit Mikon into their growing group of survivors, but the woman had declined their offer and left. Peter glanced over at MJ, his lips curling into a teasing smile. He understood why she was upset. She wanted to bring people into their fold, envisioning a larger community, and later, a base where they can live together before they had to leave this world. But Mikon's refusal had put a damper on those plans. MJ, unable to contain her frustration, finally asked, "What's so funny?" Her pouting face was met with Peter's gentle amusement. "Why so glum, my love? You can't expect every character that we meet to join us so easily," Peter said, his eyes focused on the road ahead. MJ bristled a bit, her frustration evident. "Well, yeah, but Mikon is one of the cooler Walking Dead characters, so I might have gotten my hopes up." Peter chuckled. I know. But hey, don't worry too much. We'll see Mikon again sooner than you think." MJ shot him a questioning look. "How can you be so sure?" Peter's smile turned mysterious, and before MJ could inquire further, the radio crackled to life. A familiar voice echoed through the car, and MJ's eyes widened in recognition. Hello. Is this the right frequency?" It was Mikon. As Peter picked up the radio, a sly smirk played on his lips. Well, I didn't think you'd call so soon, Mikon." Mikon's voice wavered as she recounted the recent attack on her camp by the infected, though she left out anything that do with her boyfriend. "I managed to escape with my son," she explained, her voice turning hopeful. "And, well, I was wondering if your group would still be willing to accept us." Peter, playing it cool, responded nonchalantly, I don't know." Seeing his playful facade, MJ snatched the radio from him. "Of course, you're welcome, Mikon. You and your child can join us. We'll tell you where to meet up." Peter grinned at MJ's enthusiasm, secretly pleased with the turn of events. Meanwhile, in the car behind them, Joel, Tommy, and Sarah listened to the exchange. Sarah seemed open to the idea of Mikon joining, but Joel and Tommy wore expressions of skepticism. The possibility of Mikon lying about her situation to take advantage of them lingered in their minds. After a moment of deliberation, they came to a collective decision to follow Peter's lead, but maintain a cautious eye on the thief who would be joining them. The prospect of expanding their community, albeit with a hint of uncertainty, added a new layer to the dynamics of their survival. As the location for their meetup was shared, MJ leaned back in her seat, a triumphant smile on her face. They were on their way to meet Mikon and her son, which was exactly what she wanted in the first place. The group, led by Peter, decided to make a stop at the next rest stop and wait for Mikon and her son to catch up to them. Clearing the few zombies that wandered near, they took control of the area, searching for supplies and looting whatever they could find. The once bustling rest stop was now eerily quiet, with remnants of the past scattered around. As the group explored the area, Peter faced a new challenge. The power was out, rendering the gas pumps useless in the conventional way. Unfazed, Peter decided to use his unique abilities. He pretended to tinker with the pumps, creating the illusion that he had somehow rigged them to work. In reality, it was his magic seamlessly filling their tanks. Meanwhile, Mikan arrived, her gaze shifting nervously between the group members. After attempting to rob them just the night before, joining the same people was undoubtedly an awkward situation. Tommy and Joel, ever the vigilant guards of the group, weren't exactly friendly, adding to the discomfort of the encounter. As Mikan greeted everyone, MJ stepped forward with a reassuring smile. Don't mind Joel and Tommy, they warm up eventually. Just show them you're worth trusting, just like we all did. Mikan, grateful for the chance, nodded appreciatively. She cradled her son, Andre, in her arms. The events at her camp had made her more protective than ever, and she was unwilling to part with him after what had transpired. MJ continued to talk with Mikan, trying to ease the tension. We all had to prove ourselves when we joined. It's a tough world out here, and trust is hard to come by. But once you do, you'll be accepted. Don't worry too much. As long as you don't have any ulterior motives, you'll be fine. As they conversed, everyone couldn't help but look down at Andre, peacefully sleeping in his mother's arms. The innocence of a child alongside his mother helped ease the growing tension in the group. After gathering supplies and ensuring their vehicles were ready, the now 3-car convoy prepared to hit the road. Peter and MJ led the way in the first car, Joel and his family followed in the second, and Mikan and her son took up the rear. As they drove away from the rest stop, Mikan's gaze lingered on the world passing by. The road ahead was unpredictable, but she couldn't help but feel like she made the right decision. Although she wished the father of her child could be here with them, she knew deep down that his passing was more of a blessing than a curse. As soon as the world went to sh*t, so did her once reliable boyfriend. They were better off without him. After driving in silence for a while, MJ, sitting beside Peter, turned to him with a curious expression. Hey, where are we headed next? She asked, the excitement evident in her voice. Peter flashed her a mischievous smile. Well, my love, since we're in The Walking Dead, don't you think we should pick up the protagonist? He raised an eyebrow as MJ's eyes widened with surprise and excitement. Before MJ could press for more details, the radio crackled to life, and Joel's voice came through, asking the same question. Where are we heading, Peter? Peter, still wearing that enigmatic smile, responded, Georgia. After all, they have a coma patient to wake up, a mother to save, and a camp of main characters to find. MJ smiled happily, pondering all of the possibilities. As Peter and his group continued their journey towards the state that contained most of the characters they wanted to recruit, in Kings County Hospital in Georgia, Deputy Rick Grimes lay unconscious on his bed, an unmoving coma patient. Insert picture of Rick Grimes here. The military presence outside was evident, with the constant barrage of gunfire filling the air. The hospital had become the base of operations for the local military and a never-ending battleground, each gunshot both a defense against the infected and a siren song drawing more of them near. The military's attempts to maintain order were turning the hospital into a fortress, unwittingly amplifying the magnitude of the threat, further endangering everyone inside who they fought so hard to protect. Amidst the chaos, the military personnel worked tirelessly to secure the hospital, using up an uncountable amount of ammunition each and every day, exhausting their supply. After all, not everyone can have 100% accuracy like Peter. Even for trained soldiers, wasted ammo was a normal occurrence. Not too far away, in a nearby neighborhood, overrun by the infected just like everywhere else, Morgan Jones and his family, Jenny, and their son Dwayne, huddled in their fortified home. Insert pictures of the Jones family here. The windows were boarded up, and an air of silence enveloped the residence. Having learned early on that sound attracted the infected, the Jones family lived by the mantra of staying quiet to stay alive. The distant echoes of gunfire and the shuffling of passing zombies served as a grim reminder of the world they now inhabited. Across the state, at the Quint Materials Company Road Base Quarry, a camp of survivors began to take shape. Rick's partner and trusted friend, Deputy Shane Walsh and Lori Grimes, Rick's wife, found themselves entwined in a clearly sexual embrace away from prying eyes. Insert picture of Shane, snake friend, here. Insert picture of Lori, cheating B*TCH, here. Some might think that this relationship started during the outbreak, when Shane took responsibility for Rick's family and protected them from the infected, but they would be wrong. Even before Rick's absence, due to his coma, Shane and Lori were romantically involved behind his back. Except now, instead of trying to hide their misdeeds from her husband, they were hiding from her son, Carl, who was currently sulking in a nearby tent, wondering if he'll ever get the chance to see his father again. Insert picture of Carl here. A whole day and night passed as Peter and his growing group of survivors crossed into the state of Georgia, where they would no doubt expand their group even further. I wonder if I can recruit the soldiers at Rick's hospital? Well, that is if they aren't dead or gone by the time we get there. Peter wondered. After all, he had big plans, and big plans required a lot of man and firepower. The 3-car convoy led by Peter cruised into Kings County, Georgia, a state rife with the echoes of gunfire and the palpable tension of the apocalypse. The cityscape bore the scars of survival, buildings standing as silent witnesses to the struggles that had unfolded within their walls. As they drove deeper into town, the distant sounds of gunfire grew louder, creating an unsettling ambience. The group, now seasoned in navigating the dangers of this new world, exchanged wary glances. Meanwhile, Peter and MJ smirked at one another, alone in their car together. It sounds like the military is still alive and well at the hospital, Peter commented, his plans for a military recruitment looking good. MJ couldn't help but ask, how are you planning to recruit them? Peter just smiled mysteriously, I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Continuing their way into the city, the infected, drawn to the commotion like moths to a flame, ignored their cars and swarmed toward the source of the gunfire, running far faster than the zombies from the Walking Dead show. Over the radios, Tommy's voice crackled in, breaking the tense silence. What the hell is going on up ahead? Anyone got eyes on the situation? Joel's voice joined the conversation, skepticism evident in his tone. Could be more survivors. Could be trouble. We should be cautious and give them a wide berth. Peter, taking a thoughtful pause, chimed in, it's a risk, but we won't know until we check it out. It could be a camp of survivors trying to clear out the city, or even the military. There's far too many gunshots for it to be anything else. Mikon, ever watchful, added, or potential threats. I've seen how unpredictable people can be. Joel, listening to the exchange, felt the weight of the decision hanging in the air. Peter, what do you think? Should we investigate? Peter, steering the lead car with a sense of purpose, responded, we go and see. We don't commit to anything until we assess the situation. If it's trouble, we back off. If it's the military or survivors who need help, we evaluate from there. With everyone in agreement, the convoy continued its path through the eerily empty streets, the unsettling sounds of gunfire seeming to never end. The infected, driven by instinct, swarmed towards the noise, their moans and shuffles filling the air. As the group approached the source of the disturbance, the tension in the convoy grew palpable. The decision to investigate hung in the air like a delicate balance, each member contemplating the potential risks and rewards. The convoy, guided by the echoes of gunfire, moved closer to the source of the commotion. However, as they approached, the intensity of the gunfire seemed to wane, replaced by prolonged breaks of unsettling silence that hung in the air like a foreboding shadow. The group exchanged concerned looks, the absence of sustained gunfire raising unsettling questions. Peter and MJ, alone in their car, shared a concerned look. That doesn't sound very good, Peter commented. The lack of continuous gunfire meant one of two things. Either the military at the hospital was running out of bullets, or they were running out of able bodies to fire those bullets. Either way, it wasn't a good situation to be in. Of course, they could have cleared out the zombies around them, which would explain the lack of gunfire, but that didn't seem likely. After all, just driving down the road now, Peter could see dozens of infected swarming towards the gunfire. The convoy pressed forward through the streets, the unsettling sounds of gunfire continuing, guiding them to the heart of the disturbance. The tension in the air was palpable as they neared the source. As they arrived, a sprawling hospital came into view, fortified with sandbags, barricades, and military vehicles. Soldiers stood on vantage points, firing on the ceaseless sea of zombies attempting to breach their defenses. The sight, though confirming Peter's earlier speculations, brought a sense of relief tinged with uncertainty. The military, seemingly outnumbered and low on ammunition, faced overwhelming odds. Peter signaled the convoy to pause a few blocks down the street, cautioning everyone to hang on for a moment while he attempted to contact the military inside the hospital. Switching through radio channels, Peter found the frequency of the military and listened in. The conversations painted a dire picture of exhaustion, fear, and urgent calls for more ammunition. The gravity of their situation became apparent as Peter eavesdropped on their desperate pleas. Waiting for a break in the comms, Peter finally spoke up. Yo, do you guys need any help? The intrusion surprised the military. As the soldiers exchanged glances, one couldn't help but question, who the hell is on our radio? After a moment of confusion, Major John Lewis, the highest-ranking officer, responded cautiously. This is Major Lewis. If this is the 3 cars parked down the road, then your offer is appreciated, but sadly worthless. Even if you are police officers, which I doubt, you'll only get yourselves killed trying to help us. Go and find a safe place to hide, preferably outside of town, and away from populated areas. Another voice broke in, and stay off of our frequency, civilians. Ignoring the last idiot to speak, Peter was impressed by Major Lewis. After all, he quickly found where they were, assessed their strength, and was even kind enough to advise them against helping them. He would make a good subordinate. Peter smirked as he spoke through the radio. We'll clear the horde out front before the sun sets, he assured them confidently. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Switching back to the old frequency before they could reply, Peter quickly explained his plan to help the military, his voice cutting through the airwaves with authority. All right, here's the plan. We're going to clear the horde in front of the hospital. I need Mikon, Joel, Tommy, and MJ to get on the rooftops across the street. Bring a radio, firepower, and enough bullets to take on a small army. And don't forget to bring the kids. Barricade the doors behind you to keep the infected out. Joel, ever the protector, immediately voiced his concern. Are you sure this is a good idea? What if something goes wrong? Peter, with unwavering confidence, responded, Trust me, Joel. We'll be fine. We need to act fast before the hospital is overrun. Now, move. As orders were given, Mikon asked a crucial question, her eyes reflecting a mix of concern and determination. What about you, Peter? What's your part in all this? Peter, with a smirk that hinted at both mischief and assurance, replied, I'll need to borrow your sword, Mikon. There was a moment of stunned silence over the radio as everyone processed what Peter had just said. Joel, ever the voice of reason, couldn't help but interject, Are you out of your mind? You're going down there with just a sword against that horde. Peter cut him off before he could continue, his tone firm and resolute. I'll be fine. Trust me. We need to move now. Despite the protests that lingered in the air, the group followed Peter's orders. Doing so has kept them alive and thriving thus far, so they couldn't help but feel like Peter always had a plan. As they departed, MJ approached Peter. She kissed him passionately on the lips, a mixture of fear and love in her eyes. I know you'll be fine, but come back in one piece, okay? Peter returned the kiss, his expression filled with reassurance. I always do. Now, go. We've got a horde to deal with. Meanwhile, Mikon handed Peter her sword, the exchange carrying a weight of unspoken worry on her part. Each member grabbed their weaponry, mentally preparing for the upcoming challenge. Joel and Mikon, with their children in tow, moved swiftly towards the chosen building they would all perch themselves on. As the group ascended to their vantage points, Peter took a moment to look at the weapon in his hands. This would probably dull after a few dozen kills. With a tap of his hand on the side of the blade, Peter watched as runes drew themselves along the sword, strengthening its sharpness and durability to insane degrees. Smirking as he gave the sword a few test swings, Peter eyes the horde down the road. Time to impress some future henchmen. Despite Peter's bold declaration to the soldiers in the hospital that he would clear the horde, skepticism and doubt lingered among the military ranks. Many soldiers mocked him for what they perceived as foolish bravado, while others, aligning with Major Lewis's caution, expressed concern for their safety. Either way, the prevailing sentiment was that Peter and his group were destined for failure. However, as Peter confidently strode down the street toward the approaching horde, the soldiers outside couldn't help but notice his arrival as well as his calm demeanor and the single sword he wielded. Murmurs and speculation spread through their ranks, wondering if he was a madman or a survivor with a death wish. As Peter neared the horde, which has just noticed his arrival, a collective gasp emanated from the soldiers as they witnessed a spectacle that defied their expectations. With a single, powerful swing of his sword, Peter decapitated over a dozen zombies at once. The bodies dropped to the ground, leaving the soldiers in awe of the unexpected display of skill. Surprisingly, Peter didn't stop there. He quickened his pace and plunged headfirst into the sea of zombies outside the hospital. Soldiers shouted warnings and a mix of disbelief and concern, but their astonishment only grew as Peter continued to mow down the infected. Rather than succumbing to the overwhelming numbers, Peter moved with an uncanny agility, slicing through zombies effortlessly. His sword became a blur of lethal precision, and the soldiers watched in disbelief as he carved a path through the horde, seemingly impervious to their attacks. Major Lewis, initially skeptical, emerged from the hospital to witness the unfolding spectacle. Shock and awe painted his face as he realized that the horde was now entirely fixated on Peter. He barked orders to his men, instructing them to hold their fire and focus on clearing out the infected furthest from Peter to avoid any accidental harm to their unexpected savior. The soldiers, once hesitant, followed Major Lewis's orders and began firing at the zombies on the outskirts of the horde. And as they did, MJ, Mikon, Joel, and Tommy, perched on a nearby rooftop, joined in the gunfire alongside them. From their elevated vantage point, Tommy couldn't help but express his amazement. I thought he was crazy, but look at him go. Mikon, normally reserved, couldn't help but nod in agreement. He moves faster than I can see. Joel, still harboring some concern, added, let's make sure we cover him well. We don't know how long he can keep this up. MJ smirked as she watched her husband work. Damn, he's so sexy right now. As the combined firepower of Peter's group and the soldiers thinned the herd, Peter continued his relentless assault on the infected. The once threatening horde now appeared helpless against the skill and determination of this lone figure. The soldiers, initially doubtful, were now witnesses to a feat that defied their expectations. The atmosphere shifted from skepticism to a mix of awe and gratitude. In that chaotic dance of life and death, Peter carved a path of survival, earning the immense respect of those who had doubted him just moments before. After hours of relentless combat, Peter stood in the center of the once infested street, his sword glistening with a grim sheen of blood and entrails. Despite the gruesome scene surrounding him, Peter himself appeared untouched, not a speck of gore marring his form. His clothes still pristine, betrayed no sign of the violent battle that had just unfolded. The street, now a graveyard for the undead, was strewn with the lifeless bodies of rotting zombies. Most lay headless, victims of Peter's swift and precise strikes, while others bore the scars of bullets, courtesy of his allies providing cover from a distance. The combined effort of Peter's group and the military had effectively thinned the herd, clearing the immediate threat that had besieged the hospital. The air hung heavy with the metallic scent of blood, and the eerie silence that followed the chaos was only broken by the distant moans of straggling zombies. The once swarming horde had been decimated, and though more would inevitably trickle in, the majority that had overwhelmed the soldiers was now vanquished. That should make things easier for them, Peter thought as he flicked his wrist, flinging the blood off of Mikon's sword. Amidst the gruesome aftermath, Peter surveyed the scene with a detached sense of accomplishment. The military, having observed his unparalleled prowess from their vantage point, opened a makeshift gate, and Major Lewis, flanked by armed soldiers, stepped out to greet him. The soldiers looked at Peter in a mixture of awe and disbelief, unsure if the man before them was an actual human being or not. Quick, come inside before more of those damn things show up, Major Lewis called, his skepticism from earlier replaced with a clear respect. With a nod, Peter made his way towards the gate, the soldiers parting to allow him entry. As he approached, Major Lewis couldn't help but express his astonishment. I didn't think you'd last more than a few minutes out there. I know I wouldn't. Peter, with a wry smile, replied, I told you I'd clear the horde. The soldiers, sensing the newfound opportunity for safety, quickly scurried to close the gate behind Peter, securing the hospital grounds from the lingering threat outside. As the barricade locked into place, Peter radioed his group, instructing them to bring the cars and drive to the hospital. The soldiers, now allies, were prepared to welcome them inside. Within minutes, the distant hum of engines grew louder as the convoy approached. The soldiers, their weapons at the ready, allowed Peter's group to pass through the gate. MJ, Sarah, Joel, Tommy, Sarah, Mikon, and Andre emerged from the vehicles, their expressions a mix of relief and anticipation. Tommy, guard the cars until we're sure we can trust these people. Peter ordered and Tommy nodded, standing beside their vehicles with an assault rifle in hand, eyeing anyone that came near. The rest of you feel free to explore. This place might have a working shower, so take advantage of it while you can. He gestured towards the hospital entrance. As the group entered the hospital grounds, the atmosphere inside was a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Patients, soldiers, and survivors alike gazed at Peter with a mix of awe and reverence. Some whispered prayers, others stared in disbelief, and a general sense of gratitude filled the air. As the group, including MJ, rushed excitedly into the hospital, drawn by the prospect of a working shower after days on the road, Peter turned to Major Lewis. He gestured toward a quiet corridor and, with a nod from the Major, they headed toward a large office. The door swung shut behind them, guarded by soldiers stationed outside. Inside the office, Peter and Major Lewis settled into seats. The Major couldn't help but sigh, a mixture of exhaustion and relief evident in his eyes. Thank you for your help. You have no idea how close we were to being overrun. Peter shrugged. It was no problem at all. But I have some questions and I'm hoping you'll have answers for me. Major Lewis nodded solemnly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Ask away. I owe you that much. Peter leaned back, studying the worn features of the military officer. First off, what's the status of the government? Are they still operational? Any efforts toward finding a cure or containing the outbreak? Major Lewis's expression darkened. We haven't received any contact from the government since the outbreak. My guess is that the White House and the rest of DC fell during the outbreak. I'm afraid that we're on our own out here. The silence that followed hung heavy in the air. Peter pressed on. And the military? Are you all still working as one cohesive force, or is it scattered? The Major sighed, his shoulders slumping. We're fractured and I don't know how many of us are left. I was sent here to evacuate civilians and contain the outbreak, but since we arrived, we've heard nothing. We're running low on supplies, food, and ammo. Every day is a struggle to keep the infected at bay while we try to save as many as we can. Peter absorbed the information, his mind working quickly. After a moment of contemplation, he looked directly at the Major. Here's my offer, Major. Join me. I have food, ammo, and a plan to get more. Together, we stand a better chance. What do you say? Major Lewis hesitated, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. I can't make promises. I'm still hoping for orders from higher UPS, but I'm not holding my breath. Peter leaned forward, his gaze intense. What if I can help with the food and ammo shortage? Will you consider joining forces and working together to clear this town of the infected? The Major raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched across his face. Clear the whole town? That's a tall order, even for someone like you. Peter smirked, a glint of confidence in his eyes. How about a deal then? If I help solve your food and ammo problem, then you and your men agree to follow my orders until the town is clear. We work together to clear the town, and when it's free of infected, you and your men can decide whether or not you want to stick around. Deal. Major Lewis contemplated the proposal, weighing the risks and benefits. Solve my immediate problems and we can work together to clear the town. But we need those supplies fast. We won't last another couple days without food. And if we can really do as you say and clear the town without any unnecessary losses, then I'll gladly join you. Peter extended a hand, sealing the agreement. You have my word. I won't put any of your men in unnecessary harm, and by the end of the week, this town will be completely free of infected. As their hands met in a firm handshake, Major Lewis couldn't help but feel a mix of uncertainty and hope. The alliance forged in that small office would either be their salvation or a path to greater peril. It's finally time to start building our base of operations. Peter thought as he looked out of the windows, surveying the town outside with a greedy look in his eye. Suddenly, the Major spoke, breaking Peter from his thoughts. So, how are you going to solve our supply problem? He asked and continued before Peter could answer. I know you have supplies of your own, but 3 cars of food can't feed over 50 patients, 20 hospital staff, 300 civilians, and 500 soldiers. And you certainly don't have enough ammo. Peter smiles assuredly. First, I'm willing to share my supplies if it comes to that, but it won't. He shook his head. For food, most supermarkets have probably been looted by now, and they wouldn't have enough food for everyone here anyway, so we'll go for distribution centers. Companies often store a significant amount of their food inventory in distribution centers or warehouses. These facilities are strategically located to streamline the distribution to stores in the vicinity of them. Peter continued. I don't have the exact locations yet, but it won't take long to find the closest warehouses. Though when I do find them, I'll need your men to help transport everything. After all, if it's just my group doing it, we'll only be able to bring back a small amount. Ideally, I'd like to get as many trucks as we can and completely empty every warehouse we loot. The Major nodded his head. Sure, I'll assign some men to help deliver the supplies. What about our ammo? Peter smirked. Fort Benning is close by, isn't it? As Peter continued his discussion with Major Lewis about securing supplies, MJ, having just taken a warm shower and changed into fresh clothes, set out to explore the hospital. Her mission was clear: locate the person they had initially come for, the one she and her husband deemed crucial for their group. Rick Grimes, the former sheriff's deputy who had been in a coma since a life-threatening gunshot wound, was their next potential recruit. Wandering through the hospital, MJ discreetly searched every room. After a few minutes, she eventually arrived at a room on the 5th floor. Pushing the door open, she found Rick lying motionless in a hospital bed, a silent figure oblivious to the chaotic world outside. His face seemed peaceful, untouched by the horrors that had unfolded during his slumber. MJ couldn't help but feel a mix of sadness and pity. The man before her had slept through the entire outbreak. His wife was cheating on him with his best friend, and he wasn't meant to wake up for another month. With a cautious step forward, MJ approached Rick's bedside. She confirmed his identity, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment before she turned her attention to the task at hand. She knew what needed to be done. Peter had taught her a healing spell, a modest yet effective technique to awaken those in a deep sleep or coma. Checking the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, MJ cast the spell. A soft glow enveloped her fingers as she extended her hand toward Rick. With precision, she tapped his forehead, unleashing a surge of eldritch energy. In response to the mystical touch, Rick's eyes snapped open. A sudden gasp escaped his lips as he jolted upright, disoriented and struggling for breath. The medical equipment in the room, powered by the hospital's emergency generators, beeped urgently, sending signals echoing down the hospital corridors. Nurses, alarmed by the commotion, hurried to Rick's room. Their faces registered a mix of surprise and confusion as they witnessed the seemingly miraculous awakening of a patient who had been in a deep coma for over a week now. One nurse eyed MJ warily and asked, "What are you doing in here?" MJ shrugged. "I was just walking by and heard the beeping." After finalizing their agreement in Major Lewis's office, Peter and the Major stepped out into the hospital hallway, greeted by the sight of 2 guards. Even now, the soldiers looked at Peter in a mix of awe and respect, the image of him battling hundreds of zombies alone and winning fresh in their minds. As they were about to discuss the next steps, an officer hurriedly approached them. "Sir, there's a commotion outside," the officer reported, saluting Major Lewis. "One of the patients just woke up, and he's trying to leave against the doctor's orders. The hospital staff are having a hard time convincing him to stay for further recovery." Peter, a knowing smile playing on his lips, instantly realized who the patient was. Without waiting for the Major's response, he turned to the officer. "Lead the way." Following the officer through the bustling hospital, they arrived at the scene of the commotion. Rick Grimes, still weak from his time in a coma, was making his way toward the hospital gate. 2 doctors and 4 nurses surrounded him, attempting to restrain him and convince him to stay. As Peter approached, his presence immediately causing a hushed silence among the civilians and soldiers outside, recognizing him as the war god that saved them earlier in the day. The head doctor, unaware of Peter's arrival, spoke, "Mr. Grimes, you really should stay and recover. Your body needs time to heal, especially after something as serious as a gunshot wound and a coma," the head doctor insisted. Rick, determined and slightly frustrated, met the doctor's gaze. "I appreciate what you've done here, but I can't afford to stay. I have a family out there, and they need me. I won't sit around while they could be in danger." Peter, understanding Rick's urgency, stepped forward. "Doc, just let him go. You can't force treatment on those who don't want it." Reluctantly, the doctors and nurses released Rick, knowing they couldn't force him to stay. The head doctor, with a sigh, addressed Rick. "Fine, you can go. But promise me you'll clean the wound and change the bandage frequently. We can't have you getting an infection out there. You also need to eat nutrient-rich foods and exercise to regain some muscle mass after spending over a week in bed." Rick nodded appreciatively, and as he started to walk toward the hospital gate, Peter quickly made his way to his group's cars. He cleared out Mikon's car, gathering an extra police radio, a pistol, a box of ammo, and some food and water. Starting the car up, he drove up to the gate just as Rick was about to step outside. Peter pulled up next to Rick, rolling down the window. "Hey, need a ride? It's safer to drive than walk," he said as he hopped out of the driver's seat. "I can't." Rick tried to refuse, but Peter wouldn't let him. "It's fine. Just take it. I have 2 other cars anyway. And this is the SH*TTY one of the 3. He said as he motioned to the passenger seat, where all of the supplies he gathered for Rick Saturday. "Those should help you get a good head start on your search." "Thank you." Rick didn't know what to say. He knew that the car and supplies must be worth a lot, especially during an apocalypse, so he felt bad for taking it all. Nonetheless, he accepted Peter's generosity and hopped in the driver's seat. Before Rick could drive off, Peter spoke. "Listen, bring your family back here when you find them. I'm planning to clear this town of the infected and turn it into a safe haven for survivors. Use the radio to call us if you need help. It's already on the right frequency. And most of all, be careful with that gun, the sound will attract any infected in the area and they'll swarm the hell out of you. Rick hesitated for a moment, grateful for the unexpected help. Thank you, again, he said, sincerely. I'll find my family and bring them back here. You've done a lot for us. With a nod, Peter watched as Rick drove off, determined to reunite with his family. As the car disappeared into the distance, Peter walked back into the hospital grounds, his mind swirling with plans for the future. He seems to be the same as the show, Peter thought, as he delved into his mind while they chatted earlier, just as he did with Mikon. He'll make a good subordinate, like the Major. Back inside the gated hospital, Peter found his group standing there, wondering why he just gave away their car, especially Mikon, as it was her car to begin with. With a determined glint in his eye, Peter spoke, all of you need to get ready to head out. We're going on a supply run in 1 hour. Gather what you need and meet at the cars. The group glanced between one another, before turning to Sarah and Andre, the children of the group. They didn't mind following Peter on a supply run, especially after seeing his display of power against the zombies earlier, but what about the kids? Joel voiced everyone's thoughts. Peter looked thoughtful for a moment. You're right, now that we have a base, it's not very smart to bring children out there. What? Sarah exclaimed, annoyance clear in her voice. I want to help too. I'm not a child. You can't just leave me behind. I don't even know these people. Peter sighed alongside her father, who knew this would be a hard pill for her to swallow. Finally, Joel stepped in front of her, a reluctant, yet serious, look on his face. Listen, Sarah, you've always been mature for your age. Hell, you've been cooking and taking care of me ever since you were 6 years old, but you're only 13. Yeah, you're not as young as Andre, but you're still a child and this is dangerous stuff we're planning on doing. He pauses for a moment and looks her in the eye. I don't want to lose you, baby girl. Suddenly, tears began to well up in Sarah's eyes as she dove forward, wrapping her father into a tight hug. I don't want to lose you either, Daddy. Peter and MJ smiled at the heartwarming moment. You won't lose him, Peter said, breaking the two from their hug. I'll make sure nothing happens to your father while he's gone. Sarah wanted to refute his words. After all, the world was a dangerous place right now and one person couldn't guarantee her father's safety. But then, she remembered Peter decimating the zombie horde earlier. Like a one-man army, he stood off against hundreds of infected and came out victorious. Sarah stared straight into Peter's eyes. Fine, but if anything happens to him or my Uncle Tommy. She trailed off, a dangerous look appearing in her young eyes. Peter smirked. Yes, you'll make my life a living hell, kill me, feed me to some wild dogs. I get it. Sarah nodded her head matter-of-factly. As long as you understand. Joel and Tommy couldn't help but smile as they watched Sarah do her best to threaten Peter. Their hearts warmed as they knew she was just worried for them. Before everyone could rush off to prepare, Joel spoke. She does have a point about not knowing anyone here. Maybe one of us should stay behind as well. After a moment of silence, Mikon stepped forward. I'll stay behind, she said, her son cuddled safe in her arms. Andre needs a bit more attention and care, so I should probably stay and make sure he's fed and changed properly. All right, then that settles it. Peter says, clapping hands to draw everyone's attention. Mikon will stay to look after the kids while the rest of us head out to gather supplies. After everyone had gathered their gear and prepared for the supply run, they returned to the cars to find Peter waiting for them. The car that was once filled with supplies was now completely empty, while the other car was jam-packed with everything. Even the driver's seat was filled with supplies, making it impossible to drive for the time being. Curious looks were exchanged among the group, prompting Peter to address the unspoken question. We'll be taking one car this time, he explained. I've got plans to pick up a few 18-wheeler trucks on the way, which you'll each be driving. Nodding in understanding, the group marveled at the foresight Peter displayed in his preparations. As they settled into the car, armed to the teeth with assault rifles and pistols, MJ occupied the passenger seat while Joel and Tommy took their positions in the back. Peter maneuvered the car to the hospital gate, where Major Lewis awaited. Rolling down his window, Peter reminded the Major to stay on the agreed radio frequency. I'll contact you once we've secured the first warehouse, he assured. The Major nodded assuredly. Once you give the word, I'll send my men over to help load and transport everything back here, he affirmed confidently. With the plan in place, the gate opened, and Peter drove the group out of the city. As they left, Joel couldn't help but ask, so, do you have some sort of deal going on with that guy? Yeah, he agreed to. Peter explained everything that he and Major spoke about earlier. A couple hours later, after finding two 18-wheelers along the way, which were currently being driven by Joel and Tommy, the group pulled up to a large, secluded warehouse along the highway outside of town. Thanks to some paperwork at a supermarket near the hospital, they were able to easily find the addresses to 5 separate food distribution centers, and this was the closest one to town. Huh, look at that on the roof. Joel muttered over the radio as they surveyed the area. Just as they feared, the warehouse was swarming with zombies outside, but the building seemed to be locked tight. But that wasn't what caught Joel's attention. On the roof of the building was a large piece of cardboard, which seems to be taped in place. It read, "Help. People trapped inside. If I were them, I wouldn't be advertising my whereabouts." Tommy criticized. But he was right. After all, they had a warehouse full of food in there, so they could survive for a pretty long time. It was fairly dumb to call for help, as anyone that saves them would be staking a claim to their food, and that's if they're kind people. Others would probably just shoot them and take everything. Seconds later, Peter's voice appeared on the radio. Well, they probably still think the police or the military is going to come and save them. Parking the vehicles at a safe distance and getting out, Peter observed the surroundings. All right, same as before. You guys find an elevated position, where the zombies can't reach, and I'll keep them busy down below while you pick them off from above, he instructed, his hand resting on the handle of Mikon's sword. What about the people inside? Joel asks warily. Peter shrugged. We save them and then recruit them. If they don't want to join us, which is unlikely to happen, then we'll send them on their way with a hefty amount of supplies. And if they're hostile? Tommy asks. Then they die. Inside the warehouse, a group of employees who had been working during the outbreak found themselves trapped, along with their families who thought taking refuge in a food-filled warehouse was a sensible idea. The large hordes of zombies roaming around the building made escape impossible, leaving them locked inside. However, despite being confined for a few days, the food supplies were vast, and they hadn't made the tiniest dent in the rows and stacks of boxes. The warehouse held the potential for survival, especially with an abundance of bottled water that could last them for at least a year. Hope lingered among the group as they clung to the belief that the military, police, or some government agency would eventually come to their rescue. This hope manifested in a sign taped to the side of the building's roof, a desperate plea for help, expecting their saviors to arrive promptly upon seeing the message. As they sat, awaiting rescue just like every other day, the sudden sound of gunfire echoed through the air outside. Rushing to the windows, they anticipated the arrival of the authorities to clear out the infected. To their shock, what unfolded before their eyes was far from expected. A lone man, wielding a sword with deadly precision, dashed between the zombie hordes outside. He moved with unparalleled speed, decapitating the infected effortlessly. Each swing of his sword cut through packed groups, leaving a trail of severed heads and blood. The people trapped inside the warehouse watched in awe, questioning if this was a divine intervention. The sound of gunfire accompanied the sword-wielding savior. On top of two 18-wheeler trucks nearby, a group of 3 individuals armed with assault rifles unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the infected. The synchronized gunfire picked off zombies one by one, keeping a distance from the sword-wielding hero, as they didn't want to accidentally shoot him. The trapped survivors, filled with a mixture of shock and awe, witnessed the unknown group of 4 swiftly clearing the area of infected. It became evident that these strangers were their unexpected saviors, a stark contrast to the anticipated arrival of government forces. As the last of the zombies fell to the ground, the sword-wielding man approached the entrance of the warehouse, which they rushed to open for him. He sheathed his sword and gave a reassuring nod to those inside. Peter waved casually. Yo, we saw your sign. The survivors hesitated for a moment, still processing the surreal turn of events. Slowly, they began to realize that their salvation had come not from the government, but from a seemingly unstoppable force led by a man of extraordinary skill. One of the survivors, a man with a grizzled beard and a worn-out baseball cap, finally spoke up. Who are you? I'm Peter. The man with the sword, now identified as Peter, offered a confident smile. We're here to help. We'll get you out of here and back to safety. We have a camp in the nearby town that's protected by a group of military guys. If you want, you can join. And that was more than enough to win them over. They had been waiting for the military to show up, and although they didn't, they were at least nearby. With a newfound sense of hope and gratitude, the trapped survivors hurriedly began voicing their agreement. After all, where else were they supposed to go? With the trapped civilians inside the warehouse overwhelmingly agreeable and the once menacing zombies cleared from the vicinity, Peter left them in MJ's capable hands. As he stepped away from the bustling scene, he pulled out his radio, signaling the Major. Major, this is Peter. We've secured a warehouse with survivors and food. The address is. They'll need transport back to camp along with the food. We've already got 2 18-wheelers with us, but it might be smart to find a few more along the way. Peter reported succinctly. The Major's voice crackled over the radio, acknowledged. Peter. I'll send my men with trucks to your location. They'll pick up any additional vehicles they find along the way. We'll do our best to make room for everything and everyone. Good. We'll be ready for your guys, Peter replied, his mind already focused on the logistics of transporting both survivors and supplies back to the camp. After the conversation with the Major, Peter returned to the warehouse. Inside, MJ efficiently coordinated the survivors, directing them to gather their belongings and pack essentials. The atmosphere was one of organized urgency as everyone worked to ensure a swift evacuation. Half an hour later, the distant hum of engines echoed down the highway. A large convoy of military trucks, accompanied by a few box trucks and 18-wheelers, pulled into the warehouse. The rescued civilians stared in awe as soldiers in uniform disembarked, their disciplined salutes directed at Peter. Waving off the formalities, Peter approached the soldiers, issuing orders with the ease of someone accustomed to leadership. All right, everyone, we need to load these trucks before nightfall. Let's get it done efficiently. Move quickly and be thorough. The soldiers, recognizing Peter's authority, lined the trucks up with the loading bay and swiftly went to work. Crates and boxes of supplies were efficiently transferred from the warehouse to the trucks, creating a seamless operation under Peter's guidance. The rescued civilians watched as their once considered belongings were loaded onto military vehicles. While the sight stirred mixed emotions, they reassured themselves that this was a small price to pay for safety and protection. Living under military care might restrict their access to the supplies, but it also guaranteed a level of security they hadn't known since the outbreak began. As the loading continued, Peter approached the civilians, offering a few words of reassurance. The military camp is a safe place, which I plan to expand in the coming days. And since you'll be coming with us, we'll make sure you have what you need, so don't worry about food and water. Their anxiety eased, the survivors continued to watch as their former sanctuary transformed into a military operation. The military trucks were quickly filled, and the soldiers stood ready for further instructions. All right, everyone, trucks are loaded. We're heading back to camp, Peter announced, his authoritative tone guiding the group toward the waiting military convoy, where they were packed into some less crowded trucks. Throughout the whole operation, Joel and Tommy watched Peter take charge with a sense of awe and respect. They were initially skeptical about his plans to take over the hospital camp and expand into clearing the city. But after seeing him work today, they started to realize that it was actually possible. At first, they just thought that Peter was a reliable guy with a good trigger finger and even better aim. But after seeing him fight both here and at the hospital, they began to realize that he was almost superhuman. And now, not only was his strength and abilities incredible, but so was his leadership ability. Tommy turned to his brother. We might have hit the jackpot when we ran into him. Joel couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yeah, I feel like we'd be in a much worse situation right now if we didn't meet. With a renewed sense of hope, everyone boarded their designated transport, leaving behind the warehouse that had been completely looted. Thankfully, this warehouse didn't hold any of the fungus-riddled foods, so they really looted everything inside. Even the metal shelves and forklifts were taken to help with the unloading and storage at the hospital. Not even the paperwork was left behind, as Peter took all of it in order to locate even more warehouses. After all, he planned to take in as many people as possible, so they'd need all the food they can get before he can work on farming their own food. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the desolate landscape, the convoy of trucks, led by Peter's police SUV with MJ in the passenger seat, arrived at the hospital. The major had anticipated their return, and the gates were already wide open as soldiers rushed out, securing the area. The trucks pulled into the hospital's parking lot one by one. It was a tight fit, but the soldiers directed each vehicle efficiently, creating an organized chaos as they maneuvered through the limited space. The gates were promptly closed behind them, sealing the hospital grounds. A collective sigh of relief echoed among the civilians, soldiers, patients, and hospital staff as the trucks were unloaded. The sight of the food supplies being pulled out brought smiles to their faces. Some couldn't help but shed tears, realizing that the arrival of Peter and his group ensured they wouldn't face starvation in the coming days. Meanwhile, the rescued civilians disembarked from the trucks, their expressions not mirroring the joy of the hospital inhabitants. The journey had peeled away the veil of ignorance that had shrouded them within the warehouse. The reality outside was a harsh slap to the face, barren roads, scattered cars, and streets teeming with the undead. The once idealized vision of a military camp as a haven clashed with the grim reality of barricades and sandbags around a lone hospital. As they surveyed their surroundings, the civilians couldn't help but feel as though they expected more, perhaps a larger military presence or a bigger, more fortified camp. The disappointment lingered, even though they acknowledged the improvement compared to the warehouse. At least they now had protection. But of course, this new protection came at a cost, a loss of control and ownership over their food. Yet, there was solace in the fact that Peter, the man who had proven his capability, was now their protector alongside the many military men and women. Throughout the night, soldiers worked tirelessly to store the newly acquired food in the hospital's facilities. Meanwhile, a makeshift celebration unfolded. Fires were lit outside the hospital, and a large communal meal was prepared, bringing a sense of unity and gratitude among the hospital staff, patients, soldiers, and the recently arrived survivors. As laughter and conversation filled the air, Peter found a moment of solitude to reflect on the next task at hand. Fort Benning, a military installation nearby, held the key to solidifying his control over the camp. Tomorrow, he would raid and loot the place dry. I hope they have some nice toys for me inside, Peter thought, imagining his town surrounded by tanks and machine gun-mounted Hummers. They might even have missile launchers. Though he probably wouldn't ever use them, having some missiles at his disposal would be cool. But most of all, Peter hoped that there would be more soldiers there, whom he could recruit into his town. After Rick left in search of his family, it didn't take him long to arrive at his house, which was eerily empty compared to how he remembered it. Clothes and other items were scattered around, and a few mangled bodies lay in the otherwise desolate space. Rick's heart sank at the sight, but soon realized that they didn't belong to his family. With a sense of desperate determination, Rick shook off the initial shock and started searching again. As he combed through the neighborhood, a few doors down, he stumbled upon Morgan Jones and his family, who had been silently hiding from the relentless threat of the undead. Though the initial interaction with Morgan was marked by a certain guarded hostility, Rick's urgency to find his family prevailed. After explaining his situation, Morgan begrudgingly shared what information he had. Most people had fled to Atlanta, chasing rumors about a camp offering safety. It was a beacon of hope in a world overrun by chaos, but the details were scarce. Rick absorbed this fragment of information, grateful for even the slightest lead. He didn't overstay his welcome, understanding the tense dynamics between the surviving family and himself. With a nod of gratitude, Rick prepared to leave, setting his sights on Atlanta. But before he left, Rick gave the family some advice. There's a military camp over at the hospital. They seem to be taking in survivors. I plan to come back and join them after I find my family, and you should do the same. After that, he turned, hopped in his car, and drove off. The road stretched ahead, a path fraught with uncertainties and dangers. Yet, Rick pushed forward, fueled by the flickering hope of finding his family amid the ruins of the once familiar world. After a comfortable night's sleep in their hospital room turned bedroom, Peter awoke to the sun beaming into the room, casting a warm glow on the space. MJ, his wife, lay cuddled up next to him, her cute sleeping face adorned with a peaceful expression. It was still their honeymoon, so the previous night had been filled with fiery passion and carnal pleasures. After all, this was their first night alone in a room together since they started their journey. Every other night was spent with Joel, Tommy, and Sarah somewhere in the vicinity. Peter couldn't help but smile as he admired MJ's serene sleeping face, even as she drooled on his chest. So cute. He could spend hours just looking at his wife sleeping, spit leaking out of her mouth. As MJ stirred awake, Peter gently brushed a strand of hair from her face. "Good morning, beautiful," he whispered, eliciting a sleepy smile from his wife. The responsibilities awaiting them outside the confines of their private room were momentarily forgotten as they shared a quiet, affectionate moment. However, duty called, and after a while, Peter got straight to work. Today was the day to raid Fort Benning, and he intended to leave nothing behind. The military base held the promise of valuable resources, weapons, and perhaps more soldiers to join their cause. Time was of the essence, and Peter was determined to clear out the entire facility in a single day. After getting ready, Peter assembled his team for the mission. With MJ at his side, along with Tommy and Joel, they made their way downstairs and out of the hospital. Once again, Mikon would stay behind to look after Andre and Sarah. Since she has reliable people around her now, she didn't need to go out and leave her son behind anymore. Something that should have been the case from the beginning. She seems much happier than she looked in the show, Peter thought as he saw Mikon feeding her son his breakfast. After exchanging some words with Mikon, the group prepared to leave, but as they stepped outside, they found a surprising scene. What the? The Major, recognizing Peter's capabilities and leadership, had not only given his approval but also mobilized a significant number of soldiers to join the cause. Outside the hospital walls, a convoy of military Hummers and trucks lined up, soldiers in uniform prepared for the mission. More than 100 volunteers, armed and ready, offered their services to Peter. The Major himself approached, a nod of approval evident in his expression. These soldiers offered to help with the Fort Benning operation. They are under your command, if you'll accept them. Major Lewis stated with a salute, acknowledging Peter as a higher authority than himself. Even though Peter's side of the deal wasn't fully completed, he had already made a huge impact on all of the soldiers, their commander included. Peter, though surprised by the overwhelming support, didn't hesitate. I appreciate your trust. Let's get this done. They're all yours. The Major nodded his head. I'll be waiting to hear the good news. All of the trucks from yesterday have been emptied and refueled. As soon as you radio in, I'll send them over for transport. After a brief talk, the convoy set out with Peter and his group leading the way in his police SUV, followed by the military vehicles. The hum of engines and the synchronized movements of the convoy conveyed a sense of purpose and determination. The soldiers, inspired by Peter's previous displays of prowess, were eager to follow his lead. As they drove toward Fort Benning, leaving the town and speeding down the highway, the once daunting prospect now seemed conquerable. After hours of navigating the barren highways, Peter and his convoy of soldiers eventually reached Fort Benning. The sprawling military base, once a symbol of security, loomed ahead. A sign proudly declared, "Welcome to Fort Benning," a stark contrast to the grim reality they were about to face. The open layout of the base, lacking the usual gated structure, was a testament to its previous functionality. However, the current state of the world demanded gated defenses. Approaching the entrance, the sight that greeted Peter was expected. The makeshift gates, which must have been constructed after the outbreak, were partially open, and a small horde of zombies lingered nearby. It was evident that the base had fallen to the infected. The absence of a secured perimeter around the huge complex meant that the zombies had found their way in through alternative routes. Peter couldn't help but think about the missed opportunity, which was the failure to gate off the entire base when the outbreak began. If they gated this place off, it would have made a good base instead of the town, Peter thought. Although the town wasn't gated either, he had plans to make one once it was cleared out. As the convoy turned into the entrance, Peter and the others noticed the zombies scattered around, many of which were former soldiers still in uniform. Radioing to the soldiers, Peter instructed them to stop and hold their fire. Exiting his police SUV, he unsheathed Mikon's sword and swiftly moved towards the small horde. Beheading each zombie with precise strikes, Peter demonstrated a mastery over the sword that continued to impress the soldiers that followed him. After dispatching the initial group, Peter returned to his vehicle. The gates were partially open, offering a narrow passage for the convoy to proceed. Leading the way, he guided the vehicles into the base. As they advanced, Peter remained vigilant, eyes scanning for signs of potential threats. He was acutely aware that a multitude of dangers could lie within the seemingly deserted Fort Benning. Driving down the lengthy road leading into the base, Peter couldn't shake the thought that this world's Fort Benning had fallen faster than its television counterpart. The rapid, relentless nature of the zombies in this combination of worlds had likely played a decisive role. After all, these infected were not the traditional slow-moving walkers but agile, fast, and unrelenting, creating an insurmountable wave that overwhelmed defenses. As they navigated deeper into the base, Peter kept a watchful eye, searching for signs of landmines or any automated security systems that might have been installed. The military's extensive resources often included such protective measures, and Peter was determined not to allow his men to fall victim to them. Thankfully, the immediate vicinity seemed to be free of landmines or any automated defenses. The tension in the air slightly eased, but their guard remained up as they continued their approach. Arriving at the end of the road, the convoy entered the massive campus-like complex that was Fort Benning. Large buildings sprawled across the area, interspersed with open fields presumably used for training exercises. Fort Benning, being a prominent military installation, included large barracks for soldiers, administrative buildings for command operations, training grounds for drills, and specialized facilities for various purposes. It was huge, like a giant university campus. Sadly, the once meticulously organized and disciplined army base now bore the chaotic scars of the recent outbreak. Barricades and sandbags haphazardly blocked pathways, and remnants of vehicles hinted at the hurried attempts to control the situation. Infected soldiers wandered aimlessly or clustered in random hordes. The once disciplined army base had succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the undead. In a cruel twist of fate, those who once defended the nation were now a huge threat to its inhabitants. Upon reaching the first group of buildings, a horde of around 100 zombies turned their attention toward the approaching convoy. Peter assumed command, swiftly issuing orders over the radio. "Listen up, I want each of you to head to the closest building and climb on top," he directed. "Only open fire when you're all out of reach of the infected. I'll draw them away and start thinning the herd in the meantime." Without hesitation, the soldiers mobilized. Peter, armed with Mikon's sword, dashed toward the approaching horde, skillfully slicing through the zombies as he deftly maneuvered among them. The soldiers swiftly drove up to the nearest building, using their vehicles as makeshift platforms and some teamwork to climb onto the roof. As the soldiers ascended, they opened fire on the horde of zombies, careful not to hit Peter, who danced among the undead with lethal precision. The rhythmic boom of gunfire echoed through the base as the soldiers expertly picked off the infected from their elevated positions. However, the distant sounds of gunfire acted as a beacon, drawing more zombies from the vast expanse of Fort Benning toward the source of the noise. It wasn't long before additional hordes closed in on the besieged area, presenting a relentless onslaught. Deep within the basement of a building across the fort, a large group of soldiers who had been hiding away from the infected heard the gunshots. Hope sparked in their eyes, replacing the despair that had consumed them during their confinement. These soldiers were starving, isolated, and unsure of the outside world, but the sound of gunshots served as a lifeline, a glimmer of hope they had thought lost. Similar scenarios played out across the base as pockets of survivors, hidden away in different sections, heard the gunfire and dared to dream of rescue. The unexpected arrival of Peter and his forces breathed life into their fading hopes. The relentless battle against the zombie horde persisted for hours as Peter, armed with Mikon's sword, skillfully carved through the undead. The sound of gunfire echoed through Fort Benning, acting as a siren call that drew more zombies to the scene. The soldiers, safe on the roof, fired constantly. Each shot was a step toward reclaiming the military base. Gradually, after hours, the horde thinned, and the constant stream of zombies dwindled to a trickle. The base floor was now littered with the bodies of the fallen infected, a testament to the relentless effort of Peter and his forces. Hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies had met their demise. Peter observed the aftermath, confident that they had eradicated the majority of the infected within the base. Satisfied with the progress, Peter sheathed Mikon's sword and took charge once again. "Good work, everyone. The majority of the infected are down, but we're not finished yet. Get down from there and prepare to sweep the grounds. We need to ensure every last straggler is taken care of." As the soldiers descended from their vantage point, they regrouped with Peter. The major part of the mission was accomplished, the undead threat was significantly neutralized. Now, the focus shifted to clearing the base building by building and field by field. Peter and MJ followed at a relaxed pace, overseeing the ongoing operation. In nearly every building, they discovered survivors. Groups of 2 to 10 people huddled together, grateful for the rescue and the promise of sustenance. Larger groups, ranging from 30 to 50 individuals, emerged from various corners of the base. The survivors were a mix of military personnel and civilians who had sought refuge within Fort Benning. By the time they finished clearing the base, they had encountered around 200 survivors. Many were soldiers, and among them, a few held high ranks, including a colonel. While the immediate relief of being rescued was palpable, Peter couldn't shake the feeling that these high-ranking people would cause him trouble. After all, they've grown used to being in a position of power, so following Peter, a man who isn't from the military, will most likely feel demeaning. Setting aside thoughts of potential future issues, Peter and his team transitioned to the next phase. Looting. The rewards were plentiful. Ammunition of all calibers, military-grade weaponry, uniforms, vehicles, explosives, missile launchers, and other priceless treasures and needed supplies were among the growing list of loot. Peter's eyes widened in sheer disbelief and delight as he surveyed the arsenal before him. It was a pile of riches that exceeded his wildest expectations. The soldiers watched as Peter's excitement bubbled over into a maniacal laugh, echoing through the cavernous base. The sight left some of them questioning whether they were following the right leader. However, before uncertainty could take root, MJ stepped forward, her expression exasperated. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to the back of Peter's head, halting his laughter abruptly. Peter held his head, eyeing MJ with a look of betrayal. What the hell was that for? MJ rolled her eyes. You're scaring the soldiers. The soldiers themselves, witnessing this unexpected act, couldn't help but laugh. Peter might be a bit odd at times, but at least he isn't boring. After MJ swiftly quelled Peter's maniacal laughter, the reality of their situation demanded attention. Peter radioed Major Lewis, instructing him to send the transport for the loot. Even though the Major knew Peter would succeed after witnessing his power and ability, he still couldn't help but feel both shocked and impressed. The problems that he toiled over for days were solved by Peter in only 24 hours. At this point, he didn't mind keeping his end of the deal. After all, why wouldn't he want to follow Peter? He's brought their camp nothing but success. Within a few hours, a convoy of 18-wheelers, box trucks, and military transport vehicles rumbled onto the scene. And just like before, Peter took charge, efficiently organizing the loading process. As the soldiers diligently loaded the trucks with the spoils of their conquest, Peter's enhanced hearing picked up whispers among the newly rescued high-ranking officers. The colonel, highest in rank among them, seemed to be their focal point of discussion. Their discontent was palpable, questioning Peter's authority and openly voicing the belief that the colonel should be leading the operation. One officer remarked, "Who is this guy anyway? How did he end up in charge of us? We're soldiers, not his personal henchmen." The murmurs of agreement spread, fueled by their ego and desire for the familiarity of military hierarchy. Peter, overhearing their conversation from afar, sighed in annoyance. He knew that the power dynamic would become an issue sooner or later. Ignorant, these officers saw an opportunity to reclaim their sense of authority. But for now, Peter dismissed their discontent, focusing on securing the loot. He had neither the time nor patience to engage in a power struggle with these idiots right now. I'll find a way to take care of them later, Peter thought, a dangerous glint in his eyes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the looted Fort Benning, the loading process neared completion. Boxes of ammunition, crates of weapons, and various military supplies were packed into the trucks. They took every last speck of loot without leaving behind a single crumb. With a final glance at the secured loot, Peter decided it was time to leave. The convoy, now laden with the spoils of their raid, rumbled to life, setting off out of the base and onto the highway. But, now that he had so many vehicles, Peter decided to ride back home in style. So, instead of his familiar police SUV, Peter chose to ride atop one of the tanks they had just acquired. As they joined the endless line of vehicles on the highway, Peter and MJ found a comfortable spot on the tank's surface. Wrapped in each other's arms, they marveled at the night sky, unobstructed by the light pollution that once drowned out the stars. The apocalypse had its silver linings, and the brilliant night sky was one of them. The highway stretched before them, a caravan of military vehicles heading back to the hospital. Riding on top of a tank, Peter and MJ felt a sense of triumph. They had achieved a significant victory, acquiring not only supplies but also a symbol of authority, a line of tanks and other formidable military vehicles that roared down the highway. The journey home provided a rare moment of peace. The soldiers, tired but satisfied, reveled in the success of their mission. Peter couldn't help but appreciate the unity forged in the face of adversity. Yet, underneath the stars and the quiet hum of engines, Peter remained mindful of the brewing discontent among the high-ranking officers. Peter knew that managing egos would be a challenge, but it wasn't a challenge he intended to face head-on. I'll give them a chance to come down and become a part of the group, but if they try anything, then I'll have to just get rid of them. Thoughts of killing them off tonight whilst everyone slept swirled around Peter's mind, but in the end he decided against it. Technically, they haven't done anything, so he'll give them one chance, and one chance only. After a long and triumphant drive back, the convoy, laden with loot and all sorts of military vehicles, finally returned to the hospital. The sight of the impressive caravan surprised everyone inside the camp, the size of the loot forcing them to park a substantial portion of the convoy outside the hospital. Peter, unperturbed, had already planned to expand the camp to encompass the entire town, rendering the parking situation a minor inconvenience. As everyone disembarked, the camp welcomed them with cheers and applause. The people, already grateful for Peter's previous feats, were now astounded by the sheer abundance of supplies and weapons he had brought back. Peter, their newfound hero, wasn't a stranger to people's admiration. He just went straight to directing the unloading process with the efficiency of a seasoned commander. The soldiers, tired but proud, hurried to unload, ready to join the rest of the camp's residents in the celebration. Cook fires were lit for the second day in a row, and the smell of cooked food wafted through the air, a stark contrast to the usual somber atmosphere of survival they were forced to live before Peter's arrival. Amidst the festivities, Peter couldn't help but notice the colonel and his faction pulling Major Lewis aside for a private conversation. The secretive huddle raised suspicion, prompting MJ to look towards Peter with a raised brow. "When are you planning on dealing with those ungrateful rats? They've been conspiring ever since we saved them." With an uncaring shrug, Peter replied, "I'm just giving them a chance to change their minds. Either see reason or make a move." The second that they so much as plan anything against us, I'll make them disappear. His superhuman hearing was his advantage. They could conspire all they wanted, but in the end, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Hours later, after the celebration had mellowed and everyone was headed to bed, the Major approached Peter with a hesitant, almost awkward, look on his face. Before the Major could voice his concerns, Peter preemptively asked, "Is this about your meeting with the Colonel and his men?" The Major's eyes widened in surprise, confirming Peter's intuition. "Why yes, they wanted to know more about you and made it pretty clear that they want to take over." "Did they?" Peter muttered, his eyes flashing dangerously, scaring the poor Major. "And how do you feel about that?" he asks, almost indifferently. The Major, quick to assert his loyalty, emphatically responded, "No way, I'm with you. I made a deal and I'm a man of my word. You have my loyalty, I swear." Peter nodded, acknowledging the Major's integrity. Before heading to his room, Peter casually inquired, "Did they specifically ask for your help?" The Major calmed a bit before admitting, "No, they left after realizing that I wasn't sympathetic to their cause. But they've been talking to my men throughout the night. And many of them have been reporting similar conversations back to me. They seem to be recruiting." "I see." Peter, with a hint of ominous certainty, assured him, "Don't worry about the Colonel and his group, they'll be gone before morning." With a quick pat on the Major's shoulder, Peter continued on to his room. The implication of what would happen to the troublemakers hung heavily in the air. Fear flickered in the Major's eyes as he watched his new leader leave, grateful that his allegiance to Peter had spared him from the fate that awaited the dissenting officers. As morning dawned on the camp, the usual hustle and bustle of post-apocalyptic life resumed. However, it didn't take long for a sense of eerie realization to settle in. The high-ranking officers rescued from Fort Benning were nowhere to be found. Whispers echoed through the camp as people what happened or where they went. Their belongings were gone, and it seemed as if they had vanished into thin air. The Major, his eyes reflecting a mix of awe and fear, couldn't help but steal glances at Peter. The mysterious leader had promised the officers would be gone before morning, and he had delivered. However, the Major couldn't fathom how Peter accomplished such a feat. Killing a group of people in a densely populated camp without detection and erasing all traces seemed implausible, yet the evidence before him suggested otherwise. Approaching Peter cautiously, the Major stammered, "How did you? I mean, they're really gone. What did you do?" Peter's response was a chilling smile that sent shivers down the Major's spine. "Sometimes, it's better not to ask too many questions, Major. Just know that I keep my promises." The Major, fear etched across his face, nodded hesitantly. In that moment, a silent oath formed in his heart. He vowed to never cross Peter or entertain thoughts of betrayal. The power and efficiency displayed by their enigmatic leader demanded both respect and a healthy dose of fear. Unbeknownst to the Major and any other suspicious parties in the camp, Peter hadn't resorted to murder in the dead of night. Instead, he simply sent the away. With a mere wave of his hand and the subtle manipulation of portals, Peter had relocated the entire group of dissidents. But Peter would allow them to think what they wanted. He observed the Major's lingering fear with a sense of amusement and satisfaction. That fear would serve as a deterrent, a reminder that Peter's capabilities extended far beyond what the eye could see. Meanwhile, atop a skyscraper in Hong Kong, China, the Colonel and his bewildered men awoke to a chilly morning. The towering cityscape, ravaged into a desolate landscape by the zombie outbreak, surrounded them. Confusion and realization dawned on their faces as they realized they were perched high above one of the world's most densely populated cities, which means lots of infected. The Colonel, momentarily stunned, surveyed the unfamiliar skyline. The sight of millions of zombies wandering the streets below sent shivers down his spine. Questions raced through their minds as they grappled with the surreal nature of their situation. Far from the military camp they once schemed to control, they now found themselves in a much worse hell than they were rescued from. With the power-hungry nuisances now dispatched, Peter took a moment to survey the transformed camp. The soldiers, once hopeless and scared, now awaited his orders with an air of certainty and expectancy. Peter knew that consolidating their forces in preparation to clear the town was the next logical step. As the morning sun bathed the camp in a warm glow, he gathered the soldiers in a central courtyard. "Listen up, everyone." Peter's voice, amplified by a makeshift speaker system, echoed through the camp. The soldiers, both seasoned and newly recruited, gathered around, their attention squarely on their enigmatic leader. Peter continued, "Today, we expand out of the hospital and make ourselves a real home to live in. With the supplies we've acquired and the manpower we've gained, we have the means to secure this place and make it our own." A low murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd as Peter spoke again. "The infected are predictable. They're drawn to sound, act like ravenous beasts, and are unable to climb walls if they're high enough. We're going to use that to our advantage. Stay in groups, move quietly, and utilize the high ground. Lure them out with controlled noise, and when you need to clear buildings, use small quick groups to draw them into the open. Safety in numbers, efficiency in strategy. Let's show them what we're made of." As Peter outlined the plan, he saw determination flicker in the eyes of the soldiers. They were ready to follow him into the chaos, armed with the confidence that Peter had instilled in them. The promise of reclaiming the town and turning it into a new home fueled their resolve, transforming uncertainty into purpose. With the speech concluded, the soldiers dispersed, gearing up for the daunting task ahead. Weapons were checked, ammunition loaded, and communication devices synchronized. The sound of boots and murmured conversations filled the air as the soldiers prepared for the operation. Peter, satisfied with the response, made his way to the forefront, ready to lead by example. The first step was to secure around the hospital and slowly sweep outward. Before setting off, Peter appointed a trusted group to guard the medical facility, ensuring its safety and the protection of those who would remain behind. The rest of the soldiers formed a formidable line, armed and ready to march into the infected territory. Arriving at the gate of the hospital camp, Peter gathered the soldiers for a final briefing. "Remember the plan and listen for any new commands," he reminded them. "Stay vigilant, move silently, and watch each other's backs. We've got the numbers, the firepower, and the brains. Let's take this town back." The soldiers, armed and focused, spread out through the streets as the gates swung open, immediately opening fire on the nearest infected. Under the scorching sun, the soldiers moved with precision through the streets, their footsteps echoing against the silent backdrop of the once thriving town. Peter, positioned strategically behind the group alongside MJ, directed their movements with the finesse of a seasoned commander. "Alpha Team, sweep the left side of this street. Bravo, cover the right. Keep it tight, and remember to draw as many infected as you can back to the main group," Peter commanded through a small radio device, his voice clear and authoritative. The soldiers, armed and vigilant, moved in coordinated groups, each step a testament to their training and newfound unity. The infected, drawn by the presence of the living, rushed towards the soldiers, their gruesome moans filling the air. As the soldiers encountered the first wave of infected, Peter's guidance became crucial. "Bravo Team, lure them into the open space by the grocery store. A firing squad is awaiting your arrival on the roof," he instructed, his eyes scanning the surroundings for potential threats. The soldiers, following Peter's lead, deftly executed the plan. Controlled noise drew the infected away from the narrow streets, creating a clear line of sight for the soldiers on the rooftops. Gunfire erupted, echoing through the town as the soldiers efficiently dispatched the approaching threats. Moving methodically, street by street, the soldiers encountered various challenges. Some infected lurked in dark alleyways, while others stumbled out of dilapidated buildings. Peter, using his enhanced senses, anticipated potential danger and directed the soldiers to navigate the obstacles with caution. As they reached the first set of buildings, Peter signaled a small quick response team. "Charlie Team, clear the first floor of that apartment building. Draw them out if necessary, but be quick and efficient," he commanded. The team, armed with precision and agility, entered the building. Controlled noise and strategic movements led the infected into the open, where the awaiting firing squad swiftly neutralized the threat. Peter observed with a watchful eye, ensuring the safety of his soldiers. The progress was deliberate, the soldiers advancing with a methodical rhythm. As they cleared each street and building, the town slowly began to shake off the shackles of the infected. Peter, always a step ahead, guided them through narrow alleys and open spaces, using the environment to their advantage. MJ, standing beside Peter, couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the operation. "You've got this down to a science," she remarked, admiration evident in her eyes. Peter, focused on the task at hand, nodded. "It's all about understanding their patterns and using our strengths against their weaknesses. We'll fully reclaim this town by the end of the week." The soldiers, fueled by a sense of purpose and guided by Peter's leadership, pressed on. The first day's progress might have covered only a few streets and the buildings on them, but it marked a significant step toward reclaiming the town. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the cleared streets, Peter addressed the troops. "We've made good progress today. Let's head back to camp and get some rest. Tomorrow, we continue the sweep." Upon returning to the camp without a single casualty, the morale of the soldiers went up significantly. Not only did they have food and firepower, but now they had the success of a perfect operation to go along with it. As they ate, regaling the many civilians in the camp about their experience clearing the town, everyone couldn't help but smile. Some even whispered amongst one another, debating which house they'll pick to move into once the town was safe to live in. Overhearing this as well, MJ turned to Peter. "I know we won't be here for long, but we should find a nice place to live too, just in case we ever come back to visit." Peter shrugged. "Sure, I don't mind." He would leave all of that to her as he didn't really care where they lived for the short time that they would be here. After several days of relentless work and strategic maneuvering, the soldiers, under Peter's expert leadership, successfully cleared the entire town of the relentless infected. The once desolate streets now stood as a testament to their perfect teamwork. Street by street, building by building, they had systematically eradicated the threat that had plagued the town. They even found over 100 survivors, all hiding in random places throughout the town, waiting for someone to come and save them. On the third day of the operation, as they pushed deeper into the heart of the town, the soldiers stumbled upon a familiar face. Morgan Jones and his family, including his wife who hadn't met her fate as she did in the show, were shocked and frightened at first sight of the well-armed group clearing out their neighborhood. The initial fear, however, gave way to relief as they realized they were not hostile. The Jones family, it turned out, had been debating whether to join the hospital camp ever since Rick had informed them about it. Fear had kept them confined to the safety of their home, but the sight of so many soldiers efficiently clearing the area convinced them that it might be a safer bet to join the organized camp. After a brief discussion with Peter and MJ, they agreed to become part of the camp, adding to the growing number of survivors. On the last day of the operation, as the soldiers returned to camp victorious, they were met with a celebration that echoed through the once silent streets. Excited faces, food, and drinks were shared as everyone reveled in the accomplishment of clearing the town. It seemed as though the nightmare was finally over. However, Peter, ever pragmatic, knew there was still work to be done. As the celebratory atmosphere lingered, he gathered the attention of the crowd and stepped forward. "Listen up, everyone," Peter announced, his voice carrying through the cheering crowd. "We've done an incredible job clearing the town, but our work isn't finished. We still need to clean up the aftermath, burn every single body, and dispose of any suspicious mold. We can't risk any remnants of the infection lingering." A hush fell over the crowd as Peter continued. "Secondly, although the town is currently safe, it won't stay that way for long. We need to gate off the entire town to prevent any other infected from wandering in. This won't be an easy task, but if we work together, we can finally secure the town and all of can move into any house you wish, as long as it hasn't already been taken." The initial excitement shifted to a more serious tone as Peter outlined the remaining tasks. The crowd, while understanding the necessity of the cleanup and fortification, couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment that their immediate dreams of returning to a semi-normal life could not yet be fulfilled. Nonetheless, the camp's resolve was not halted. They may need to do a bit more work, but they would get what they want soon enough. The celebration may have been premature, but the path to a safe and thriving town was within reach. Across the state, as everyone back in Kings County was celebrating the town's eradication of the infected, Rick Grimes drove toward a dark, infested city, passing a sign that said, "Welcome to Atlanta." The journey here wasn't the smoothest, but the following day dawned with a renewed sense of purpose as the soldiers, having successfully cleared the entire town, now shifted their focus to the challenging task of gating off the area. In a meeting room at the hospital, Peter, MJ, Major Lewis, Joel, and Tommy gathered around a table adorned with maps of Georgia, the remnants of a bygone era when paper maps were still indispensable. Peter, pointing toward the east coast of the map, took the lead in the discussion. "Our next move is to raid the shipping docks," he declared. The others exchanged curious glances, prompting Peter to elaborate. "We're not just going for supplies, although that's a bonus. We need the shipping containers." Confusion lingered in the room until Peter unveiled his plan. "These containers will be the foundation of our perimeter. But thin-sheeted metal won't hold against the infected, so we'll need to fill them with concrete or asphalt, reinforced with rebar if possible. It's the simplest and most efficient way to create a sturdy barrier around the town." Nods of understanding passed through the group. The idea of repurposing shipping containers not only for their original contents but also for fortifying their newfound home resonated as a practical solution. The only problem would be getting enough asphalt and concrete, as normal stores wouldn't hold that much at a time. Abandoned construction areas and storage spaces should have exactly what they need though. Joel raised a practical concern. "What about a gate?" he questioned. "How are we supposed to get in and out while keeping the infected at bay?" Peter, taking a sip from a water bottle, considered the question. "We might have to fashion our own gate or reinforce an existing one if we find something suitable while we're out. But for now, let's just focus on getting everything that we need." As he says that, Peter turns to the Major. "We'll be taking some men with us, but only around 100. While we're gone, I need you to lead another group to start burning the infected bodies that are lying all over town," he says as he turns deathly serious. "Listen to me very carefully. You need to make sure that everyone who comes into contact with these bodies are in gloves, long-sleeved clothing, and wearing respiratory masks. Do you understand?" The Major nodded his head. "Yes, sir." "Good, because I don't want to come back and find out that some brain-dead idiots got themselves infected," Peter stated before adding, "and the same goes for any fungus or mold growing around town. It needs to be burned and dealt with using extreme caution." "Don't worry, I'll lead the operation myself," the Major assured him. "We'll do everything as you said." With the expedition plan in place, as well as the cleanup plan, Peter and his usual team geared up for the journey to the shipping docks. As Peter and his team prepared for the crucial expedition to the shipping docks, inside a growing survivor camp outside of Atlanta, a different conversation unfolded. The camp, nestled in an old quarry base, had become a refuge for survivors, and as the influx of people increased, so did the strain on their dwindling supplies. In a meeting area at the center of camp, surrounded by the rugged remnants of the quarry, a group of survivors huddled to discuss the impending need for supplies. Glenn, Lori, Shane, Morales, Andrea, T-Dog, Carol, Merle, Daryl, and a few other key members comprised the group. Insert pictures here, if you want. The conversation was marked by a sense of urgency as they debated who among them would venture out to gather the necessary supplies. Morales, a calm and measured presence, spoke up, "I'm willing to go. We can't keep relying on what's left. We need more, or we'll be facing a different kind of danger." Although he was scared to leave the safety of their camp, Glenn nodded in agreement. "I can scout around, find the best places to loot. But we'll need a team, not just one person." Andrea chimed in, "I'm in. We need to do this carefully, though. No unnecessary risks." T-Dog voiced his support, "I'll go too. We've got to do what we can for the camp." Merle, grinning mischievously, seemed unfazed by the collective gaze. "Well, ain't this a merry band of misfits? I'm in, but only cause I don't trust y'all to get it done yourselves." T-Dog raised a questioning brow. "What's that supposed to mean?" A/N, warning, Merle is racist, sexist, and just an all-around piece of human trash. So be ready for it. I'll try to keep the truly heinous words out or censored in some way. Mainly because I don't want to get banned, or annoyed by people who don't understand that it's just his character. It means that y'all wouldn't be able to survive without me. Merle states matter of factly, pointing at Glenn, Andrea, Morales, and T-Dog, one by one. Look at you, a chink, a woman, a wetback, and a NI dash. Instantly, T-Dog jumped out of his seat and swings at Merle. You racist mother f***er. Instantly, Daryl stepped in front of his brother and took the hit, whilst everyone else held T-Dog back. Merle, seeing that his brother was punched, tried to retaliate, but Daryl did his best to restrain him. Once everyone was separated and calm again, Daryl spoke up. I'll go too, he said as he eyed his brother, who didn't look happy. After all, someone needs to make sure he doesn't get killed or left behind. Daryl didn't trust any of these people to look out for his brother's well-being, so he would have to it himself. His brother had a knack for getting people to hate him, especially those of other races and genders. He just didn't care and let his mouth run, spewing all sorts of filth on a daily basis. Suddenly, Shane spoke up. Maybe I should go as well. No. Instantly, Lori disagreed. You're the only one who's keeping this camp together. If you leave, who knows what'll happen. Although it wasn't as big of a deal as Lori was making it out to be, everyone couldn't help but agree that Shane was the one keeping this camp together. As a former sheriff's deputy, he held a position of authority among the many survivors. Without him, things may spiral out of control. Reluctantly, Shane agreed that he should stay. All right, then it's settled. Glenn, T-Dog, Morales, Merle, Daryl, and Andrea will go out for supplies. Remember, don't go deep into the city. Only search the outskirts. As they geared up for their journey, T-Dog took on a leadership role. We'll need to be quick and efficient. Hit supermarkets, houses, anywhere that might have food. No unnecessary risks. Stay together, and we should be back before anyone misses us. Soon enough, the group left the quarry camp, venturing into the uncertain landscape surrounding Atlanta. The importance of their mission weighed heavily on their shoulders, knowing that the survival of the camp depended on the success of their looting expedition. As the quarry group ventured into the outskirts of Atlanta, their mission to gather supplies took an unexpected turn. Glenn, T-Dog, Morales, Merle, Daryl, and Andrea moved cautiously through the eerily silent streets, their eyes scanning for any signs of useful loot. The city, once bustling with life, now lay in ruins, a haunting reminder of the world they had lost. As they approached a supermarket, their hopes of finding much-needed provisions were high. The shattered glass doors creaked as Glenn cautiously pushed them open, revealing a dimly lit interior. The group spread out, scavenging for food, water, and any other essentials they could find. Suddenly, the stillness of the air was shattered by the sound of multiple guns cocking. Panic set in as the group realized they were not alone. Stepping out of the shadows, a group of unfamiliar survivors emerged with hostility in their eyes. A tense standoff unfolded as both groups assessed the threat, weapons aimed at one another. A burly man, leader of the hostile survivors, sneered at them. Thought you could just stroll in and take whatever you want, huh? He brandished his weapon menacingly, and tensions escalated. Merle, ever confrontational, shot back with a smirk. Well, looks like we got ourselves a welcoming committee. Ain't that nice? Before words could escalate into more violence, a gunshot rang out, hitting Merle in the arm. Arg? F***er. Chaos erupted as the quarry group sought cover, retreating into the supermarket. The hostile survivors continued to fire in their direction, but soon retreated as they saw a horde running over. Inside the building, the wounded Merle gritted his teeth. Those sons of bitches are gonna pay for that. T-Dog, scanning their surroundings, noticed a swarm of infected drawn by the commotion. We need to find a way out of here before those things reach us. As the infected closed in, the quarry group made a frantic dash through the market, searching for an escape route. A door at the back led them to a narrow alley, but the moans of the infected echoed around them. In a desperate move, they entered an abandoned building, hoping to evade both the hostile survivors and the approaching infected. With the infected now swarming the area, the quarry group found themselves trapped inside the building. The once silent streets were filled with the guttural sounds of the undead. Meanwhile, only a few blocks away, Rick, who had just arrived the previous night, heard the gunfire. Suspicious, he stealthily made his way towards the source, wondering if his family might be nearby. As he approached the supermarket, Rick spotted the quarry group as they holed themselves up inside the building, locking the door behind them. The tense situation had drawn the attention of the infected, making the environment even more perilous. Rick, assessing the situation, considered his options. The unknown group was trapped, and the infected wouldn't just leave, not after seeing some tasty food enter the building. They might know where Lori and Carl are, Rick thought as he decided to help them. The only question was how would he do so? On the East Coast, hours away from Atlanta, Peter, unaware of the situation Rick found himself in, just finished clearing a dockyard, filled with hundreds of shipping containers. With the help of around 100 armed soldiers, they were able to clear the place in less than an hour. Now, all they had to do was sort through the containers and transport everything back. As Peter sat back and watched his men do the dirty work, he could help but think. Maybe I should start working on a cure? Possibly an anti-fungus gas or smoke to clear out large areas and some sort of vaccine for survivors. After all, he didn't plan to stay here much longer. Once the town was secured, and Rick returned with everyone, it would be time for them to head off to the next universe. Rick carefully observed the swarm of infected surrounding the building where the quarry group had taken refuge. He knew he needed a distraction to lure the zombies away, creating an opportunity for the trapped survivors to escape. Spotting a high-end car nearby, which should have an alarm, Rick decided to use it to his advantage. He stealthily approached the vehicle, but didn't get too close, making sure not to draw attention to himself. With a swift and practiced hand, he took his old cell phone, which didn't work anymore, and threw it. Seconds later, the car's window was smashed open, triggering the alarm. The loud blaring sound echoed through the desolate streets, immediately catching the attention of the nearby infected. As the zombies turned towards the noise, Rick dashed back into cover, waiting for the infected to pass. And once they did, he peeked his head up and looked where the quarry group was hiding. Seeing them through one of his windows, watching the zombies run off in confusion, he gestured for them to stay low and quiet while they leave. Of course, they were surprised to see him, but soon realized that it was him who triggered the alarm. Once the horde moved down the street, Rick continued drawing them away. He strategically moved through the alleyways, setting off car alarms and creating a trail of noise that led the infected far away from the trapped survivors. The groans and shuffles of the undead grew fainter as Rick lured them further from the building. After ensuring a safe distance, Rick returned and signaled for the quarry group to cautiously make their way out. The survivors emerged cautiously, eyeing Rick with a mix of relief, gratitude, and a small bit of suspicion. After all, they didn't know him. "Thanks for the save," Glenn said, much more welcoming than the rest of his group. Rick nodded, scanning their faces. "You folks from around here? You seen a woman and a boy, maybe 10 years old." T-Dog stepped forward, his demeanor welcoming but wary. "Not around here, no." Glenn thought for a moment before speaking. "We have a camp outside of the city though, so maybe they're there." Each member of his group turned to him, betrayed looks written all over their faces. "Don't tell him that, you dash," Merle exclaimed, but before he could finish, Daryl reached over and covers his mouth. Rick turned to look in the direction the zombies were in. "Maybe we should get out of here before your friend calls all of the infected back." As they rushed away, hearing the groans and footsteps of infected following after them, T-Dog couldn't help but think of tripping Merle and leaving his racist *s behind, but one look at Daryl and he gave up on that idea. Meanwhile, back at the dockyard on the East Coast, Peter oversaw the meticulous process of sorting through shipping containers. The soldiers worked diligently, unloading supplies and inspecting each container for potential resources. In the midst of the organized chaos, Peter's mind raced with thoughts of a potential cure. He mulled over the idea of developing anti-fungus measures and vaccines, recognizing the urgency of addressing the broader issues at hand. While his men continued the heavy lifting, Peter decided to take a moment to look over some of his maps. Wasn't there a CDC in Atlanta? After looking for a while, Peter found a map that marked out key locations, and one of those locations was a CDC building. The CDC, or Center for Disease Control, is responsible for protecting public health and safety by providing information to enhance health decisions. It also houses some of the world's deadliest and rarest infectious diseases such as smallpox. If this facility is the same as the show, then it should have exactly what I need to make the cure, Peter thought. Of course, Peter could and would use magic to help expedite the process, but he'll still need some equipment. After all, the people who live here will need to know how to produce the cure once he leaves. As the soldiers wrapped up their tasks at the dockyard, the convoy set out on the journey back to King County. Each truck carried at least one shipping container filled with valuable loot, evidence of a successful operation. Peter, seated in the lead truck with MJ by his side, grabbed the radio transmitter. "All right, everyone, great job back there. We've got what we need to start fortifying the town." Peter's voice echoed through the convoy's radios. "But sadly, MJ and I will be breaking off from the convoy at the halfway point to King County. We have an errand to run." Joel's voice crackled over the radio, curious and concerned. "Why the split?" Peter glanced at MJ, who looked just as curious, then back at the road. "I spotted a CDC building on one of the maps. I'm heading there to see if there's anyone left inside. Maybe they've been working on a vaccine or cure. Either way, their equipment will come in handy later on. We can't ignore a potential resource like that." There was a brief pause before Joel responded. "CDC, huh? Do you want us to come along?" "No," Peter replied. "We'll be fine, Joel. Just keep the convoy moving and make sure everything gets unloaded smoothly." An hour into the drive, with King County now behind them, Peter decided to break off from the convoy and head north toward Atlanta. Joel watched as Peter's military Hummer broke off from the convoy. "Peter, if you find anything, let us know. We'll be here working on fortifying the town." "Will do," Peter radioed back. "Stay safe out there." MJ looked over at Peter, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. "So, the CDC building? What are you hoping to find there?" Peter navigated the car with practiced ease, explaining his thought process. "Since we'll be leaving soon, I want to make a vaccine and some things to leave behind to help everyone when we go." MJ nodded in understanding. "Good idea." She smiled happily. "I've actually been feeling kind of guilty about not helping more than we could, so this is a relief." Peter glanced at her, surprised. "Don't feel guilty. It's not our job to save every single person in the multiverse. We've already helped far more than you realize. Without us, a lot of people would be dead right now." MJ nodded her head, convinced. "Yeah, I guess you're right. They might not have gone above and beyond in this universe, as they usually would in their own, but they've saved a lot of people along their journey, and they would continue to save many more. Arriving at the quarry, Rick hitched a ride with the group he saved, hoping to find his family among the survivors. As he stepped out of the car, he immediately felt the weight of harsh, skeptical gazes. The camp had been struggling with limited supplies, and now, with the unexpected addition of another mouth to feed, the atmosphere grew tense. The group he rescued, grateful for their lives but aware of the predicament they were in, tried to blend into the background. Glenn, T-Dog, Morales, and Andrea exchanged uneasy glances, understanding the difficult position they had unknowingly put the quarry survivors in. Meanwhile, Merle and Daryl didn't seem to care and simply walked off. Worse still, the returning group only brought back a few backpacks filled with food. It was clear that this meager amount wouldn't be sufficient to sustain everyone in the camp for even a single meal. The reality of the situation hit hard, casting a shadow over the camp's already precarious situation. Ignoring the judgmental stares, Rick scanned the faces of the survivors, searching for the familiar features of his family. Pacing through the camp, it felt like an eternity as he scoured the area. Just as Rick was about to give up, a blur ran past the corner of his vision, prompting him to turn his head. There, Carl, his young son, was running around near a stream with a group of other children. Relief washed over Rick as he saw his son alive and seemingly well. It was a moment of pure joy amid the surrounding tension. Rick couldn't help but smile, the ache in his heart momentarily easing. However, the blissful reunion was short-lived. As he approached the area where Carl played, a sound caught his attention. The shuffling of fabric from a nearby tent accompanied by the occasional grunt. Curiosity piqued, Rick peered into the tent, only for his eyes to widen at the unexpected sight within. There, in an intimate moment that shattered the brief happiness he'd found, he witnessed his wife, Lori, and his best friend, Shane, locked in a heated kiss, tearing each other's clothes off. A/N, sorry brother, but it's best you know now. Shock and disbelief froze Rick in place. A mix of emotions, anger, betrayal, and heartbreak all flooded Rick's mind. He stood there, a silent witness to a moment that shattered the illusion of normalcy in the wake of the apocalypse. The weight of the world seemed to suddenly press down on him, leaving him dumbfounded. He just stood there in shock, watching as his wife passionately mounted his best friend, the two people he trusted most in the entire world locked in a lover's embrace. As the reality of the situation sank in, Rick's emotions took control as he reached for his belt and pulled out his pistol. B at start. As Rick stood at the entrance of the tent, his gun drawn, the scene before him unfolded like a twisted revelation. Shane and Lori, caught in the act of betrayal, jumped apart in shock. Rick, she exclaimed in shock. Lori hastily covered herself with a blanket, her face flushing with embarrassment and guilt. Both Shane and Lori believed Rick to be either dead or still trapped inside the hospital with the military, so his unexpected appearance was a jolt to their senses. Lori, who had convinced herself that Rick was lost, stood frozen, at a loss for words. Shane, realizing the gravity of the situation, attempted to explain. Whoa, put the gun down, Rick. It's not what you think, I swear. He thought could talk Rick down before the situation escalated. However, Rick remained unyielding, the gun steady in his hand, his eyes reflecting a storm of emotions. It's not what I think. Really, Shane? I know what I saw. You and my wife were just tearing each other clothes off and... He froze for a moment, unable to continue that sentence. We both know that this isn't some misunderstanding, so don't you dare lie to me. Rick, it's really not what you think. Just put down the gun and give me a minute to explain, please. Shane stammered, attempting to rationalize his actions. But Rick, fueled by a mix of anger, betrayal, and heartbreak, wasn't ready to lower the weapon or believe a single word from his former best friend. Meanwhile, the unfolding drama didn't go unnoticed. The survivors, drawn by the commotion, surrounded the area, shocked to see the new arrival, Rick, holding a gun on Shane and Lori. But what shocked them even more was the revelation that Lori was Rick's wife. As the adults of the camp began to piece together the patterns of Shane and Lori's disappearances, realization dawned: they were secret lovers, hiding their illicit relationship from the rest of the group. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Shane began to beg for his life, admiring to everything. Look, you're right, okay. We were doing exactly what you think. Just please put the gun down, alright? Killing me or Lori won't solve anything. You'll only regret killing your best friend and the mother of your child. Seeing Rick hesitate for a moment, Lori joined him, pleading with her husband not to kill Shane. Rick, put the gun down, please. However, rather than appease Rick, this plea only intensified his disgust. He had hoped for some semblance of remorse or an explanation that painted Shane as the true villain, but Lori's actions shattered those expectations. I trusted you, Rick muttered, his voice laced with betrayal. And just as he was about to lower his gun, unable to kill his best friend, Shane suddenly moved, reaching for something under a nearby blanket. Seeing this, Rick didn't hesitate anymore and pulled the trigger, the gunshot echoing through the camp. The bullet found its mark, hitting Shane square in the forehead. Blood sprayed out, coating the inside of the tent as Lori screamed in horror at the brutal sight. The onlooking crowd stood in stunned silence. Some among them, particularly the men, saw Shane's demise as fitting punishment for his transgressions. After all, in a world where trust was a rare commodity, betrayal had severe consequences. With Shane's lifeless body now crumpled in the tent, Rick turned his gaze toward his distraught wife. For a moment, it seemed as if Lori would be the next target. The crowd held its breath, anticipating the unfolding tragedy. However, to their surprise, Rick lowered his gun and tucked it away into his holster. Turning away from Lori, Rick addressed her with a mixture of betrayal and disgust. "I'm not going to shoot you. I won't take Carl's mother away from him," he declared, looking his wife in the eyes. "But you and me? We're done. I want a divorce." Lori, sprawled amidst the remnants of her shattered life, felt nothing but guilt. The weight of her actions, the betrayal of her vows, and the consequences of her choices sank in, leaving her to grapple with the consequences of her infidelity. Moments after Rick lowered his gun, a group from the surrounding crowd ran forward and snatched it from his hand. He didn't resist, his mind far too preoccupied with everything that's happened. Neither did he resist as they pulled him away, leaving behind the lifeless body of his best friend, and a very distraught ex-wife. In the midst of the unfolding tragedy at the quarry camp, Peter and MJ navigated their way to the CDC just outside Atlanta, blissfully unaware of the chaos that had erupted nearby. Soon enough, the CDC building stood before Peter and MJ, sealed tightly with thick metal shutters that covered every entrance and window. As they approached, remnants of a military presence were evident. Abandoned cars, weaponry, barricades, and even the eerie sight of soldiers turned into zombies. Hundreds of undead soldiers wandered aimlessly in their military uniforms, a haunting testament to the catastrophic events that had unfolded just outside the safety of the sealed building's walls. Without the need for strategy or intricate plans, the duo parked their car nearby. Stepping out into the eerie silence, they were greeted by the shuffling footsteps of the zombified soldiers, their hungry gaze fixed on the newcomers. Armed with Mikon's katana, Peter took a defensive stance, while MJ wielded a metal baseball bat with a confident smirk. Finally joining Peter in the front lines of zombie killing, MJ was determined to have some fun. After all, she had been left behind to watch over the group during every other battle, and now it was her turn to take part in the action. As the undead soldiers broke into a sprint, Peter and MJ sprang into action. "Least kills makes dinner for the rest of the week," Peter declared, a smirk on his face. With a swift kick off the ground, they closed the distance between themselves and the approaching zombies. The fight ensued, a harmonious blend of Peter's expert swordplay and MJ's precise strikes with the baseball bat. Each swing and slash were executed with fluid precision, not a single drop of blood touching their impeccable attire. The duo moved in tandem, weaving through the undead with a choreographed dance of death. Peter sliced through the decayed flesh, while MJ swung her bat, smashing in zombie skulls with a satisfying thud. The once dangerous soldiers, now reduced to mindless threats, fell before them in a synchronized display of combat prowess. Their movements were efficient, a testament to the experience they had gained across the multiverse. The duo fought not out of necessity but as a form of catharsis, a release of pent-up energy from spending so long in the car. As MJ took care of the last few zombies, their bodies crumpling to the ground, Peter looked toward the entrance and noticed multiple cameras that were following their every movement. With a casual wave, his katana still dripping blood, Peter spoke up at the camera. "Yo." Inside the CDC, the sterile environment of a laboratory stood in stark contrast to the chaos outside. Edwin Jenner, a man in a lab coat with an intense focus in his eyes, worked diligently while his wife, Candace Jenner, lay strapped to a table. The deadly fungal infection had spread across her arm, leaving her in a dire state. "Edwin, we both know that Jan won't be able to dash," she spoke, trying to break the news of her inevitable death to her husband, but the man wouldn't listen. "No," he shouted, unwilling to even entertain the idea of her dying. "I'll do all that I can to delay the spread while we figure out a way to kill the spores. Don't you dare give up on me." As Edwin ran another test, desperately trying to slow the progression of the fungus in his wife, a series of monitors displayed various camera feeds from the outside. The cameras were scattered throughout the CDC, capturing every angle of the compound's exterior. Edwin and Candace observed the unfolding events with a mixture of awe and shock. The virologists, dedicated to studying the fungus that had ravaged the world, were witnessing something extraordinary. The duo outside, Peter and MJ, moved with a precision and agility that defied the capabilities of a normal human body. The screens displayed the duo's combat prowess, their synchronized movements a testament to a level of skill that seemed almost otherworldly. Edwin couldn't help but marvel at their abilities, realizing that what he was witnessing transcended the boundaries of ordinary human capabilities. As the last zombie met its demise, crushed by MJ's baseball bat, Peter, with his katana still dripping blood, looked directly at one of the cameras. With a casual wave, he addressed the unseen observers inside the CDC. "Yo, do you mind if we come inside?" he asked causally. Edwin and Candace exchanged a glance, both captivated and perplexed by what they had just witnessed. Candace, strapped to the table, managed a weak smile. "Edwin, did you see that? I've never seen anything like it. I'm not hallucinating, am I?" she asked. After all, Edwin has been pumping her full of all sorts of medicinal concoctions, hoping to further slow the spread of the infection. Edwin, though impressed, decided to ignore the odd visitors. "Forget about that, we need to focus on you. We can't be distracted by..." His words were cut off as the monitors continued to display Peter and MJ, the duo who seemed to defy the very laws of nature. They moved toward the thick and heavy metal shutters at the front entrance. "What are they doing?" Edwin muttered as he watched Peter bend down and grip the bottom of the shutter. He can't really think that he'll be able to lift that, can he? I mean, it has to weigh at least a few tons dash. Surprisingly, before the couple's bewildered eyes, Peter managed to pull the metal shutter open with ease, lifting it just high enough for them to step inside. As Peter and MJ entered the CDC building, the heavy metal shutters dropped behind them, sealing off the outside world. Inside, the sterile environment of the lobby felt like a stark contrast to the chaos they had just encountered. Still watching over the cameras, Edwin Jenner, the head virologist, wasted no time in reacting. As soon as the duo was inside, he hit the emergency alarm, and a blaring sound echoed throughout the CDC. Within moments, a group of armed guards rushed into the lobby, surrounding Peter and MJ with their weapons drawn. The guards were on high alert, their eyes fixed on the intruders. However, the sight before them was perplexing. Instead of reacting with fear or panic, Peter and MJ sat calmly, almost as if the guns pointed at them were inconsequential. Edwin, arriving shortly after the guards, had a fearful expression on his face. He wasn't entirely sure what to expect from the duo, having witnessed their extraordinary abilities through the cameras. As he approached, Peter smiled and greeted him. "Hello, sorry to barge in like that. I'm Peter and this." He introduced himself before gesturing to his right. "Is my wife, MJ. We came to see if the CDC was still active." The leading guard, sensing the potential danger, turned to Edwin and insisted that he leave the scene. "Sir, you need to step away quickly. We can't risk you getting infected or killed. You're the only one who can make a cure," he urged, his eyes imploring Edwin to listen to him. "Who's going to cure your wife if you're gone? His wife is still alive." Peter and MJ both thought at the same time. After all, she died in the show long before Rick and his group showed up. The stakes were as high as they could get. Edwin's expertise was crucial for the ongoing research to combat the fungal outbreak, and the guards wanted to minimize any risk to him. Edwin hesitated, torn between the urgency of his work and the unfolding situation. Reluctantly, he backed away, his gaze lingering on the guards and the peculiar intruders. With Edwin out of immediate danger, the guards remained focused on Peter and MJ, their guns unwavering. Peter, undeterred by the lethal threat, turned his attention to Edwin. "You should really stop them. Things won't end well if this continues." "You're right, they won't end well, for you," the head guard spoke before Eden could reply. "Now, on the ground with your hand behind your head." As the guards closed in, attempting to detain Peter and MJ, the atmosphere in the CDC lobby tensed. The armed men, fueled by the urgency of their duty, surrounded the intruders, their guns poised for action. However, Peter and MJ remained unfazed. "No," he replied plainly. Despite the imminent threat, they sat calmly, the air thick with an unspoken confidence. The guards, growing impatient, decided to escalate the situation, attempting to physically subdue the intruders. In an instant, the dynamic shifted. Peter and MJ, demonstrating their exceptional physical prowess once again, shocking the guards who didn't see what Edwin saw through the cameras only minutes earlier. Peter, standing to his feet, sidestepped a guard's lunge, swiftly disarming him before smashing the stick of his rifle into his face. Simultaneously, MJ deftly incapacitated another guard with a calculated strike to the gut. Both collapsed to the ground, one unconscious, the other gasping for air. It became clear to the onlooking guards that these were no ordinary intruders. Their combat skills were extraordinary, and attempts to physically overpower them proved futile. After seeing their comrades beaten so easily, they decided to open fire on the intruders, but guns didn't seem to work either. Peter and MJ seemed to be able to dodge bullets as they ran circles around the guards, incapacitating them one by one. After a minute or two, Peter and MJ subdued all of the guards without causing severe any harm, though they would feel some aches and pains for next week or so. Once the guards were neutralized, Peter addressed Edwin, who was practically cowering in the corner at this point. "Hey, Doc. Mind if we have a chat?" he called out, his tone casual yet unwavering. Edwin nodded his head dumbly, too afraid to refuse. "Sure." Sighing in annoyance, MJ reassured the scared scientist. "We didn't come here cause trouble or harm anyone, so you can calm down. As long as you don't attack us, we won't attack you." The CDC lobby, once filled with tension, now stood in an uneasy calm. With the guards either knocked out or growing in pain on the floor, Peter and MJ walked over to Edwin, who still seemed wary and frightened of them. As they approached, Edwin couldn't help but ask, "Who are you people?" Peter, still composed and calm, extended a hand to the antsy virologist. "Like I said, I'm Peter, and this is MJ. We came here for supplies. I wanted to loot your equipment so I could make a cure for the infected, but we didn't expect anyone to be here." "I see," Edwin muttered as he shook Peter's hand, finding the stranger's grip rather tight. "Have you studied virology? Or?" he asked, subtly doubting Peter's capabilities. Peter smirked, more than ready to prove himself. "Why don't we make a deal? You can ask me any questions pertaining to virology, and if I answer them all correctly, you have to let me examine your wife's condition. How does that sound?" Edwin, still wary and curious about Peter and MJ's abilities, hesitated for a moment before accepting the challenge. "All right then, Peter. If you're claiming to know virology, let's put that to the test. I'm going to ask you some advanced questions, and I want precise, detailed answers." Why wouldn't he accept? After all, having another set of hands, who actually studied virology and understood the science would be a godsend for him right now. Worst case scenario, Peter will fail the test and stick around, possibly aiding in protecting the CDC. Best case scenario, Peter is a genius who could actually cure his wife, or at least help him cure her. Peter, maintaining his calm demeanor, nodded in agreement. "Sure, hit me with your best shot." Edwin, seizing the opportunity to gauge Peter's knowledge, delved into the intricacies of virology. Let's start with a complex one. Explain the process of reverse transcription in retroviruses and its significance in viral replication. Peter, without missing a beat, began to explain the complexities of retroviral replication. Reverse transcription is a key step in the life cycle of retroviruses, such as HIV. During this process, the viral RNA genome is reverse transcribed into DNA by the enzyme reverse transcriptase. This results in the formation of a complementary DNA, cDNA, strand, which is then integrated into the host cell genome by another viral enzyme, integrase. He continued, providing additional details. This integration allows the retrovirus to exist as a provirus within the host cell, lying dormant until later activation. The significance of reverse transcription lies in its unique nature among viruses, as most viruses utilize DNA to RNA replication. Retroviruses, however, reverse this process, making them distinct and posing challenges in terms of antiviral strategies. A/N, thank you Google because I know nothing about this. And if there are any virologist readers, I apologize if this is cringe. Edwin, impressed but undeterred, threw another question at Peter. Alright, let's explore the field of antiviral drugs. Explain the mechanism of action of nucleotide analogues and how they inhibit viral replication. Peter responded confidently. Nucleotide analogues are antiviral drugs designed to mimic the structure of nucleotides, the building blocks of DNA and RNA. These analogues are incorporated into the growing viral nucleic acid chain during replication, but due to their altered structure, they cause premature termination of the chain. He elaborated further, emphasizing the inhibitory effect on viral replication. By disrupting the synthesis of viral nucleic acids, nucleotide analogues prevent the completion of the viral genome, ultimately inhibiting viral replication. Notable examples include drugs like acyclovir for herpes viruses and tenofovir for HIV. Edwin, finding himself increasingly convinced of Peter's knowledge, decided to test the boundaries further. Alright, one more question. How do viruses evade the host immune system, specifically focusing on mechanisms like antigenic variation? Peter, with a slight grin, delved into the complexities of viral immune evasion. Antigenic variation is a strategy employed by some viruses to escape recognition by the host immune system. This involves altering the surface proteins, such as the viral coat or spike proteins, making them unrecognizable to previously developed host antibodies. He continued, providing a detailed explanation. This continuous alteration in the viral antigenic profile hampers the host's ability to mount an effective immune response. It's commonly observed in influenza viruses, where mutations in hemagglutinin and neuraminidase proteins lead to the emergence of new viral strains, requiring updated vaccines. Edwin, thoroughly impressed by Peter's in-depth responses, nodded approvingly. You certainly have a profound understanding of virology. I never expected someone to answer these questions with such precision. Who are you really? You're far too young to be this knowledgeable. Peter, thankful that he was forced to study virology in Camartage, offered a simple response. Just someone trying to help. Now, how about we go and see my new patient? Edwin hesitated, torn between the promise of a potential cure and the fear for his wife's safety. The apprehension lingered on his face as he considered whether to trust these mysterious intruders with the well-being of his wife. Just as the silence became almost unbearable, the intercom crackled to life. Candace's weak voice filled the room, breaking through Edwin's uncertainty. Edwin, bring them to the lab. I'll be waiting. A wave of relief washed over Edwin. He looked at Peter and MJ, a mix of gratitude and curiosity in his eyes. You heard her. Follow me. Edwin led them through the labyrinthine corridors of the CDC until they reached the main lab. There, in the center of the room, Candace sat on a hospital bed. Peter couldn't help but notice the ominous presence of the fungal infection on her arm. The tendrils seemed to snake into her flesh, a visible reminder of the relentless invasion. Without waiting for any formalities, Peter approached Candace, gently taking her arm into his hands. Impressive work, slowing the spread like this, he commented, observing the intricacies of the fungal invasion. How long have you been infected? Candace, her eyes reflecting a mixture of pain and resignation, replied, It happened on the day of the outbreak, about a week ago. Peter nodded thoughtfully, his mind already racing with possibilities. You've managed to hold it off for this long. That's promising. He turned to Edwin, who watched anxiously. I need some tools, a sterile environment, and your assistance. We might be able to slow this down further, if not cure it completely. Edwin, a small bit of hope flickering in his eyes, gestured towards the lab equipment. Anything you need, it's all at your disposal, but nothing experimental or life-threatening without my approval. I want to cure my wife, not kill her off even quicker. As Peter worked with precision, examining the extent of the infection, he engaged in conversation. Candace, you're lucky to have someone like Edwin looking out for you. Not everyone in this world has someone fighting for them. Candace managed a weak smile. I know. I'm grateful, but it's been getting worse, and I don't want him to get his hopes up. I can feel it spreading. I know that I don't have much time left, she said, her eyes turning up to Peter, a hint of hope shining through. Can you really help? Peter met her gaze with a mixture of determination and empathy. I've dealt with some unusual cases before. Trust me, you'll be fine, I promise. As Peter continued his examination and began preparing some nearby equipment, Edwin couldn't help but voice the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Can you cure her? Truly? Peter looked up from his work, meeting Edwin's gaze. After a brief pause, he nodded. Yeah, just follow my lead and she'll be back to normal by the end of the day. Edwin, though aware of the uncertainties, clung to the hope that had been rekindled. Do whatever it takes. I can't lose her. Peter nodded solemnly, fully aware of the responsibility that rested on his shoulders. Don't worry, I got this. In the meticulously organized CDC lab, Peter gathered the compounds and ingredients Edwin hastily provided. Each vial and flask contained a piece of the puzzle he needed to unravel the intricacies of the fungal infection. The guards, now cautiously observing from a safe distance, both wary and scarred because of their earlier encounter with the seemingly superhuman intruders. Although nobody but MJ noticed, Peter had subtly employed the mystic arts to scan the fungal growth on Candace's arm. He knew that it would take far too much time if he did things the normal way, though he also had to make the cure in a way that the inhabitants of this world could produce without him, so in order to bypass all of the diagnoses and testing, Peter simply used magic to figure out exactly what he needed. The lab equipment hummed with anticipation as he mixed, measured, and manipulated the substances before him. The guards, still nursing their earlier bruises, exchanged glances, uncertain of what to make of this unexpected turn of events. In the midst of the scientific dance, Peter's hands moved with purpose. The mystic arts allowed him to see beyond the visible, to understand the subtle nuances of the fungus. He identified the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of the fungal strands, gaining insights that no conventional virologist could fathom. As he neared the completion of the serum, Edwin and Candace watched with a mix of hope and skepticism. Peter was working far too quickly and seemed extremely sure of himself, and this behavior made them wonder if he was just messing around, or if he was some sort of eccentric genius. Finally, once he was finished, a light green-colored serum sat securely in the vial on the table. And without a word, Peter filled a syringe and injecting the serum into Candace's other arm. Instantly, the tension in the room skyrocketed. Edwin, unable to contain his anxiety, erupted in anger. What the hell are you doing? You can't just inject her without testing it first? You're playing with my wife's life. Edwin's voice reverberated through the lab, his fear and frustration unleashed in a torrent of emotions. Amidst Edwin's outburst, the guards shifted uneasily, torn between intervening and witnessing the potential catastrophe. Peter, however, remained composed, meeting Edwin's gaze with an unwavering confidence. Just as tension reached its peak, a collective gasp swept through the room. Candace, her eyes widened in astonishment, felt the aching pain of the fungal infection evaporate. The guards, jaws dropped, witnessed the fungal tendrils writhing and squirming before crumbling into ash. Candace's arm, once a battleground for the invasive organism, now bore scars that promised healing. Edwin, frozen in shock, stared at his wife in disbelief. Candace, tears streaming down her face, whispered words of gratitude and joy. Thank you, thank you, thank you, she repeated over and over. Peter's calm demeanor persisted as he explained, sometimes, you just have to trust the process. The guards, recovering from their initial shock, exchanged bewildered glances. The scene before them defied all logic and challenged the boundaries of their understanding. Edwin, emotions swirling within him, approached Peter with a mix of gratitude and skepticism. How did you? What did you do? Edwin's voice wavered between awe and suspicion. Peter, meeting Edwin's gaze, simply replied, I did what I said I'd do. She'll be fine now. The gravity of the moment sank in as Candace, now free from the clutches of the zombie infection, embraced her husband, who sat at her bedside, bewildered by how easily Peter succeeded in what would have required months or even years for him to accomplish. Edwin, overwhelmed with gratitude, couldn't find the words to express the magnitude of his emotions. I don't know how you did it, but thank you so much, he said, tears welling up in his eyes. In the aftermath of this miraculous intervention, Peter's unorthodox methods left a mark on everyone in the CDC. The crying couple, who refused to end their embrace even now, felt extremely indebted to Peter, but most of all, they were impressed. After all, they both studied virology for their entire lives, so they knew how gifted he must be. Even the guards, who were initially adversaries, now stood in respect after witnessing what appeared to be a miracle. After everyone in the lab calmed down, the earlier wariness and skepticism completely gone, Edwin began to disinfect and bandaging his wife's scarred arm. The scar served as a testament to the battle fought and won against an insidious foe. Candace, her eyes reflecting newfound hope, whispered her thanks once more. Edwin and Candace, now convinced of the serum's efficacy, bombarded Peter with questions, excited to finally rid the world of the outbreak. So, your serum destroys the infected spores? What exactly does it do? Edwin questioned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Peter nodded, a casual smile on his face. As you said, it targets and destroys the spores, but it should also act as a sort of vaccination, arming your body to do so once again if it has to. Candace's body should now be equipped to fend off the spores on its own. Of course, we'll need to run some tests to be sure. Edwin couldn't contain his enthusiasm. We need to test this, make sure it works as you say. If it does, we could save so many lives. Peter nodded his head. Sure, let's run some tests. The CDC lab transformed into a hive of activity as the group spent the rest of the day conducting experiments. Candace, the initial patient, underwent various tests to confirm the serum's effectiveness. Alongside her, a few infected, who were captured at the beginning of the outbreak, served as unwilling subjects for scientific scrutiny. The results were nothing short of magnificent. The serum, when administered and tested in various forms, lived up to Peter's assurances. The gas experiment, in particular, where they locked a zombie in a sealed room and released the serum as a gas, showcased its potent ability to eradicate the zombie infection. The once animated corpse now lay lifeless, devoid of spores and mold. As the entire room celebrated after watching the zombie collapse into a dead body, realization dawned upon them: this serum had the potential to revolutionize the fight against the infected. Edwin, overwhelmed by the implications, took a moment to absorb the magnitude of this breakthrough. In the midst of the jubilation, Peter eyed the cured zombie before muttering yo himself. It might work. What might work? MJ asked, drawing everyone's attention toward Peter. Peter turned to the group before voicing his thoughts. I'm not 100% sure, but if, and only if, for those turned recently, and we're still alive during the process, the serum might be able to cure them. Well, yeah, it's already doing that. One of the guards spoke. Peter shook his head. No, I mean they might still be able to live afterwards, like Candace, but much more extreme. A stunned silence fell upon the room. The notion that the serum could potentially revive, so you speak, the infected instead of leaving behind corpses was a game changer. The group, once celebrating, now contemplated the profound impact this could have on their fight against the outbreak. As the weight of this revelation settled, Edwin's expression shifted from excitement to contemplation. If this is true, we could save countless lives. We have to act quickly, conduct more tests, and if it works, we'll need a lot more supplies and manpower. This changes everything. Candace muttered. Peter nodded, acknowledging the urgency of the situation. We need to move fast. Time is of the essence. Let's gather more subjects and run tests. Since they were the strongest in the CDC, Peter and MJ went out to find the right zombie for their test. And it didn't take them long to return, dragging what appeared to be a person without any injuries, who had only turned about a couple of days ago. Swiftly, the group locked the freshly infected man into a sealed room, tension thick in the air. The previous success with Candace fueled their hopes, but this time the stakes were higher. This man, untouched by injuries or decay, might hold the key to a breakthrough in their fight against the infected. The room sealed, they released the gaseous serum once again, watching with bated breath as it permeated the space. The green mist curled and twisted, engulfing the man in its transformative dance. For a moment, it seemed as if time hung suspended, and then the transformation reached its crescendo. As the mist settled, the once infected man lay on the floor, appearing lifeless. Doubt crept into the room, faces etched with uncertainty. Was this serum truly the game changer they hoped for? Edwin, a mix of anxiety and anticipation, rushed inside the room. Kneeling beside the man, he checked for a pulse. The room held its breath as Edwin's eyes widened with realization: he's alive. The serum had not only eradicated the spores but had given life back to the recently turned. A collective gasp swept through the room as the implications of this discovery sunk in. The infected, under the right circumstances, could be saved. Peter's conjecture had transformed into a tangible reality before their eyes. Excitement and hope flickered in the eyes of the group as they stared at the once infected man, now breathing and alive. The boundaries of what was believed possible in the face of the outbreak expanded, and a newfound determination settled in their hearts. Edwin, his voice carrying a mix of awe and disbelief, broke the silence. This changes everything. With this serum, we have the power not only to cure but to bring back those recently turned. We can save lives on a scale we never thought possible. Peter, satisfied with his work, nodded in agreement. We need to start mass producing the serum immediately, he said, and nobody disagreed. Edwin frowned out of nowhere. But we'll need a lot more manpower. This building has the right facilities to mass produce the serum, but we'll need people to administer it, and supplies for the serum once we eventually run out. Peter simply smirked as he pulled a military radio out of his jacket. I can handle the manpower, just start producing the serum. In the bustling heart of the CDC's mass production center, Peter marveled at the efficiency of the high-tech machinery churning out the life-saving serum. The air was thick with the hum of equipment and the scent of chemical compounds, a stark contrast to the chaos that had plagued the facility before Peter arrived. He couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment, knowing that this serum held the potential to alter the course of the zombie apocalypse. Major Lewis's voice crackled over the military radio, breaking Peter's contemplation. Sir, this is Major Lewis. I've got around 100 soldiers ready to roll, along with shipping trucks for the serum. Where do you want us? Peter, feeling a surge of urgency, wasted no time in directing the major. Head to the CDC in Atlanta. All they have to do is load up the serum and ship it safely back to base. Once the serum arrives, you need to administer it to everyone there, and then we'll discuss further plans. The major's enthusiasm was palpable. You got it? We'll make this happen. As the radio fell silent, Peter turned his attention to the bustling production floor. The thought of saving lives on such a grand scale filled him with a renewed sense of purpose. However, a nagging realization tugged at the edges of his consciousness: this wouldn't be enough. The serum production, as impressive as it was, wouldn't reach everyone affected by the outbreak. The world is a big place after all. Approaching MJ, who was overseeing the operation with a focused intensity, Peter hesitated for a moment before voicing his concerns. MJ, I need you to stay here and manage everything. Make sure the serum is distributed as efficiently as possible. I have to go out there and reach the places we can't with just trucks. MJ met his gaze, understanding the gravity of the situation. They had enjoyed the luxury of holding back their powers and treated this apocalyptic world as a vacation, but now the time for action had arrived. I've got this, Peter. Go do what you do best. With a nod of gratitude, Peter turned to leave but stopped as a thought crossed his mind. We're leaving this universe after this, MJ. Get ready to say your goodbyes to everyone. MJ raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. Random destination again. Peter chuckled. Yeah, let's keep the adventure going. I just hope that the next destination isn't apocalyptic. If I can, I'd much rather have regular showers, hot water, and food delivery. MJ could help but laugh, nodding her head in agreement. Yeah, you don't realize how much you miss stuff like that until it's gone, huh? Before heading out, Peter grabbed a vial of the serum and waved his hand, conjuring a portal shimmering with a golden glow. Edwin and Candace, who were positioned nearby, watched this happen with shocked faces. They knew that Peter and MJ were abnormal, but not this abnormal. Stepping through, Peter cast a brief glance back at MJ, who gave him a supportive nod. The portal snapped shut behind him, leaving the bustling CDC lab in shock. MJ, seeing the looks on Edwin and Candace's faces, couldn't help but sigh in annoyance. Since Peter wasn't very discreet with his exit, now she was stuck with answer all sorts of questions. The portal sealed behind Peter, leaving him perched atop a towering building, the familiar skyline of New York City stretching before him. This place, his home in another universe, now stood as a haunting reflection of its former glory. The bustling streets, now overrun by the undead, bore witness to the chaos that had consumed the world. From his storage necklace, Peter produced an enchanted jug, a relic from his past adventures when he was collecting blood for the resurrection elixir. With a twist of the cap, he opened the jug and began pouring the miraculous serum inside. The enchantment ensured that the jug would infinitely reproduce whatever substance it held, a feature Peter added himself. Levitating the jug before him, Peter traced golden spell circles in the air, his hands moving with practiced precision. The intricate patterns glowed with otherworldly energy as he chanted incantations. With a final flourish, Peter activated the spell, causing the jug to flip upside down. Instantly, a torrent of green smoke billowed out, forming a cascading waterfall that descended upon the city below. As the serum-infused mist enveloped the streets, the reaction among the zombies was instantaneous. The fungal growth on their bodies writhed and squirmed before succumbing to the magic-infused cure. The spores disintegrated into ash, leaving behind bodies that crumpled to the ground. Some were still alive, while others lay in a state of long-deserved rest. Peter observed from his vantage point as the green smoke spread, a tide of restoration washing over the entire city. Streets that had echoed with the cacophony of the undead now fell silent, their once lifeless inhabitants given a second chance at life. The air, once thick with decay, now carried a hint of renewal. Millions were cured, and the fungus that had plunged the city into an apocalyptic nightmare was eradicated. As the last remnants of the serum dissipated, Peter knew his work here was done. But this was just the beginning. There were more cities to save, more lives to restore. If I knew the cure would practically bring people back to life, so to speak, then I would have done this sooner. Peter thought, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, this world would have been much worse off without his interference, so he didn't feel too guilty. At least a big portion of the population would be saved, not to mention the fact that zombies will become completely extinct in a matter of weeks, maybe months. Before departing, Peter snapped his fingers, conjuring countless sheets of paper imbued with a concise message. The flyers fluttered down like gentle snow, spreading across the city. Each contained instructions on the cure's composition and how to reproduce it. Peter hoped that humanity, now given a lifeline, would seize the opportunity to rebuild. Opening a portal to his next destination, Peter cast a final glance over the revitalized city. The skyline, once shrouded in despair, now stood as a testament to the power of redemption. With a determined nod, he stepped through the portal, leaving behind a city reborn and venturing forth to repeat the miracle across every other major city across the globe. While Peter traversed city after city, leaving a trail of revitalized metropolises in his wake, the situation at the quarry camp outside Atlanta took a grim turn. The group, tasked with collecting food for the camp, returned with meager supplies and an unexpected addition to their ranks, Rick Grimes. Tensions escalated when Rick, discovering his wife Lori's affair, took matters into his own hands and shot the man involved. Now, with Rick bound to a tree, the camp's key members, T-Dog, Andrea, Glenn, Morales, Merle, Daryl, etc., including a distraught Lori, gathered to decide the fate of the man who had just become a murderer. The air was thick with unease as the group grappled with the moral complexities of Rick's actions. As discussions unfolded, opinions diverged on how to handle Rick's presence. Some sympathized with the betrayal he had suffered, understanding the raw emotions that led to such a drastic response. Even Merle was arguing for him, which truthfully didn't help his case. Others, however, argued that murder couldn't be justified, even in the face of infidelity. After all, cheating wasn't against the law, no matter how unforgivable it might be. Lori remained silent, her gaze shifting between her deceased lover, who lay across the camp with a blanket over his body, and the man responsible for his death. Guilt and anger warred within her, torn between the pain of betrayal and the belief that Rick's actions were excessive. When they couldn't come to a decision, the conversation pivoted from Rick's fate to the pressing issue of a food shortage. Look, we can worry about this homicidal kook later. Right now, we need to figure out our food situation. Daryl spoke, receiving a self-deprecating chuckle from Rick. My brother and I can only hunt so much before the surrounding forest is cleared out. And even then, a single deer only feeds the camp for a day, and there ain't much deer in this area to begin with. Rick, knowing that his son needed food, shared valuable information. Back in Kings County, the military is taking in survivors. They offered me a place there once I found my family, but as you can see, things didn't exactly go as I'd hoped. If you want food and a safe place to live, I'd suggest you go there. The mere mention of a secure location with military protection piqued the interest of the desperate group. Rick elaborated on the survivors at Kings County Hospital, led by a man named Peter. He described their plans to clear the city and create a safe haven, a beacon of hope in the midst of the apocalypse. Suspicion lingered in the air as some members questioned Rick's motives. Sounds too good to be true to me. Even Merle, who was in Rick's side just moments ago, didn't believe him. They couldn't help but wonder whether he was spinning a tale to secure his own safety, or was he genuinely trying to help them. The camp members argued fervently, torn between the promise of safety and the uncertainty surrounding Rick's credibility. Rick, seemingly indifferent to the skepticism, shrugged. I ain't lying, he asserted, igniting a heated debate among the group. You can use that radio over there to contact them. He gestured to the radio sat in the pile of stuff that was confiscated after he killed Shane. Instantly, all eyes turned to the radio as everyone wondered, is he actually telling the truth? In the dimly lit camp, the radio sat in the center of a crowded group, surrounded by skeptical eyes. Glenn, with a determined expression, reached for the device and hesitated for a moment before pressing the transmission button. The crackling sound filled the air as he spoke into the mic. Hello? Is anyone out there? A brief silence hung in the air, tension building as the group awaited a response. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the radio, and it wasn't the static they expected. This is Major Lewis. Who the hell is this and how did you get on our frequency? The camp members exchanged shocked glances, and all eyes turned to Rick. The realization hit them like a thunderbolt. He wasn't lying. A military connection was indeed within reach. Major Lewis's voice continued, demanding answers, and Glenn stumbled over his words as he explained the situation. Major Lewis, sir, we didn't mean to intrude. We were just trying to figure out if this guy, Rick, was telling the truth about you. We didn't expect to get a real military guy on the radio. Glenn paused for a moment, working up the courage to finally ask. Sir, can we join your camp? We've got more than 50 people, children included, who all need food and water. If we don't get some help soon, I'm afraid we won't make it past the week. The major's response was laced with confusion. Rick, you mean the coma patient? Hold on a second. There was a pause, the static filling the void of silence. The gravity of the moment sank in, and the camp members exchanged astonished glances. They had stumbled upon a lifeline in this apocalyptic nightmare, and it was more than any of them had dared to hope for. But the surprise didn't end there. MJ's voice, calm and collected, emerged over the radio waves. Major Lewis, this is MJ. I overheard your conversation. Peter gave Rick a radio before he left and invited him to join us again after he found his family. Can you pick them up? Major Lewis hesitated, processing the unexpected turn of events. I'm sorry, but we're already spread thin as it is with building the wall, cleaning up the town, and now I have men on their way to you to transport the cure from the CDC. Instantly, all eyes widened as Glenn nearly dropped the radio out of pure shock. Cleaning up a town? Building a wall? Those two things were incredible already, as it meant that Rick's talk of a safe haven was real, but that wasn't what sent them all into a stunned silence. Andrea was the first to speak. Did he just say cure? I think he did. Morales muttered as he and everyone else turned to Glenn. Talking over the radio again, Glenn asked for clarification. Sorry, but did you just say cure? Like a cure for the outbreak? Yes, MJ replied curtly, but we can discuss that later. Where are you right now? Hope filled everyone's eyes as Glenn swiftly answered. We're at the old abandoned Quint Materials Company Road base quarry outside of Atlanta. Good, you're close by. MJ replies as if she didn't already know where they were. Start packing and I'll send some soldiers over to pick you up by the end of the day tomorrow. The camp members, still in shock, listened to the exchange with wide-eyed amazement. The prospect of being rescued by the military felt like a dream come true. Soon enough, the radio went silent, leaving the camp members to contemplate the whirlwind of events. Rick, bound to the tree, glanced around at the faces of those who had doubted him. The irony of being both the problem and the solution wasn't lost on him. Suddenly, Lori spoke. What are we supposed to tell them when they come and see Rick tied up like this? After all, they failed to mention the fact that Rick, their only connection to these military people, killed someone. The camp members exchanged uncertain glances, the weight of their decisions and the impending arrival of military rescue settling over them. Time passed swiftly, and the military convoy dispatched by Major Lewis arrived at the CDC. With military precision, they swiftly gathered the cure, boxes, and crates filled to the brim, loading up their trucks before heading it once again. MJ, having entrusted Edwin with the CDC's operations for the time being, joined the convoy. After all, she promised to pick up the survivors at the quarry camp, not to mention the fact that she wanted to see more characters from the show. It didn't take long for the convoy to make its way to the old abandoned quarry outside Atlanta. Excitement buzzed among the survivors as they prepared to leave the confines of their temporary home. Meanwhile, Rick remained tied, a tense atmosphere surrounding him. MJ, who rode shotgun at the front of the convoy, surveyed the scene with a mixture of anticipation and concern. As the military vehicles rolled to a stop, the survivors greeted their saviors with eager smiles. However, MJ's eyes widened as they fell upon Rick, bound in ropes. Carl, his son, stood at a safe distance, longingly eyeing his bound father. But sadly his mother wouldn't let him go anywhere near Rick. Approaching the group, MJ demanded an explanation. The camp members hesitated before Andrea stepped forward. Rick found Shane sleeping with his wife, Lori, and shot him in the head. We've kept him tied up since then, as we didn't know what else to do. MJ's expression tightened as she processed the revelation. This complicates things, she muttered under her breath. After a moment of contemplation, she issued a directive, hand him over. We'll deal with this later. Everyone, load up. We're leaving. The survivors, visibly relieved that the military hadn't abandoned them after learning about Rick's actions, hurriedly obeyed MJ's orders. Trucks were loaded with supplies, and the once desolate camp began to buzz with activity. Lori, however, wasn't content to let the matter slide. As they prepared to depart, Lori watched with a mix of frustration and disbelief as MJ approached Rick with a knife. What are you doing? Lori protested, her voice tense. MJ looked at Lori, her expression stern. Cutting him loose. With a swift motion, she sliced through the ropes binding Rick, his limbs freed. Lori, unable to contain her frustration, spoke up again. He killed Shane? What kind of justice is this? Daryl, who had been nearby, stepped in, his voice low and firm. Look, lady, you really wanna argue with them? He gestured toward the armed soldiers that protectively followed MJ's every move. We're getting a ride to safety, so best keep quiet and enjoy it, understood? Lori bit her lip in contemplation, her gaze flickering between MJ, the soldiers, and her now free ex-husband. In the face of military authority and the prospect of safety, she reluctantly relented. Fine. As the trucks rumbled away, packed full of crates of serum and rescued survivors, MJ couldn't help but look over at Rick, wondering what they should do about him. Didn't he kill Shane in the show as well? She thought. Whatever, we're leaving soon anyway, so somebody else can deal with it. Returning to the town that Rick had spoken about, the survivors from the quarry were met with a hive of activity. The once desolate streets were now abuzz with soldiers and civilians diligently working. Shipping containers were strategically placed to create a protective barrier, surrounding the town and warding off potential threats from the infected. The sight was surreal, a manifestation of safety in the midst of chaos. As the trucks rolled through the entrance, the survivors couldn't help but marvel at the transformation. The town's exterior was fortified, streets being cleaned of blood and bodies, the air filled with the scent of a burning campfire. Military personnel, armed and vigilant, patrolled the streets, turning the once ravaged town into a beacon of hope. Even tanks rumbled through the town, a visible display of the military's commitment to securing the area. Upon seeing this, Daryl turned to his brother, a look of concern clear in his eyes. Merle, knowing what his brother would say, cut him off. I know, I'll be on my best behavior. After all, he didn't feel like p***ing off the military either. The survivors from the quarry, now seeing the safe haven that Rick had promised, found it hard to contain their emotions. Tears flowed freely as they absorbed the scene before them. The town, nearly enclosed by shipping containers, represented a sanctuary, a stark contrast to the horrors they had endured up until now. Upon arriving at the hospital camp, where everyone was temporarily staying until the town was fully secured, the quarry group was met with warm smiles and open arms. The town's population, a mix of military personnel and survivors, welcomed them with smiles on their faces. The stark difference in atmosphere from the grim quarry camp brought a sense of relief to the newcomers. The military wasted no time in unloading the trucks filled with crates of the cure. The survivors watched in awe as soldiers efficiently organized the operation. Trucks, each laden with boxes containing the life-saving serum, lined the streets. In an orderly fashion, the group from the quarry was directed to a designated area. Doctors, clad in protective gear, efficiently administered the cure to each member. The survivors, still overwhelmed by the rapid turn of events, couldn't believe their luck. Hope stirred within them as the needle pierced their skin, delivering the promise of protection from the devastating fungus. The simplicity of the process contrasted sharply with the profound impact it would have on their lives. Tears of relief and gratitude streamed down their faces as the cure flowed through their veins. The weight of uncertainty that had burdened them for so long began to lift. As the last survivor received their shot, a sense of unity filled the air. The quarry group, now officially part of this resilient town, looked around at their new surroundings. The hospital camp, bustling with activity, seemed like a temporary respite before the town's complete transformation. Hope, once a distant dream, now bloomed in the hearts of the survivors. The town, fortified and alive with the spirit of resilience, promised a chance at normalcy in a world that had long forgotten such a concept. The military presence, the cure coursing through their veins, and the newfound community around them instilled a sense of optimism for the future. The night enveloped the hospital camp in a hushed stillness. MJ lay in bed, the soft glow of a nearby lamp casting a warm ambience across the room. Her eyes flickered with a mixture of exhaustion and anticipation as she awaited Peter's return. Midnight neared, and just as the quiet darkness seemed everlasting, a golden portal materialized in the room's center. Out stepped Peter, a smile playing on his lips as he spotted MJ waiting for him in bed. "Hey, beautiful," he greeted, his voice a gentle murmur. MJ's expression softened into a smile as Peter jumped into bed beside her, pulling her into his comforting embrace. "Hey, you. Took you long enough. What's the story? Where've you been?" Cuddling closer to her, Peter began recounting his journey. He described how he visited every major city, administering the cure and leaving instructions for its reproduction. The magic-infused serum, now a beacon of hope, had been spread far and wide. MJ listened intently, absorbing the gravity of Peter's actions. "So, you've been saving the world as usual," she said, a smirk playing on her lips. "Yeah, pretty much." Peter nodded, a sense of accomplishment gleaming in his eyes. However, MJ raised an eyebrow. "Is that it, though? I mean, you were gone for almost 2 days. With your powers, I thought you'd be back sooner." Leaning back against the headboard, Peter chuckled. "Well, there's more. I did a little cleaning along the way as well." MJ's curiosity piqued. "What kind of cleaning?" Peter explained. "I got rid of all the nukes. Everywhere. I figured, even after we deal with the zombies, the world might still be a chaotic mess. And the last thing we need is some maniac launching nukes, which would trigger others to launch theirs in retaliation until the world is destroyed. I just didn't want the world to trade one apocalypse for another. I mean, imagine zombies plus radiation. Not a great combo. So, I just poofed them away." MJ's eyes widened in realization. "Wait, you got rid of every nuke?" she asked. "What did you do with them?" Peter nodded, his expression serious. "Yeah, I just portaled them into the nearest black hole." "Huh," MJ mused, "I didn't even think of that." Peter smirked. "Well, Ned watched The Walking Dead until the end and would always fill me in. Apparently, there's some nuke drama in the later seasons or spin-offs. Better safe than sorry, right?" MJ nodded her head. "Definitely." She agreed as a contemplative look appeared on her face. "Then are we leaving tomorrow?" Peter grinned, his eyes reflecting a playful spark. "Yeah, excited for the next universe." MJ nodded as she rested her head against his chest. "But there's still other characters to save, like the Green family, who are still hiding in their farm." Peter thinks it over for a moment before speaking. "We can always leave behind some orders for the Major, or I can just portal them into the town before we leave. I'm sure it'll scare the hell out of them, but at least they'll be safe." MJ seemed relieved upon hearing this. "Can you just portal them here? I'd rather be sure that they're okay than leave it for others to handle." Peter nodded his head. "Sure, I'll drop them into town as we leave. We can let the Major deal with the aftermath as we sail off into a new universe," he said, washing away his wife's worries. The morning sun painted the sky with hues of gold as Peter and MJ woke up and set out on their mission to locate the remaining Walking Dead characters they intended to save. Portal after portal whisked them across the United States, appearing in various locations to find these familiar faces from their memories. Without revealing themselves or exchanging introductions, Peter and MJ simply opened portals beneath the characters' feet, depositing them safely into the town. As the unknown figures kept appearing, the Major, Joel, Tommy, Mikon, Sarah, and bewildered soldiers and civilians observed the inexplicable spectacle. The Major, determined to get to the bottom of this, went looking for Peter, intending to report the unusual occurrences to him. However, upon reaching Peter's room, he found it empty, with a lackluster note left on the bed. The note simply said, "Yo, you're in charge now, Major. See ya." Beside it lay a hard drive filled with useful information, which Peter compiled on his first day in this world. The Major stared at the note in shock, wondering why Peter would leave, where he would even go, and what was the purpose of the hard drive. The sudden responsibility weighed on him as he contemplated the odd turn of events. Meanwhile, Peter and MJ concluded their rescue mission, returning to Texas to find their TARDIS-like ship unblemished in the apocalypse-riddled town, exactly where they parked it. Stepping into the ship and closing the door behind them, Peter headed towards the control panel. However, MJ interrupted him, expressing a hesitation that had been lingering. "Maybe we should bring our friends back to our universe before moving on? I mean, I'd rather not leave people like Sarah and Mikon's son, Andre, behind," she suggested. "Like you said, the world won't just go back to normal even after the zombies are gone." Peter shrugged, mulling over her suggestion. "Sure, but you have to explain everything to them." With a wave of his hand, portals appeared, and Joel, Tommy, Sarah, Mikon, and Andre appeared, bewildered and fearful looks on their face. They looked around, shocked by their sudden change in surroundings. Peter offered a casual wave. "Yo, welcome aboard." Joel, eyes wide in confusion, surveyed the ship with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. "What the hell is this place?" Peter motioned to MJ, throwing all responsibility onto her shoulders. "She'll explain." After a long explanation, Mikon, cradling her son in her arms, studied Peter and MJ. "So you two are on a multiverse vacation." She eyed them, shocked that they would find this hellhole as a good vacation destination. MJ shrugged. "Well, you don't know this, but there are all sorts of stories in our world that are similar to what happened here, so it was like living a book or a show," she reveals. Tommy, glancing around, raised an eyebrow. "So, you're just gonna take us back to your world?" he asks, suspicion clear in his voice. "Is it safe?" Peter nodded. "Yeah, as long as you want to go. Our world is about as safe as it gets. I can even get you each your own identities too, so you don't have to worry about that. I want to go. Mikon was the first to agree. This world isn't a safe place for a child to grow up. If I can give Andre a chance at a better life, then I'm willing to risk it. And just like that, everyone else agreed as well, more than willing to risk a multiverse trip to another universe to escape the dangers of their original world. As the group settled into the ship, Peter operated the controls, preparing to send them back home. Seconds later, the ship hummed to life, phasing in and out of existence before finally disappearing from this universe, leaving behind a ruined world on the brink of healing. After dropping their rescued passengers off at the Avengers Tower, where they found Tony to handle everything for them, Peter and MJ wanted to swiftly return to their vacation. But before leaving, they gathered the group to share a revelation that would impact their newfound friends greatly. Before we go, there's something you all need to know, Peter began, a mischievous glint in his eyes. In our world, you're all fictional characters. Like TV shows, comic books, and video games. The faces of Joel, Tommy, Mikon, and Sarah mirrored bewilderment and disbelief. MJ chimed in, unable to contain her amusement. Yep, so feel free to look yourselves up. Tommy scratched his head, still processing the revelation. So, we're not real people. Peter turned to Tony. Deal with this for us, will you? We're still on our honeymoon. Wait a minute. I'm not your dash. Tony tried to argue, but Peter and MJ slammed the doors to the ship closed, leaving all of the responsibility in his reluctant but capable hands. As the ship disappeared, leaving behind the aftermath for Tony to handle, Peter couldn't help but grin. I bet they'll have fun on Google later. MJ chuckled, shaking her head. I wonder if they'll play The Last of Us. And with that finished, the ship sailed through the fabric of realities, ready to embrace the next universe. In the quiet village of Godric's Hollow, nestled in the picturesque west country of England, James Potter, lord of the ancient and noble house of Potter, cradled his newborn son, Harry, in his arms. Insert picture of James Potter here. Insert picture of baby Harry here. The cozy living room of their small cottage resonated with warmth from the subtle flicker of the fireplace. In the kitchen, Lily Potter, his wife and lady of the house, orchestrated a symphony of enchanted cookware, her wand creating a culinary ballet as she delved into a high-level book about sacrificial magic. Insert picture of Lily Potter here. As the aroma of a home-cooked meal wafted through the air, Lily's thoughts were far from the kitchen. Her mind delved into the intricate magic within the pages, pondering how she could harness its power to shield her precious son. The looming threat of the Dark Lord Voldemort, a malevolent force wreaking havoc across magical Britain, hung heavily over the Potters. The reason behind the inconspicuous setting of their once opulent lives was a prophecy that marked Harry as the chosen one. Born as the seventh month died, he was destined to be Voldemort's ultimate nemesis. The Potters, knowing the Dark Lord would believe such an idiotic prophecy told by a drunken hag, were forced to seek refuge in the humble cottage, hoping to escape the clutches Voldemort and his Death Eaters. As the family savored a moment of peace, the tranquility shattered. Wards surrounding the cottage flared to life, a defensive mechanism signaling an intruder. James sprang to his feet, rushing to the window. There, in the darkness, the snake-like figure of Voldemort emerged, draped in ominous black robes. Panic gripped the Potter family. Insert picture of Voldemort here. It's him. He's found us. James exclaimed, dread etched across his face. Lily, wide-eyed, clutched her wand, her mind racing to comprehend how Voldemort had breached their secret location. Peter Pettigrew, their trusted friend and secret keeper, should have safeguarded them. As the wards crumbled one by one, signaling the impending threat, James, faced with an imminent confrontation, decided to confront the Dark Wizard. With urgency, he pushed Harry into Lily's arms. Take Harry and go. I'll hold him off. Lily hesitated, reluctant to leave her husband to face Voldemort alone, but James insisted that she had to protect Harry. With a final, lingering gaze, Lily rushed upstairs just as the last ward was destroyed, shielding Harry from the unfolding nightmare. Meanwhile, James stayed behind, his wand drawn as he confronted the Dark Lord, who broke down his door and shot a killing curse his way. Avada Kedavra. Transfiguring a coffee table into a makeshift barrier to deflect the impending killing curse, James protected himself as he retaliated, magic flying back and forth, destroying their once peaceful cottage. Upstairs, Lily found herself trapped by anti-apparition wards, her attempts to teleport to safety thwarted. The sounds of the chaotic battle downstairs growing louder and louder. As she tried to soothe Harry's cries, Lily came to the conclusion that she was going to die, but at least she could make her death worthwhile. I haven't tested it yet, but it's not like I have a choice now, she thought as she smiled down at her son, tears welling up in her eyes as she placed him in his crib. Remember, Harry, Mommy and Daddy will always love you, even if we're not here to dash. Suddenly, before she could finish her heartfelt goodbye, the room lit up as a blue phone box materialized behind her. Lily, bewildered and alarmed, looked at the unexpected arrival, momentarily forgetting the imminent danger. Before she could even react, the door to the phone box swung open and a young man stuck his head out. Yo.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.